Good morning and welcome to the wonderful amphitheatre that is Brands Hatch on what is a sunny Sunday for Brands Britania for 2025. We have an action-packed day coming your way here at Brands Hatch this morning and into the afternoon, and we're live with you here on the stream right through until 6:30. The action today brought to you by the Classic Sports Car Club, and our first race of the day is just moments away. It's the Midget and Sprite Challenge. Myself and Mark Worrell to bring you through all the action today, so let's get straight to the box. And Mark.
Thank you, Matt. Yeah, it's actually the Morgan Challenge that's going out onto circuit now. Brands Britania, so celebration of all things British when it comes to motoring. Lots going on off circuit. If you're here at the Brands Hatch venue, if you're watching on the stream, we'll be bringing you all of the action, including some really fantastic demos over the lunch break, but we'll tell you a little bit more about that. Morgan Challenge then, they had qualifying yesterday. This is the first of two races for them as they celebrate their 40th year of racing. We've got very little chance of rain today, so we should be in for a good day. Let's guide you through the grid. Louis Ruff qualified on pole position, the championship leader jointly, and alongside him is Keith Arlers. Row 2 of the grid is Andrew Thompson and John Emberson, and it's Gail Hill and Martin Pratt that are there on row number 3. Howard Clark and Brent Syndicum are on row number 4, with Tom Richards, the other joint championship leader, on row number 5, and alongside him is Peter Cole. It's Tony Kilby and Philip St Clair Tisdall that are next up, ahead of Jack Bellinger and Kathy Sherry, and it's James Sumner and John Richards. They're at the tail end of the 16-car grid for this one. This is the penultimate race weekend for the Morgan Challenge. As we say, they are celebrating their 40th year. If you're here at the circuit, there's the opportunity to get down and close to the cars and the drivers on the grid walk over the lunch break. So Louis Ruff is the burgundy and white car on pole position. Keith Arlers, who has claimed 2 wins so far this year, is the only overall winner we've got in the entry list for this weekend, lines up alongside, and Keith has got many, many, many years of racing Morgans. Lights go out. Keith Arlers from the outside of the front row of the grid gets a brilliant start at the wheel of his +8 and propels himself through into the lead of the race, with Louis Ruff now trying to fight back around the outside, and he retakes the lead of the race by the time they exit Paddock Hill Bend. So it's Louis Ruff, the pole sitter, back into the lead. Keith Arlers in second place as they charge their way uphill to the braking area for Druids for the first time, and as they turn their way round through Druids, it's getting a bit tight midfield there, as Howard Clark was getting squeezed towards the curb, almost 3 wide on the way in towards Druids. But Louis Ruff with a brilliant start straight out of the box, Matt Suckling, and already beginning to build a very small advantage between himself and Keith Arlers.
Certainly is, yeah. These are not Sprites, are they? These are definitely Morgan, so apologies for that. But yeah, we have the Great British mark that is Morgan that gives us the first action of the day, and yeah, up front doing what he needs to do to try and pull away. And already on this first lap, the gap is very much starting to open out here, so glorious start to that Brands Hatch. Maybe a little bit kind of damp over the rain we had from overnight, but it's going to be that of Louis Ruff, the man who started from pole position, who comes through to lead the opening lap of the race, with Keith Arlers there in second place. And already we've got some moves being made further back. We're going to be side by side down towards Paddock Hill Bend. This is going to be for about 7th place as they turn their way through for the second time, but uphill we go, and what a lovely sight these cars make, Mark.
Yeah, fantastic. 40 years of Morgan racing, and if you close your eyes and squint a little bit, you can't really see a great deal of change to the cars, can you? Yes, we've got some of the newer type cars in the likes of the ARV 6s and the baby dolls, but other than that, fundamentally, a Morgan design hasn't changed for donkey's years, and they still provide some brilliant, brilliant racing. Peter Cole at the wheel of his yellow machine, the number 42 cars, he's involved in a good little squabble. He's at the tail end of a little trio of cars that was just coming along the Cooper Straight that time through, but it is Louis Ruff, the man who jointly leads the championship on 91 points coming into this weekend. He runs in Class 2. The other driver that's on exactly the same number of points runs in Class 5, which is Tom Richards, and Tom Richards drives the number 36 car. They have both claimed exactly the same number of class wins. They have both claimed exactly the same number of additional points for fastest lap as well. So that is going to make things very tight, I would have thought, come the final championship totting up. So they work their way through and onto their 3rd lap of the race, with that time through Keith Arlers in second place, edging up towards Louis Ruff once more, as Keith Arlers sets the fastest lap of the race of 54.677.
Yep, so the gap now between the two down to just 1.4 seconds as they negotiate Surtees and McLaren once again. And looks like even on this lap, the gap continues to come down. So Keith Arlers now really on a charge. The man who's had a couple of wins so far this year. And what he tends to do is win race 2 rather than race number 1. But he might be trying to change that sequence for this weekend as he comes across the line. The gap now between the top 2 down to, well, pretty much half what it was, 0.8 of a second as they work their way in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Further back, we've got a great scrap going on here between the number 53 machine, trying to hold on as best as possible. That's Kathy Sherry, and she is with, at the minute, Tony Kilby as they head the way towards the line. So great little scrap a little bit further down the field. This at the minute is all for 12th and 13th position.
Yeah, Philip Sinclair Tisdall also having a little nibble at James Sumner's yellow car. The two of them side by side as they go through Paddock Hill Bend. They're still side by side as they start to climb uphill towards the braking area for Druid. Something's got to give. Yellow car's got the inside line, so can James Sumner hang on to it? Just about. Philip Sinclair Tisdall tucks himself back behind once more. So all the way down through the order, there are brilliant squabbles to be had, scores to be settled. Another new fastest lap of the race from Keith Arlers that time through. He's into the 53-second bracket now. That was a 53.707 that he's just set as he comes over the start-finish line. Lead advantage is just 0.6 of a second.
Yeah, so down and down it comes then between the top two. Still third place at the minute for the number 1 machine of what's going to be Andrew Thompson, but he's a little bit on his own at the minute as he works his way now up towards Druid's Corner. And again, these battles continue as they head towards the line. This time we look at the number 40 machine of Howard Clark, and being passed there is going to be Peter Cole, because right down the inside line, lovely move there from the 17 machine of Jack Bellinger. So he is through, and I think the number 42 machine of Peter Cole was just a little bit too early on the brakes, but as I said, a little bit tricky out there this morning with a few damp patches around the circuit, and of course under the trees as well on the exit of Druids. That part of the circuit might just be a little bit damp also, but we've got some great class battles going on as well. We've got multiple classes within the Morgan Challenge. We've got class 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and also H class represented this weekend. Yeah, and it's all based on power to weight ratio. So the most powerful cars sit in class 1, those with 440 brake horsepower per tonne as an absolute maximum. If you run in class 2, then it's a maximum of 310 brake horsepower per tonne, and then it diminishes from there on. Over the start-finish line have gone the leading pair, and as they start to head downhill in towards Graham Hill Bend, Keith Arlers is as close to Louis Ruff as he's been so far. So it's the big 4.6-litre engined +8 of Keith Arlers who is hunting down the 2-litre turbocharged car. Keith Arlers squirts the throttle, goes through as they head down the Cooper Straight. Louis Ruff, though, through the twiddly parts, might try and fight back, and he's going to try and go all the way around the outside at Clearways, but just then as they get back on the throttle, the extra power of the +8 should tell, and Keith Arlers hangs on to the lead. He certainly does, yeah. Got a little bit more grunt there by the looks of it out the corners, so he has the acceleration, and by the looks of it at the minute, he's got the straight line speed as well. So Keith Arlers goes through, doesn't beat his quickest lap of the race, which is a 53.676, but with that move, he was only 0.2 of a second back from what he had previously done. So on the charge now is Keith to try and pull away from Louis Ruff as those two cars turn their way through Druids for what's going to be the 7th time of asking in this 20-minute race. We've got just 14 minutes now left in it as the two cars out front turn their way nicely through Graham Hill Bend, and the gap back to the 3rd place car, as I said, all on his own at the minute, that of Andrew Thompson in his Morgan +8 is now up to almost 7 seconds.
As for the class leaders at the moment, well, leading overall and leading class 1 is Keith Arlers. Louis Ruff might be 2nd, but he still leads class 2 at this stage. Class H for the historic cars is being led by Martin Pratt in 5th position, car number 521. Class 0, it's car number 16, which is Brett Syndicum that leads that. He's in 7th position. The Class 4 leader is number 40, which is Howard Clark. And then we've also got Jack Bellinger leading Class 3 at this stage. And Tom Richards, more importantly, the joint championship leader. He is the leader in 10th place, car number 36 of Class 5.
Yep, so they're your class leaders as it stands. And since Keith Arlers has got his way through, he hasn't really pulled away massively from Louis Ruff. So it'll be interesting to see if the second half of the race comes back in the attentions of the number 99 machine, which we focus on now on the exit of Graham Hill Bend, accelerates down the Cooper Straight and then heads his way through Surtees and McLaren on what is the Indy circuit being used this weekend. And they're not too far away actually from a bit of traffic now, so we're not even halfway through the race, and already Keith Arlers and Louis Ruff are going to have the traffic to deal with very shortly. First of those coming up towards the line that they'll get a lap on down toward Paddock Hill Bend will be the 666 machine from Class 5, that being John Richards.
Yeah, and Keith Arlers is not going to be able to pass John Richards until the exit of Paddock Hill Bend, so the man from the Channel Islands squirts the throttle, deals with the traffic. Keith, who's raced Morgans in this championship for a huge amount of years. We've seen him out racing other Morgans in things like Classic Le Mans for many years, and also of course British GT, didn't he? Brought a Morgan out in British GT some years ago.
Certainly did, yeah. So he has been in Morgan's for plenty of years, so he does know how to handle these. And you can see now the two leaders effectively with their lights on. So just to warn the slightly slower cars ahead of them that they are coming through. They are the leaders, and they will be making some moves as this race unfolds. So Keith is on his way now to completion of another lap. We focus on the next of our battles, which is outside the top 10 as it currently stands. And this is the cars of what's going to be 54, Philip St. Clair Tisdall, and currently being chased by Tony Kilby. So both of those in different classes, and as it stands, they are battling for 13th and 14th place as they head their way through Paddock Hill Bend. And right in the background there, you can see the race leader Keith Arler is about to make his move.
Yep, so he's getting involved in that little squabble. I'm not surprised that Tony Kilby and Philip St. Clair Tisdall have got themselves together in the race, because in qualifying pace, they were only separated by 55 thousandths of a second in terms of fastest laps from the qualification earlier. So it's not surprising they are matching each other for race pace. Keith Arler squirts the throttle with his lights on, weaves his way past the traffic. Louis Ruff is not going to be able to clear those cars until he gets up towards Surtees and McLaren, so he's losing a bit of further ground to the race leader. He was 2 seconds adrift off the number 29 car of Keith Arler's last time through, and now as they come over the start-finish line, they'll be completing lap number 10 with 11 minutes still remaining on the clock. Through goes Keith Arler. He continues to lead. What was a 1.9 second gap now increases to 3.7 seconds, because Keith Arler's has just set the fastest lap of the race of 52.829. That is now the best part of 0.3 quicker than the pole position time.
Yeah, it's a good lap there for Keith Arler's, and again, he's not really hanging about in the traffic, is he? He's getting the job done. He's going for the moves that he needs to do, and maybe Louis Ruff just been a little bit more sensible, not to try and go for those eager moves, but in the process, as you said, he is losing time, and it doesn't help that Keith Arler's is going ever quicker as well. So the gap continues to increase between the two of them as they head their way now down towards the left-hander of Surtees. Still keeping an eye on this wonderful battle we have, as we said, for 13th place. So Philip St. Clair Tisdale in the Morgan +8, with the Morgan Roadster lightweight behind of what's going to be Tony Kilby. Those two cars now work their way through for another lap, and then just up the road from them we can see these two cars coming through. The bright yellow machine of what's going to be 12th position James Sumner. He's in his Morgan 4/4 as he turns his way in towards Paddock Hill Bend. And again, it's just great to see these different variants of Morgans, isn't there? You might think they all look the same, but there are plenty of different versions out there.
Yeah, the vast majority of them are sort of 2-litre engine, but then we've got the big V8s as well, the Rover Drive V8s. You've got the ARV 6 as well, Gail Hill's car. Gail, who was former Jaguar champion. We've got the Jaguars out racing with us later on today. Gail was a former champion in that, and now shares her time between the UK and racing Morgans, and largely her second house out in Germany, where she plays lots of golf. She's a very handy golfer.
Okay, nice to have the ability to do that, to head across and do a bit of golf, and you're not racing over the weekend. So yeah, Gail Hill, a name that is very familiar with the Jaguar Championship, but yeah, trying Morgans nowadays. As we look at Keith Arler, just trying to squeeze his way through there on a bit more traffic, so he was a bit more cautious that time round as he got to the inside of Peter Cole. But both of those now have been put a lap down as he heads back in towards Paddock Hill Bend. The gap between him and Louis Ruff has gone to just over 5 seconds, so another quicker lap for Keith Arler's, not beating his personal best, but quicker than what Louis Ruff did that time round. So the gap continues to grow. Still back to Andrew Thompson is well over 14 seconds, so it's pretty much between these two where we need to be looking for the battle of the race lead at the minute.
So Keith Arler's now weaving his way past the next little bit of traffic and works his way past Tom Richards at the wheel of the number 36 car. Tom, of course, will be more than focused on making sure he maintains his class leading position. He's involved with a great little battle with the all-blue number 17 car in the hands of James Bellinger, but they've both now been placed a lap down by the race leader Keith Arler, who rockets his way over the start-finish line and concludes what will be lap number 13. Then we get that battle thereafter, which is Jack Bellinger fighting away with joint championship leader Tom Richards, who is circulating in 9th position. That's the class 5 leader, trying to get past the class 3 leader.
Yeah, and there's almost now the whole Brabham straight between first and second, because Louis Ruff has more traffic to deal with, 4 cars ahead of him. Keith Arler has already got his way through on them, so that is him through. We've now got this battle between Tom Richards, who's down the inside line and gets the place away from Jack Bellinger. So again, wherever you look in the field, there are some good healthy battles going on as they fight their way now along the Cooper Straight, and this is all for 8th and 9th place actually. So Bellinger leads he leads class 3, doesn't he? And then you've got Tom Richards, who leads class 5. So both of them now vying for positions in their separate classes, but also for overall positions as well.
And I think there might be a change just behind them, because the number 42 car of Peter Cole, I think, has gone through and ahead of Howard Clark on this lap. Let's just have a quick look. Yeah, there's the yellow and silver car of Peter Cole, and Howard Clark is now behind him, so that's been a change for order there on that lap for the final place inside the top 10. It now goes the way of Peter Cole in the yellow and silver machine.
Certainly does, yep. So off they head once again towards Druids. We've got 7 minutes of this race to go, so very much into the second half now, as the race leader Keith Arlers puts himself onto another lap, and Louis Ruff still dealing with this traffic at the minute, so he's losing further ground as Keith works his way in towards McLaren very shortly. Louis Ruff now just coming up on that battle for 8th place, so he goes down the inside of one of them, so that's that one ticked off. In fact, both of them is now done through Surtees corner, so he'll now have cleared track for the next couple of laps, as Keith Arlers is about to put another lap on another car, because the 16 machine comes through. That's currently running in 7th position. That's Brett Syndicum in a class of his own pretty much this weekend, because he's in class 0, the only one that resides in that one for this weekend. So Brett Syndicum running well overall, but just been put a lap down now. Next on the list will be Gail Hill, who we've been talking about in that Morgan ARV 6. She races in class 2, and Gail Hill, currently in that class, is in 4th position, so she is on her way. She's 6 seconds or so back from the 521 machine at the minute, which is Martin Pratt. So that's the Morgan +8 with the Jaguar Properties Limited back in, and that runs within class H of the championship for the Morgan Challenge. And again, we'll just look around to see what other battles we have on the track at the minute. It's still this one actually heading down the Cooper Straight, because as they turn away in towards Surtees, we've got 2 groups of 2, but very shortly that's going to be a group of 4, and this is going to be 4 overall positions by the looks of it. So heading their way through Clearways and Clark Curve, this is a nice little battle here, as I said, separated by a few car lengths, but 2 first off, the next 2 coming through, and the one that heads that is going to be the number 17 machine of Jack Bellinger, so he's going to have some pressure very shortly from those 3 cars behind.
So, yeah, we've got 5 minutes of this session still to go. Keith Arlers looking comfortable in the lead of the race, on course for him for what would be win number 3 of the championship season. Keith hasn't done every round so far this year. We didn't see him out at Snetterton. I think that clashed with probably Classic Le Mans, maybe even that weekend, but when he has been out, he's gone well. He won one of the 2 races at Donington Park, he won one of the 2 races at Cadwell Park, he finished 3rd overall in the 2 races that they had when they were supporting the Bentley Drivers Club at Silverstone, and he at the moment looks fairly untroubled here as he thunders his way over the start-finish line, completes lap number 17. As for Louis Ruff, well, he is now only just coming over the start-finish line. He's still got a bit of traffic to deal with. He'll just be lapping for the 2nd time John Richards, and should squeeze his way up the inside of John Richards. The marshals see him coming, wave the blue flags. Louis Ruff goes through.
Certainly does, yep. So still quite a way back from Keith Arlers, 12 seconds now the gap out to. So double winner so far this year, Keith, who won at Donington Park and also at Cadwell Park, but he hasn't won since then, because Ollie Pratt has done most of the winning since then with double victory at Snetterton. But Ollie not here this weekend, unfortunately, and we had Ollie Bryant as well, who was a winner at Silverstone. But Ollie, again, a very synonymous name with racing Morgans, but as and when he does get the chance, he will get out there on circuit, but not this weekend for Ollie, unfortunately. But yeah, Keith Arlers looking good. He works his way now across the line in towards Paddock Hill Bend. He'll go once more, and he's almost going to lap, I think, the entirety of the field, because we have Louis Ruff only now coming across the line. We've got Andrew Thompson, as we said, in the number 1 machine, who's way down in 3rd position, and I think very shortly Keith Arlers will be onto the back of John Emberson, which is the man in 4th position. So that's what he's going to be looking towards very shortly. The battle for 8th place continues on its way, so Jack Bellinger still holding on for the time being, but the gaps are coming down now. Tom Richards is right there with him. You've got, as we said, Peter Cole in the 42 machine, and also Howard Clark there now as well. So all those 4 cars together, and is there a potential move on the cards here, because Jack Bellinger is, by the looks of it, under pressure as they head their way down the hill in towards the left-hander. They've got a little bit of lapping to do with that traffic as well, so Jack Bellinger won't want to be held up in the blue Morgan, and right on his tail, as we said, the number 36 machine of Tom Richards is definitely pushing along now.
He is, yeah, and then you got Peter Cole, followed then by the black car with the gold stripes, which is Howard Clark, so all of those will be fighting for position as they turn their way through that section of the circuit. And then next to the cars thereafter is going to be James Sumner, which is the yellow machine. So this is all for position, this train of, what, 4, almost 5 cars heading over the start-finish line. So through they'll come. It's going to be the number 17 car of Jack Bellinger that's at the front of that train of cars, and that is 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th places, all heading through Paddock Hill Bend together, with just 2.5 minutes to go to try and work out who wants to finish where.
Certainly is, yeah. So Keith Arler's only a couple more laps to go for him. Lap times, of course, now dropped down to the 53s. So 52.8 was the quickest lap for Keith Arler's, but he's on his way to the completion of another lap very shortly. So as he comes through, he will squeeze in, by the looks of it, what will be 3 laps. So he goes through down towards Paddock Hill Bend. He's up to the back of some more traffic again. So it's been the story of his race, really. No one massively to play with after getting past Louis Ruff in the early stages of this race. But he has had a lot of traffic to deal with and work his way through. But I think Louis will be now content with second place. He's not unchallenged from anyone behind. As we said, Andrew Thompson is a fair way back in that #1 machine also. And have we had the move, I think, yeah, between Jack Bellinger? Have we? No, I don't think we have. Yes, we have, yeah. So Jack Bellinger now fights back on the 36 machine as they work their way in towards Paddock Hill Bend. So Tom Richards now back behind, but can Jack hang on for the next couple of minutes?
Well, the main thing is for Tom Richards is that he's still leading Class 5. That's what he'll be focused on to make sure he can scoop up maximum championship points. Provided your class has more than 3 cars in it, it's 10 points for the win, 8 for second, 6 for third, and so on it diminishes from there. There's an extra championship bonus point for every 2 rounds started, so that's providing the cars start both races this weekend. And there's also extra point for fastest lap as well in your respective class. So Tom Richards will be wanting to make sure that he secures all of those, because at the moment Louis Ruff, his main championship rival, remember they're tied jointly on points, has also set the fastest lap, I think, in Class 2 at this stage, and is leading Class 2. So we've got literally 45 seconds of this race still remaining. That huge squabble comes back over the start-finish line with now, by the look of things, Jack Bellinger's going to lose out, is he? So through has gone Howard Clark on that lap at the wheel of the black one, and then also Peter Cole loses out as nipping up the inside goes James Sumner.
Certainly does, yep. So Jack has held on for the best part of 95% of this race, but unfortunately the final 5% he's going to lose out to those 2 positions. There's more on the charge as well. I think one of those being the second place car of Louis Ruff. So he is down the inside line, and Keith Arler's across the line now with what's going to be 1 lap to go. He's got 10 seconds on the clock. He goes through in towards Paddock Hill Bend, and this is looking like, Mark, a dominant win for Keith.
It is, yeah. He always looked as though he was going to be there or thereabouts when you see him on the entry list at the weekend. He might have lost out on pole position by half a second to Louis Ruff, but once he got the big 4.6 litre Morgan +8 rumbling away, then he just manages to edge away all of the time. He's just turning his way out of Graham Hill Bend for the final time and about to work his way along the Cooper Straight. We've got another lap for this great battle that we've been talking about just coming over the start-finish line now, as through past them goes Andrew Thompson, the 3rd place car, the reigning champion, at the wheel of the #1 car. But for Keith Arler's, he's only got a corner to go, and he's about to squirt the throttle for the final time, round through Clark Curve and come over the start-finish line, and it looks as though he is on course to win the first of our Morgan Challenge races here today at Brands Hatch, Brands Britania. Keith Arler's claims the win. Louis Ruff is going to be in a reasonably distant 2nd place, but as far as he's concerned, job done, class win, that's all he's after. So through comes the burgundy and white number 99 car now. Louis Ruff, he will finish in 2nd place overall, albeit 15 seconds adrift of the race leader in the end. 3rd place will be the red car of Andrew Thompson, who has over this lap had to deal with all of those titanic squabbles that have been going on in the midfield, which by the look of things are still continuing, as Jack Bellinger is trying to squeeze his way through and past the yellow car of James Sumner, car number 22. Here comes Andrew Thompson to finish in 3rd place. He comes through to take the checkered flag. 4th place will go the way of John Emberson, with Martin Pratt in 5th, Gail Hill there in 6th place, Brent Sindercombe in 7th ahead of Tom Richards, followed by Howard Clark, and then Jack Bellinger will complete the top 10. So Matt Suckling is going to make his way down to chat to our top 3 drivers. If you are watching the stream, I hope you enjoyed that race. Sadly, we lost our pictures halfway through, so we haven't got pictures of physically what's going out onto the internet. So I'll confirm some results for you. The graphic may well be up there if you're watching the stream, but it's number 29, Keith Arler's, that claims the win from Louis Ruff in 2nd place, both of them winning their respective classes, and 3rd was Andrew Thompson. 4th was John Emberson, with Class H win going the way of Martin Pratt, who finished in 5th place, and completing the top 6 was Gail Hill. Brent Sindercombe won Class O for the open class cars in 7th place. 8th place went the way of the Class 5 winner, which was Tom Richards, and Howard Clark won Class 4 in the end, finishing in 9th place. James Bellinger finished in 10th place. In 11th place, it was the car of James Sumner. Peter Cole was in 12th place. 13th place went the way of Tony Kilby, ahead of Philip St Clair's Tisdale, who was next up. Kathy Sherry was there in 15th place. 16th place went the way of John Richards. So that's it for the moment for the Morgan Challenge. I can see the cars making their way in towards, by the look of things, Parc Ferme, which means that Matt Suckling and Jeremy, who is our RF cameraman for the live stream, are having to walk their way from pit lane exit end all the way up to pit lane entry end, and that's where they'll be able to catch up with some of the drivers. If you're here at the circuit, welcome along to Brands Britannia. Lots going on off circuit for you. It is 25 past 10, so we are probably part of the way through the Punch and Judy show, the first of 3 Punch and Judy shows that we've got for you today. Most of these off-circuit activities are based at the back of Colin Chapman Way, around that area, so the road that brings you from the entrance gate all the way down to Paddock Hill Bend, the first corner here at Brands Hatch. That's where the trade stands are as well. So we've got Silverhand Estate, so you can purchase some of their English sparkling wines. We've got bands playing as well. We've got the UK Paper Band, who have got their first set that they're playing at 11 o'clock until about 1 o'clock. And then we've also got the Kent Police Band playing from about 2 o'clock, a variety of classics to modern day hits as well. The trade stalls are open as well. TTT Diecast have got some fantastic diecast models in there. And of course, we've got all of the wonderful historic cars, classic cars, British cars, as well as trucks, as well as buses, all on show for you here at Brands Britannia. And during the lunch break, we will also have some demonstrations for Jaguars out on circuit. Let's go down, though. I think we might be just about to be able to chat to some of the drivers, as already the cars for our second race, the Jaguars, are making their way out onto circuit. Matt Suckling, have you got the drivers?
We've just made our way out there. I think we're not going to have time, Mark, unfortunately. I can see Keith Arles, but by the time we get that out, I think you're going to be on to the next race, aren't you?
No worries at all. Right, so let's rattle through the grid then for the Alpha Lexus Law Firm Jaguar Championship, and the way that they line up is based on the fastest times that they set in qualifying. If you've got a programme, you can scribble it in on page number 21 of the programme. The way they line up is as follows. Number 14, Jack Robinson, starts from pole position, and alongside is Colin Philpott. Row 2 of the grid is James Ram and Simon Lewis, so that's number 99 and number 1. Row 3 of the grid is 6, that's Rodney Frost, and 15, Mark Bennett, with row 4 being 58, Michael Atkinson, and number 139, which is Chris Boone. The 5th row of the grid is 156, James Wall, and 56, Charles Jackson, with row 6 being 631, Ronald Ferguson, and 54, Rick Walker. The 7th row of the grid is 62, Tim Morant, and 45, David Ringham, 62 and 45, with row 8 being the number 18 car of Damien Gray, alongside 163, which is Andrew Maynard. Row 9 of the grid is number 3, Colin Porter, and then we have the number 44 car of Matt Thomas, with row 10 being 176, Samantha Sheen, and 107, with this Matthew Davis. And then the final row of the grid should be car number 4, which is John Watts. That's the way that they line up for the Alpha Lexus Law Firm Jaguar Championship, which is another one of the championships that has returned back to the Classic Sports Car Club. It did disappear from the club for a few years. In terms of championship scoring so far, well, again, all of the cars are broken into separate classes depending on largely the engine capacity of them, or the engine cylinder configuration. And it's the man on pole position, Jack Robinson, that leads the way coming into this one. So he has claimed 6 wins so far this season, and he will be hoping that he can further extend his championship lead, which is 177 championship points he's on this weekend. James Wall is second in the championship, who lines up in 9th position at the wheel of his Jaguar S-Type, the supercharged car, and you can certainly hear the supercharger on that car whining away as he'll accelerate his way over the straight. So it's the XK8 on pole position of Jack Robinson, Colin Philpott lining up alongside as the reigning champion. Lights go out and we get the race underway, a 20-minute race for the Alpha Lexus Law Firm Jaguar Championship, and it's Jack Robinson that leads the way up towards Paddock Hill Bend for the first time, with Colin Philpott slotting himself through into 2nd place. Rodney Frost had a good start, he's through into 3rd place, and I think James Ram here might be able to sneak up the inside of Michael Atkinson and take 4th place away. The man from Great Dunmow, Michael Atkinson's trying to brave it out around the outside at the wheel of the grey XK8 rather, and he's still not quite managed to work his way past James Ram by the time we get towards Graham Hill Bend, so finally has to tuck himself behind. Next up is going to be, I think that's Mark Bennett, isn't it, the wheel of the X-Type Estate. That is next up, the Auto Reserve Parts, the first of 3 Auto Reserve Parts cars that we've got in the field for this weekend. But it is the lead two that are just breaking away. Jack Robinson and Colin Philpott just edging away in the lead of the race from the car of Rodney Frost, who sits there in third place. So through they go, over the start-finish line. Lap number 1 chalked into the book. We're 2 wide going in towards Paddock Hill Bend for 5th position. And that will be Mark Bennett, actually, who's got himself through and ahead of Michael Atkinson. So Mark Bennett having gone well at the wheel of the X-Type estate. And then somebody just dipping a couple of toes into the gravel trap there. I think that was the X300 of Ronald Ferguson, car number 631, the green car with the black livery to it. He's managed to gather up the moment, but it has cost him a little bit of time as he went into the gravel trap briefly at Paddock Hill Bend. So along the Cooper Straight, there we'll go. Jack Robinson leading the way and starting to build a little bit more daylight between himself and Colin Philpott. So the lead advantage is just stretching slightly as they go over the start-finish line to complete lap number 2 this time through. The lead advantage was nearly 9/10 of a second at the end of the first lap. This time as they come through, the championship leader sets the first flying lap of the race, which is a 54.549, and the lead advantage is now up to 1.3 seconds between himself and Colin Philpott in second position. Both of them running in the same class, which is Class JB. Rodney Frost is in third place. He leads Class JE at this stage. Class A is being led by James Ram, who is in 4th place, and we've got the Class C leader, which is Mark Bennett in the number 15 car, the X-Type estate. He also leads his class, which is going to be Class C. As for other class leaders, well, the Class I leader is going to be car number 111, which I think is an addition to the programme that was slotted in, and that is going to be Tom Barkley, and I'm not sure whether that's Patrick Doyle or Kevin Doyle in the end. I'll have to work our way through that, but I'm afraid we've got a code 60 coming out, and the reason for the code 60 is not obvious at the moment that I can see. There's a couple of bits of the circuit that we can't see, but I can't without any television pictures because we're not getting them still at the moment due to a technical difficulty. Right, it's a very brief code 60, whatever it was, because we go back racing again straight away, and that has allowed James Ram to get the jump on Colin Philpott by the look of things. So James Ram now up into second position, so he gained 2 places there, so that must have been a really, really good restart after the very short code 60 for James Ram. Got on with it straight away. He's up into second position and can now see whether he can set his sights about trying to close in on the car of Tom Robinson, the championship leader at the wheel of the XK8.
Yep, James Ram, as you say, from Great Dunmow, so a local circuit for him for this weekend, so goes well at Brands Hatch and now up into that second place. Will try and close the gap down as best as he possibly can on the number 14 machine that leads the way. So under pressure, we'll see if Jack Robinson will come in his XK8 as he turns his way now through on towards the main straight once again. But James Ram actually is not getting away here because keeping very much with him is that number 1 machine of Colin Philpott. So can Colin have a retaliation move down towards Paddock Hill Bend? Doesn't look like it on this occasion, and still with them as well is that Class JE machine of Rodney Frost, the only one that runs within JE for this weekend. So the Jaguar XJS turns its way through Paddock. That's the car that sits currently in 4th position, and then back from that the number 139 machine, which is on double duty this weekend. Chris Boone's been out there in other series with the Classic Sports Car Club, but his home is the Jaguar Championship, and he's now the man who leads the next train in 5th position. So downhill he heads through the left-hander of Graham Hill Bend, but very much under pressure at the minute from one of the probably uniquest cars we have on the grid this weekend. That's the Jaguar X-Type of Mark Bennett, who turns his way through, and he might be actually looking for a move here. Will he get down the inside of McLaren as they turn through the uphill climb, then in towards Clearways? He might have the acceleration here, but we'll see if Chris Boone can defend on the run towards the line. They're almost side by side as they come through to complete another lap, but Chris Boone just has the slight acceleration as they head down towards Paddock Hill Bend, but definitely giving it a good go there is that number 15 machine of Mark Bennett. Yeah, it's a pretty unique car, that one, isn't it? Jaguar X-Type estate. It was a new build at the beginning of this year, and will certainly be one to watch in the future as they try and develop it a bit more as well. Beyond sort of driving this car, Mark's been quite pivotal in the construction of all 3 auto reserve cars, and it's certainly a car that I think is
just going to improve as they understand it a little bit more. Great fight going on for second, third and fourth. James Ram, Colin Philpott, Rodney Frost, all still absolutely together. James Ram just hanging on to it. The battle of the three Jaguar XJSs, so it's an XK8 that leads. It's Jaguar XJS's second, third and fourth place. Another XK8, which is Chris Boone now, who is being hassled by that S-type that you, also the X-type that you were talking about, Mark Bennett. In a straight line, I would have thought Chris Boone might just have the legs. Yeah, the man from Coventry pulls away.
Yeah, we've got the same livery car as well, just a couple of places back at the minute. That's James Wall in his S-type, so the auto reserve parked down the side of it, and the colours effectively which were synonymous with Group C back in the day, the purple, white and yellow, which those two cars now run. And I think James Wall might be the next man to try and challenge here, because he's not too far away from the 58 machine of Michael Atkinson, so another good dicey battle going on further down the field. But there, that fight for second place is very much on now, isn't it? Because with what's going to be the car of Colin Philpott back through into second, James Ram now has lost out into third position, so that's all happened on this lap. And all of a sudden James Ram might be under pressure here from Rodney Frost at the same time, because he had a great acceleration when the green flags came back through after that Code 60, but since then he's going to lose another place. He's very close to the edge of the circuit there, almost caught the grass, and that has lost him another place as well. So Rodney Frost does in the end go through, and thankfully, Mark, we have some timing screens back now.
We have timing screens back, however we still have no pictures, so if you're watching the live stream you're getting the pictures, we're not getting them in the commentary box. If you're here at the circuit, we're literally doing it the old-fashioned way, looking out the windows, telling you what we can see. So now that James Ram has dropped himself down into fourth place, can he try and re-attack the South African Rodney Frost, who was able to nip his way through? So it's the two Power Bell cars of Colin Philpott and Rodney Frost now that occupy the second and third places on the podium. Still a long way to go in this race, though. Still got 12.5 minutes to go in the first of our two Alpha Lexus Law Firm Jaguar Championship races that we've got. We've got the interloping MG ZR in there as well, which is Matt Thomas, who has come in to join in this grid. So through goes Jack Robinson. He's got a healthy lead, hasn't he? The man who has been difficult to beat so far this year. It's really only been when Jack's had a problem with the car that he didn't win. I think it's the first of the two races at Silverstone. There was an issue with the car, and I don't think he even made the start of it. But other than that, Jack Robinson has either won races, 6 of them so far, or he's finished second. His worst result was third at Silverstone, and that was when he came off the back of the grid because he didn't set a time in qualifying, I think. Not
a bad record, is it, this year for him? So yeah, it's been one of the stalwarts of the field. We have got a slow car running down towards Graham Hill Bend. Now, whether that's staying out the way or with an issue.
Colin Porter, I think.
Yeah, number 3, isn't it? So yeah, Colin Porter from Class JD. Just a little bit slow through Graham Hill Bend. Let's see if he picks up the pace. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad now, so I think he was just staying out the way of the leaders. Attention now back to the car, which is still chasing down Chris Boone at the minute, because Mark Bennett seems to have some really good pace through the kind of middle section of the lap, but as soon as he gets on the straights, he hasn't quite got the speed, and that estate now looking again down the inside of clearways, but all of a sudden Chris Boone will use the power to pull away, and then Mark Bennett will have to try another time next lap through. But this is a great battle. It just shows the two differences these cars have.
Yeah, so they are strong at different parts of the circuit, but you add their lap times together and there's not a great deal between them. You can see Mark Bennett was much quicker through the corners, whereas the XK8 has got the legs in the straight line, but it hasn't quite got the handling through the twiddly parts. But Chris Boone has been a long time competitor in the Jaguar Championship, former champion as well. Is he the man from Coventry, and at the moment at the wheel of his yellow and blue Jag, he is just managing to hold off the X-type estate that sits behind.
Yeah, but let's have a look again down towards Sixties. This is where he's been very strong, especially up towards the close of the lap as well. So Mark Bennett flings the car through the left-hander, flings it to the right. Can he find the inside line? Oh, he can't, no, because Chris Boone keeps it very much covered there, so no way through on this occasion. And then kind of part way through clearways, he has a bit of grunt, but then all of a sudden, once again, Chris Boone starts to accelerate and pulls himself away. Looking just behind them, I think now a little bit more comfortable in that 7th position is the number 58 machine of what's going to be Michael Atkinson, but about to make a move down towards Paddock Hill Bend is going to be the shared car for this weekend, which is the 111 machine, trying to get down the inside line there. Can he get the job done? Yes, he can. So losing the position in the end was James Wall in the 156 machine.
Yeah, so James, who we saw on the podium overall at Silverstone, he was very emotional when he finished on the podium there. He's entering his 2nd full season with the Classic Sports Car Club, steps up to Class A after a strong 3rd place championship finish in 2024. He drives the Andy Harper-built Jaguar S-Type and is working his way down the straight. As for our race leader, though, well, looks as though over the start-finish line he goes, and that was a new fastest lap actually for the race leader, Jack Robinson, 54.157. Lead advantage now climbs to 2.9 seconds between himself and Colin Philpott. Rodney Frost is still there in third place on the coattails of his Power Bell teammate that lies ahead, and James Ram, you know, it's restarted well after the brief coat 60, but now he's falling away again, isn't he? He's 3.2 seconds adrift of the cars that he was ahead of earlier on.
Yeah, and his lap times are about a second a lap slower than those two cars ahead of him. So yeah, James Ram hasn't quite got the pace at this stage in the race, unfortunately. Will he come under pressure from Chris Boone? I don't think he will, because Chris is still 8.3 seconds back, and to be fair, still trying to keep at bay Mark Bennett. So that's his own battle that he's focusing on at the minute. And of course, James Ram and Chris Boone do run in the same class, which is JA. But yeah, James Ram looks like he might have that one secured as we now head into the second half of this first race for the Alpha Lexus law firm Jaguar Championship, with 8.5 minutes left on the clock. And through again goes Jack Robinson, with Colin Philpott just starting to bring the gap down now.
He is, yeah. Jack Robinson did a 55.2 last time through. Colin Philpott was 54.8, and Rodney Frost was a 54.5. So the top three all closing up to a degree now, and that wasn't as though they got a great deal of traffic to deal with on that lap. So let's see whether we might see that lead squabble closing up a little bit more. So Jack Robinson works his way along the Cooper Straight, and he is on lap number 13 at the moment. Colin Philpott still there in second place, with Rodney Frost still there in third position. James Ram in the number 99 car sits there in fourth. Chris Boone still there in fifth place, despite the very close attentions he's been having all of the time from Mark Bennett. And we're about to get the race leader through now onto lap number 14. Looks as though he's brought the lead advantage back out, so maybe rested for a lap and is now pushing once more, because again, yeah, he was a tenth of a second quicker, so the gap's back out to 2.5.
Yeah, it certainly was there, but to be fair to Colin Philpott, he wasn't too far back, was he, in terms of a lap time? So he's still trying his hardest. But yeah, I think you're absolutely right, Mark, that Jack Robinson just had a bit of a breather, maybe a little bit of traffic to deal with at the same time as well. But all being good, he still has that 2.5 second advantage over the group behind him. We've got one that is pulled off down at Graham Hill Bend, and unfortunately that's Ronald Ferguson. So his X300 has pulled off to a place of safety, so there'll be no yellow flags down there because he's already behind the barrier. So the car that was running in 13th position is now no longer after expiring down there. Yeah, so such a shame for Ronald Ferguson. He had that brief moment in the gravel trap at Paddock Hill Bend earlier on in the race. Through over the start-finish line comes Tim Morant at the wheel of the sole Daimler that we've got in the field, the Daimler Sovereign Series 1, in its Castrol livery, which is, I suppose, very reminiscent of the liveries that the Jaguars ran in IMSA, didn't they, in the Group C era, was the Castrol livery, whereas they ran the cigarette brands when they were racing at Le Mans, which is hence why we see the Auto Reserve parts cars painted in the tribute livery, really, with the white and the purple and the yellow to them. So Tom Robinson, that time through, slower lap from him again. All of a sudden, the gap's back down to 2 seconds between first and second. Certainly is, yeah. So Colin Philpott is not giving up on this one as he vies for victory at Brands Hatch in race number 1. Rodney Frost is still there on his coattails as well, 3/4 of a second back at the minute. So that's first, second and third as those cars now head the way to the end of another lap. A bit more traffic to deal with as they accelerate their way towards the line. So 2 seconds it was. Let's see on this occasion what Jack Robinson has in hand over Colin Philpott. It is still 2 seconds. So as they go through, almost identical lap times again from the two out front. Rodney Frost still there in third. James Ram in the 99 machine in fourth place. And then how's Chris Boone getting on? Well, finally, he's managed to pull away from Mark Bennett now, so he hasn't got too many problems from behind. But I think Mark Bennett might have a problem because he's about to be passed down towards Paddock Hill Bend.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, through goes the red and black number 111 car that is shared between Tom Barkley and I'm not sure whether it's Kevin Doyle or Patrick Doyle that he's sharing that car with, but Doyle is the surname. We've got some admin to do, haven't we, to try and work out exactly what that car is, because it is an addition to our entry list and it is an addition to the programme that we haven't got to the bottom of just as yet. So that was one car then that's gained the place and is now looking to try and work its way further up through the order. So the next target now for that car will be the car that's in fifth place, which is the yellow and blue XK8, number 139, in the hands of Chris Boone. And I don't think it'll be that much longer before he catches Chris Boone.
No, he's got a wriggle on, hasn't he, the 111 machine, so making good headway in this race. So Chris Boone is, well, last time through, 3.2 seconds up the road. That gap is now not 3.2 seconds. It's much, much closer as they complete this lap with 4.5 minutes left on the clock. they go through, and it's 1.7, so pretty much been halved over the space of that very short lap around Brands Hatch. So yeah, the Barkley and Doyle car is on the move and could be as high as 5th place by the end of this one. I don't think if he does get past Chris Boone, he'll have any chance of catching James Ram, because the 99 machine at the minute is almost 13 seconds to the good of the 5th place car.
We just had a change for 8th and 9th place as well. James Wall has gone through, by the look of things, at the wheel of the supercharged machine, through and ahead of the grey and black XK8, which will be Michael Atkinson. So that's a shuffle in the order. We're into the final 4 minutes of this race now, with the race leader on lap number 18. The order still remains the same though. It's still Jack Robinson from Colin Philpott from Rodney Frost. Rodney Frost might have qualified 5th quickest, Matt, but when the lights went out, he was away and straight the way up to 3rd, wasn't he?
Certainly was, yeah, and that's the thing with these Jaguars. If you get the start right and you've got all that grunt underneath your right foot, then you can definitely make up a few places on the run down towards Paddock Hill Bend, and it's exactly what Rodney Frost did. So he hasn't really looked back. He'd love to get past Colin Philpott, but at the minute he's not quite able to work his way through, but he's been very much cemented to the rear of that 2nd place car for the entirety of this race. So he'll have one final try, I'm sure, in the last 3 minutes of this first Jaguar race, as through goes then the number 14 machine, which continues to lead of Jack Robinson. The fight for 2nd place heads down towards Paddock Hill Bend, and the gap has been decreased once again, just half a second now between the 2 cars in 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, it's just starting to build up, isn't it? The 2 Powerbell teammates, and I'm afraid Mark Bennett is out of the race. He's pulled over at Graham Hill Bend, close to where Ronald Ferguson retired his X300 earlier on, but the X-Type estate, I'm afraid, is out of the race.
Is indeed, yeah. So we've got a little bit of a car park down there starting to form for these Jaguars, but they'll be recovered at the end of the race and hopefully back out for race number 2 later on this afternoon. So time continues to tick away, 2.5 minutes left within this one.
And Tom Robinson's got a problem. The race leader is slowing all of a sudden, and I think he might be testing for the pit lane, Matt.
Let's have a look as he comes through. Is that a back marker?
No, it's no, I apologise. It's one of the other Swallow Racing cars.
So, yeah, very similar colour, aren't they?
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's just the back marker. So, yeah, he's absolutely fine. Jack Robinson still leads the way. It's that car there, isn't it?
It's 107. It's Matthew Davis moving out of the way. Yeah, apologies.
Yeah, so that's the XJS. So through past the traffic, and the gap now between 2nd and 3rd, still half a second. So nothing has changed over that lap, although they had the small matter of some traffic to deal with. So that's all good for them. James Ram has really fallen off, though, hasn't he? Now 10 seconds adrift of the top 3. But all in all, he's going to win his class, which is good for James Ram.
It is, because he's had a tough season, James Ram, with a mixture of gearbox issues. I think he had a throttle cable break, a Pence part that broke on his car, and then he's had a couple of engine woes as well. So it's been a troubled season for James Ram, who again has been another regular driver in this championship for a very, very good number of years. So yeah, class win for him will be very good, albeit just off the podium.
Yeah, former champion as well, wasn't he, James Ram? So not going his way this season, but he'll regroup, I'm sure, and come back strong for 2026 with the rounds we still have left this year for the Alpha Lexus law firm Jaguar Championship, as now on to what should be the penultimate lap, I think, for Jack Robinson. Turns his way through Paddock, already up through Howard's Hill and in towards Druids. He might have a couple more cars still to work his way through. I've had a bit of contact down towards Graham Hill Bend as well. Unfortunately, involved in that one was the 54 machine by the looks of it, so that will try and gather itself back up, and it was one of the auto recover car parts machine that got involved there, so the rear bumper is unfortunately hanging off that machine as it works its way down towards the left-hander of 30s, and that was Rick Walker, wasn't it? Yeah, the 54 machine, and he's now off on the grass actually over there at McLaren, so might not have the steering capabilities that he once had, so he will work his way possibly to the pit lane. I think the one that was involved there was the 56 machine of Charles Jackson, so the Jaguar XJ just got involved. I don't know if there was contact. I think maybe Rick Walker was sideways across the track and unfortunately just got involved there, but it is being investigated already on our screen, so that will be done after the race by the team down in race control. The race leader now onto his last laps, and the number 14 machine, Jack Robinson, the man who started from pole position, had the bit between his teeth in qualifying yesterday to out-qualify Colin Philpott by just over 1/10 of a second. He's going to string it all together. He's going to work his way then through this final lap. One more bit of traffic to deal with. He might not get there, although the acceleration that Jack Robinson does have in a straight line he might just be able to get past that car before we see the checker flag, which is now at the ready. The clock has ticked to 0, and the first of our Alpha Lexus law firm Jaguar Championship races of the day here at Brands Hatch is about to be won by Jack Robinson, who comes through to take the checker flag. Is absolutely delighted as he puts his hand out of the window. Second place goes the way of Colin Philpott, who had Rodney Frost for company the whole way through that race, but Rodney was not able to get his way through in the number 6 machine. James Ram will eventually come through in the 99 Jaguar in 4th place, and he also wins Class JA as well. Chris Boone will then be the next man through, just turning his way now through Clearways and on towards Clark Curve. He'll be second for Class A in this Jaguar Championship, and not quite getting there in the closing stages, but the Barkley and Doyle car will come through in 6th position, so a lovely run for them in the 111 machine. That came from the back of the grid up into 6th place. It'll be very interesting to see what that car can do in race number 2 a little bit later on. And next through in 7th place will be the 156 machine of James Wall. That's the Jaguar S-Type. And then behind that in 8th position and 3rd in Class B will be the number 58 machine. So it's a good drive there from Michael Atkinson. 9th place in the final car, by the looks of it, on the lead lap will be the 56 machine. So that goes the way of Charles Jackson, and then to round out your top 10 it'll be the 45 car, which has already taken the checker flag of David Ringham in his Jaguar XJS. So that's how the top 10 looks in terms of the classes. It was a win for the Class B for Jack Robinson, who took the victory overall. Class E went the way of Rodney Frost. Class A the way of James Ram. Further down, the invitation class was won by the Barkley and Doyle machine from the back of the grid. Class C went the way then of the 56 car of Charles Jackson, and then further down we had the Class MC, which was our MG of Matt Thomas. And then the final class winner, Class D, went the way of the 107 machine, which was Matthew Davis. So that was a victory for him a little bit lower down the order. A few non-finishers, unfortunately. We had the problems for Mark Bennett, the number 15 machine, pulling off down there at Graham Hill Bend, and also before that Ronald Ferguson in his Jaguar X300 also pulling off down there. So the recovery of those two cars will be needed, so there'll be a little bit of a delay before the next of our races, which will give Mark plenty of time to chat to our drivers. So he'll be heading to, I'm sure, the Parc Ferme area where the cars will be stopping because the Jaguar Championship is a championship, so those cars have to be scrutineered and checked over. For the series we have today, they will be straight through, but we'll still try and stop them somewhere convenient in the pit lane to have a word with our top 3. There were 2 other non-finishers in that race as well, because we had the 54 machine into the pit lane of Rick Walker. Of course, he had the problems at Graham Hill Bend and that slight contact, and also in the early stages we also had in John Watts in his Jaguar XJS, so he was with some problems as well. But all in all, a good race there, which was won by Jack Robinson. We'll hear the thoughts of him very shortly. Just to let you know, the next race we'll be seeing here at Brands Hatch at Brands Britania for 2025 will be the JMC Racing Special Saloons, joined by the Modsports as well, and it's a very special weekend because it's the 50th anniversary of Baby Bertha as well. We're going to have one of those Vauxhall Forenzas out there on circuit to admire as much as we possibly can. That'll be our first of 2 15-minute races to come your way today. Don't forget, if you're just arriving, do grab yourselves a race day programme. They are priced at £6, have all the details you need, and they'll tell you where you need to be at certain points around the circuit. But for now, Mark is down there with our race winner.
Yep, so Jack Robinson is here. Come over this way, Jack, and then we can get you alongside your car, which looks absolutely fantastic. And congratulations, it's another race win, 8 so far this season, keeps you right at the sharp end of the championship.
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah, no, I'd like to say, coming into the weekend, we're just, like I say, just want to keep getting as many points as we can, really. So just try and get the championship. Nice.
It's been a solid season on the whole, other than that one little blip in the race at Silverstone. On the whole, the cars run well.
Yeah, other than that, it's been pretty good. I know last year we had a load of issues with the car, so it's nice to finally get some success from it.
You built a bit of a gap earlier on. We had that brief code 60, and then sort of midway through, 3/4 of the way through the race, it just seemed as though Colin and Rodney were getting a bit closer.
Yeah, exactly that. I kept looking in my mirrors. Yeah, I was struggling with tyres, to be honest. It was just getting so hot, and it was just all over the place, basically. And then just trying to manage getting past back markers and stuff like that. It was getting a bit close for me.
What's it like round here at Brands Hatch in one of these cars? Because it's such a short circuit, you don't get much respite at all.
It's very intense. Like I say, it's such a short lap. You're constantly on it, so it's yeah, definitely weighs you down.
More to come in race 2?
Hopefully, yeah.
We'll see. Well done, well done. Let's grab a quick word with with the reigning champion, hence why it proudly says #1 on the side of the car, Colin Philpott. Colin, good little squabble between yourself and Rodney, and then James Ram got involved as well.
Yeah, I got caught asleep on the code 60, really. I was looking at my speedo, and when I looked up, it had gone green, so James had just nipped through. Of course, I had to put the fight up to get that back, and yeah, I think we've done it nice and clean. It was quite a good pass, I think. Then looked in my mirrors, and Rodney had got through as well. Yeah, it's a Powerbell car. I know we're both sort of sister cars, these two, both the same. So yeah, it was a good race. A right squabble with him, really. He was there.
You must be able to close your eyes and drive around Brands Hatch. You know the circuit well.
Yeah. I do like it. I know it's short and fast, but I think that's what I like. You know, quite quick.
What can you do in race 2? Can you beat Jack?
Yeah, why not? It's got to be done, isn't it? Someone's got to stop him.
Give it a go, give it a go. And let's grab a quick word with Rodney Frost, who's over here as well, beside his car. Rodney, you were fifth, sixth on the grid, but what a fantastic start when the lights went out.
Yeah, I saw that gap and I went for it. And James, I'm sure you had to give me that little space because I was ahead of him. But as Colin said, on the green flag, right, when he got going, we were sleeping, and I was annoyed, and obviously we had a battle to get past him again, which was exciting for all of us. We knew we were getting, but it's hard work, James. James is fast, he's got a V12, he's got a lot of power, and he's an experienced racer, so, but a lot of fun. Nice chasing Colin. I put him under pressure a few times when we come up to say back markers, but it's a hit and miss, it's difficult, you've got to program.
You look at the gap between the two of you here in the pit lane, and that was about as close as it was in the race as well, bumper to bumper.
I pushed and pushed, but again, James got away, and so therefore I backed off a little bit to allow him to chase it again, so we could both get closer to him, and we did. But it didn't work out. But anyway, a lot of fun.
You've got it all to do again later on as well.
Great. We look forward to it.
We look forward to it as well. So there we go. We've spoken to our drivers from the Alpha Lexus law firm Jaguar Championship. We'll go back upstairs to the commentary box to Matt Suckling, because we've got the JMC Special Saloons and Modsports coming out for their first of 2 races here today at Brands Britania.
We certainly have, yeah, thanks very much, Mark, indeed. So we have the clear up of the Jaguars, which now has been done. We've got the safety car standing by, ready to release our cars onto the circuit. And I think they're just being given the word to start those engines to get them onto the track. So as we said, very special event this weekend for the JMC Racing Special Saloons and Modsports as we celebrate the 50th anniversary of a very iconic car, Baby Bertha, the Vauxhall Forenza, which is here in all of its glory this weekend. It's great to see this one. And so far this year we've had rounds for the Special Saloons and Modsports at Donington Park on the Grand Prix circuit. We also had them at Silverstone in June, and last time they joined the Gold Cup at Oulton Park for their previous races. But we're here this weekend for Brands Britania. 2 races to look forward to today, so let's run you through the grid and how they line up for that first of 2 races. And after qualifying yesterday, it will see the 309 machine of Danny Morris on pole position. He was over half a second quicker than the number 31 machine of Tom Kerry alongside, so that's how they line up on this first race. Second row then sees the 201 machine of Sam Wilson, which is the mighty Aston Martin. He'll be joined by the number 4 machine, Martin and Matthew Ellis. Not too sure who goes first in this one. The other driver will do the second race a little bit later on, but that's the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus. Row 3 then sees number 77, Paul Sibley. He'll be definitely one to watch out for in his less powerful MG Midget. Joining him alongside the third row is 83, Ross Irvine. Then back to row number 4, where we see the 32 machine of John Gill. That's the Peugeot 205 for today. And 61, Chris Connolly, goes from the outside. The fifth row then sees number 88, which is Steve Wells. He'll be joined by number 27, which is the Ford Escort of Martin Reynolds. Then we'll have the number 8 machine on row 6, which is Rod Burley, joined in that BMW on row 6 by number 96, which is Hugh Pelham. We have 2 safety car laps or formation laps for this race, just to make sure they've got tyre temperature up and running. The 7th row then sees number 154, which is the Dax Tejero of Robert Frost, and alongside him number 29 will be Paul Dolan. The 8th row then sees number 144, which is Melvin Hooker, joined by number 351, which is Darren Claydon. The 9th row headed by number 10, which is David Enderby, and number 70 Donald DeWar alongside 10 and 70. The 10th row number 76 is going to be Steve Mull, joined by number 20, which is Michael Chalk. The 11th row headed by number 22, which is Jeremy Burgoyne, and 25 Paul Brooks. The 12th row number 60 is Paul Turner, and on the outside 188, which is Mike Scott. The 13th row then sees number 45, which is Mark Burley, and 146 Liam Pugsley. And the final row of this fantastic grid for this weekend is number 65 Steve Frey, and on his outside number 19, which is Cole Moncella, 65 and 19. machine. So this is for special saloons, Super Saloons, Thunder Saloons and Mod Sports. There's a big overhaul this year for the class regulations, just to make sure that everyone is in the right class and up against the people they should be up against. And in terms of the classes we have HC, which is for the fastest cars of any capacity, likely to perform everyone else on the grid per race weekend. Class A is for over 3.6 litre cars. Class B caters for 2.5 to 3.6. Class C is for 1.9 to 2.5. Class D is for the 1.4 to the 1.9s. And for Class E is for anything up to 1.4. And that's where we see Paul Sibley. As we said, Paul is definitely one to watch out for. It might not have the most powerful car, but it's light, it's nimble, and Paul Sibley drives that very well indeed. It's another car we'll see out in the Sprite and Midget Challenge a little bit later on today as well. So we're good to go. 15 minutes of racing to look forward to. We're about to unleash them for the first time here at Brands Hatch today, and it's going to be that of Danny Morris on pole position, the man who sits there in his Peugeot 309 GTI alongside Tom Carey, which is the Honda CRX, the blue machine on the outside of the front row, and then, as we said, the mighty Sam Wilson in the Aston Martin V8 Vantage, which sits on row 2. Red lights go out and the power is unleashed down towards Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Not the best of starts for the Ellis machine on row number 2, so already that has lost a couple of places on the run down towards Paddock Hill Bend, but it will be Danny Morris that leads the way as it gets quite congested through the mid-pack on this first corner, but I think they've all safely made it through, which is good to see. But it's going to be the Peugeot of Danny Morris that heads the way. Second, as it was Tom Carey there in the Honda CRX, and then the Aston Martin of Sam Wilson finds himself in third position. Car he normally shares with Ricky Can, but Sam Wilson is the main driver for this weekend, and he'll be hustling along the straights. Might not quite have the capabilities through the corners, but definitely in a straight line, that Aston Martin Vantage will be very, very quick indeed. Fourth place now looks to be, that's not Paul Sibley, is it? No, in the 70, oh, it might be actually, yeah, it might be Paul Sibley in the 77 machine, which sits there in fourth place. We'll get confirmation as they complete the first lap, but that is now done as they head their way towards Paddock Hill Bend. It is indeed Paul Sibley in fourth place, and Jonathan Gill's made a good start from 7th on the grid. That Peugeot 205 already has made up 2 places.
Yep, and then it's the Ellis's Talbot Sunbeam Lotus that's next up ahead of Rod Burley, followed then by Steve Wells at the wheel of the light blue MGB GT V8 with the yellow stripes down it, but he's got his hands rather full. He has got Chris Connolly at the wheel of Baby Bertha, celebrating its 50th birthday, this car, thundering right the way behind it. And Baby Bertha has then also got Martin Reynolds at the wheel of the Ford Escort Mark II for company. So some good battles all the way down through the order, all the different shapes and sizes. It looks so Chris Connolly and Baby Bertha is going to nip up the inside of Steve Wells and gain a place. So another place gained for the DVT Droop Snoot Frenza in the hands of Chris Connolly, the car owned by Joe Ward, as it has been for a good few years, but Joe's still recovering from a shoulder injury. I think he's here at Brands Hatch, but he's just not able to race. And now, in a straight line, Chris Connolly is trying to attack Rod Burley's BMW.
Yeah, it's got some good acceleration, hasn't it, that Vauxhall Forenza. So up onto the back of Rod Burley, who's local to Brands Hatch, multiple wins in class for Rod Burley and also overall. And now the Vauxhall Forenza down the inside of Rod Burley in that BMW. So can Chris Connolly get the job done? Meantime, we've had a spin just behind as well. I think that is the Wells car, isn't it? That's gone round of Steve Wells, the MGB GT. So that finally finds forward momentum. No, it doesn't. That's a different car. It will eventually find forward momentum. It'll find a gear and it'll get back on its way. But in the process, it has almost dropped itself to the rear of the field. So not good news for that car. But back to that Chris Connolly Forenza. He's now past Rod Burley and about to attack the Ellis's in that Talbot Sunbeam Lotus.
Yeah, and they are running on a treaded tyre, the Ellis's in the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus. So not sure if it's Martin or Matthew Ellis in this particular race. Chris Connolly trying to squeeze his way through, but the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus just positioning itself so that there was not a Baby Bertha-sized gap to the right-hand side. So Chris Connolly getting back off the throttle when he had a bit more momentum. And those cars then are also not that far behind Jonathan Gill. Chris Connolly up the inside of the Ellis's Talbot Sunbeam Lotus. Another place gained for Baby Bertha, celebrating her 50th birthday here. One of the 3, I suppose, DVT Vauxhalls that were, in theory, going to be produced. We had Baby Bertha, we had Big Bertha, and then, of course, we had the car that was never actually built by DVT back in period, which was Mega Bertha. That car does exist now. It was built up by Rick Wood, based on the original plans. I think he found the old chassis in a barn in Ireland somewhere some years ago.
Yeah, good find, isn't it, for Rick Wood? And hopefully one day we'll see that out on circuit doing some good things as well. Chris Connolly definitely going better than he did in qualifying, because he's taking place after place at the minute, and he's about to make his way through on Jonathan Gill as well. He goes through on the inside of the Peugeot 205 down towards Paddock Hill Bend, maybe just looking after it yesterday, but now that Chris has found his feet, he's very much on the move. So that will see him up the order into what's going to be 5th position, and next on the list is going to be that 77 machine of Paul Sibley, who isn't quite staying with the top 3 at the minute. So Paul Sibley there or thereabouts, but not quite up towards the front of the order. And to be fair, the top 3 are still fairly close together after this race has now elapsed through what's going to be near enough the first 5 minutes, but it's still Danny Morris that leads the way. Tom Carey there in 2nd, and Sam Wilson sits there in 3rd place.
There's a little bit of smoke coming from the time TR7 as it comes over the start-finish line, which is Carl Mansilla, and hopefully that will not be depositing any oil onto the circuit, and I think Carl will be well placed to maybe get that car into the pit lane to get it looked at. So leading 3 go through. Here comes Paul Sibley over the start-finish line with Chris Connolly not that far behind at the wheel of Baby Bertha. You can see him cadence braking as he heads up there, and the cars just seem to be going a little bit slower in towards Paddock Hill Bend, so maybe there is a little bit of oil out on circuit. Black and orange flag has come out for Carl Mansilla's triumph, so he'll have to be bound for the pit lane.
Yeah, he will. So taking it easily down through Graham Hill Bend. Doesn't look like there's too much fluid, is there, leaking from the back, but there might just be drops of it putting itself onto the circuit there. So everyone just being cautious as they head through on this lap. Chris Connolly still pushing on now. He's not too far back from Paul Sibley, because last time through there was 1.6 seconds between the two of them, and now with a bit of clear track ahead, Chris Connolly is again making some inroads into that car ahead. So off they go on towards another lap. I think eventually Carl Mancella is into the pit lane as well. So the Triumph TR7 has realised that there is something leaking from the back of the car and will be into the pit lane. And back to that fight for 4th place. The gap now down less than a second between those two cars.
Yeah, it's closing up all the time, isn't it? Chris Connolly doing a grand old job behind the wheel of Baby Bertha. If you've been up to the Kentagon, you can see a picture of the late great Jerry Marshall, beer in hand, unsurprisingly, in the Kentagon. He'll be smiling away with this one, because of course he was the driver that was synonymous with doing great things in Baby Bertha all that time ago.
Yeah, what a great character he was, wasn't he, as well, Jerry Marshall, so remembered with his own Jerry Marshall trophy these days as well. A bit of a moment for Jonathan Gill down through Graham Hill Bend, so that gives the opportunity for Martin Reynolds in his Ford Escort to get through, and it might see also the Ellis's through in our Talbot Sunbeam Lotus, which is starting to pick up the pace now as we head to the midway stage of this race. So those 3 cars working their way through Clark Curve, and this is all going to be now for 6th, 7th and 8th positions, as down the inside line does go Baby Bertha through on Paul Sibley. Didn't take too long at all, did it?
No, it didn't. Yeah, so Chris Connolly has dealt with Paul Sibley. We'll also see Paul out racing in the Lackford Engineering Midget and Sprite Challenge in the car that he's just lost a place to Baby Bertha. So Chris Connolly now up into 4th position from 8th on the grid at the wheel of the Joe Ward owned car. As for our overall race leader, well, he'll be flashing his way through the traffic now, and Tom Carey is still not that far away, is he? So the Honda CRX clone of Tom Carey still within touching distance of the Peugeot of Danny Morris, the local man who leads the way.
Certainly does, yeah. So nothing to choose between those two at the minute. Sam Wilson just slightly held up through the traffic at Paddock Hill Bend, but finally he finds the inside line. So now the 3 leaders back together, but there'll be another gaggle of slightly slower cars to negotiate over this next lap as well, and that also involves, by the looks of it, the number 10 machine in there. So David Enderby in his VW Carmen Gear, which is also under pressure at the minute from the BMW behind him. That's going to be the 351 machine, which sits in tow for the time being of Darren Claydon. In fact, that's the Porsche, which is just stepping to one side. So Darren Claydon has lost some places as the BMW has gone through.
And we've lost the lead as well, has Danny Morris, because Tom Carey took the opportunity through the traffic to weave his way through into the lead of the race. So the Peugeot drops down into 2nd place, and Sam Wilson isn't that far away from them as well. So the 3 cars absolutely together for the lead of the race. They go past David Enderby's Volkswagen Carmen Gear, which is another car that can trace its roots back to the true period of special saloons and mod sports racing. Great to see that car out in the hands of David Enderby, but Tom Carey is now leading the way. Remember, the winner of this race will get a 10-place grid drop for race number 2. So it's bittersweet, the win. Tom Carey is on the very edge of adhesion now. The tail end of the CRX was wiggling round on the exit of Graham Hill Bend as he looks to try and break away from the Peugeot and the Aston Martin are there in 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, it seems to be working though, doesn't it? It's got a slight buffer now over Danny Morris there in 2nd place. Tom Carey, the race leader, one-time winner so far this season, back at Donington Park to open the year's accounts, and he's looking for his 2nd victory of the year as well. But the gap now over what's going to be Morris is going to be 7/10 of a second. We've got a red flag because we've got a car off into the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend.
I think that might be the Dax Jaguar of Robert Frost possibly that's gone off. Can only see the tail end of it, but the car's gone all the way through the gravel trap and into the barriers, and we are at 58% distance of race, so we've still got 6 minutes to go. So Friday they can get that car cleared up. We should, fingers crossed, get some sort of restart. But is it the Dax that's gone off?
I can't see the number, but it looks very much like Dax Jaguar shape and style. So yeah, there's no number I can see because the door has been opened down there. But yeah, unfortunately that has gone in. It's taken a bit of the red cell barrier with it, but driver out okay and absolutely fine. But would have been a bit of a moment as it took its way through the gravel trap down there at Paddock Hill Bend. In fact, now we can possibly see the number on the side of the car with our CCTV cameras. Yep, it is. Well done, Mark.
Thanks, Matt. Yep, so it is Robert Frost that's gone off, as we say. Main thing is that he's all right. He's gone all the way through the gravel trap, made contact with the rector-cell barriers, and hopefully that will have slowed the car down through the gravel trap, and then the rector-cell does a really good job of soaking up the impact, and it would have been frontal impact to the car. It's dislodged the rector-cell, but hopefully maybe not too much damage to the car. Doesn't look too bad from the rear 3/4 angle that we're looking at, but I suspect that, yes, it will have damage to it. I think the front splitter is in the hand of one of the marshals down there, so it's definitely taken some damage to the front and possibly might not be able to make race number 2.
Yeah, from the wider angle, it looked like it had gone wide through Paddock Hill Bend, was trying to get back out the other side and just maybe clipped as it was kind of taking a wider line than it needed to do. So yeah, just glancing blow on the front of the car, just nudged, as we said, the rector-cell barriers down there, and has ended up slightly sideways into the gravel trap. So it's going to take a moment to pull that car clear, and as always, as a precaution, the medical team head out there just to check the driver over. But as we said, absolutely fine is Robert Frost. He's jumped from the car. He's just about to take his race helmet off as well. We'll get the telehandler onto the scene to try and drag that car clear, and then we'll have the trackside recovery team ready to go. Also circuit maintenance staff to put rector-cell barriers back in place, and all being well, we should have a restart for this JMC Racing Special Saloons and Mod Sports race, with all the cars now just on the grid, apart from actually the top 3. I think Sam Wilson and also possibly Tom Carey have come into the pit lane. Danny Morris has stayed out there. I can see his Peugeot on the grid, but the other few cars have ventured down the pit lane.
Yeah, David Enderby's there as well, isn't he? So, is Danny Morris on the grid?
Yeah,
yes, he is. He's
yeah.
much further back, isn't he? Yes, he is, yeah. It is saying end of session on the LED display board above the start-finish line. It's also saying end of session on our timing screens as well. So it does look as though, I'm afraid, that is going to be it for the JMC Special Saloons and Mod Sports with baby Bertha's 50th birthday. So Tom Carey, Danny Morris, and car number 201, which is Sam Wilson, will be the drivers that Matt Suckling will be going to speak to. Now, where you actually have to speak to them, Matt, I'm not sure, whether it's at Parc Ferme end, whether it's at the exit end of the pit lane, which is where the podium is, or whether it might be, because they're all in the garages up the pit lane, whether you might have to wander into the individual garages to chat to each one of them. But Matt is going to make his way down to have a word with the top 3 and gauge their thoughts on Brands Britania, which, if you're just arriving here at Brands Hatch, welcome along as we celebrate the best of British motoring here at Brands Britania. Lots going on off-circuit as well, so if you want to get involved in some of the off-circuit activities, a quick time check, it's just coming up to 11:15 now, which means that the UK Paper Band are playing some of the best-known hits and some of the classics in the live band area. We've also got some drifting going on as well at some point. We've got supercar demos in a live action arena with Drift and Smoke generally throughout the day as well. Next Punch and Judy show, if you want to go and see that, is going to be at 1 o'clock for those of you that are here at the circuit, 1 p.m. that will get underway. And at 1:30, remember, there's a grid walk which is open to all spectators and gives you a unique chance to get onto the Brands Hatch circuit, and that will be after the demonstrations have taken place, which will be demonstrations laps of cars courtesy of Jaguar Heritage. We've got a car that won the European Touring Car Championship in 1984 in the hands of Tom Walkinshaw, the late Tom Walkinshaw, Jaguar XJS, doing some demonstration laps, and that's the actual car that won the European Touring Car Championship in 1984. And then we've also got something very special as well, which is one of the cars that raced at Le Mans from Jaguar, not the Group C cars that we had last year here, but we've got one of the Jaguar XJ220s that is out there, the V6 twin turbocharged cars that raced by TWR, who prepared them for Jaguar at the factory back in the 1993 Le Mans, and then the cars did return in 1995, but they weren't run by TWR. So we've got one of those doing some demos as well. That's in the lunch break, and then once we've got the demos done, then the grid walk will take place. And if you want to get involved in the grid walk, if you're here at the circuit rather than watching on the stream, you need to be queuing at the ambulance gate at Paddock Hill Bend, and then you'll be released down onto the grid where the Morgans and their drivers will all be assembled. So Max Suckling has made his way down in towards the pit lane somewhere. I can see all of the cars from the JMC Special Saloons and Modsports are now reversing their way back into the garages. And I'm not sure where the top three have gone, Matt, as to whether you will need to find them or whether they're going to come to you. I'm not entirely sure.
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, so I'm going to try and find my my cameraman, Jeremy, who's on his way to me. I know where Sam Wilson is, so I can go and grab him in a few seconds, but it'll be interesting to try and find Danny Morris and also that of Tom Carey as well. I'm just wondering if they're being stopped in Parc Ferme, so we'll see if we're up there. If not, we'll head down to Sam Wilson and have a quick chat to him. Here comes Tom Carey, so he's just appeared, and hopefully he's going to pull into this garage here. Is he going to go past? He's going to go. We'll follow Tom Carey down, actually, because he's the one we want to talk to. He's not too far down from where we actually are, so let's go and have a quick chat with Tom, and he might be actually quite close to Sam Wilson as well, so that's going to be good for us. Not too much walking up and down the pit lane today. So yeah, Tom Carey is now pulled in. I think Sam Wilson is in the garage next door, so we'll get a word with him, and hopefully I'll be able to grab Danny Morris as well. So we'll get Tom Carey out and we'll have a chat with him in due course. He's just going to check the car up. Yeah, you're fine. You carry on, Tom. You get your bottle of water and get yourself refreshed, because it's hard work driving these wonderful bits of kit. So no, it's absolutely fine. You take your time. You've done hard work. Have a sip of water first. You're more than welcome, and then we'll grab a quick word with Tom. I can see where Danny Morris is being put into the garage as well. So we're going to have a quick chat with Tom, and he is going to be the man we find him down here. So yeah, Tom, stay out here. Don't worry. We'll get you in the background. Well done. That was a cracking race. You were kind of behind Danny Morris for a few laps, but then all of a sudden you took your opportunity to get through.
Yeah, I think Danny unlucky, me lucky, basically. He got caught in traffic and I took advantage of the situation. Otherwise, I don't think I'd have passed Danny, to be fair. I don't think that was happening. So a stroke of luck on my behalf, and Danny drove like he always does extremely well.
It was a good little battle though, wasn't it? Because you were behind him. You had also Sam Wilson in your mirror. The big Aston Martin was lurking there.
He's always lurking, and he was closing at various stages as well, because I think I was starting to get a bit, I see Danny and I thought Danny's getting away, then I was getting a bit scruffy, and yeah, Sam's closing on me. But yeah, good clean race as it always is with a CSCC.
And the traffic always plays its part as well. Sometimes it works for you, sometimes against you.
Absolutely. I mean, today, like I say, I believe that was my only chance, the fact that Danny got caught in traffic. Otherwise, it genuinely wasn't happening. You don't know, obviously, but yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I think it'll gain change in race 2, won't it?
You've got your 10 places now, grid drop, so you're going to be working your way through the field.
I will be, yeah. It's going to be not going to be easy. Definitely not going to be easy, but then is it ever?
But this must be a circuit which suits your car very well. It's light, it's nimble, Brands Hatch is tight and twisty. So does that work hand in hand?
It does. It lends itself to this circuit, yeah, definitely. It's not got massive, great big long straights where they can pull away from me. And if they do, I've got the advantage of a little bit less weight, obviously, into the corners, and I sort of make it up again. Yeah.
You're looking forward to the challenge for race 2 now?
I'm not so sure I am, but can I just say I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for my friends. They're amazing. So I just want to say thank you to them.
Good race, Tom. Second win of the year for you, so well done. Let's head this way now, because we've got Danny Morris just up towards the other end of the pit lane, and then we'll do a little bit more walking and have a word back with Sam Wilson if we can as well. We've got some lovely cars down here in the garages this weekend, which will get out onto the pit lane for the grid walk, which we have for the Morgan Challenge cars a little bit later on. And hopefully, Danny Morris is going to be kind enough to have a word with us after that race. He's going to be probably one of the last garages we come to down here. Already the bonnet is off, just to make sure the
car is as cool as possible. And let's see if we can grab Danny for a quick word. Is he lurking somewhere in the garage? Where is Danny gone? Oh, he's in the car still. Is he okay in there? So Danny just in the car at the minute. He's just making sure everything is okay, and he's got the laptop plugged in as well. So yeah, we can see Danny, you can see the engine down there, just everything going through. This is what happens after a race, making sure everything is a-okay. And there might have just been a slight issue there as the car is now fired up once again. So Danny just doing the checks, and a little bit of a concerned look on his face as well there for some reason, but hopefully it's all good. So what we'll do, we'll go back down this way. Sorry, Jeremy. We'll take you back down to Sam Wilson. We'll have a quick chat with the Aston Martin driver, and if we do still have time, we'll have a quick chat with Danny. But at the minute, they are just doing some things to that car to see if it's okay for race number 2. But of course, with the 10-place group penalty for Tom Carey, it does mean now that he will be a little bit further back, and Danny Morris will be the man on pole position for the later race. So let's see where Sam is. We're going to go back down to where we just were, and as I said, the garage next door is going to be the car of Sam Wilson, the youngster, as I said, that normally races with Ricky Can, and we'll find out Sam's thought, who was very much in that lead battle in the early stages and also right towards the end before we saw the red flag. So we'll try and grab a quick word with Sam if we can. We'll get his wonderful machinery in the background as well. Sam, well done. That was a cracking race on your behalf. You pushed hard, didn't you?
Yeah. Yeah, it was hard. I mean, those cars are quick. The guys did well, and so many back markers just makes it really, really difficult. And I think there was coolant or something down. I don't know if you guys knew, but it made it a little more tricky.
Yeah, we did see the Triumph TR7 leaking something. We weren't too sure if it was oil or coolant, or we couldn't quite see. But that obviously made it tricky, as you said for yourself. Yeah,
well, you never know where it is, how slippery it is. So somebody has to go first. Luckily, it wasn't me. But yeah, it was fine in the end.
We spoke to Tom in his Honda CRX. We said this is probably a circuit that he enjoys because of the size of the car. For you in this Aston Martin, is it quite tricky to lumber this around, Brands Hatch?
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at the CRX. I think it comes up to our door level, so it's quite difficult. But it's good fun. She's a lot more nimble than she looks. Good challenge.
And it's a shame the race didn't go the full distance, because you reckon you'd have had a chance to try and get through on the leaders?
It would have been tight. I don't know. I mean, there's back markers, anything can happen. Our tyres were starting to come back in, but I think it would have been tight. It would have been a good race, though.
Certainly, well, we enjoyed it anyway. The traffic played its part, as we saw there. You've got to make sure you get through. I think you probably were held up a little bit, which just delayed your progress as well.
Yeah, I got held up by a couple of back markers, but so did the guys in front, so it kind of ebbs and flows, evens out. But it makes it difficult. Short lap, big variation in cars.
You've got the challenge of race 2 now. Of course, Tom goes back 10 places, so you'll be on the front row for race number 2, so you can give it a good go at the start.
Yes. Yeah, no more words. Yeah. Be a good start.
Good stuff. Well done, Sam. Congratulations on 3rd place. So there we go. We caught a couple of drivers from the special Saloons and Modsports. Unfortunately, Danny just doing a few checks with the car, so we'll let him do that, and hopefully we'll catch up with him in race 2 a little bit later on this afternoon. Clear up now, pretty much done on circuit, so we'll head back upstairs to Mark Worrell for our next race.
Thank you, Matt. Yeah, so the off-track action still continues though at Brands Britania by the look of things. On the grey car park at the moment, we've got supercar demos in the live action arena with a chunk of drift and showing off to the crowd generally from what looks like an orange Lamborghini. You can't quite see when it flashed past the very small bit of window that I can see the car in, and there's also another car that's involved as well out there. So that's the off-track entertainment that's on at the moment. Remember, we've got all the trade stands open as well. The Kentagon Bar and Restaurant is open as well if you remain here at the circuit. And we've got the displays of all of the club cars that are gathered all the way along Colin Chapman Way, and see a mixture of Cortinas. I can see a Triumph, I can see Spitfires, I can see a lovely old Rolls Royce as well. Looks like there's a couple of Cobra replicas. And then as I gauge further down through the order, I can see a Triumph TR6 by the look of things. Ford Escort Mark 1, and so they just sort of keep carrying on and carrying on. Local Mini Club are here as well, with their Minis on display. And of course, directly opposite the commentary box, it looks like the local Lotus Club are here as well, with a mixture of what's that? Is that 310? Is it whatever? I can't remember what it's called now. There's a nice Amira that's there as well. Lotus Cortina as well with the bonnet up. trucks. There's a range of different cars. And then, of course, we've got all the historic buses and commercial vehicles as well that are all lined up along Colin Chapman Way. So there's plenty to keep you busy. But we've got the next race coming out onto circuit, which is the Adams and Page Swinging 60s Group 1. Let me guide you through this grid then for this 40-minute race with a mandatory pit stop in the middle of it. It's the TVR Tuscan, number 173 of Silverstone International winner Connor Kay that starts on pole position, but because he won at Silverstone, he'll have an extra 20 seconds to spend in the pits. He's the only car that's got an extra time penalty. And alongside is Steve Hodges with the Lotus 7. Row 2 of the grid is Jeff Taylor with his TVR Griffith, alongside the number 26 car, which Mark Campbell shares with Ben Ferguson. Row 3 of the grid is number 25. That's the Pratt, Martin and William Pratt with their Morgan alongside Stephen Collins. I'll try and see whether we can get some start drivers for this one. And row 4 of the grid is Ben Smee in his Lotus Elan and Sean Hadrell in the Turner Mark 1. Row 5 is Jonathan Crayston in his Lotus alongside Mark Neese at the wheel of the Mini. And row 6 is Tom Peed and Dean Halsey. The 7th row of the grid, it's Russ McCarthy and Bill Watt with Simon Benoy's Hillman Imp joining Pete Chambers on row number 8. Stuart Dickinson is in the MGA on the inside of row number 9, and he's got Ben Walker in the Jaguar XJ Coupe for company. And row 10, it's the Austin A40, Mark Cloutman alongside the MG CGT, which Mike McBride shares with Matt Domin. The next row of the grid will see Chris Winchester line up alongside the Ford Capri that David Thomas shares with Rod Burley. And then we should have had Charles Tippett and Claire Norman on the next row of the grid, but I think they have withdrawn, so Simon Tinkler will be next up. Then it's Adrian Hall's Triumph alongside Paul Linfield. Nick Smith in the Rochdale Olympic has David Eales for company. And then it's William Tebbett and James Hicks's BMW alongside, their MGB, alongside Joshua Holmes and Dominic Shepherd's similar car. Chris Weeks and James Hebditch share the Austin A50 Cambridge. And then it should be Bob Fisher. Daniel Goodin, who qualified in his MGB Roadster, but that failed on him, so he's now at the wheel of a Mini Marcos, and he should, fingers crossed if he's there, be off the back of the grid. Let's hope. There is one car that's gone to the very back of the grid, and that looks as though it's Nick Smith at the wheel of the Rochdale Olympic that is a little bit further down through the order. I'm not sure whether I've received an email as yet this morning, because we've been very busy with all of our technical issues. And let's see whether we have got starting drivers. No, we only have one single starting driver for the whole day, so we do need to try and get some starting drivers for this one at some point. So we'll get the race underway. So Connor Kay's TVR on pole position with the White Lotus of Steve Hodges alongside. 40-minute race. The pit window opens after 10 minutes and closes for the final 25 minutes. And it looks as though it's a good start from Connor Kay at the wheel of the TVR. Not a bad start also from Jeff Taylor, who might make it TVR 1-2 at this stage. A couple of cars starting from the pit lane, which include the Mike McBride, Matt Domin MGB. Well, in fact, there's several cars starting from the pit lane, lots and lots of cars starting from the pit lane, so maybe they didn't quite get to assembly area in time. David Thomas and Rob Burley's Ford Capri starts from the pit lane. Chris Winchester starts from the pit lane. Simon Tinkler started from the pit lane. The Triumph has started from the pit lane, which is going to be the TR4. And who else started from the pit lane? There's another car started from the pit lane as well. So few cars slow away, but it's Connor Kay that leads the way from Steve Hodges in second place. And despite the good start, Jeff Taylor at the wheel of his TVR Griffith is only there in third and might just drop down to fourth as nipping up the inside goes the Mark Campbell and Ben Ferguson Triumph TR5.
Yep, so already places being made from those who are a little bit probably lower down in qualifying. Some of them making their way through the dust which has been laid down from the coolant in the previous race. But yeah, Jeff Taylor is now fighting back, isn't he? Because all of a sudden he was third, he's now back down to fourth because he can't quite hold the corner as they turn away through Paddock Hill Bend. So up and down like a yo-yo at the minute for Jeff, but he pushes on, tries to get himself now ahead of that Campbell and Ferguson car, which turns its way in towards Druids Corner. But as it stands, it's the top two that head the way of Connor Kay in the 173 machine, and there in second place at the minute is the 43 machine, which sits just 0.8 of a second adrift at the minute. So Steve Hodges in his Lotus 7 Series 2, all over the back as they turn away through left of Surtees and right through McLaren. And in fact, that Campbell and Ferguson car now is onto the coattails of those two cars ahead. So we've got a nice little battle for the lead here with these three cars.
Yeah, Mark Campbell's done good things at the wheel of this Triumph TR5 over the years, largely driving solo, but last year or so we've seen him out sporadically sharing the car. Ben Ferguson shares the car with him today, and he's now attacking Steve Hodges, and as they head in towards Paddock Hill Bend, can't get the job done on the brakes on the way in, might try and get the undercut on the way out, but can't quite get there by the look of things. He's going to have another nibble on the way up towards Druids, got the inside line, and can't quite prise the door open on the way into the corner. Steve Hodges sprays it out around the outside, which becomes the inside when they get down towards Graham Hill Bend. So it's still TVR from Lotus, from Triumph at this stage as they turn their way through Graham Hill Bend.
Yep, and that Lotus is very much under pressure at the minute. And to be fair, looks like Jeff Taylor might be under some pressure as well from Ben Snee, because the 333 machine now has got itself onto the coattail. So 5 effectively for the lead of the race as they head their way for what's going to be the 3rd time through McLaren and on towards Clearways. And can that Campbell and Ferguson car now get its way through? In fact, behind, Ben Snee has got his way through. So on Jeff Taylor, he is now up and past into what's going to be 4th position. So the charge is on, but then of course with pretty much like the David and Goliath battles we have in swinging 60s, the acceleration sees the TVR back ahead briefly, and then Ben Snee turns the car into the corner and takes the place away. So Jeff Taylor now down to 5th position. At one stage in this race he was up into 3rd place, but slowly but surely Jeff Taylor, who's got to do the full 40 minutes on his own, is starting to languish down the order now. So Ben Snee up into what's going to be 4th position in that 333 machine. That's the Lotus Elan 26R, and then behind that we've also got the number 521 machine, which is the Pratts now. So the Morgan Plus A in 6th position, and they are starting to close the gap as well. So we had 3 for the lead, we now have pretty much 5 together, and the Morgan is on the charge. They're in 6th place as well.
Yeah, and that is started by Martin Pratt, because the starting drivers have just found their way to us. So over the start-finish line they come. Connor Kay leads away from Steve Hodges in 2nd place, and it's Mark Campbell that starts at the wheel of the Light Brew Triumph now that we've got the starting drivers for this race. Looks as though Jeff Taylor is looking to try and nip his way through at the inside of Ben Snee. Makes it stick on the way in towards Paddock Hill Bend, but on the way out of the corner, Ben Snee is trying to attack again at the wheel of the twin cam Lotus, but can't quite in the Lotus work its way back through again in the 26R. So Jeff Taylor for the moment has 4th place. Ben Snee drops down into 5th position. Martin Pratt will be there at 6th at the wheel of the Morgan. So it's fantastic to see all these different marks out there represented. You look across the grid and it's pretty much all of the manufacturers, bar a couple that were all British produced. Yes, we got the BMW of Tom Peed in there, we got the Datsun of Dean Halsey, but everything else, TVR, Lotus, Triumph, Morgan, MG, Turner, Austin, Hillman, Jaguar, Ford, which of course would have been built at Dagenham, and the Rochdale Olympics. So you've got all of these different manufacturers from the UK. We've got one car that's spun backwards on the start-finish line, I'm afraid to say, and that is William Tebbit, that is pointing in the wrong direction on the start-finish line, Matt. That's not a good place to be.
Not at all, no. So that car sits in a precarious position, so yellow flags will come out, and the safety car has been deployed at the same time as well. So the car is stationary in the approach to the start-finish line on the right-hand side for the drivers. How that's happened, not too sure, but we had a couple of incidents yesterday, didn't we, with a couple of cars into the pit wall, both of those quite heavily. Thankfully today, looks like that car has not had too much of an impact and just faces the wrong way. So recovery will need to be happening with that one. Marshall's already onto the circuit as well, so they'll go and check that the driver is absolutely a-okay, and again, as a precaution, the medical and ambulance heads its way to the start-finish line to check out the driver. But as it stands, that car now will start to drop its way down the order as the safety car has picked up the race leader. No, not quite, because Connor Kay is not there. He is probably 4 cars back from the safety car, but once everything has been sorted, those cars will be waved through and we'll get everyone in a long line just as the pit window will open in about 4 minutes' time. So this could be a pit window under a safety car, and that could cause a little bit of confusion for some of the teams, depending on how they want to split the strategy. If you're a single driver team, you can come in pretty much when you want. If you've got 2 drivers, you might want to get your second driver in a little bit later, all depends who's in the car at the minute. But we're under safety car. Connor Kay is your leader. The Campbell and Ferguson machine now up into 2nd place, and 3rd place is the number 43 machine as it currently stands. And we have had a bit of change under that safety car, so not too sure if a few didn't quite see it, and a couple have gone down and a couple have gone up.
Right, yeah, so they should, if that's the case. Now, sometimes it does happen that some drivers react to the safety car coming out slightly quicker than others, and if that's the case, and you realise it, then usually you don't end up in trouble if you give the place back almost immediately, because of course if you're in a squabble or a train of cars, sometimes in your peripheral vision you don't quite spot the flag quite as quick as some of the other drivers around you, and therefore you know, it's not a case for the defence, but if you give the place back, then it's almost, yeah, inadvertent, isn't it? So we've got course vehicles out there just dealing with the car that's stricken on the start-finish line, and then hopefully once we can get everything done and dusted, we will be good to get going. Drivers out of the car, and can't quite see whether there's any damage to it from here, but with that car pointing in the wrong direction on the start-finish line sort of begs the question as to how the car ended up there. As we said, we did have yesterday two cars, both Porsches actually, both Porsches 911, made contact with the pit wall, one right the way at pit lane entry, where Richard Chamberlain had a big off, and then there was another car which sort of, I think there was a very slight amount of contact in the race, and unfortunately another Porsche 964 hit the pit wall, went onto its roof and slid for about 25 metres on its roof down the start-finish line yesterday. Driver was fine, but the car was very second-hand after the incident, so to then have another car on the start-finish line in this race, very unusual. So safety car is out there, clock ticking away. The way that it works in the CSCC swinging 60s, the pit stops are subtly different to some of the other series that we have within the CSCC. So for the swinging 60s, it is no sort of minimum pit stop time in reality, so it's as quick as you can is the way that it's badged for the swinging 60s. So if you're a solo driver, then you enter the pit lane, you brake and stop down towards the pit lane speed limit, come into the pit lane, and if you're a solo driver, you can do one of two things. You can either remain behind the wheel of the car, but then you cannot exit the pit lane any shorter than a minute and a half after you've entered it, or you can opt to jump out of the car, both feet on the ground, close the door, open the door, get back in, seatbelts on, as quick as you can, and get the car back down pit lane. So if you can do that as quick as possible, you're likely to gain time. And of course, if you're sharing the car, in the likes of Mark Campbell giving way to Ben Ferguson, one car comes in, one driver hops out, the other one jumps in, and off they go. And again, it's as quick as they can do it. So unlike the races, if you were here yesterday or watching on the live stream, where the vast majority of them all had a minimum time in the pits, that's not the case for swinging 60s. It's as quick as you can get your pit stop done. As I say, if you are maybe a driver that's not in the first flush of youth, Matt, or you're not quite as athletic as some of the others, you do have the option of just staying in the car and waiting for the minute and a half to tick away.
Yeah, definitely. So the best way to sort those things out, and we still have the recovery of this car on the start-finish line, which is now with the recovery team there, so they're going to start to pick that up as best as they can. I think the driver is out, isn't it?
He is, yeah, he's out.
So
yeah.
Mark, you've confirmed that. So, yep, driver okay. And yeah, just the recovery now of that car. Looks like there might be a bit of damage on the right front, because there's almost like a crowbar which is being used to try and just pull the bodywork off the wheel there. So maybe it has had a bit of contact with the car or the wall, but that is now under operation. The pit window open board is about to be hung out as the first 10 minutes of the race have now elapsed. So it could be quite an eventful part of the race, with everyone diving into the pit lane if they choose to do so. You don't have to, but of course under safety car you do tend to lose less time as if it was green flag conditions. There might be a few that decide to come in this time round. The only one that has to serve an extra bit of time in the pit stop this weekend is Connor Kay, because he's the only one here this weekend who has won a race. All the others, like Mark Halstead and John Wolfe and Stephen Pickering and Ben Goff and Ben Tovey, have not decided to appear at Brands Hatch. So Connor Kay is the unlucky one and will have to serve that extra 20 seconds in the pit stop as it stands. So he'll lose a significant amount of time under this safety car, because 20 seconds will drop him well outside the top 10, I believe.
Yeah, I don't know where all those other drivers are that have won this weekend. There's only one driver I know why he's not here, and that is John Wolfe. The reason John is not here is because he's racing at Most in the Czech Republic this weekend in his TVR that he's done some good things with in the CSCC swinging 60s over the years. So the whereabouts of all the others remains a bit of a mystery to me at this stage. So we remain under safety car while it works its way around the circuit. The clearing up of the car in the process of being done, and then with some of the cars, more and more of them, looking to see if they can dive to the pit lane. It does make sense, as you say, get into the pit lane now, because if you can get your pit stop done under safety car, that is likely to put you in a strong position for part two of the race. So more and more cars coming in. In fact, I think there's only Tom Peed has stayed out at the wheel of the BMW. Pete Chambers has stayed out at the wheel of the Lotus Cortina. Ben Walker, was it Ben Walker that started that car? No, Dave Bye who now shares with Ben Walker. He was an addition to the programme, but it's found its way into our TSL timing screen. At the wheel of the Jaguar stays out. The number 10 MGA stays out, which is going to be David Eales. Matt Domin stays out at the wheel of the MGC GT. Car number 962 stays out, which is Josh Holmes who starts that car. Paul Linfield stays out, and Bob Fisher stays out as well. Other than that, pit lane's full, isn't it?
Certainly is, yeah, and you could argue that it's probably best to come in the next time round when the pit lane is a little less congested, because that might be the best thing to do, but of course you'll then be caught up by all those cars that have just pitted this time round. So that is the scenario down in the pit lane. All those that have completed that stop now heading back out onto the circuit, so off they go once again. Connor Kay will be serving his extra 20 seconds down there in the pit lane, and we'll see what he can do very shortly once this race gets back underway, to see if he can charge his way through the field once again. But yeah, those 8 cars that stayed out, we'll see if they do decide to come in on this occasion, because the lap time for the safety car is about 1:30 last time through, so I don't think anyone will lose a lap by the looks of it. There's a few stragglers which are just going to make their way to the end of the pit lane, one of those being Nick Smith in the 228 machine. So he in the Rochdale Olympic Phase 1 now goes back out onto the circuit, and I think there's only one that will fall a lap down now.
And that's good news that Connor Kay has been able to tick off his extra 20 seconds in the pits under safety car. That's a real lifeline for him, isn't it? Because if you spending that extra 20 seconds under green flag racing conditions, it's really going to mean you've got even more hard work to do in part 2 of the race. But for Connor Kay, that's a bit of a lifeline, isn't it?
Certainly is. 3 cars were actually held at the end of the pit lane just because the recovery team and ambulance were trying to get back into its place. So green light is now on. Those 3 cars have unfortunately gone a lap down as everyone else starts to catch up. Dean Halsey on the push now to try and get himself to the back of the safety car, along with Mark Cloutman in that Austin 840, which dived their way through Paddock Hill Bend. The scene now on the start-finish line is clear, so it wouldn't be too much longer until I think we have the safety car back into the pit lane. We've got one recovery truck just working its way onto the Grand Prix circuit, out of harm's way. We've got the last few cars in the pit lane who have now served that pit stop to head back out. So they might just allow the pack to catch back up, and then we should be good to go again, because the safety car along the back straight is just slowing things down. Still with the lights on at the minute, but yeah, not too long now, I don't think.
Yeah, sometimes because it is just a series, not a championship, we don't reorder the field. So it may well be that as you see in other things, you get cars waved by, so you have the race leader behind the safety car. CSCC, it's just a series, there's no championship points, so not always do we reorder the field. And the car that is behind the safety car at the moment is the Chris Weeks and James Hebditch Austin A50 Cambridge, which is a car that I think made its debut at Silverstone. We saw them out for the first time in this car that they'd newly acquired. They have not as yet completed the pit stop, have they? And the other car that hasn't completed the pit stop is the car that's second in the queue behind the safety car, which is Matt Domin, who shares with Mike McBride.
Yep, so that now takes up the lead of the race effectively, because there's 3 cars into the pit. So they are all barring one now to be served by the looks of it. In fact, someone a little bit further down might not have served that pit stop as of yet as well. So yeah, just 1 car to serve its pit stop. The rest now shuffle through the order. So effectively, when the safety car comes in, the car at the head of the field will be the race leader, but still with a pit stop to serve. That will be the 93 machine, Michael McBride and Matthew Domin. Michael McBride will be the driver to take that one over, but effectively it will become the 91 TVR Griffith of Jeff Taylor who'll take over the lead of this race. So after a bit of a sluggish start, he dropped down to 5th place, didn't quite have the pace that he needed, but it's been a good pit stop. He's come out in the lead, and he's up the road ahead of Connor Kay by how many places? 9 at the minute, so Connor Kay has got some work to do as well.
Just looking, it was a 58-second pit stop for Jeff Taylor's TVR. The fastest pit stop we've had has been done by the number 99 car, which is Simon Benoy in the Imp. He was out of the car, 2 feet on the ground, back into the car, seatbelts on and away within 55 seconds. And that includes the period of time to drive down the start-finish line. We get the race back underway, no overtaking until they've crossed the control line, and it will be Jeff Taylor who is looking to try and squeeze his way through into the lead of the race. But remember, we've still got a couple of cars which need to pit, one of which is the red MGC GT, the other of which is the Austin A50 Cambridge, which is still in the hands of its starting driver, which is Chris Weeks.
Yep, and with that, just under 24 minutes of the race now to go. So it gets a little bit frantic as everyone tries to find their way past some of the slower traffic, but it will be Jeff Taylor who brings them onto the back straight in the lead of the race. He's got the 1-2-3 machine behind him as well, so that's had a good start under the green flag. So Sean Hadrill in the Turner Mark 1 is all over the back as they turn their way through McLaren on this restarted lap. And I think we've also got the car of the Pratts up there as well, haven't we? Because the Morgan +8, if it looks like, yeah, that car should be somewhere in third place. So they are tentatively working their way through Clearways and Clark Curve. In fact, it's the Lotus which is a little bit higher up. That's the number 43 machine of Steve Hodges, the Lotus 7 Series, which now finds itself in third place.
Yeah, he's in third place, and up to fourth goes the Mini in the hands of Mark Nees, the man from the Netherlands. Ben Smee is next up, together with William Pratt, and of course, side by side with them is Connor Kay as well. So all of those cars all turning their way through Druids, all busy squabbling away for positions. Dropping down through the order goes the MGC GT of Matt Domin, which still needs to serve its pit stop penalty. Its pit stop, mandatory pit stop at some stage. Now, there's still another 7 minutes of the pit window being open, so there's no need for him to dive into the pit lane just as yet. But for the lead of the race, it is Jeff Taylor in the TVR that leads the way. He was 1.1 seconds to the good last time through. This time, as he comes over the start-finish line, he'll be able to see the little Lotus 7 of Steve Hodgetts in his mirrors, but Steve Hodgetts is still trying to weave his way through the traffic in this case being the number 1, 2, 3 car of Sean Hadrill.
Yep, certainly is. So down in towards Paddock Hill Bend they head once again. Turning through the corner they go. Head uphill as quick as they possibly can, but the door is slammed shut there in the face of Steve Hodges, so he can't get through in towards Druids corner. And of course, all of this you'd think would allow the race leader to get away, but that is not happening either, because Jeff Taylor is still just in the eyesight as they turn the way through Graham Hill Bend. Again, Steve Hodges trying to look down the inside line. They go either side of a back marker there. That's the number 10 machine of David Ills. So the MGA Roadster tries to stay out of the way, but in the process, Steve Hodges has now got his way through.
Connor Kay slowing down the Cooper Straight, so the pole-sitting car looking as though he's going to grind to a halt. He's off onto the grass at the end of the Cooper Straight, and he's going to head into the back entrance to the paddock area. So the pole-sitter, now has he got enough power to get the car fully out of harm's way? No, he hasn't. So he has stopped in what would not be deemed as a safe place, I'm afraid, the pole-sitter. So Connor Kay, who will also see out racing his MG in the Lackford Engineering Midget and Sprite Challenge later on, has parked the TVR up right at the very end of the Cooper Straight and on the outside of what is Surtees' dangerous spot.
Certainly is, yet. So we imagine there'll be a safety car period once again, just waiting for that call from race control, and that will allow the sole car, which hasn't stopped, to potentially come in before that pit window closes in about 5 minutes' time. But for Jeff Taylor, he's still the man that heads the way. But all of a sudden, Steve Hodges now starting to bring this gap down, because now he's got past Sean Hadrill. He's going to have a little bit of a nibble in towards the rear of Jeff Taylor, who goes straight down the inside line through Clearways, and there was no hesitation there whatsoever. But then in a straight line, the TVR Griffith might be able to come back here of Jeff Taylor. They head across the line, still no word of a safety car, so they can fight their way through.
Well, they won't need to now.
Oh, no.
Connor Kay's got it fired up again, has found his own way into the pit lane, Matt.
Good stuff, yeah. So you wouldn't believe it, but Control-Alt-Delete on a slightly older car has worked.
It has, yeah. So Connor Kay dives his way in towards the pit lane. Good fight going up towards Paddock Hill Bend now. John Crayston under pressure from the Datsun 240Z in the hands of Dean Halsey. So those two are not actually fighting for position. There was also locked brakes from Simon Benoit in the Imp as he was heading through that corner. But we've had a shuffle for the change for the lead of the race. Steve Hodges at the wheel of the Lotus 7 has nipped through and passed the car of Jeff Taylor. So it's the Lotus 7 that now leads the way. The grey TVR down into second place, and it looks as though already Steve Hodges is starting to edge away from the TVR.
There's a Crabbin Jaguar across the line as well, which is not too handy. So the 57 machine might be one for the pit lane as well of what's now going to be Ben Walker. So David Bye was the man who started that car. We've got another one slow, I think. Is that the Capri?
It is the Ford Capri, yeah, that'll be Rod Burley.
Yeah, so that comes slowly down towards Graham Hill Bend as well. That will be destined, I'm sure, for the back entrance or the pit lane. The Jaguar, by the way, has pulled off on the inside of Paddock Hill Bend down by the old Rallycross course, so that is out of harm's way. And then Rod will be fairly slowly in the Capri. Possibly, I think he's already come in through the back door there, so both those cars have got themselves out of harm's way.
Yep, so straight away Rod's wife Sue leaves the commentary box. He's going to wander down and have a word with hubby, find out what's gone on. So Steve Hodges leading the way at the wheel of number 43 Lotus. Second is 91 Jeff Taylor. Third is number 123, which is the Turner in the hands of Sean Hadrell, going really, really well, the Turner, having a great little squabble with other cars around him. Ben Snee is not that far back at the wheel of his light blue Lotus, number 333. He sits there in 4th place. Ben Ferguson in the number 26 TR is in 5th place, and it will be William Pratt now who's behind the wheel of the Morgan that completes the top 6 at the moment. So we've got, yeah, 3rd and 4th going through Paddock Hill Bend, and then 5th and 6th just heading up towards it now.
Yeah, Ben Snee's had a good run, hasn't he, so far in this race? He's been there or thereabouts, maybe a little bit delayed in the pit stop, but he's now going to try and make a move on Steve Hadrell before too much longer. So the dark blue car, the light blue car on their way down towards Graham Hill Bend, and they're not too far back now from Jeff Taylor, as there's another fight to look at as well.
There is, yeah. Dean Halsey has just gained a place in the Datsun 240Z, nipping up the inside of the Mini of Mark Neese, heading in towards Druids Corner. So the Datsun ahead of the Mini, and then right behind them is John Crayston as well at the wheel of his Lotus. Where is John in the order? Because you would expect him to be higher up, but at the moment he's a lap adrift of them, so it must all have been down to when he performed his pit stop.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if he might have been one of those held at the end of the pit lane, with the recovery trying to get back in. So that's a shame for John Crayston, down there in 17th position, but he still finds himself in a kind of battle. It's not going to be for place, but it's got the power to go through now on the outside of the 63 Mini. So Mark Neese drops not a position, but on the track he loses that to the car which has just gone through him, and then confirmation that Dean Halsey has been confirmed in 7th place at the end of that lap. A minute and a half there or thereabouts till the pit window closes. Everyone has now done their mandatory pit stop, so no one else is going to be in before the end of this race for a pit stop. But for Steve Hodges, he's now starting to extend his margin because he's 2.3 seconds clear of Jeff Taylor. That gap continues to grow lap by lap, and of course it's all probably down to a bit of traffic which they're having to deal with at the same time here. So Steve Hodges comes through for the 20th time of asking. Jeff Taylor in the TVR next goes through in 2nd. Ben Snee now is up into 3rd place. The job has been done to get him past the 1-2-3 machine, so that car now has dropped down into 4th position in the hands of Sean Hadrell, the Turner Mark 1, as it turns its way through Paddock Hill Bend. And in 5th position now is going to be that number 26 machine, so still just about hanging on is Ben Ferguson in the Triumph TR5.
Still got 16 minutes of this race to go for the first of our 2 races from the Adams and Page swinging 60s. This is Group 1. We'll see Group 2 out later on, and some of the cars will be taking part in both of the races that we'll see. 20 laps already completed by the race leader, who is just turning his way towards Clearways now and on towards Clark Curve. There'll be a little bit of respite before the next bit of traffic that he will catch, which will be the Rochdale Olympic Phase 1 in the hands of Nick Smith, who goes over the start-finish line now. The light blue number 228 car will be the next of those that Steve Hodges, our race leader, will catch. So the Lotus 7 leads the way. The TVR in 2nd place. Ben Snee in his Lotus 3rd, and pulling away from Sean Hadrell's Turner is there in 4th place. Then it is going to be the Triumph TR4 of Ben Ferguson, who's still got shadowing him all of the way, the Morgan in the hands of William Pratt. He just can't shake him off, can he?
No, good little fight there, isn't it, between those 2 cars for 5th and 6th place. They make the climb towards Druids Corner. Just keeping an eye on the gap between the top 2, because all of a sudden Jeff Taylor in the TVR has just taken a 2nd on that previous lap out of Steve Hodges, and I don't think they had too much traffic to deal with. So Steve Hodges is not really confirmed as our race winner. He's going to have a lot of pressure towards the end of this race. So the man who finds himself in Class L, he leads that, of course, as it stands. Jeff Taylor, who's behind, is the leader within Class Z. And then further back, our Class F leader is currently going to be that of the number 26 machine, which is piloted for this 2nd part of the race by Ben Ferguson. So he is hanging on to that class lead as it stands. What's happening for Ben Snee? Well, now that he's got past Sean Hadrell over the last couple of laps, that little mighty Lotus is now not too far back from the race leader. So it's all concertinaing together really nicely. Last time through, Jeff Taylor lost 0.2 of a second, but Ben Snee in 3rd place was 1.3 seconds quicker than Jeff Taylor in the TVR, and he was about a second quicker than the race leader of Steve Hodges.
So the pit window has now closed. Matters not. Everybody has conducted their mandatory pit stop. And we've also got a black and white warning flag going out for somebody. I don't know who it is, but it's suggesting on the timing screen there's a black and white warning flag for track limits for somebody at this stage. So Steve Hodges leading the way, has got traffic to deal with. That will be Mike McBride's MGC GT that is next to be gobbled up by the race leader. Now, I think Ben Snee is edging, isn't he, closer towards Jeff Taylor. Last time through, he's a full second quicker than the TVR ahead. So that's a change that could happen. And we have had a change now for 4th and 5th place, because Ben Ferguson with the Triumph TR4 is through and ahead of the number 1, 2, 3 turner of Sean Hadrell.
Certainly is, yep. So Sean just starting to drop down through the order now. I believe, yeah, Conor Kay's just gone back out to the circuit. So the team have possibly rectified that small issue. Conor will be a few laps down, but it's a good chance to test the car, because he will be out a little bit later on in swinging 60s Group 2 as well. So we'll see what the pace is like for Conor as he turns his way now through Surtees and up towards McLaren for what's going to be his 17th time of asking for the race leader. Steve Hodges about to come through. The gap between him now and Jeff Taylor is going to be a little bit bigger, and it's not actually going to be Jeff Taylor, because Ben Snee has got the job done. So Ben continues this great pace within the race. He's going to be passed back on the outside line though, down towards Paddock Hill. Ben then comes back down. He's very late on the brakes there, almost had no control of the car as it kind of wobbled from one side to the other. He finally gets it turned through, and up the hill he should be fine, because they'll hit the brakes, and through the corner that little Lotus Elan will be much suited to that right-hander. Yeah,
it's a 26R Elan as well, so it's the full race version of the Lotus Elan. So he is so much lighter and quicker through the corners, but Jeff Taylor has the grunt with the 5-litre engine in his Griffith, and I think he's going to carve his way back past him as they head along the Cooper Straight. Ben Smee tried to squeeze him, but no, the extra straight line speed allowed Jeff Taylor to rather effortlessly work his way through. But then they get to the twiddly parts again, and all of a sudden Ben Smee will be right onto the coattails of Jeff Taylor as they fight over 2nd and 3rd place. And of course, right behind them, he might be a few laps off now, is Conor Kay, who is going, well, we've got one car into the gravel, and I think that might be 228, which is the Rochdale Olympic Phase 1 of Nick Smith, Matt, is it, that's gone into the gravel trap?
Absolutely correct again. Well, a mark, yeah. So that car is quite heavily beached by the looks of it. You can see the rear end very much dipped down there, so it might have tried to drag its way through, but unfortunately that hasn't worked, and with that car very much buried, the safety car has now been called as well. So it brings us under another neutralisation, and what it does mean is that the top three are going to be very much close together, albeit for Steve Hodges. He's got a little bit of an advantage because he's got two cars between himself and what's going to be Jeff Taylor in the TVR. Conor Kay is there as well, and to be fair, the likes of Jeff and Ben might be thinking that Conor Kay is putting them a lap down, because normally he's quick and he's normally the leader, so they might be a bit confused here.
Yeah, I mean, they won't have pit-to-car radio, so unless they're getting signals from the pit wall, they're probably blissfully unaware that Conor Kay has only completed 17 laps so far, whereas they've all completed 25. That was how many laps Conor Kay lost with his retirement at the end of the Cooper Straight, and then bringing the car back into the pit lane, and then the team sorting it out. So the car that has set the fastest lap of the race is 26th in this race at the moment, and 4 laps adrift of anybody else. So Conor Kay is highly unlikely to make that up in the remaining 10 minutes of this race. So we'll wait and see as to how long this safety car period will be. It should be a fairly short one, because the telehandler is already on the scene and is about to scoop Nick Smith's Rochdale Olympic out of harm's way. So just to run you through the order then whilst we're under safety car. Number 43, the white Lotus 7 of Steve Hodges leads the way. In 2nd place is number 91, the TVR Griffith of Jeff Taylor. 3rd is number 333, Ben Snee, at the wheel of his Lotus Elan. And 4th is 521, which will be William Pratt behind the wheel of the Morgan. 5th place, it's 123, the blue Turner of Sean Hadrell, and completing the top 6, it's one of the few British cars that we have, one of the few non-British cars we have in the field, which is car number 240, the Datsun 240Z, in the hands of Dean Halsey. 7th place is 63, Mark Neese with his Mini. 8th place is 26, which is Ben Ferguson with the TR4. 9th place is 136, which is Steve Dickinson at the wheel of his MGA. He's gone well because he qualified down in 17th place, so he's done well to get up to 9th place. And completing the top 10, it's the Hillman Imp, part of the Roots group, weren't they, Hillman? And were based up at Coventry in the factory where their cars were built in the Midlands. Number 99, Simon Benoy, completes the top 10. So that's the order of the top 10 at the moment. In 11th, it's number 5, Tom Peed in the Beamer. 12th place is going to be the Austin A40, which is number 20, Mark Cloutman. Pete Chambers at the wheel of his Lotus Cortina Mark 1, number 66, is 13th. Chris Winchester with his Lotus is 14th, number 25. And Simon Tinkler with, I don't know which way to describe it. It's not yellow, it's more primrose, I would say. The primrose-coloured MGB GT, number 118, completes the top 15. And that's the top 15 cars that we have in the race.
Certainly is, yep. So safety car will be in at the end of this lap, which will give us probably just over 7 minutes of this race to resume the first group of the Adams and Page swinging 60s. A few to watch out for here, because of course the safety car and the pit stop at the same time did just jumble the order slightly with those who dived early and some of those who stayed out. So we could have some places to be made up from the likes of Dean Howsey. He's definitely going to be one to watch in Class F. He currently leads that at the minute. Always a good peddler is Dean in the Datsun 240Z. Currently works his way up into 6th position from where he started on the grid, which was 11th. So we'll see what he can do, as that car from the gravel trap now has been dug out, been told to go on his way, and hopefully that'll be able to catch the pack as well, to have a little bit of a run towards the end of this race for Nick Smith in that Rochdale Olympic Phase 1, which is not quite going to catch the back of the pack. But the safety car is in, and no surprise that Steve Hodges has gone, and with the traffic for Jeff Taylor, he cannot overtake until the line, so he can wait, and he can wait, and Ben Snee needs to wait here. He's gone far too early before the line, and Ben Snee has already made up a place before they get to the green flag, so that might be looked at for Ben. He should have waited at least till Jeff gone through, and he also overtook those slightly slower cars as well. So Ben Snee, who was making good progress, might now be coming undone.
Yes, because when it shows that you've changed position on the timing screen, it's quite obvious. It stands out like a sore thumb. In theory, all of the cars should have been in exactly the same order. There's a few cars that have been given penalties. Now, car number 962 is under investigation for pit lane speeding at this stage, but we've also got some other cars that are showing as though they might have potentially have picked up some sort of time penalties, one of which is going to be the MGB racer of Paul Linfield. He has got a 51.6 second penalty, Paul Linfield. That is because he opted not to do it as quick as you can. He said he was going to stay in the pits for a minute and a half from pit in to pit out. He was one of the drivers that opted for that option. Yeah. And then clearly he went way, way quicker than that. Bob Fisher opted for the same thing, to stay in for a minute and a half, and he then was minute and 26.5 seconds in the pit lane, so he picks up a penalty. And the other car that's picked up a time penalty is a 60-second penalty for car number 962, which I would imagine is to do with that pit lane speeding.
Yep, so they will all have to have that applied to their race time at the end of this race, which is not good news for them. They'll drop pretty much to the rear of the field, with the field so close together now after those 2 safety car periods. What is Ben Snee doing? Well, he is not quite catching up with Steve Hodges at the minute, but he's very much been pushed along by the multiple lap down car of Connor Kay, and he'll probably think, as I said, he's in a battle here with Connor. There'll be no real indication probably from the pit wall, but of course Ben will not want to let Connor go, knowing that he might be losing the position here, but he actually won't be. So up towards the line, those 2 cars come side by side. Connor Kay, of course, with the more quicker car, will go through and take the place away, but of course, as we said, that's not going to be for position. Still got then in 3rd place Jeff Taylor in his TVR. We've got William Pratt now in the Morgan up into 4th place, and Dean Howsey has also made that place up after the green flag into the top 5.
Yep, so he's put the Datsun 240Z through and ahead of the Turner of Sean Hadrell. And now another thing we need to keep an eye towards is the progress of Ben Ferguson at the wheel of his light blue Triumph TR4, because he is not that far away from catching up with Sean Hadrell's Turner. And then if he can catch that, he'll be right onto the coattails of Dean Halsey at the wheel of the Datsun 240Z. Those 2 cars having a really good squabble still for 5th and 6th place, working their way along the Cooper Straight. The Datsun still just ahead of the dark blue Turner, as over the start-finish line will come Steve Hodges. 30 laps already chalked into the book. That's now 31 laps completed by the race leader. The fastest lap of the race, still going to the car in 26th position. That's 4 laps adrift of anybody else, car number 173, Connor Kay. And in fact, he just sets the fastest lap of the race again and betters it as he comes over the start-finish line. 54.285 from the number 173 TVR, going to show that whatever the problem was with his car, Matt, that lost him the lead of the race and all of those laps, it's sorted.
Yeah, I think it's working okay now, isn't it? So he'll be happy with Connor. Team got the problem fixed during this race, which he'll have lost out on. But as we said, he'll be back out there for Group 2 as well, Will Connor Kay. So we'll give it another shot a little bit later on, see what he can muster up, and he's working his way nicely through Surtees and McLaren. And he might actually catch the race leader before the end of the race as well, especially with the pace he's setting out there on circuit with that 54.285, which he had just previously done across the line. Steve Hodges comes through then with 3 3/4 minutes left on the clock. He's doing 55-second lap times, so probably about 4 laps left in the tank for him. Ben Snee still finds himself in second for now, but that is possibly under investigation under the safety car overtaking, but of course the officials will decide what they need to do, if anything. And then Jeff Taylor currently finds himself on the overall podium and also leads Class Z as well, so he's having a good run in that TVR Griffith, which has stayed strong towards the end. Further down, the Mini of Mark Neese has just lost a position on that lap as well, because the 136 machine has now made its way through. So a good charge in this race currently for that machine as they turn their way in towards the exit of Paddock Hill Bend, head their way again towards the top of the circuit, and that is the battle all over 8th place.
Yeah, that's Stuart Dickinson at the wheel of the MGA again. That's picked up another place. That's the car I said earlier on had done well to start from 17th. Well, he's now up into 8th place, so going beautifully well. Over the start-finish line comes our race leader. Connor Kay in the TVR is going to unlap himself here, isn't he? So he is closing in on the race leader, Steve Hodges. Race leader did a 55.7 on that lap. It was a 54.4 for Connor Kay. So he is going to get at least one of the laps back. He is at the moment still 9 laps off the race lead, but is the quickest car out there.
Certainly is, yeah, doing a sterling job as he works his way down. So yeah, should get this lap back on this lap from Steve Hodges, and again he won't really know whether he needs to fight or not, will he? Because it's going to be a very confusing matter here, unless they would have seen that car sitting in the pit lane for some time, but possibly not. So Steve Hodges, hopefully he will realise and maybe just step to one side, but Connor Kay won't push it too much. Oh, and it looks like the Morgan of William Pratt might have to stop at the top of Druids Corner as well, because that we can see on our CCTV camera just creeping its way, possibly waiting for the traffic to go through. But yeah, he's now found some momentum. I've just had a moment there, and maybe not a problem. So the car is now back on its way. Seems to be okay from what we can see from the commentary box.
Yep, so all looks to be absolutely fine again now. So it must have just been, yeah, a moment that put him onto the outer edges of Druids there. So we've got, what have we got? A minute and a half to go in this race. Steve Hodges at the wheel of the Lotus, I think probably doesn't know that Connor Kay is not fighting him for position, because Steve Hodges is leading the race and has just set his best individual lap of the race so far. Why would you push that hard if you didn't think the car behind was racing you for position?
Yeah, definitely someone you want behind you if you're trying to hustle, isn't it? Because they're all now starting to push on here as Connor Kay takes the wide line in towards McLaren. But as we said, yeah, Steve Hodges doesn't really need to worry at all. He might be about to head on to his last lap. Let's have a look. With 60 seconds left on the clock, 55 seconds is what they're doing. Steve Hodges goes through now. It's going to be tight. We'll see what happens next time through, as Connor Kay does again fight for that inside line in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Steve Hodges still trying to put up a defence here, and in the meantime Ben Snee is only 4 seconds back, but in the space of the race we have left in this race, it's not going to be, I don't think, Ben Snee's chance to go through and take the lead. Jeff Taylor still sits in 3rd place, and Dean Howsey actually has made up a further position. So since we went back to green flag racing, Dean Howsey's gone from 6th to 5th, now to 4th place. So I did say that the Datsun 240Z was one to watch out for, and all of a sudden Dean Howsey finds himself in a very nice position in this race. Still leads Class F. He's not quite going to get himself onto the overall podium by the looks of it, because 2.5 seconds back from Jeff Taylor in the TVR Griffith he currently is. The checker flag is being readied, but whether it goes out this time or not, we'll have to wait and see. The clock now is at 5 seconds. It trickles down, and Steve Hodges will get it this time through. So yeah, for a winner for what's going to be the first time this year, Steve Hodges comes through in that number 43 machine. The Lotus 7 Series 2 takes the victory. Connor Kay is second on the track, but not second in the race after being multiple laps down. Ben Snee will come through then in 2nd position. That is, though, under possibly investigation after the overtake under safety car. He is 5 seconds adrift in the end. 3rd place goes the way of number 91, which is the TVR Griffith of Jeff Taylor. Dean Howsey gets the Datsun through in what's going to be 4th position, and then behind that we have the likes of Sean Hadrill, who had a good run in the 1-2-3 Turner Mark 1, so really good result for him, which picks up 2nd within the Z class as well. The 26 machine then comes through next in 6th position. That's going to be Mark Campbell and Ben Ferguson, who brought it the flag. 7th place goes the way of Dickinson, and then behind that, Mark Neese in the Mini was 8th. 9th place went the way of Tom Peed in his BMW 1600, and to round out your top 10 in the end, it was the number 99 machine, which was that car from Class Z as well, Simon Benoit in the Hillman Imp, to pick up a good solid result inside the top 10 and 4th within his class as well. In terms of the class winners, it was Steve Hodges who picked up the honours in Class L. It was Jeff Taylor in Class Z, Dean Housey in Class F, it was Dickinson in Class D, it was Class E, which went the way of the 66 machine, so that's Peter Chambers in his Ford Lotus Cortina, and then any other class winners down the order? No, it doesn't look like there are, so all of them finished inside the top 12. So after a full-on 40 minutes there with pit stops, a couple of safety cars, a couple of incidents to clear up as well. Everyone did fairly good job to get to the end there, but Steve Hodges did the best of anyone to pick up the victory by 5.1 seconds ahead of Ben Snee and Jeff Taylor. So 3 different cars on the podium for our first Adams and Page Swinging 60s race of the day. We'll have another one to look forward to a little bit later on. Group 2 will be going out. That includes some of the V8 powered cars from the 50s and 60s, which we very much look forward to having out there on circuit a little bit later. We'll have a chat with the drivers very shortly. Mark has made his way down to the pit lane to grab those 3 drivers, and we've got 2 more races on the way before our lunch break, before the Jaguar demonstrations, and also before the Morgan Challenge grid walk, which takes place during that lunch break today. They are going to be for the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens, which are on the way next, and also we'll have the first of 2 races today for the Lackford Engineering Midget and Sprite Challenge to look forward to in due course. But for now, I can hear noise in the pit lane, which means Mark is standing by.
I am, and Steve Hodges reigns in the car, so I'll bend down and have a word with you, Steve. You said to me before we came on microphone, did I win? Yes, you did, sir.
I was a little worried about a safety car at one point, but it was nice to know. And 2 years on the trot.
Yeah, well done, your first one of the year. Yeah, Brands Hatch clearly a happy hunting ground.
Yes, absolutely. I enjoyed it last year with the same opponent, so it was good fun.
Did you know that Connor Kay, who was sort of behind you towards the end of the race, did you know that he'd lost several laps as a result of a problem mid-race?
No, but I'm sorry for Connor, but you know, that's racing.
Well, I guessed you didn't know, and that was largely because towards the end of the race, I saw you pop in your fastest lap time of the race when he was behind you, and I thought, well, you wouldn't be pushing that hard if you knew he was 7 laps adrift.
Oh, right, well, always push hard. You never know what's coming up behind you, do you?
Brands Britania, good crowd, what an event.
Fantastic. Always love to come here. One of my favourite circuits, if not the favourite, and my home circuit now.
Your home circuit, your favourite circuit, but of course you win here, which means that you'll pick up an additional time penalty.
Oh yeah, well the little car is ideal for this circuit, isn't it? You know, all the bigger cars have it down the straight, but we watch their brakes, you know, go and their tyres go, and this thing just keeps going.
Well done, Steve.
Thank you very much.
There we go, there's our race winner, Steve Hodges. Let's grab a quick word with Ben Snee, if we can, who finished in 2nd position on the road at least. Ben, we grab a word with you. 2nd, I'm going to say, on the road for you, largely because there was a little bit of shuffling in the order just as we went back to green flag after a safety car period.
Yeah, it still stands though, I hope.
I don't know.
Yeah, no, well, I waited for the green light to come on, and I think that I sort of just got a better getaway. So I'm hoping that was all right.
It was a good squabble. You were always fighting with somebody.
I was having a lot of fights. It was fantastic fun, but I was fighting mainly with the TVR in front of me, but I didn't realise that wasn't for position, so there was quite a lot of wasted energy, but it was good fun. It was very slippy out there as well. But, yeah.
And it's one of the circuits where you don't get any respite at all. There's always a corner or a very short straight, but not many chances to relax.
It's a constant corner, except for this bit, and then you've got the TVRs and the V8s on your tail, so there's no time to relax or think about anything. So you've just got to sort of go for it, really, which is what I tried to do.
That's a great thing about what we see out in the swinging 60s. Is you got 2 cars which deliver the same lap time, but the way that they deliver it is very different.
Completely different. If it was wet, it would have been a different story. You know, that would have been quite good, some damp. But obviously in the dry, the V8 gets it up the straight, and then we get them around the corner. We had a big little squabble at paddock. People saw that, and I nearly went off because I didn't get third gear in time, and I was squabbling around in fourth, but just managed to make it. But yeah, it was good fun.
And you're back out later on, aren't you?
Yes, it's going to be quite a hectic day. I've got another one at the second swinging 60s, and then the Classic K later on at 4:35, I think.
Go and have a rest. You'll need it. You'll need it. And let's have a quick word with Jeff Hodges. Jeff, you were Jeff Taylor, I should say. You were leading. You were second. You were third. You were everywhere, but always at the sharp end.
You know, I was going backwards. Yeah. It was slippery out there for me anyway. I think my tyres are well past their best. Yeah, I nearly wiped it along the pit wall, as we've seen quite a few cars do this weekend. So glad I didn't do that, and quite relieved to actually finish the race.
I suppose when the tyres are going off, the one good thing is you've got a really torquey engine, so I suppose you can go a gear higher and not have to worry about it too much.
No. No, it's you've got to keep it in the power window, and of course there's a few straights that you can squirt onto, but these guys are so fast around the corners, unless you get a good run out as well, you're not going to catch them. You're into another corner because it's such a short circuit. So Grand Prix circuit would be a different story. We'd be able to get away a bit, but getting the drive out of the corners is key.
A bit like Ben, you'll be back out later on as well?
Yes. Yeah, I'm going to go and rehydrate and maybe have a little snooze, and hopefully I'll have the energy to do the next race as well.
And hopefully we'll chat to you in the top three.
Starting raining as well.
It is, there are a few spits of rain. That can stay away. So well done to our top three drivers in the Adams and Page Swinging 60s Group 1. We'll see the Group 2 race out later on, which will include some of the cars that we've just seen. But next up for you, it's the Gold Arts Magnificent 7, so we'll go back upstairs to the commentary box and Matt Suckling.
Thank you very much, Mark. Yep, as always, good to hear from our drivers down there. We'll have the Mag 7s out onto the circuit very shortly indeed. As we keep saying, lots to do here at Brands Britania this year. Of course, we've got the grid walk coming your way at 1:30 this afternoon. So if you want to get on the grid and get up close and personal to some of the Morgans and drivers, then that is your chance to do so. It's going to happen at 1:30 this afternoon. So make sure you're queuing in the right position on the circuit towards the top of Paddock Hill Bend. You'll see the ambulance gate, and that's where you need to start queuing. Get there nice and early, around about 1 o'clock, and we'll get you onto the grid and we'll have a look around some of those cars down there, and of course we'll have some Jaguar demonstrations to look forward to beforehand as well. So that's very much to look forward to. Your chance to get onto the circuit here today at Brands Hatch. We have another Punch and Judy show on the way at 1 o'clock, so if you fancy having a little look at that, then make sure you are there for 1 o'clock as well. That will be taking place in the entertainment zone across the course of the day. Got another one at 4 o'clock also, so of course the classic puppet show that we all love from many years ago, still going strong these days, so that'll be delighting audiences with slapstick humour and timeless storylines along the way as well. So that's happening at 1 o'clock. We've also got the TTC diecast crew here today. They'll be in attendance with what are the largest retailer of model buses in the UK. They also sell railways, trucks, aircrafts, cars and much more. That's all going to be taking place behind the hospitality units here at Brands Hatch today as well. So go and have a little look around. If there's anything you fancy buying, then of course make sure you have a little look and take some souvenirs home. And just to say as well, the UK Paper Band are in operation today between 11 and 1, so they're very much underway. They'll be playing some of the UK's best known hits and some classics you have forgotten about. So the UK Paper Band, and again they'll be doing that thing over there in the entertainment zone, which is pretty much along Colin Chapman Way. As Mark alluded to, rain has unfortunately started to fall in.
And some of these cars are on slicks, Matt.
Oh, that's not too good, is it? So they're going to have to be very, very careful indeed. I think it's just a passing shower. You can see blue skies in the distance, so it has been quite a windy weekend so far, so hopefully this blows through in the next few minutes and we can get this race underway. But this, as we said, is the Gold Arts Magnificent 7s. The grid we can take you through now for the first of 2 races today, and it's going to be number 92, Colin Watson, who finds himself on pole position, alongside number 42, which is Richard Carter. The second row is then made up of number 80, which is Tim Davis, joined by the number 9 machine, which is the Jones and Donovan machine. That's going to be started by Stuart Donovan. The third row then has number 16, which is Martin Ledbetter. Alongside is going to be number 241, which is the Redmonds. That's going to be started by Charlie. Fourth row of the grid is going to be number 79, started by Leo Bell, joined by number 685, which is Abigail Witt. The fifth row, number 19, is Lee Powell, and 93, Will Arif. The sixth row, number 36, Andy Yeomans, and 4, Chris Orcock. The seventh row is going to be number 75. That car, we're not too sure who the starter is. That's the Spicer and Randall machine, with 66, Alexander Dobrin alongside. The eighth row then sees number 8, Tom Cantillon, and 199, Nigel Liddell. And the final row will be number 95, James Malady, and 121, which is Kenneth Baird, to give us the 18 starters for our first magnificent sevens race of the day. The raindrops, I think, have just started to ease slightly, but we're going to get the race underway for 20 minutes, lights out and a bit of squirreling, and we've already got one off, no surprise whatsoever with the damp conditions. It's going to be the Jones and Donovan number 9 machine. They were warned on the gantry about caution rain, and of course when the foot goes to the pedal and acceleration on a slippery surface with slick tyres, unfortunately that car has come off worse than expected. So Stuart Donovan with the right front damage. We're going to get the safety car straight away, so it's meaning that the field will come under the control of that safety car on the run down towards Graham Hill Bend. Stuart is fine, he's just about to clamber out of that car, but it went sideways quite rapidly there, and unfortunately made contact with the barrier, and with the grass being slightly slippy as well now, that means that he will take no further part in this race. So a little bit of a shame. Stuart Donovan was the man for this race. We'll have to wait now and see if Robert Jones gets the chance to pilot the car a little bit later on, but how quick the fix will be, I'm not too sure. But Stuart can't quite believe it. He puts his head on his race helmet and is now told to head across the track into the pit lane. So after all of that, we didn't get too much racing down towards Paddock Hill Bend. So Colin Watson is your leader with what's going to be Richard Carter. In fact, has Richard Carter gone through? I think he has actually, into the lead of the race now, because Colin Watson in his boss machine, is down into second position. So Richard Carter is the car that actually leads the way. The green, light green machine out front. Colin Watson in second place, and then third place looks like it's going to be Tim Davis. So yeah, where he started is where he currently finds himself at the minute, with 18.5 minutes left on the clock. We are going to need the flatbed for this one as well, because it cannot be towed by trackside recovery. I'm not too sure if they're aware that there has been right front damage to that car, but they're going to go onto the scene anyway. So the Mag 7s, if you're not familiar with these cars, we've got different class structures to look forward to. Normally we have a couple of groups for Mag 7s, but for this weekend they are all together. Multiple class racing, 2 groups, which accommodates a wide range of 7 Series cars, which include Lotus 7 Series, the 3 design. You've got the low cost, Caterhams, and also the Lotus Westfield are some of the cars that can enter these races. Majority these days do actually come from Caterham. I think every car, barring one, is a Caterham on the grid this weekend, but as I said, it does allow for multiple 7 Series cars to enter these races. Has been running since 2009, has grown in popularity over the years as well, but with quite a few Caterham and other championships, people have decided to race elsewhere in terms of a championship. Of course, the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens is a series, so there are no championship points at the end of each race, but of course you do get a trophy for the wins you take. In terms of the classes we have this weekend, we have Class C. That is for the cars which have a power output of 186 to 260 brake horsepower. We've also got Class E in operation this weekend as well. That's for cars with a power output above 301 brake horsepower. Got Class TA, which is for cars with a power output up to 135 brake horsepower, and also classes B, C and D, which are slightly more powerful than those within Class TA. So they are the cars we have out there. It is going to be Richard Carter that comes through behind the safety car as our leader. Colin Watson still second, and Tim Davis there in third place. The Redmonds are next up, so Charlie Redmond for this first race. It will be William Redmond we have out in race number 2, and then for 5th place is going to be Martin Ledbetter as they work their way across the line. Still under safety car, we've got the race start under investigation as well. I don't think there was any problem with what happened for the number 9 machine. As I said, just a little bit too heavy on the accelerator, which served that car into the barrier. And the trackside recovery team, I've got to drag it actually, so I thought that might have needed a lift, but they're going to take it very gingerly down in towards the pit lane exit. And as I said, hopefully we'll see that car back out. If they can get the job done to repair it, they might be lucky. They're not back out racing until 5:30 this afternoon, so there's time in hand, but whether they have the parts to do that, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, such a shame. It may well be that if they don't have the parts, and someone like Boss Racing, who've got a few cars in the field, or maybe Team Leo's, who might have a few spares with them. So I'm sure that they will try and sort it out and try and get that car back out, so at least Robert Jones can have the opportunity to drive the car later on. But that was just unfortunate, Matt, wasn't it? Just as the rain came, is one of the categories that we've got where some of the cars can race on slick, so any of the cars that are in Class S in reality run on the slick tyre. Any of the cars that run in Class T and all of the subcategories thereof would be running on the treaded tyre. And it was unfortunately one of those cars in Class S, so it was on a slick tyre of Stuart Donovan that just got caught out.
Yeah, and it's just as that rain fell, wasn't it, where the cars were in the assembly area ready to go, and of course it had a bit of a downpour, but all of a sudden it has cleared up once again. So as we said, rain pushing through today with these windy conditions. A little bit of sunshine now will dry the track up, and we should be in for some good racing. It all depends who is kind of willing to go for it early on and take those risks. Others might just save themselves for the latter part of this race, but it is only 20 minutes. We've got 14 and a half of those now left on the clock. Safety car is going to lead the track this time through. So Richard Carter, who made that initial burst down towards Paddock Hill Bend to get the lead away from Colin Watson, is going to be the man to lead them back to green flag racing this time by.
Yeah, and of course he runs in Class TD, so he is on a treaded tyre, whereas Colin Watson runs in Class SE, and the S indicates that he is on a slick tyre, and because he's in SE, he's on a slick tyre in the most powerful class we have as well. So Colin Watson has got a lot of work to do at the wheel of his Caterham C400 to try and contain the wheel spin in this one, and his teammate behind from Boss Racing in the Black and the Dayglow car, Tim Davis, exactly the same, Class S but SE, so power output of over 300 brake horsepower, slick tyres. What could go wrong, Matt?
Yeah, he got a bit of a wiggle on there as he accelerated towards the line, did Colin Watson, so there is parts of the circuit which will be a little bit more treacherous than others, so let's see how Colin Watson deals with this through Paddock Hill Bend. He's sticking with, isn't he, Richard Carter through Paddock, so that's good. Tim Davis has just dropped back slightly in that third position, and then in fourth place at the minute it's going to be Charlie Redmond, who's on the tail of our third place driver Tim Davis. So through they go. Of course the slower parts of the track won't be too bad. It'll be the faster bits where they use their acceleration, which might be a little bit harder for those on slicks to handle. And again, as he accelerates, Colin Watson just getting that back end stepped out. But again, he's raced within Mag 7s for many, many years, so he'll probably know how these cars handle and what the limitations are of it. But for now, he's just doing his best to stick with the race leader.
Yep, he's trying as hard as he can. Of course, as the track dries out, then the slick tyre is going to come back to him as long as there's no further rain that falls. But for the moment, it's still going to be tricky. The tyres are still going to be that little bit colder. Once you build a bit of temperature, then it will really start to come alive. So Colin Watson over the start-finish line was about 1/10.5 of a second slower than the race leader Richard Carter that time through. He edges up closer to him, and now, by the look of things as they head uphill, those two are pulling away from Tim Davis, who sits there in third position. Fourth place at the moment is going to be the Redmond's car, which is going to be Charlie Redmond behind the wheel of the car that's there in fourth place. Fifth place is going to be Leo Bell, isn't it? And completing the top six at the moment, that looks like it's Martin Ledbetter in almost the burgundy car that completes the top six the way things currently stand. But Richard Carter doing a grand old job. Treaded tyres certainly helping him at this stage, but at some point, Matt, the circuit conditions are going to change, and that's going to roll the dice back into the favour of those that are on the slicks.
Yeah, we'll start to tip the other way, won't it? So effectively, Richard Carter needs to make hay while the sun shines, because it could, as you said, come back to Colin Watson in the second half of this race, which we're not yet into. Just under 12 minutes to go as Tim Davis blasts through in third place, just starting to pull the gap now over the car of William Redmond. That gap has extended to 2.1 seconds, and then the next car through will be that of Leo Bell, who goes in this first race. The closest battle we possibly have on the circuit is for now 6th position, so under pressure here is going to be Martin Ledbetter as they turn their way through in towards Paddock Hill Bend, being chased all the time now by Abigail Witt.
Yeah, so Abby Witt at the wheel of the sole non-Caterham we've got in the field, the GBS 0. We'll see Abby out racing in the Swinging 60s race later on, won't we? When she's out there with her father. But Abby going well, trying to see whether she can close onto the coattails of the burgundy-coloured car in the hands of Martin Ledbetter. If she can, that would get her inside the top 6. But for the lead of the race now, it looks as though Colin Watson all of a sudden has got the temperature in the slick tyres. A big wiggle again as he comes on to the Brabham straight that time through, but Colin Watson sets the fastest lap of the race and nips up the inside at Paddock Hill Bend of Richard Carter to take the lead of the race away. 55.279 seconds was the fastest lap of the race, and he's now into the lead.
Yeah, Richard didn't fight that too hard, did he? He knew that Colin was going to be quicker, so he let him go on that occasion, and then now Richard will try and keep himself ahead of Tim Davis. He might actually try and fight back on Colin Watson, because this is the part of the circuit where it is probably the most greasiest out there. So again, on acceleration, Richard Carter will try and get himself alongside that of Colin Watson as they go down towards Surtees, which is another treacherous part of the circuit at the minute. I can't quite see. I think there are still a few drizzle spots out there, so the track not getting drier as it stands. It's just that Colin Watson has got now the temperature in the tyres and feels a little bit more confident with this beast underneath him as he accelerates again towards the line. Tim Davis has closed the gap now on the top two as well, and Richard Carter almost thought about going back through for the lead. He might try it down towards Paddock Hill Bend. No, Richard not quite brave enough on the brakes compared to Colin Watson. So it's Watson to Carter to Davis. Those three separated by less than 9/10 of a second.
Yeah, it's because Colin Watson has to be so gingerly with the throttle coming out of Clark Curve, otherwise he gets a bit of a wiggle on, whereas for Richard Carter, he hasn't got quite as much power and he's got the treaded tyre, so he can get on the throttle that little bit earlier and doesn't need to sort of wait until the car's got some grip. So they head through Graham Hill Bend, Colin Watson, Richard Carter, and then the black car with the Dayglow orange rollover hoop in the hands of the man from Orpington just down the road, Tim Davis. They've got traffic up the road that they need to deal with as well, which will be the car number 95, I think, of James Melody, will it? No, it's the black car, so that will be Nigel Liddell that they've just worked their way through and past. And now Tim Davis might have a nibble here to try and get second place away from erstwhile race leader Richard Carter. Colin Watson leads, Richard Carter in second, but under pressure from Tim Davis. It's a Boss Racing 1-2-3 at this stage.
Certainly is, yep. So diving down towards Paddock Hill Bend once again. 9 minutes left on the clock. Up towards some more traffic now does go that of Colin Watson. And again, nicely down the inside line, he does go. So that's going to be the 75 machine of Stephen Spicer, who they get through on this occasion. All three through without any harm whatsoever. Lights ablaze now for Richard Carter as he tries to put the pressure on in terms of the race and also with the lights onto our race leader down towards Surtees. There's another brace of 4 cars now to try and get their way through. So if Richard Carter plays this right, he might be able to go for the move down the inside line on towards Clearways and Clark Curve. There's no way through there because Colin Watson was working his way through the traffic. So again, accelerating across the line. Colin Watson is now picking up the pace. Richard Carter is trying to stay with him, and Tim Davis is just lurking at the minute in the background. They all charged in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Surprisingly, Richard Carter was the quickest on that lap.
He was, yeah, absolutely. Picks up the fastest lap of the race with a 52.041. So they've dealt with the next little bit of traffic, which was Alexandra Dobrinin, and then they will wiggle their way through past Andy Yeomans before too much longer. Andy at the wheel of the blue and the orange car stays out of harm's way, allows Richard Carter and Tim Davis to squeeze their way through and past just before they get towards Graham Hill Bend. And then, of course, you get through there, and then there's another bit of traffic that needs dealing with. Will Arif at the wheel of the C400 that's prepared by Boss Racing is going to be the next of those that will get dealt with. And also you've got the other Boss Racing car that's about to be gobbled up as well, which is going to be the next of those, which is going to be James Melody, I think. So they work their way over the start-finish line. 3 for the lead of the race, and they're almost overlapping here. It is still just Colin Watson that has the lead of the race from Richard Carter in second place. And Tim Davis in third, this time sets the fastest lap of the race with a 51.617.
Yeah, still got the Redmond car in 4th position, so they're a little bit distant now, having a little bit of a fight with the number 79 machine, which is the Bells car, so they will be across the line very shortly. But yeah, the top 3 are very, very close together at the minute. Again, it's Lebanon flowing in different parts of the circuit. Down towards the braking zone, Colin Watson just loses a little bit of ground in the race lead, but now the acceleration and in a straight line seems to be coming towards him. So the track getting ever better and a little bit drier for Colin Watson, but that doesn't deter Richard Carter from giving it a go. And of course, here's the man in the middle at the minute. He's got Tim Davis all over the back of him as well, who's going to try and make a move at some point, I'm sure, within this race. He gets a good run through Clark Curve as they accelerate towards the line. They'll make their way past Kenneth Bird in the Caterham R300 down towards Paddock, and all 3 of them again don't delay in getting past that back marker. So through they go onto the 13th lap of the race now. 6.5 minutes left within this race, and still Colin Watson heading it by just over half a second. So I wouldn't say it's comfortable, but he's got a slight buffer at the minute.
Car number 3 under investigation for the safety car restart. Now that is the number 3 car of Jeremy Adams, who didn't qualify yesterday. Jeremy didn't appear on the grid sheet yesterday, but is out today. He was on the entry list, but just we didn't see him. So leading 3, working their way through the traffic. Richard Carter, I would say, still doing a grand job of hanging on to second place because, of course, he's got the slick shot. Tim Davis behind him. Colin Watson set the fastest lap of the race last time through on a 50.313. He was still only 7/10 of a second up the road from the lime green car of Richard Carter. This time as they go through, it's another fastest lap of the race for Colin Watson as the conditions ever improve. 50.244. He leads by over a second.
Yeah, probably the first time in this race that he's had that lead over a second. So it's now starting to come to him as we expected it might do, with the conditions working in his favour. But the question now will be, can Richard Carter hold on to this second place? Because the ever-present Tim Davis is there in the number 80 machine, so he will try his best to get through. But the defence is strong at the minute from the number 42 machine of Richard Carter. He turns his way through Surtees and towards McLaren. There's going to be another 4 or so back markers to work their way through before too much longer as well. So I think within the next 5 minutes they'll definitely get there. They might be able to get there within the next lap or so, actually, as the 16 machine of Martin Ledbetter also gets his way through. He is putting a lap on another car, so we've got lapped cars being lapped by other lap cars, so it's all happening here at the minute as they turn their way towards Druids.
Did you mention that car number 3, which was under investigation for the safety car restart, has now got a drive-through penalty? So Jeremy Adams, all of the hard work he'd done to work his way up to 6th position from the back of the grid, he's got it all to do again because he'll have to dive his way in towards the pit lane. Traffic to be dealt with as they wiggle their way through and past the number 199 car of Nigel Liddell. That delays Richard Carter a little bit and means that he is now under pressure still from Tim Davis. There's more traffic to deal with, and Tim Davis nips one side of the back marker, Richard Carter goes the other. The door opens up and Tim Davis sneaks through and takes the opportunity as they lap. I think that was James Melody, wasn't it, that they worked their way through and past. But Tim Davis now up into second place. Richard Carter, delayed by the traffic, drops down into 3rd.
Yeah, very unfortunate there for Richard, wasn't it? He didn't really know which way to go. The car was very much slowing through the corner, and yeah, James Melody was the man who just kind of split the two in 2nd and 3rd place. Tim went for the inside, Richard for the outside, and that deemed to be the wrong way to go for Richard. So he's now dropped down to that 3rd position. He will have a chance to try and get his way back through over the course of the next 3.5 minutes as he locks up quite drastically in towards Graham Hill Bend. Far too late on the brakes there, just caught the white line on the exit of the corner, and of course with the grass being wet and damp parts of the circuit, he just struggles to get himself back onto the tarmac. So also in the process there, I think he may have been a little bit frustrated of losing that place to Tim Davis, but unfortunately it's now all unfolded itself and he's very much a distant 3rd place.
Yeah, such a shame for him because he hadn't really done a great deal else wrong in the race so far. New fastest lap of the race again for Colin Watson, a 50.107 from him. He now leads by 3.4 seconds from his Boss Racing teammate, which is Tim Davis. It's another Boss Racing prepared car, Richard Carter, that's there in 3rd place. Through and over the start-finish line shortly will be Charlie Redman, who's there in 4th position at the wheel of the white and the red machine. He'll be coming through. Leo Bell, number 79, is there in 5th place, and 6th, but still to serve the drive-through penalty, car number 3, Jeremy Adams.
Yeah, he'll have to do that fairly shortly. You normally get 3 laps to do that, so he might be under further investigation if he's not careful. We've got possibly now that car into the pit lane as it comes through now in towards the final corner. I think there is one destined for the pit lane. It might be that one serving its drive-through penalty. So yeah, it is now in, so that's going to get that done and potentially head back out into the race. Richard Carter still making his way through some traffic as he heads across the line for what's going to be the 17th time of asking, but he's now going to be, unfortunately, over 5.5 seconds back from Tim Davis, who in turn is near enough 4 seconds adrift of Colin Watson. So he's worked through the traffic well, he's done what he needed to do, he's got the tyre temperature up to where it needs to be, and he's handled these slightly greasy conditions very well indeed, has Colin.
He has, yeah, superbly well as Colin, who took the opportunity to go over and race at Daytona when Classic Sports Car Club had the invitation to go and race there, shipped the car over. Wasn't the only driver from Boss Racing to do so, but shipped the car all the way over to the States and raced at Daytona, which was one of those things on his bucket list when I was chatting to him earlier on. He'll be about to start his penultimate lap of the race this time through, so 1 minute and 36 remain on the clock as he comes over the start-finish line. He's lapping in about 50 seconds, so Colin Watson now onto lap number 19, should squeeze 20 laps out of this one. We also have a black and orange flag now being displayed for Will Arif, so there's clearly a mechanical issue with his car that he might not be aware of, and Will, who has got huge amounts of racing experience, been racing for the best part of, I would imagine, 40, if not longer years, as Will Arif. He'll be destined for the pit lane to get his car checked out. There's no obvious signs of anything wrong with it that I could see as he came out of Graham Hill Bend, but clearly the officials have spotted something that's not quite right with the C400 Caterham that he drives. So Colin Watson about to head onto his last lap of the race and is about to come through and over the start-finish line now to start that last lap. So through goes Colin, on course for a win in the first of our 2 Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens races. Tim Davis in second place is now 3.2 seconds adrift of him, so he's about half a second quicker than the race leader last time through, but that's more just Colin pacing himself and knowing full well that he's built the advantage nice and early on, doesn't need to worry about pushing too hard on the final lap, and it looks as though Colin Watson is on for a win. Richard Carter is still the first of the treaded tyre class cars as well, so he leads Class D, TD at this stage in what is 3rd position, but he's now 7.7 seconds adrift of Tim Davis and nearly 11 seconds shy of the race leader, having led earlier on when the conditions were very different indeed. So for Colin Watson, he's about to press the accelerator, shift up through the gears and head towards the checkered flag, and he's going to win the first of our Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens races here at Brands Hatch. Colin Watson claims the win. Tim Davis, number 80, comes through in 2nd place. Richard Carter in the lime green car will finish in 3rd position as he heads towards the checkered flag now. 4th place will be very shortly over the start-finish line, which will be the number 241 car, which will be in the hands of Charlie Redman for this first race. And we've already had the cars in 5th and 6th take the checkered flag. Leo Bell, number 79, finishing in 5th, with Martin Ledbetter in 6th already, having gone through to take the checkered flag. And the drive-through penalty for Jeremy Adams sees him 7th in the end, having done that drive-through penalty for some sort of infringement at the safety car restart. Abby Witt comes through at the wheel of the sole GBS that we've got in the field, the GBS 0, finishing in 8th place. And then wait the arrival of the car in 9th place, which will be car number 19 to come through, which will be Lee Powell, who will finish in 9th position. Will Arif will complete the top 10, but he was shown the black flag, black and orange flag to start with, then became the black flag from him. So let me just confirm some results for you then for the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens. So it's the first of 2 races for them. They'll be back out later on today, where a driver that wins this one will have a grid drop for race 2 later on. The results then, it is Colin Watson that claims the win by nearly 3 seconds in the end from Tim Davis, who was in 2nd place, and Richard Carter was the first of the treaded tired cars home, finishing in 3rd place. Charlie Redman was there in 4th place with Leo Bell in 5th. Martin Ledbetter was 6th. Jeremy Adams had a drive-through penalty but still finished in 7th place, with Abby Witt in 8th place. 9th place went the way of Lee Powell, and completing the top 10 was Will Arif. In 11th it was Andy Yeomans. 12th place went to the number 4 car, which was Chris Orcock, ahead of the 13th place car, which was Tom Cantillon. And then it was Alexandra Dobrinin that was there in 14th position. 15th place was Kenneth Baird, ahead of 16th, which was number 75, Stephen Spicer for that race. Nigel Liddell was in 17th place, and James Melody was there in 18th place. Only one car was a non-finisher, and of course that was the car that had the incident on the start line in those tricky conditions. Stuart Donovan out of the race before it really got underway. So Matt Suckling this time has made his way down into the pit lane, and hopefully can chat to the top 3 following Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens, race number 1 of the weekend.
Very much, Mark. Yep, so we made our way down to the pit lane, and we have our race winner with us as well. So Colin, if you just come and stand with me here so we can get you on the camera. Well done. That was a bit of a tricky race to start with. A bit greasy out there, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. I know Richard will be quite quick off the start because they've got treaded tyres, and our slicks, it would take a few laps for them to come in, but they did in the end, so it was all good.
Yeah, you just had to be careful on that power, because we could see you a few times using it and it was swapping out on you.
Yeah, I nearly ended up in the pit wall, but it was good. It was good. Yeah, good race.
It was great to watch, actually. Richard kind of was with you for the first part, then of course traffic played its part.
Yeah, the traffic and the drying track, it come into our own, me and Tim, so it was good. Yeah, all good and fair racing.
It's a fast and frantic circuit, though. You don't get any rest at all, do you?
There's no respite, no, not at all. But it's good fun, keeps you fit.
You've got to do it again in race 2 now.
Apparently.
Well done, Colin. Congratulations to you. Well done. We'll head on back and have a quick chat with Tim Davis, who finished in second place. Tim, come over and join us if you wouldn't mind. You got the benefit there of the traffic because Richard Carter went one way, you went the other, and you got second place.
It's like a game of chess, isn't it? I mean, he didn't give me a choice when he went that way. I thought, well, thank you for that, because I know this is shorter. So, yeah, as long as the guy stayed in the middle steady, we were both through clean. I knew once I got past him, I would be off. I was better in the corners because of the grip. But, yeah, when the rain came down, I thought, well, this is going to be a bit hairy for a few laps. But, yeah, all good fun. No dramas.
What a great first 10 minutes that was, though. There was dicing everywhere.
It was good fun. I was trying to stay with him. I didn't want to bin it early doors. I thought he's still got 15 minutes left or whatever. So just reel him in and I got my chance. And I'm going to struggle to catch that. I mean, he's got a fair bit more power than me today. So not got my usual car, usual engine. So I'm always going to play catch up. But he goes back 10 and I don't. So catch me if you can.
You've got to keep him behind now.
No problem.
Good stuff. Well done, Tim. Congratulations. We'll try and grab a quick word with Richard Carter. He finished in third place and, of course, the first of those on treaded tyres as well. Richard, come and join us here if you wouldn't mind. Well done. That was a sterling drive from yourself. Treaded tyres, which helped start with. Then you had to try and keep with Colin, who disappeared. Then you had to try and keep Tim at bay, which you did for most of that race, but then you just went the wrong way.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, thanks to the weather gods for the start of the race. And if there hadn't been a safety car, maybe I could have built a gap. But it did dry up pretty quickly. And I say the guys on slicks just got me a bit quicker.
I think you only made one mistake because Tim then got through, didn't he? And you made that slight error down towards Graham Hill Bend.
Yeah, I was trying to get Tim back and a little bit too enthusiastically, but never mind.
What a great result for yourself. You must be happy with that third place overall.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, it was a good fun race and yeah, very happy.
Good stuff. Well done, Richard.
Thank you.
There we go. Richard Carter finished there in third position in our first Gold Arts Magnificent 7 race of the day here at Brands Britania. We've got one more race to come before the lunch break at Brands Hatch. The car's now heading onto the grid, and that's going to be the Midget and Sprite Challenge at Brands Hatch.
Thank you, Matt. Yep, so the Lackford Engineering Midget and Sprite Challenge make their way out onto the circuit. This is another championship. It is their final weekend of racing as well, so we'll be crowning a champion, if not in this race, then certainly by the race later on today. It is Hugh Simpson that leads the championship. He lines up further down through the order, but let me guide you through the grid then. There was an amended grid issued for this one, so I just need to make sure I'm on the right page. It is Paul Sibley that starts on pole position, and alongside is James Hughes. Row 2 of the grid is Pippa Cow and Connor Kay, who we saw out driving the TVR in the swinging 60s a couple of races ago. Row 3, Richard Perry and Hugh Simpson, the man who leads the championship. And row number 4, Dean Stanton and Mike Henney. The 5th row of the grid is Barney Collinson, and he's got Archie Potter for company. With row 6 being Ian Bergin in this race. John Folk will take over the car for race 2, and Justin Potter. The 7th row of the grid is Mark Witherspoon, and number 70, which will be Richard Bryan for this race. And row 8 is William Humphreys and John Hughes. The 9th row of the grid is Jamie Turner and Nick Rose, with Mark Turner and Bruce Burrows lining up on row number 10. The 11th row of the grid is Wayne Twidle and Jason Meredith, and row 12 is Andrew Caldwell, in addition to the programme, and number 54, which will be Pete Shepherd. Row 13 is Mark McDonald and James Kerr, with Patrick Harris and Nigel Lackford lining up on the penultimate row of the grid. And Michael Chalk, number 9, goes off the very tail end of the order. It's a 20-minute race. It is split into classes based on the modification of the car, so the fully modified cars go into Class A. Those that comply with Midget and Sprite regulations for the swinging 60s go into Class C. Class D is for road modified cars, Class E is for race modified cars, and Class H is for historic cars. 10 points if you win, subject to the numbers of starters in the class, 8 points for second, 7 points for third, and so on. Extra point for the fastest lap. So keep an eye towards Hugh Simpson in the largely red number 14 car with the white and the blue flashes to it. He is the championship leader, and he sits and starts from the 3rd row of the grid. Paul Sibley on pole position with James Hughes alongside, and Paul Sibley will have the inside line as they head up towards Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Paul has done huge amounts of winning in this category this year. We've got one car starting from the pit lane. They are all, I think, largely safely through Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. But it's Paul Sibley that leads the way up towards Druids for the first time. James Hughes taking a nice wide sweep through Druids, but cannot attack for the race lead at that part of the circuit. So he's just going to have to sit behind the race leader as they descend downhill through Graham Hill Bend for the first time. It is in third place, I should say, Connor Kay, who's there in 3rd place. So he's got himself through and ahead of Pippa Cow, who has dropped down into 4th position. Pippa not in her usual car that we've seen her racing earlier on this season. in a different car for this weekend. Paul Sibley doing really what he's done all year, Paul. He has won every single race so far this season. One of the races, he was the only starter in the class, so he got reduced points on a few occasions. And for this one, of course, in Class A, again, he's the only entrant in Class A, so the maximum he can score is 7 championship points, plus the extra point for the fastest lap. He actually sits second in the championship standings coming into this weekend. And on the basis of that, yeah, all he can do is score a reduced amount of points, whereas the likes of Hugh Simpson, who runs in Class D, he will be on full championship points, so he can win his class and gain 10 points. Paul Sibley can win his class and only gain 7, plus the extra point for the fastest lap. So Paul Sibley was leading by just over a second from James Hughes in second place. Still got Connor Kay sitting there in third at the moment, so it's a Class A car that leads a Class E car that leads a Class C car, first, second and third at the moment. And how is our race or championship leader getting on? Number 14, Hugh Simpson, he leads Class D at the moment, number 14. If he looks in his mirrors, he will see he's got right behind him Dean Stanton at the wheel of the number 36 car, and they will be fighting over first and second in Class D if they can get themselves a little bit closer together than they are now. So as they head up towards Paddock Hill Bend, turning away through the corner, and I think there might possibly be Hugh Simpson here going to gain a further place. Is he over? Is that Barney Collinson that lies ahead? No, that will be the car that is ahead of him, will be number 40, I think, won't he? Which is going to be Mike Henney, possibly. So down and in towards the braking area for Graham Hill Bend. And let's just have a quick look. He's certainly gained a place. It was the number 40 car that he went through, which was indeed Mike Henney. Here's another driver that I don't think is at the wheel of his regular car. I'm sure I've seen him out in what has largely been a red and white car earlier on this season. He's driving the light blue frog-eyed Sprite today. So he sits there in now what will be 7th position. So through goes the race leader, Paul Sibley leading the way. And a bit like something Paul has done all season, leading the way, 4 seconds up the road already.
Yep, no stopping him, is there? In Class A, he's been definitely the man to beat this year within the Midget and Sprite Challenge. One to watch out for at the minute, making good progress, is Michael Chalk from the back of the grid. He started 9th in the end. He's already up into the top 10 now, 10th place exactly. So the number 9 machine is on a charge. So he turns his way from Druids down in towards Graham Hill Bend. The next one on his list now is going to be the number 601 machine. So we'll see if he can catch up that in the next couple of laps. That's going to be Barney Collinson, who just heads his way now down the Cooper Straight, and then we can see Michael Chalk in the all-black machine, which is the MG Midget, which he runs within Class A. So again, a bit like Paul Sibley, he should be a man to be quick, and he should be carving his way through the field pretty substantially, as Paul Sibley now turned his way in towards Paddock Hill Bend. With 16 minutes left on the clock, 5.1 seconds clear now of James Hughes, and in Class C, it's still Connor Kay that leads the way, but he's still under pressure here from Pippa Cow, who's only 0.6 of a second back.
Yeah, we're already starting to do a bit of maths in reality. I say Paul Sibley can only score a maximum of 8 points in this race, which is what he's on at the moment because he leads his class and he's set the fastest lap of the race. Hugh Simpson, who is the championship leader, leads his class, and I think in the early stages of this one in Class D has also set the fastest lap, which means that at the end of this race, Paul Sibley will be on 86 championship points, Hugh Simpson would be on 98, 12-point gap between them. Paul Sibley can only score 8 points in the second race. We'd have a champion after this race.
Yeah, so if it all stays like this, then it would be job done, wouldn't it? So we'll see how it all plays out, but Paul Sibley's doing all he can do really, is go out there, win and take with it the fastest lap of the race. There's a brief yellow flag at the top of Paddock Hill Bend. Is there a car that's pulled off to the inside? There's on the outside, isn't there? Yeah, to the ambulance gate. That's where that car has pulled off. So it's a brief yellow flag on the run towards Paddock Hill Bend, but as they turn in, it then does go green once again. So that car, is that Michael Chalk possibly?
I think it might be, you know. Just have a quick look, and no, it's car number 21 that's pulled off, which is going to be Nick Rose. So that's the car that's pulled off. Nick out of the car. He's tried to get it as far out of harm's way as he possibly can. He's almost just behind the barriers, isn't he? But not quite fully out of harm's way. So it's just been covered by localised yellow flags at the moment. With 15 minutes of this race to go, Paul Sibley leads the way. And have we also lost on that lap James Hughes, or has his transponder failed to register as he came over the start-finish line? So he has tumbled his way down to 26th, according to our timing screens.
So where is the leader, Paul Sibley? He is heading up the hill. Yeah, so James should be next through, shouldn't he? So he's not there by the looks of it. Yes, I think you could be right. Has he had a problem as well somewhere? Because he's now got a triangle by his name, which gives to us the indication that he might stop somewhere on the circuit.
Yeah, so there's a few bits of the circuit that we can't quite see from our commentary box. As I say, we're still having technical difficulties, so we're still getting no pictures of the live stream at all. So it is now Connor Kay who is up into second place at the wheel of number 173. Up to third comes number 7 Pippa Cow. Up to fourth comes 66 Richard Perry. Up to fifth comes champion-elect number 14 Hugh Simpson. And up to sixth comes number 40, which is the Frog-Eyed Sprite in the hands of Mike Henney.
Yep, so with that, Pippa Cow now takes over the lead within Class E, so she sits there third place overall on the podium as it stands. Paul Sibley through for the 7th time of asking, and of course lap times now just starting to drop off with these yellow flags we have on the run towards Paddock Hill Bend.
Connor Kay under big pressure, isn't he, from Pippa Cow? As they come over the start-finish line, Pippa jinks out from behind to the left-hand side of the circuit. There were yellow flags at Paddock Hill. They've now disappeared, so you can overtake there again should you wish. And Pippa Cow tries to cut back on the exit of the corner, prizes the door open on Connor Kay, and is going to have the inside line as they head up towards Druid. She's going to sneak her way through into second place. So Pippa Cow, perfectly timed manoeuvre, works her way through and past a little bit of traffic. In fact, one goes one side of the back marker, one goes the other side of the back marker, but job done for Pippa Cow. She's up to second.
Yeah, that was beautiful, wasn't it? Just got the correct line through Paddock Hill Bend, got the tight line back up the hill towards Druids, and that is job done for now. But she's not going to have the chance to rest here because Connor Kay is pushing it on back straight away. We've got another yellow flag on the run towards Surtees because someone has deposited themselves into the gravel trap over at Clearways.
Chris Pidcock, 131.
I can't confirm if you're right or wrong, Mark, but you sound very confident about that.
He was tumbling down through the order. That was why I cheated a little bit, if I'm honest.
So that's another car we've lost, and from previous races that has brought out a safety car, so we'll wait and see if that is going to be the case this time. Of course, they are quite buried over there and also in the firing line as well.
Yeah, safety car is on standby, and now the boards, illuminated boards, come out around the circuit, as do the yellow flags and the SC boards at the individual marshals posts. So 12 minutes to go. Should just be a case of maybe with a bit of marshal power giving Chris Pidcock's car a shove. If not, then the telehandler will be called to drag him back onto the circuit. Chris out of the car and I think chatting to the marshals, so he's going to head back into the car, and are they going to try and give him a shove and see whether what would be a couple of marshal power will get him back where he needs to be. So that's going to bunch the field up again. Paul Sibley was leading by 12.7 seconds from Pippa Cow when the safety car came out, but Pippa Cow can resume her good fight she was having with Connor Kay over second and third place. They fight over Class E and Class C. They are the Class E and Class C winners. In fact, the top three are all Class leaders. Paul Sibley leads Class A. Second is Pippa Cow, the Class E leader. Third is the Class C leader, Connor Kay. Fourth is going to be Richard Perry, number 66. Fifth is the Class D leader, which is Hugh Simpson. And sixth is going to be the car of Mike Henney. In fact, Connor Kay is actually ahead of Pippa Cow again as they came over the start-finish line that time through. He must have just nipped through before the safety car.
Yeah, I saw that as well. So yeah, Connor Kay and Pippa Cow swap places once again. The one to possibly watch out for now when the race gets back underway will be Michael Chalk, because as we said, he's come from last on the grid. He's in the same class as Paul Sibley, so he's in one of the more powerful MG midgets we have out there, and he wasn't too far back from the rear of the 36 machine either, so that would mean that he'll be looking to charge past Dean Stanton as quick as possible. And of course, with the field now bunched back together, it will mean that there's going to be a few places up for grabs for some of those quicker drivers.
Right, I've forgotten. Yeah, Michael Chalk was a driver that we didn't see out yesterday, but he is here today. So because that's now two cars that start in Class A and not one, that now means that it would be 9 points for the win for Paul Sibley, plus the extra point for fastest lap. So he can score 10 points. If we take that into account and drop your worst two scores, which you do in this one, he would be on 88 championship points. Hugh Simpson would be on 98 championship points, so that'd be 10 points between them, and Paul Sibley can score 10 points in the race later on.
Yeah.
So that would still mean Hugh Simpson would be the champion, because even though they could match each other for scores, if Hugh Simpson non-scored later on, he would then add back in 9 championship points because he's no longer dropping it.
Yeah, so he'll drop the one that he doesn't finish if he does not finish it later on. So it gets confusing,
still be the
doesn't it?
champion, yeah.
But it does make sense, yeah. So that's Yeah, so all Hugh Simpson needs to do is do what he's doing. Paul Sibley can only do what he is doing and try and win and take fastest lap as well. And of course, the rest will be left to the gods to sort out what happens later on. But yeah, they're all doing what they can do in their respective classes at the minute. The rest of the pack have almost caught up now with the safety car. The recovery of that car has been done, so I'd imagine that the safety car will not be too much longer out there on the circuit. We've got 9 minutes just over left on the clock, and Paul Sibley is still your race leader by what's going to be 3 seconds or so when they go back to green flag racing, albeit he's got about 3 or 4 cars between himself and Connor Kay. But we know that Connor Kay is in a separate class, Class C, which is the slightly less powerful cars, so we might not have a chance to catch Paul Sibley, but we're going to have the battle to resume between Connor Kay and Pippa Cow, the 173 and the 7 machine. And as I said, watch out for Michael Chalk, who is now right behind Dean Stanton, and also not too far back from the 40 machine of Mike Henney as well. So it's all going to get back to green flag racing. 8.5 minutes left on the clock. Paul Sibley now floors the throttle, comes up towards the line, safety car back in, and we're going back racing then in the Lackford Engineering Midget and Sprite Challenge.
We are, so back over the start-finish line goes Paul Sibley. He can get the race back underway. No overtaking until they've reached the start-finish line, albeit there is one car that shuffled the order there. Andrew Caldwell did manage to get himself through and ahead of the number 99 car of Jamie Turner, and that was just before they got to the start-finish line by 15/1000ths of the second, so he might have possibly timed it wrong. Michael Chalk also now up into 7th position and ahead of Dean Stanton. And also number 57 through as well, Nigel Lackford, who's come off the back of the grid, through and ahead of car number 130, which is Archie Potter. So in theory, there shouldn't have been any shuffling of the order.
It's quite interesting. When we heard from Ben Snee, he said he thought he was okay, but our regulations say that you don't overtake until the line. He thought he saw the green flag, he could go, but that's not what we understand, is it? But yeah, drivers taking a different interpretation of that, which is not unusual. But yeah, a few changes of places before the line that time round. Paul Sibley already through again, then back into the 55 straight away. We've got this battle for second place now, which is well and truly back on. Connor Kay still heads Pippa Cow in towards Paddock Hill Bend. It's the 2 red cars, and again Pippa Cow is going to try and do exactly the same move that she did on Connor Kay a few laps ago. Doesn't quite work on this occasion, but she's doing that beautifully, isn't she? Into the corner a bit wide, trying to get the cut back, but on that occasion Connor Kay did have the corner covered.
Yeah, he did, and he'll just make sure that he positions the car where he needs it to be to try and make it as difficult as he can for Pippa Cow to try and unlock the door and squeeze her way through. They match each other for pace as they head along the Cooper Straight. Again, Connor Kay moves over to the left-hand side just to protect the inside line should Pippa Cow try and squeeze her way through. And if these two start to squabble, don't rule out the fact that the frog-eyed Sprite, number 66 of Richard Perry, might close in as well, because he's not that far away, is he, from the 2 red cars up the road from him. Paul Sibley, 6.5 minutes remain, comes over the start-finish line, completes lap number 13, heads on to lap number 14, and Pippa Cow now has unlocked the door. She's almost drawn herself alongside Connor Kay. Connor Kay just has his nose in front. Pippa Cow is not going to try anything at Paddock Hill Bend, so the order still remains the same. Connor Kay just from Pippa Cow.
Yeah, Pippa Cow almost like being in a go-kart, trying to jump up and down to make the car go a little bit quicker and reduce the weight on it, but it didn't quite work. Connor Kay did have the speed in a straight line on that occasion, and again he now has to hug the inside line through Drurid's Corner, so effectively Pippa has the better line through these corners, with Connor just having to go offline to defend on multiple occasions. They come down through Graham Hill Bend. Pippa gets a good run through there, but straight away Connor Kay goes to the inside, holds the line, places that car nicely in the middle of the track, which makes it even harder for Pippa in that number 7 machine to find her way through. Does she have a little look in towards McLaren? Yeah, she thought about it, but again wasn't really on there as it stood. And again, she gets a nice tight line through the final corner. She gets the run this time. She's up the inside of Connor Kay, and it's almost going to be a drag race now up towards the start-finish line with what's going to be 5.5 minutes to go. She can keep herself there or thereabouts. She might just take the place away, and she will do on this occasion. So lovely move once again from Pippa. Just needs to make sure she doesn't run wide through Paddock Hill Bend, which she doesn't, and then get that car back to the inside to make sure Connor can't send one to the inside, which he thinks about doing. But Pippa Cow now up into 2nd place again.
Yeah, brilliant stuff from Pippa Cow, and she is very, very competitive in this category. Of course, her father, Gil Duffy, was a midget champion back in the 1980s. I think he was right at the sharp end of what was the road-going midget championship, when we had 2 separate championships for midgets. We had the road-going championship and we had the modified championship back then. And Gil is here this weekend, so he'll be chuffed that Pippa is now up into 2nd position. But of course, now what she's got to do is try and keep Connor Kay behind her, and the 2 of them take different lines every time they come out of sort of clear ways and towards Clark Curve. There's different lines taken between the 2 of them, but Pippa Cow still there in second place, Connor Kay in third, and now Connor Kay trying to re-attack, but he's on the outside line for Paddock Hill Bend. Is he going to brake as late as he can? Yes, he can, and he goes across the nose of Pippa Cow and takes second place back, but Pippa Cow gets the undercut coming back out the corner, and she'll just about get a nose back ahead as they head up towards Druids.
Yeah, so it was him that was wide, wasn't it, that time through? Got a car that stopped on the approach to McLaren, finally found some traction and heads back on its way. That was the lime green machine. I'll try and pick out the number on that as it comes back through.
Is that Archie Potter?
Let's have a look and see as Archie, is that him heading towards the line? We'll get confirmation on that very shortly. We'll keep an eye on what's happening for second place as well. And it was the other Potter.
Justin Potter.
There we go. You didn't get too bad a job there, Mark. From this distance as well, that's very good.
Got to get one wrong at some point in the weekend.
Yeah, so Justin Potter back on his way, and we've got now another car which is spun on the exit of Druids.
It is, and that looks as though, I'm going to say Barney Collinson possibly, that's had the spin. 888, Wayne Twidle.
There we go. And it hasn't got any forward traction at the minute, so hopefully it'll get going. It will just roll down the hill, if not towards the Marshall's post at Graham Hill Bend, but just trying to find a gear that needs to get going once again. Meantime, this fight for second place, as you mentioned, Mark, is just bringing slightly into the mix now Richard Perry, so watch out for that number 66 machine, who is not quite there, but is making inroads into the two ahead, and Michael Chalk from the back of the grid is now 6 seconds back from that car in fourth place, but whether he gets there before the end, we'll have to wait and see.
Wayne Twidle's not got going again since he slithered after his spin onto the grass, so he's trying to get the car fired back up again. It might just be a little bit of heat soak or something like that. Once the car cools down a little bit, it might just fire up, and bang on cue, there it goes.
Listening to Radio Brands, I reckon, wasn't he? Just to wait for your cue to get him back on the way. So he'll find the tarmac once again. He'll rejoin. Oh, and there's someone else that's gone over at Paddock Hill Bend onto that roof, unfortunately. So that does tend to happen at Brands Hatch when you go in maybe sideways. That car is up on its roof. It's going to bring the yellow flags out and potentially, I think, yeah, the red flag straight away as well. So no surprise there. And there's another car involved as well, which is just creeping away from the scene of that incident. So again, whether those two were involved, we'll have to wait and see. But we can't quite work out, I don't think, who that is, with no number showing towards us.
No, we can't. And we were at 87% of distance as well. So I suspect, Matt, that will be it for that particular one. So that being the case, it will be Paul Sibley from Pippa Cow, from Connor Kay, the top three. So I better wander down in towards the pit lane and try and chat to some of the drivers.
Yep, so a great race it was up until that point, especially for second place there between Pippa Cow and Connor Kay. We'll find out what their thoughts of the race were. Just waiting for confirmation of the number we have in the gravel trap at Paddock Hill Bend. But great to say, as ever, after a bit of a moment onto its roof, the driver is now out, away from the scene by the looks of it, and the marshals will just make sure that everything is okay. And as we said, as a precaution with these incidents, we do get the medical team there on hand very quickly indeed, just to check the driver over, and all being well, that car should be okay. Just trying to read the number now, which is upside down, so I think by the looks of it, that's John Hughes in the number 34 machine. So that'll be the Austin Healey Sprite we have, which is on its roof at Paddock Hill Bend. So yeah, not good news for John Hughes, who was running, where was John running? He was down in 18th position at the time. So, yeah, he will be a little bit disappointed with that. Driver is out because now the car is being rolled back onto its four wheels, and great work as ever by the marshals. They are trained very much in these processes. And, of course, once the driver is out, they can put the car back on its four wheels, and that will allow the recovery of that car. But we are going to have this race, I think, confirmed, because with, as Mark said, 84% of the distance completed, red flag coming out, and with most of the race completed, it should be the victory for Paul Sibley. And I think the marshals now are just waving to the drivers to say that is pretty much them done. So all of them now just starting to jump out. Those cars are based in the garages as well, so they can push them quite nicely into the garages. Not too much of a walk for Mark, but it will be a walk for the cameraman, Jeremy, to get down to Paul Sibley's car, which is just being pushed into the garage now. And then, as we said, Pippa Cow and Connor Kay will be the other two to join in the mix on the podium. Just to run you down the order as we have it, of course, the race result will go back a lap under that red flag, but Paul Sibley will definitely be your winner in the number 7 177 machine. Second place going the way of number 7, which is Pippa Cow. Third place for 173, which is Connor Kay. And then fourth place, it might not be Michael Chalk, as we have it on the screen, because he was just behind Richard Perry before the red flag. So Chalk and Perry, it says on our screen, but I think it will be the result in the order of Richard Perry ahead of Michael Chalk. 6th place then for the 14 machine of Hugh Simpson. Behind that, 7th place for the 601 machine, which is going to be Barney Collinson. Then we saw 8th place for number 40, Mike Henney. 9th place for number 36, which is going to be the car of Dean Stanton. And then to complete the top 10, albeit with a penalty, that's going to be number 57, which is the car of Nigel Lackford. But that's your provisional results for the first of our Lackford Engineering Midget and Sprite Challenge, and Mark is down there with Paul.
Yeah, can I just clarify, when we go back a lap, was Pippa Cow still second?
Yes, she was.
That's fine, just wanted to clarify. Yeah. Right, Jeremy, my RF cameraman, has found me. I'm down here with Paul Sibley. Paul, it's another race win for you. Well done indeed.
Yeah, it was an easy win. I hope the driver that's upside down in Paddock Hill Ben's all right, but and to be honest, it was in front of me, and I was wondering which way he was going to go when he was spinning, and all of a sudden he ended up on his roof. So anyway, I hope he's all right.
You look at what you can do in Class A, you know, you're on limited points because there's only yourself and Michael Chalk in Class A, and therefore, if I've done the maths right, I think that means regardless of what you do in race number 2, unfortunately it means that the championship will fall in the direction of Hugh Simpson.
To be fair, he deserves it because he's a cracking driver. I've had a lot of battles with him. I won plenty of championships over my years. And if anybody deserves it, he does, because he's always in me mirrors, and he is a fantastic driver. It's a fair game to him. I'm not disappointed about that.
Busy day for you and the car, though, what with this and the JMC Special Saloons and Modsports.
Yeah, but it's our end of season, so it's all out, innit? Simple as that. It's hard getting the car sorted in between, so.
Well done, and good luck for race number 2.
Thanks, mate.
There we go, so there is Paul Sibley. Who have we got in it? We've got Connor Kay in this garage, so I'm going to grab a quick word with Connor if I can. So, where is Connor? Can we grab you? Do you want to come this way? So he's tucked at the back part of the garage. Connor, we'll chat to you about swinging 60s in a moment, but I want to chat to you about the fantastic squabble you were having with Pippa in that race.
Yeah, it's really close. I think we could have had her if we carried on a bit, but we'll never know. Next race.
It just seemed as though, you know, she sort of cue you up for a move, and then a couple of laps later you do exactly the same to her. You kept chopping and changing.
Yeah, I think I had a little bit of a straight line advantage, plus a bit of the slipstream down the back, but she's got Class E tyres on, so she's a bit quicker in the corner. So yeah, chopped and changed a bit. I was losing a little bit of front grip at the end, but yeah, go again next.
We saw you leading in swinging 60s earlier on, then the car all of a sudden stopped, and then it came back out again, was right on the pace.
Yeah, it was a fuel pump issue, so found the secondary fuel pump, and it was back on, but I'm too late at that point, which is a shame, but it was quick.
Too late at that point, but you've got another race to look forward to in Lackford Engineering's Midget and Sprite Challenge later.
Yeah, and hopefully it's as close as that one, because that was good fun.
Well done. When a driver's smiling and they've just finished in third, you know they've had a good race. Let's see if we can find Pippa Cow. I'm also going to see if we can find Hugh Simpson, number 14, because I think if I've got the maths right, that is his championship now sorted. So Pippa Cow will have to wander up and try and find. This is the garage for Pippa. I can see Gil's there. And then we just need to... Gil, where's Pippa gone? She's gone up to talk to Connor. Right, OK, so we need to go back this... here's Pippa. We're trying to find you in your garage. You've gone to chat to Connor, and I'm guessing that's because you enjoyed the race and the squabble as much as he did.
Amazing. Just absolutely fantastic. And I'm so pleased it was dry, so there were no external factors. And we were just loving life, weren't we? It was just fantastic.
Just nice to see two drivers that are smiling, that, you know, you finished second and third, and you weren't bothered which way round you finished.
Honestly, I wasn't, because that's the spare car, so my silver car is resting. And to be able to play with Connor, I mean, he deserves a bit of a run for his money, doesn't he? He usually finds life easy, so I'm glad I could give him something to look at.
A couple of classic moves from you up at Paddock Hill Bend, and take the normal racing line in, get the undercut on the way out.
Absolutely, it's all about thinking and planning. So I was a bit faster out of clearways than him, but he had a little bit more speed down the straight than I did. So it was all about strategy at Paddock, and of course, unfortunately, there were a few cars going off and a few yellow flags. So that put pay to a few manoeuvres, but when they cleared, game on.
More of the same in race 2?
Well, let's hope and just keep the sun shining.
We'll try our very best. Well done, Pippa. Well done. So that's the top 3 we've spoken to. I just now need to try and find Hugh Simpson if I can. So Jeremy, the cameraman's going to follow me. Here's Hugh. He's in the next garage up, because, Hugh, can we grab a word? Is that OK? So
He's just tucking the gloves into the crash helmet and he's going to make his way out towards the front of the gauge. Yes, because if I've got the maths right, we've got a race to go, but I think that probably means that mathematically you're the champion.
I haven't looked at it myself, but yeah, I think so. So yeah, really pleased with that. Good result.
It doesn't just happen in one race, though. It's been the hard work throughout the season and the consistency that you've had in the class.
Yeah. I mean, it's all, you know, it's good car prep by everyone and running it well at the track. So yeah, really good.
So now that the championship we think is done and dusted, Paul can't catch you because he's on reduced points, and you can relax for race 2 later on, will you?
I don't know about that. I still want to win it. So yeah, we'll see.
It'd be nice to finish the season with a double win in the class.
Exactly. Yeah, it'd be great.
Celebrations then, once the season's out of the way, a chance to celebrate as the champion, but also a focus on 2026 because it will soon be here.
Well, I'm not thinking about that yet. I'm just hoping somewhere I can get a beer after the second race.
Well done, yeah, do leave it until after the second race, please do. So that's all from the pit lane at the moment. I'm going to hand you back upstairs to Matt Suckling because whilst we're in the lunch break, we are going to stay live with you if you're watching the live stream because we've got some very special demonstrations coming up for you shortly. We've got the Jaguar XJS that secured the European Touring Car Championship in the hands of Tom Walkinshaw in 1984, coming out to do some demonstration laps, and we've also got a Jaguar XJ220 that raced at Le Mans in 1993 and 1995. And Matt, they are going to be stunning to see around the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit here at Brands Britannia.
They certainly are, Mark. Yeah, we can't wait for them to head to the track to give all of you a lovely vantage point of what we have in terms of the Jaguar demonstrations. They'll be heading out very shortly indeed. Just the last bits of debris and cars to clear up from that previous race, and then we'll have that for you. Don't forget, we've got the grid walk to look forward to as well. I know the Morgans are on their way down to the assembly area, so they're all being gridded up. And of course, once we've had our Jaguar demonstrations, we'll have the Morgans onto the grid, and of course, your chance to get onto that grid and soak up the atmosphere here at Brands Britannia for 2025. So if you haven't started queuing there, then do head to the top of Paddock Hill Bend. You'll see the Mega Store, you'll see the ambulance gate, and you'll see a few marshals standing there to greet you and get you queuing ready to head on to the circuit. So get set for that. That's at 1:30 this afternoon, so in about 20 minutes time. And racing here at Brands Hatch is set to resume just after 2 o'clock. We'll have the second race for the Morgan Challenge to look forward to. We'll then be into our second race for the Alpha Lexus Law Firm Jaguar Championship. The second group for the Adams and Page Swinging 60s will be coming your way just before 3:15. We'll then have the second 15-minute race for the incredible JMC Racing Special Saloons and Modsports as we celebrate the 50th anniversary of Baby Bertha. We then move into, for the first time today, the Midland Classic Restoration Classic K and the Hawthorn Jaguar Challenge for that 40-minute pit stop race just after 4:30. Second race for the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens will be coming your way at 5:30, and we'll bring the Brands Britannia event to a close with the second of our races, which we've just seen. So the Lackford Engineering Midget and Sprite Challenge will bring the curtain down here at Brands Hatch. We'll then have a track parade for the cars that have joined us at Brands Hatch, which are on show along Colin Chapman Way. So do take the opportunity to soak up some of those cars which have been brought along, and many of those will be on the track towards the end of the afternoon to parade their cars as well. Lots happening around the circuit, as we said. We've got some wonderful displays in terms of vintage buses and also some fire engines. We've got a wonderful array of display of vintage buses which will showcase various models ranging from way back in the 1950s all the way through to the late 1990s, and also a few of the modern buses which are used today. I can see over there on Colin Chapman Way as well. So go and have a look at some of the stalwarts of British life presented in all that glory. You can have a little look around them, maybe have a little walk through some of them as well. I can see some vintage fire engines over there as well. So if you want to sit behind the wheel of one of those, kids always love sitting behind the wheel of a fire engine. So if you've got the kids with you, get over there.
You'll be wandering over there as well to look at those fire engines, because you were a retained firefighter for a period of time, weren't you?
Yeah, I'm very familiar with the fire engine. So it's very similar to what we had, actually. That's the Scania, yeah. So we did have a Scania as well. That's on display over there. They might even put the Ninos on for you as well.
The Ninos. Are they Ninos or are they woo-woos? It depends, doesn't it, on the spec of the fire engine. Yeah, I'm fairly familiar with fire engines as well, because one of the companies that I used to work for, we used to supply all of the fire appliances to Lincolnshire Fire and Rescue Service. So we used to own all of the pumping appliances and the hydraulic platforms.
Interesting.
Yeah. So there you go. There's something you probably didn't know before, Matt.
No, not at all. So yeah, there's the fire engines, there's the buses. We've got the cars, as we said as well, along Colin Chapman Way. Punch and Judy is probably still in the process of taking place as well. So we've got the kids. That's another thing they can go and have a little look at. I think there's some garden game. Oh no, I can see Punch and Judy actually taking place right now, right opposite our commentary box. So I don't know what they're saying, but it looks quite entertaining, and a nice group of people that have gathered there as well.
That's the way to do it, I think he's just said there, has he?
What a great British tradition that is.
The sausages will be coming out soon, won't they, and the crocodile.
Well, it is lunchtime, so yeah, talking about sausages, if you fancy some lunch as well, head along to either the Kentigan, which is open for your lunch today, or Halewood's Bar and Restaurant down towards Paddock Hill Bend. There's plenty of other eateries around the circuit as well, so make sure you grab yourself some lunch and some drink before the afternoon action gets back underway this afternoon. And, of course, there's plenty of other things going on in terms of music, because coming up at 2 o'clock this afternoon, the Kent Police Band will be taking over, and again they'll be performing some of the classics from years gone by, all the way up to some modern day hits as well. So if you fancy that, go and find the Kent Police Band, which will be performing between 2 and 4 this afternoon.
Yeah, we've also got the Trade Village open as well, so we've got a range of things available for you there. TC Diecasts are in attendance today, who are the largest retailers of muddle bosses in the UK. They also sell railways and trucks and aircraft and cars and much, much more, so if you fancy having a look at what diecast models they've got available. And also at Silverhand Estate, nestled in the heart of Kent. They are producers of English sparkling wine. They're in attendance at Brands Hatch today, offering spectators a chance to taste. There you go, Matt. Oh. And purchase. That's the bit you're less keen on. Selected range, but obviously if you are going to taste, it'll only be a small amount as well. Don't remember, you've got to drive home, so just be careful. So demos will be next up. 2 cars that we're expecting out there. We had the Group C cars. Were you here for Brands Britania last year?
No, this is my first one.
Yeah, we had the Group C cars, 3 Group C cars from Jaguars passed out with us. XJR9, XJR11, I think they were. Can't recall the exact details of them at the time, but nice that we're going to see, again, from Jaguar Heritage Collection, something different again. This weekend we're going to see Jaguar XJS, which was, say, a car that secured the European Touring Car Championship in 1984 when it was in the hands of Tom Walkinshaw. The European Touring Car Championship, it sort of had 2 eras, didn't it? It had the era from 1963 up to 1988, and then it was reintroduced in 2000 for 5 years, wasn't it? 2000, 2001, 2002, 3 and 4. We saw a reintroduction of the European Touring Car Championship. But it was from the first era of it, 1984, where we'll see that car out. And then, of course, we'll see the fabulous sounding, glorious looking Jaguar XJ220 heading out for some demonstration laps. Those cars will be coming through the ambulance gate at Paddock Hill Bend. We can see the course car is ready for them there, and then they'll be brought round by the course car. The course car will peel its way into the pit lane and they'll get their demonstrations underway. Once the demos are finished and the cars, the 2 Jaguars, are back off the circuit, then those of you that want to get involved in the grid walk will be allowed down onto the grid and can chat to some of the drivers, have a look at some of the Morgans that we'll see out racing for our second Morgan Challenge race, and all of that will be taking place in the lunch break. The only thing we would ask if you're here at the circuit is that if you are involved in the grid walk, when you are asked to clear the grid by the officials, please can you timely leave the grid, largely because we need you all off the grid in time, because we've got a lot of racing to get through this afternoon. We are timetabled to finish at 6:25, and there's a hard curfew here at Brands Hatch where all racing activity has to be stopped and all the cars back in the paddock by 6:30, so there's no alteration to that. So to make sure we get everything in this afternoon, if you're asked to leave the grid on the grid walk, please do listen to the information from the officials and leave the grid promptly. So demos will be coming up for you very, very shortly. As Matt said, Halewood's Bar and Restaurant remains open. Kentigan is open as well. Hot and cold food and refreshments available for you there. There's a salad bar, there's a little coffee bar in the Kentigan as well that you can head to, and it may well be that some of the mobile catering units are open for you as well. If you want to pick up on any further events for the Classic Sports Car Club, well, we've still got a few coming up in 2025. The next event will be down at Thruxton in a short while, which is one of the events I won't be covering this year for the CSCC. So they head to Thruxton on the 20th and 21st of September. And then out at Spa-Francorchamps for the Spa 6 hours, we'll see the Classic Ks and Swinging 60s head out there the weekend after, 24th all the way through to the 27th of September. But late September, Spa, I suspect to know what the weather might be like. And then we return to the UK for our final race meeting of the year. That is up at Alton Park in Cheshire on the 18th of October on the international circuit there. And that will conclude the 2025 season for the Classic Sports Car Club. So can't as yet see the Jaguars making their way down towards the exit of the circuit. So I'm looking at some of the CCTV cameras that give us an indication as to what's going on around the Kentagon at the moment. And I can't see any Jags appearing. So they're in the process, I would imagine, of being fired up and just the final preps done by the teams before we see those cars head out onto circuit. So out onto the circuit then come the two cars that have been loaned to us for this weekend by the Jaguar Heritage Centre. So the second of the two cars out, as we say, is the championship winning car. It's the actual car that won the European Touring Car Championship in 1984. BMW had been pretty much dominant winning the European Championship, winning every Drivers' Championship between 1975 and 1983. And that was until Tom Walkinshaw won the title in this very car in 1983. Tom had finished third in 1982 in the championship. He was runner-up in 1983 and finally lifted the title in 1984. As a driver, he first started racing in Formula Ford and progressed through the single-seater ranks, likes of Formula 3 and Formula Atlantic and Formula 2, before then moving into sports cars and touring cars. Having stints in the British Saloon Car Championship, Aussie V8s, he raced at Le Mans and had all of the large international sports car races under his belt as well, the likes of the Nürburgring 1,000 kilometres race, Silverstone, Brands Hatch, Spa, but to mention a few. And as a driver, the association with Jaguar started in 1982 and finished with his win in 1984 in the European Touring Car Championship in this very car, other than he had a one-off appearance for Jaguar in the Australian Endurance Championship in 1985. The Jaguar association, though, with Tom via TWR continued into the Group C sports car era from the mid-1980s through to the 1990s, when TWR ran the other car that we've got out there doing demos, which is the XJ220 Coupe. At the time this car was produced, the XJ220, it was the fastest production road car in the world from 1992 to 1993. Top speed of the road car, de-restricted with the catalytic converters taken off, 217 miles per hour. That is 349 kilometers per hour from the V6 3.5 litre twin turbocharged engine. That car that we see there is the number 52 car. So in 1993, Jaguar brought 3 cars to Le Mans. The number 50 car, the number 52 car, and the number 51 car. The number 50 car actually finished 5th in the race. However, at the time, there was a question mark over its legality as far as the ACO were concerned. The car did not run a catalytic converter. However, no other cars in that category did run a catalytic converter as race cars. So the Jaguars were allowed to race, but unfortunately, whilst the car finished 5th, it was subsequently disqualified from the race. The Jaguar team appealed, and months later, when it went to FIA High Court, the appeal was thrown out. So the car was disqualified, unfortunately, despite the fact that it finished 5th in the race. This particular car suffered engine problems in the 15th hour of the 1993 Le Mans and therefore did not finish. And the number 51 car also suffered engine failure in what was just the 2nd hour of the race. Jaguar didn't go back to Le Mans with the XJ220 in 1994, but they did return in 1995 when the cars were not entered by TWR, they were entered by Richard Piper's PC Automotive team. And again, it wasn't a happy weekend for the Jaguar XJ220 at Le Mans. The number 57 car, as it was badged for that season, did not finish. It suffered engine failure in the 13th hour of the race, and the number 58 car got to the 16th hour, but then unfortunately it had an accident. So we never actually did see, if you look at the official results, the Jaguar XJ220 finished the race because of the disqualification from the number 50. This particular car, the number 52 car, was raced by Paul Belmondo, who went on to race in Formula One briefly. It was raced by the American Jay Cochran, and also the German driver Andreas Fuchs was the three drivers that were in this number 52 car that we see out there. As for the other drivers that were involved in Jaguar at that time, Armin Harman, the German, Wyn Percy, who of course was a British driver who raced in the British Touring Car Championship. David Leslie, the late David Leslie, was also a driver in the 51 car on that particular season. And the number 50 car, which was the car that was disqualified, the drivers stood on the podium, having won their class, but Jan Nielsen, David Brabham and David Coulthard was the other driver that was involved in the team. So that tells you a little bit about the history of the cars, a little bit about the history of both the Jaguar XJS and the XJ220. Enjoy their demos. So there we go. Thank you to Jaguar Heritage for providing these two fantastic cars. Last little photo opportunity as the 1984 championship winning Jaguar XJS gets alongside the 1993 and 1995 Le Mans entered Jaguar XJ220s. Two stunning cars, great British motoring history, but that is the end of our demonstrations. If you're here at the circuit, you've got the grid walk coming up and the opportunity to have a look around the paddock. If you're joining us on the live stream, thanks for joining us. We will be back bringing you all of this afternoon's action on the live stream as well, with the Morgan Challenge timetable to get their race underway in around about 30 minutes time. So from Matt Suckling, myself, Mark Werrell, thanks for joining us. We'll see you this afternoon. Goodbye.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Brands Hatch here on our Brands Britania event at Brands Hatch. It's been a glorious day so far with 6 races this morning, and we're going to do it all again this afternoon. We've had our grid walk, we've had the Jaguar demonstration, and we're ready for 7 more races to kick off this afternoon's action. It's the Morgan Challenge. It's myself and Mark Worrell back with you, so let's get straight over to the box and get the action underway for this afternoon.
Thank you, Matt. Yeah, so the Morgan Challenge cars on the grid. The safety car is at the front of the field, and they'll be heading off on their formation lap very, very shortly in advance of this second and final 20-minute race for them this weekend. Keith Arlers is the man who's on pole position because this grid is formed based on their finishing positions from earlier on today. So you can see the fine grid of Morgan. So with their 16 cars that we've got out for this second race, I don't think there's any gaps on the grid. And when they get on their formation lap, we can then guide you through the way that they will line up. I think there's one circuit vehicle that is just in the process of making sure that it is reversing out of harm's way back behind the barriers, and once that has been cleared by race control, then the safety car, the Hyundai electric safety car, will get the rolling lap underway. And as we say, this grid is based on their finishing positions from the race that we saw earlier on today. It is Keith Arlers that lines up on pole position with Louis Ruff sitting alongside, and row 2 of the grid is the reigning champion Andrew Thompson alongside John Emberson. Martin Pratt and Gail Hill line up on row number 3 with Brett Sindercombe and Tom Richards on row number 4. Then it's Howard Clark and Jack Bellinger on row number 5, and James Sumner has Peter Cole for company on the 6th row of the grid. Row 7 of the grid is Tony Kilby and Philip St Clair Tisdall, and it's Kathy Sherry and John Richards that are on the 8th and final row of the grid. So Louis Ruff, who starts on the outside of the front row of the grid, claimed a class win earlier on today and set the fastest lap in the class. Tom Richards, who is his main championship rival, he won class 5, his class, and set the fastest lap of the race. So they are still tied on exactly the same number of championship points. This is their penultimate weekend of racing, so it certainly looks as though Matt Suckling, the championship, is going to be decided at the very final 2 races, which will take place at the very fast Thruxton circuit in Hampshire.
Certainly will, yeah. They've been matching themselves, haven't they, throughout the course of the season so far, and nothing seems to be changing at the minute. But we're in for a cracking race once again. Keith Arlers is the man to find himself on pole position, and we'll see if Louis Ruff can live with him this time round. He wasn't quite there in race number 1 because Keith was able to pull away, but we'll see if he's learnt anything. Any changes to the car? And we're about to get the second of our Morgan Challenge races underway here at Brands Hatch.
Yep, so when the lights went out earlier on today, Keith Arlers had the short advantage on the up towards Paddock Hill Bend, but Louis Ruff went round the outside and took up the early lead of the race for the first lap and a bit before Keith then could really start to get to grips with the 4.6 litre V8 engine +8 that he has, whereas it's a 2-litre turbocharged machine for Louis Ruff. So it's the dark blue car of Keith Arlers on pole position, the burgundy car with the white flash down the centre of it of Louis Ruff that sits alongside. It's red for Andrew Thompson on row number 2 alongside the blue car with the white flashes of John Emberson. So we're about to get the race underway. Lights go out, and it is a good start from Keith Arlers from pole position. Andrew Thompson at the wheel of his V8 engine car isn't slow away, but again, as they did in race number 1, round the outside goes Louis Ruff to pick up the lead of the race from Keith Arlers. So that's almost a replay of what happened in the first race. Louis Ruff leading the way, Keith Arlers in second place, Andrew Thompson, the reigning champion, there in third, and fourth at the moment is going to be John Emberson, who's there in 4th place.
Yep, so again, Louis Ruff does what he did in race number 1, finds himself out in the lead of the race, but can he build an early advantage and try and pull the legs over Keith Arlers? We know Keith is very quick in a straight line, and already down the back straight he's closing that gap down. So Louis Ruff is the man in charge. Good battle going on just outside the top 5 places by the looks of it. Got those couple of silver cars tied together at the minute, and that's going to be headed by the 661 machine as they turn their way through, which is Gail Hill. The other one out slightly wide there, unfortunately, so that place will probably be lost by Martin Pratt as they head their way across the line. Louis Ruff's advantage, though, over Keith Arlers at the end of the first lap is only 0.4 of a second.
Yeah, he lost out to Brent Sindercombe, wasn't it? And now it looks as though Martin Pratt sneaks his way back up the inside in the grey car as they head up towards Paddock Hill Bend that time through. So, yeah, lost the place. Didn't take him long to retake the place. And are we going to see Gail Hill mount a challenge to try and sneak her way through up the inside of John Emberson? No, can't quite get the job done as they went up towards the braking area for Druids that time through. Jack Bellinger is side by side with the car to his outside, which is Tom Richards at the wheel of the number 36 car. Remember, Tom is the man who is jointly leading the championship. The other driver that is on the same number of points of him is the overall race leader this time through, Louis Ruff, who still continues to lead the way. Last time through, he was 0.4 of a second up the road from Keith Arlers, but in a straight line. Watch Keith Arlers begin to close in. Of course, the bigger, heavier car will have to get on the brakes that little bit earlier for Paddock Hill Bend, so it will still be Louis Ruff that leads the way.
Certainly will, yeah. So the gap continues to come down, but they do pretty much match each other across the line. 53.1 plays a 53.0 for those two cars. And you can see Louis going very defensive in towards Druids, hugged up against the apex there as Keith Arlers tries to find his way through. But as we said, it's going to be through those straights here at Brands Hatch where Keith does unleash the power. He takes a nicer line through the corner as well, and we'll see if he can do anything about Louis Ruff down towards 30s. And again, already for Keith Arlers, lights very much ablaze. One to try and put off Louis Ruff, and of course expecting the traffic before too much longer as well. But Louis still defending in the early stages of this race, about to come through to the completion of lap number 3. And is this going to be the chance now for Keith to get the job done in the number 29 Morgan? He accelerates across the line. He's got plenty more power than Louis Ruff, but who's going to be the last of the late breakers down towards Paddock Hill Bend? For now it will be Louis, and he still keeps his nose ahead.
He does, but of course you've got that straight uphill towards Druids, and Keith Arlers might be able to utilise the horsepower to try and prise the door open. He's got the inside line, but the bigger, heavier car has to brake that little bit earlier, so Louis Ruff, by the skin of his teeth, still hangs on to the lead of the race. But for how much longer is the question, because Keith Arlers is looking to rough up Louis a bit, isn't he, as they turn their way through the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend, sprinting away along the Cooper Straight. Straight line speed tells, and Keith Arlers is going to nip up the inside, as he did in the race earlier on. Took him a couple of laps to do it earlier, and he nipped up the inside, and the running towards 30s. He's done exactly the same here, but Louis Ruff is trying to go round the outside. Keith almost thought about squeezing him a little bit there, but got out of the move, and now still going to be side by side on the exit of the corner. But then the extra power of the V8 tells, and is Keith Arlers going to hang on to the lead of the race? No, he's still there in second. Louis Ruff has still got the lead.
Certainly has, yes. So doing a grand job, and bear in mind these two cars are in different classes. Louis' car is in the class which has 310 brake horsepower per tonne, whereas Keith Arlers 440 brake horsepower per tonne. So doing a grand job is Louis, who now has the door open for Keith Arlers, but again he'll try and cut across and do it as cleanly as possible. Keith Arlers holds the tighter line through Druids, and eventually the place will be his. So that might now be job done, but for the space of 4 minutes, Louis has done a tremendous job in that Class 2, Morgan, to keep Keith Arlers at bay. But for now, no longer, as Keith will try and pull his legs now and try and get away from the car behind him as they turn the way in towards McLaren. Andrew Thompson will appear somewhere in third place, just going through shop, and it should be John Emberson in the number 89 machine, who now is going to be under attack here from Gale Hill. So Gale on the charge, doing well in 5th position, but would very much like that place away from John Emberson.
Yeah, and then just after them you've got Jack Bellinger, who is busy squabbling away with William Pratt, and William Pratt has got the number 17 car of Jack Bellinger for company as well. Jack Bellinger looking to try and get a good run on the 5.21 that lies ahead, and is he going to be able to draw himself alongside? Now he's just behind as they come over the start-finish line, so those two head up towards Paddock Hill Bend onto lap number 6. Jack Bellinger brakes as late as he can at the wheel of the blue machine. Is he going to try and get the undercut coming out of Paddock Hill? No, he's just too far away, so he can't quite get there. And then just behind them there's another good fight, isn't there? There's the yellow car, which is going to be James Sumner. He is fighting away with Tom Richards, the man who is jointly leading the championship in the white number 36 machine.
Yep, so battles commence. We had plenty of battles in race number 1, didn't we, with kind of groups of 2 just getting themselves together. But yeah, we've got this one again starting to unfold as they turn their way through the left-hander of Graham Hill Bend. So that's going to be Tom Richards trying to get the job done on Sumner. In the background, that was a good battle earlier on as well. Howard Clark and Peter Cole, who are fighting for, in fact, honours in Class 4 at the minute. So they both run 1st and 2nd in that class, 11th and 12th overall. They are the two cars just behind the ones we are currently watching. And here comes now the move possibly for Jack Bellinger, who tries to get his nose to the inside line to get the job done as they head down towards Paddock Hill Bend. But Martin Pratt does have the corner for the time being. It's the preferred line in towards Paddock Hill Bend, and if he doesn't run wide, he should still find himself there in 7th place.
Yeah, is he going to try and see whether there's a gap and some opportunity on the run up towards Druids? No, Jack Bellinger is just too far away. And then you've got the James Sumner and Tom Richards battle there after the yellow Morgan, followed by the white one. And they're all fighting away for what is 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th places as they head downhill and through Graham Hill Bend this time through. Then after that other fight that you were talking about, Peter Cole now falling away slightly from Howard Clark for the battle for 11th and 12th, but more importantly, 1st and 2nd in what is Class 4. Keith Arles leads the way, still only by 1.25 seconds though from Louis Ruff in second place, so Louis not that far away still from the race leader.
Yeah, maybe learned something from race number 1 and knows how to treat that car around the Indy circuit here at Brands Hatch. So we'll see if Louis can continue to stay with Keith and possibly have a move a little bit later in the race. Meantime, Jack Bellinger again trying to keep behind him this car of Martin Pratt. He was behind at the line. So now Jack Bellinger goes ahead once again. So Blue Morgan ahead of Silver, and in the background, Tom Richards thinking about the inside line on the number 22 machine of James Sumner. So can he squeeze his way through? No, he will then have the outside line down towards Graham Hill Bend, which is now the line behind James Sumner. So again, we're getting these 4 cars all tied together, fighting over 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th places. And one of those is a Class 3 winner. The other one is a Class 5 leader at the minute. So we've got a couple of class leaders in this group, also vying for their overall position as well.
Yep, so their little fight continues. Over the start-finish line goes the squabble still for 4th and 5th place. John Emerson still under pressure from Gale Hill. Brent Sindecoon on his own in 6th place, and then this train of cars now heading up towards Paddock Hill Bend with, by the look of things, Jack Bellinger, since moving up to 7th place, he seems to have escaped the grasp of those behind a little bit. He's just managed to gap them to a reasonable degree, and then it's just sort of left the 3 cars squabbling away, which is going to be Martin Pratt, James Sumner and the ever-present danger of Tom Richards, who again just shows the nose of the car into the mirrors of James Sumner, but can't quite still be close enough to try and fully attack for the position. Still 12 minutes of this race to go. The lead advantage just eking out a little bit now. Keith Arles is now 1.6 seconds up the road from Louis Ruff, and one of the best of the battles is still for what will be 4th and 5th place. John Emerson cannot shake away 661, which is Gale Hill, as they fight for 3rd and 4th in Class 2, 4th and 5th overall.
Yep, Gale Hill, of course, former Jaguar racer, which we'll see out a little bit later on. Quite relaxed in the car as well there, Gale. Just got a kind of arm laying out the side of the car, kind of the driving position that they tend to have within these Morgans. So Gale pushing on for the time being. Last time through, she did a 55.5, which was 0.2 of a second quicker, actually, than that Morgan ahead of her of John Emerson. So the 89 machine currently still holds that 4th position as they head again downhill in towards Graham Hill Bend, and Gale Hill not close enough to make a move on this occasion, so she just stay on the wheel tracks. Traffic, of course, we know is going to be very much in the equation later on in this race, so if they get themselves embroiled in some traffic, that might be the opportunity to Gale to get her way through and up ahead of that John Emerson machine ahead. So they go now through towards the end of the lap, and then of course we've still got Jack Bellinger ahead of Martin Pratt, James Sumner and Tom Richards continuing to do battle as well, but no change amongst those 4 cars over the last couple of laps.
Yeah, but we have now got the lead battle back on again, because last time through 0.8 of a second quicker was Louis Ruff than the race leader Keith Arles, so they are absolutely together as they turn their way through Surtees up towards McLaren and then on towards Clearways. So this is lap number 11 that they're on at the moment. The lead advantage was down to just 0.8 of a second at the start of the lap. They're about to flash their way back over the start-finish line any second. So through comes Keith Arles, through comes Louis Ruff, and the relative gap between the pair of them is back out beyond a second once more, because Keith Arles was about 1/4 of a second quicker than Louis Ruff. So responding to the fact that the second place car was closing in.
Certainly was. Yeah, we've got 53 and 54 together as well. This is for effectively last place at the minute. So those 2 cars fighting for their positions. It was Philip St. Clair Tisdall, which is doing the chasing, and the 53 machine of Kathy Sherry, which is currently trying to hold on to that position as they turn their way up towards Druids. We've got the 3rd place car now trying to work his way through, which is Andrew Thompson. So he gets through in the number 1 Morgan. So not massively being delayed, although again, he is quite distant away from the 2 cars ahead of him, so 14 seconds back from the Class 2 leader, which is Louis Ruff. And again, we said that Louis and Keith are in different classes, but just testament to Louis, how he pedals this Morgan around. This time round off the back of Keith Arles, though, he's 1.7 seconds adrift. So with the traffic now for Keith Arles to deal with, this gap might start to increase once again, just like we saw at the same stage in race number 1.
Andrew Thompson, the reigning champion, picking his way through and past some of the traffic. And as you said, you know, that's going to be a constant factor now for the remaining 8 or 9 minutes of this race. There's always going to be some little bit of traffic that the front runners will need to deal with. Some laps might be slightly quieter, but most of them are going to have somebody that you'll pick your way through. So the top 5 through and over the start-finish line onto lap number 13. There goes Brent Syndicum through and over the start-finish line. The gap first to second, 1.7 seconds at the start of this lap, which means that Keith Arlers is knocking on the door of breaking his fastest lap that he's set so far. 53.0 is the fastest lap. That time as he goes through, slightly slower whilst there was some traffic to deal with, but the lead advantage still grows by another 0.6 of a second that time through. So the gap from Keith Arlers back to number 99 Louis Ruff is now 2.25 seconds just over.
It certainly is. We have a Morgan slowing, unfortunately, over towards McLaren with the driver's arm in the air.
Howard Clark, number 40?
No, it's 54, Philip St Clair Tisdall. So, yeah, it's a shame, actually, because they, as I said, was having a good battle with Kathy Sherry. And that car we can now see with the hand up from our driver, and that's on the inside of McLaren. So for now, yellow flags. Whether we need the safety car, we'll have to wait and see. But the officials will decide on that in due course. With 7.5 minutes to go, there remains the 54 machine. It's going to be a bit in no man's land because it's quite a walk, isn't it, from that part of the track all the way back to the pit lane on the grass.
Yeah, just to try and get somewhere safe. So that's former champion Philip St Clair Tisdall. So he's out of the car very shortly, and he's going to have to sort of sprint away from it if he's going to leave it there. But it's not in the safest of places. That's been information received by race control, so we are going safety car, I'm afraid. So safety car is on standby. It's not made its way out onto the track as yet, because of course what it will do is it will only edge out onto the circuit to ensure that it can pick up the race leader. And Keith Arlers has got his hand aloft. He's aware as to what's going on. The safety car sees the race leader coming, edges his way out onto the track. We are under safety car now.
Yeah, Peter Cole was quite eager there to try and make sure he stayed ahead of Howard Clark, because they were both vying for the position side by side through Druids, but authority stamped down there from the car of Peter Cole in the Morgan Roadster, and those two cars find themselves just behind the race leaders, actually. So Keith Arlers and Louis Ruff, when we do go back to green flag racing, they will be nose to tail on the circuit, so it might be another opportunity for Louis Ruff to try his luck, maybe around the outside at Paddock Hill Bend, where he seems to be the beneficiary of those moves. And if we're similar to the race start we had, then Louis Ruff will definitely give it a go, I'm sure, in the closing stages of this race. I think it should be a fairly easy move for Philip's car over there at McLaren, because it did just kind of slow to a halt. So should be able to be towed back. So if they can find the tow hook, get it into the pit lane, we shouldn't be too long, hopefully, behind this safety car. We can see the trackside recovery team just working their way now up towards Druids, as under the safety car, Keith Arlers leads us round with Louis Ruff there in second. Andrew Thompson, of course, will close the gap down. We'll have a few lap cars between himself and those two ahead, and then John Emberson and Gail Hill complete the top five. Brett Syndicum sits in 6th place in the number 16 machine, and then behind that, I'm sure the battle for 7th place will recommence as well, with Jack Bellinger, Martin Pratt, James Sumner, and Tom Richards, who is just on the fringes of the top 10 at the minute.
Just having a quick look, Louis Ruff is leading Class 2 and has set the fastest lap in Class 2, so he's on for maximum points. And Tom Richards is leading Class 5. And of the cars we've got in Class 5, he has also set the fastest lap in Class 5. So if they remain where they are, Matt, they will still be tied on championship points as they go to Thruxton.
Yeah, and then there's 2 more races there. They do exactly the same. They're going to have to try and be separated somehow. If it's not by wins, it'll be by probably 2nd places, 3rd places, which they haven't had. So not too sure how that gets settled.
No, I'm the same. I'm exactly the same as you, because yeah, usually if you're on exactly the same points, you go to count back and you look at how many wins everybody's had. Well, they've had the same number of wins.
Yep.
And then go, okay, we'll look then see how many 2nd places they've got in class. Well, none, because all they've done is claim class wins all year.
Yeah.
So how do you declare the champion?
Would there be a joint champion?
It makes me wonder.
Yeah,
it's not. I don't think it's happened as yet in the 40-year history of Morgans. Now that will be for the AR Trophy. For the Morgan Challenge, you do drop your worst scores. So, but even if they drop their scores,
still the same.
They're still the same.
And we spoke briefly yesterday during qualifying that bizarrely during the season, the time that they haven't had the fastest lap of the race, they both didn't have that in the same race, which was really bizarre.
Race 2 at Donington Park. Yeah, they both won their class but didn't get the fastest lap points.
And that's the only time they haven't got the fastest lap, both in the same race, which is really, really strange. So they are literally copying everything they do in their respective classes of the Morgan Challenge. So yeah, they can't be decided in this one as it stands. Just under 4 minutes to go. The car of Philip St Clair Tisdale has now been moved. So I reckon at the end of this lap, we should very shortly be back to green flag racing and battle to commence once again between hopefully Keith Arlers and Louis Ruff, separated by nothing. It'll all be about if Louis can kind of stay with Keith Arlers once the race gets back underway.
So we'll see as to whether that's the case. I was just looking back through all my paperwork for this one. I've got championship points going all the way back to 1995 in my paperwork for this one. I guess I'd have quite a fair chunk. So yeah, what's that? That's 30 years of championship information I've got. I need to have a tidy up, don't I? So we're still under safety car for the moment, but the safety car peels its way into the pit lane, which means that Keith Arlers can get the race back underway, and Louis Ruff isn't really going to be close enough to him. No overtaking until they reach the control line. So Andrew Thompson is looking to try and just make sure that he can now accelerate in what is the third place car, the red car, heading up towards Paddock Hill Bend. But he needs to make sure he didn't overtake any of those cars ahead of him until he got to the control line. Otherwise, a penalty could be heading in his direction. We've only got 3 minutes of this race to go. So Keith Arlers was leading by a second from Louis Ruff as they came over the start-finish line. And I think Keith Arlers is looking good to probably make it 2 out of 2. But for Louis Ruff, of course, the focus will be winning Class 2, setting the fastest lap in Class 2, and then he can only look to see what Tom Richards is doing in the lesser-powered Class 5 car.
Yep, that's all he needs to do, doesn't it, here today at Brands Hatch. But Louis given it a good go actually towards the end of the lap. Might not have been quite there at the beginning of it, but he's now got some strength towards the end as he works his way through it. Of course, lose then the ground on towards the Brabham Straight, so the gap ekes out slightly again between Keith Arlers and Louis Ruff. It was a second at the restart, but this time round it has come down to 9/10 of a second, so a personal best lap there for Louis Ruff on a 53.149, as what's going to be now the battle for that seems to be 11th place, I think, yeah, across the line just behind Andrew Thompson in that third place. But the top two, Mark, very close together again.
They are, yep, so still close to each other as they head out of Druids and down towards Graham Hill Bend, but it's the dark blue car of long-time Morgan racer Keith Arlers that still continues to lead the way. Keith, another former champion in Morgan racing. Louis Ruff looking to see what he might be able to do to become the 2025 champion, is shadowing him. They get towards the twiddly parts, those two Surtees, McLaren and Clearways, and of course that's the bit that really plays into the hands of Louis Ruff's car, whereas you get the big long straights, and not that many big long straights here at Brands Hatch, but that's where the big +8 can just pull away. So he heads over the start-finish line onto the penultimate lap of the race. There's just 0.8 of a second difference between the pair of them. Number 1, Andrew Thompson there in third place. Fourth place is number 89, John Emberson, and he's still got 661 Gail Hill not too far away.
No, so she might still have a chance here. And again, they've got some traffic to deal with in respect of the number 20 machine. So Tony Kilby will be the car to step aside as they head through Paddock Hill Bend and up towards the climb of Druids. We can still see the battle for 11th place now. This is for honours within Class 4 as well here. So this is quite tight between Peter Cole and Howard Clark as they descend down in towards Graham Hill Bend. But for Keith Arlers, still just about hanging on here. He's got one straight to go. And then, of course, we'll be on to the last lap with 30 seconds left, and Louis Ruff has got the final chance to try and do something here.
Yeah, can he unlock the door to the lead of the race, or has got Keith Arlers just got something up his sleeve? He heads over the start-finish line. Frustrating thing for Louis Ruff is that even if he gets close to Keith Arlers, say at the final corner, the V8's always going to have the advantage on the run to the line. So I do think this is just Keith Arlers making sure he's got enough in hand to keep Louis Ruff at bay. And for Louis this year, he has not had an overall race win. He's had a second, he's had a third, he's had fourths, he's had fifths, but he's not stood on the top step of the podium. Not for want of trying, that's absolutely for sure. The squabble elsewhere down through the order for 11th, 12th and 13th still continues as well, as by the look of things, Howard Clark tries to go rather down the outside of Peter Cole's yellow and silver machine, but can't quite make it stick. But for the lead of the race, up towards the final corner they'll come. Louis Ruff has thrown everything at it, but is just going to come up short and miss out on claiming a win. That is going to go the way for the second time today of Keith Arlers, who comes through to win the second race today for the Morgan Challenge, which is celebrating its 40th year of racing in 2025 in the UK. Louis Ruff finishes in second place, and the red car number 1 of Peter Thompson will come through now to finish in third position. Fourth place will go the way of John Emberson, but before John Emberson we will get over the start-finish line, I think, Peter Cole. No, here comes John Emberson. He's just going to go through now in fourth place. Gail Hill will finish in fifth position, and then Brent Sindercoon will come through at the wheel of the... Yes, Brett Sindercoon will come through at the wheel of the number 16 car to finish in 6th place, with Jack Bellinger in 7th. It will be Martin Pratt in 8th place. 9th place will be the number 22 car, which will be James Sumner. and Tom Richards will complete the top 10 as the last car that finishes on the lead lap of the race. And Tom Richards did set his best individual lap of the race on that lap, and just to confirm, that is a class win for him and the extra point for fastest lap, and it's a class win for Louis Ruff plus the extra point for fastest lap. So they are still tied on exactly the same number of championship points heading into the final weekend of racing, which will be at Thruxton in a few weekends' time. So we should be able to shortly confirm some results for you. So if you're watching the live stream, we'll see those results flash up. Here they come. Keith Arlers claims the win from Louis Ruff in second place. Less than a second between the pair of them in the end. They both win their respective classes. Andrew Thompson finishes in third place with John Emberson and Gail Hill fourth and fifth. And Brett Sindercombe wins his class, finishing in sixth place, as does Jack Bellinger, who finished in seventh, and Martin Pratt, who finished in eighth. James Sumner was ninth, and there were more class wins for the cars in 10th and 11th. Tom Richards, the car of Tom Richards, followed then by the car of Cole. Then 12th place is where we see the number 40 car, which is going to be Howard Clark. 13th is number 20, which is Tony Kilby. 14th place is Kathy Sherry, and the last of the finishers was 666, which was John Richards. Philip St Clair Tisdale did not finish, unfortunately. His car was towed to the outer paddock. Matt Suckling has wandered his way down in towards the pit lane. I can see that already at the top of the pit lane is Keith Arlers, who is taking off the crash helmet and is about to talk to Matt Suckling.
Yeah, I'll be there very shortly, Mark. It gets longer and longer, doesn't it, this walk down the pit lane as the day goes on. But yeah, Keith is there, Louis is there, having a quick chat to each other. And Andrew Thompson is also standing by for a word with us very shortly as well. So we'll get Keith Arlers into a place in the pit lane where we can have a quick chat to him. We'll try and grab Keith's attention and get him over for a quick chat. Keith, if you wouldn't mind coming over and have a quick chat with us over here, and we'll find out your thoughts after that. Brilliant race once again. We didn't get to speak to you after race number 1, unfortunately, but that was a commanding win. Race number 2, a little bit closer between you and Louis. Did you enjoy it?
Fantastic. I mean, Louis is a great engineer. He's built this car extremely well. He's a very good driver. It's interesting. Mine is the traditional Morgan chassis. Louis is racing the new aluminium chassis, and you can see he's got the car of the future.
And for you, Keith, you've been driving Morgans now for many, many years, so you're used to how these things work.
My first win here in the Morgan was in 1999. This is a special day for me. It's my first victory after turning 70 10 days ago. I think I'm now the only Morgan Challenge race winner who's been over 70. And it's my 111th Morgan Challenge victory, so a great day out. But I would like to pay tribute to the rest of the drivers. The back markers were fantastic, exemplary driving. They knew everything that was happening around them.
Well, congratulations, Keith, on the victory. Many congratulations on your 70th birthday the other week as well.
Thank you very much.
There we go. That's all we're going to have time for, unfortunately, because already it's a quick turnaround because the Jaguars are heading now out onto the circuit for our second race of the day, Mark.
Thanks a lot, Matt. Yeah, so the Alpha Lexus law firm, Jaguar Championship, out onto the grid. Top 5 reversed from the results from earlier on today, so let me quickly go through the grid. It's Chris Boone that starts on pole position with James Ram alongside, and row 2 of the grid, and Rodney Frost and Colin Philpott. Row 3, Jack Robinson, and I think it's Kevin Doyle for this race, and row 4 is James Walls and Michael Atkinson. Row 5, Charles Jackson and David Ringham. Row 6, Andrew Maynard and Damien Gray. Row 7, Tim Morant and Matt Thomas. Row 8, Samantha Sheen and Matthew Davis. Row 9, Colin Porter and Rick Walker. Row 10, Mark Bennett, who retired earlier on, and 631 Ronald Ferguson. And on his own on the next row of the grid is number 4, which is John Watts. Quick message as well, congratulations to Rob and Latia Jenner, who got married in Scotland yesterday, from Team Storm, which is Ronnie and Pauline Ferguson. There's a wee message on the back of the car on the 631 car, so we'll try and pick out and see exactly what that is. Congratulations, or just married, it will say on the back of it, but congratulations to Rob and Letitia for getting married yesterday up in Scotland. We're about to get the race underway, and as the lights go out, good start from Chris Boone. James Ram is trying to stick with him as they go over the start-finish line, and as they work their way up towards the right-hander, it's going to be Chris Boone that will lead the way. James Ram's there in second place, but he's got Colin Philpott to driver's left on the run up towards the braking area for Druids. Can Colin Philpott squeeze his way through into second? He tries to get across the nose of James Ram and is just going to get the job done as they come out of the corner. So it is Colin Philpott up into second place, James Ram down into third position, and then fourth place is going to be Jack Robinson, who sits there in fourth position. Doesn't look as though Ron Ferguson made the start of this race, so whatever the message was on the back of his car will remain a mystery, sadly. And the other retiree is back out there, which is Mark Bennett at the wheel of the X-Type Estate. He has made it back out because he'd not finished in the race earlier on. Change for the lead of the race. Colin Philpott's gone through to pick up the lead of the race from Chris Boone, and now James Ram is trying to attack the yellow and blue XK8 as they come over the start-finish line. James Ram has the inside line. He's going to squeeze his way through, and Chris Boone is just going to try and make sure he closes the door on Jack Robinson so as not to lose third position as they head through Paddock Hill Bend for the second time. And Chris Boone also hang on to third as they head up towards Druids. Jack Robinson is up his inside, and I think he's going to go through. And Chris, hugely experienced racing Jaguars, a former champion, is not going to put up too much of a defence to that one, letting the quicker car go through. And now Jack Robinson, he's up into third. He's trying to go around the outside of James Ram as they went in towards Graham Hill Bend, but eventually has to move out of harm's way. We've got one car off at the end of the Cooper Straight, I'm afraid to say, and that's Tim Morant at the wheel of the Daimler that's off at the end of the Cooper Straight. That's not in a particularly safe position. Tim's getting out of the car, but the car has sort of trickled its way on towards the grass and is, if anybody were to sort of not turn when he got to the end of the Cooper Straight, it would be a little bit in the firing line. So it's being covered with localised yellow flags for the moment as they head through now onto lap number 3 with, by the look of things, Chris Boone about to lose another place as Rodney Frost, who was on the podium earlier on today, dives up the inside at the wheel of the second of the 2 Power Bell prepared cars. Number 6 car through and up into what will now be 4th position. Chris Boone dropping down into 5th place. Now, the battle for second and third still raging. Last time through, we saw Jack Robinson trying to go around the outside of Graham Hill Bend. He gets the undercut on James Ram, but he gets the undercut just before we go code 60. So James Ram will still hang on to second position. If you're not familiar with code 60, Classic Sports Car Club are the only club in the UK that utilise the opportunity to go code 60, and in reality what it is, it's a virtual safety car. So all of the cars have to slow down to a maximum of 60 kilometres per hour, which means that the relative gaps between them all should remain exactly the same. That will then allow the incident to be cleared, and as soon as the incident is cleared, the code 60 flags are replaced with green flags, and the race can get back underway again. And that doesn't necessarily mean that's only as the cars head towards the start-finish line. Like when a safety car would peel in, only then do you get the race back underway. Once the green flags are done, you're back racing immediately. Doesn't matter where you are on circuit. So it is a flag that's available to UK motorsport clubs, but the Classic Sports Car Club, I think, the only ones that still utilise that opportunity to use it. It speeds things up in reality because it still takes the same amount of time to get the car out of harm's way, but it doesn't mean you need to consider where the safety car is on circuit because the safety car doesn't go out.
And it's good for the competitors as well, isn't it? Because they don't have to wait for the lap to be completed. Not such bad here at Brands Hatch because they're short laps, but yeah, anywhere else it takes time. So yeah, really good initiative, which is surprising that the Classic Sports Car Club is the only one that uses it, because it is one of those things that was brought in and was used at the time, but then just kind of disappeared.
Yeah.
It is good.
So Tim Morant's car nearly out of harm's way. So as soon as that recovery truck is behind the barriers, it will radio race control to say that it's clear, and then the green flags will be coming out straight away. So we're full course yellow still for the moment in reality, or code 60. Car is behind the barriers, and straight away, there we go, we're off green, which means we get the race back underway immediately. So only a very short delay for that one, and as a big mistake for the championship leader. He must have thumped the throttle, Jack Robinson, coming out of Graham Hill Bend. The car got really tail happy on him, and with lots of arm twirling, he just, Matt, kept it under his spell.
Certainly did, didn't he? Yeah, so that was a little bit scary for him. Was it Colin Philpott who said after the first race he was a little bit asleep to let James Ram through?
Colin Philpott and Rodney Frost said the same,
Yeah, so this time hopefully they've learned that lesson and they can get on with the job, which they have. But yeah, the man now in third place, Jack Robinson, is a bit under pressure here from Rodney Frost. So we'll see if that's going to come to anything as they head in towards Paddock. You've got Chris Boone in the mix as well, and not too far adrift is the 156 machine, which is just on the coattails, and that's the Class A car of James Wall. So fairly close together at the minute with the first 5 minutes of this race to be completed, but out front doing what he can do and needs to do, Colin Philpott with now over a 2-second lead.
Car number 107 is under investigation for an infringement under code 60. That is Matthew Davis. Now I can only imagine, now look at the deltas of the car and see that that car had gained significantly over the ones around it. So in other words, it was travelling too quickly. That's what I suspect. You know, we're talking about that we're celebrating different things, 40 years of Morgan's, 50 years of Baby Bertha.
Yeah.
Do you realise it's 50 years since the Jaguar XJS was first launched in 1975? Colin Philpott, who leads the race, served his apprenticeship on them just as they came out.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. He's less than 50 though, isn't he, in terms of his age? No, so yeah, great to see then, and that would be a nice mark for Colin Philpott if he did actually win here today at Brands Hatch as well. But of course, we know that Jack Robinson is going to be quick and already now making his move on James Ram down the inside line. James, to be fair, didn't fight that too aggressively because he runs within Class A. Jack Robinson there in Class B. So yeah, he's lost an overall position, but still leads his class as it stands as those two head their way now through Graham Hill Bend. Good to see the estate back out there as well, because that had dramas in race number 1, and it's now David Ringham who's all over the back of the number 54 machine. So the estate is there in what's going to be 8th position, and we'll see now if it's going to be a good result and a good end to the day for Rick Walker.
Yeah, so good to see Mark Bennett out in the estate. I've not been able to see from our elevated commentary position as to whether Beatrice, which is the Dalmatian that's usually in the back of the car, which is a cuddly toy.
Not a live one.
No, not a live one. Beatrice the Dalmatian, which is the team mascot, is in the back of the car, so can't see from our position. It's about to come over the start-finish line now. If you're on the spectator banks, you might just be able to see Beatrice the Dalmatian in the back of the car. No, can't see her from here. I'm not sure whether Beatrice is here today.
No, I reckon they've stayed at home for this weekend. A little bit poorly, maybe. Side by side across the line as well. That's going to be a move, which I think sees the 56 machine through, doesn't it? So that's going to be Charles Jackson making his way up the order. So good little fights going on again all the way through the field at the minute. And yeah, definitely on the move now is that Jackson car as he tries to get his way onto the rear of Andrew Maynard. So that's going to be the XJ40, which gets a little bit squirrely out the exit of the corner. But Andrew Maynard now trying to hold on to that position as they turn their way through the left-hander, accelerate their way down the back straight once again. But it's amazing, isn't it? See the liveries on some of these cars. As you said, it kind of harks back to Group C. The Castrol liveries are brilliant as well, and kind of the green and white, which we see on that car in the field as well, which kind of harks back to Jaguar colours, doesn't it?
Yeah, Damien Gray, the Jaguar Formula 1 team. Yeah, so yeah, it's always good to see Damien Gray's car out, the Beck's liveried car, which is very much reminiscent of the Formula 1 Jaguar team when it was kicking around. There it goes over the start-finish line now, the number 18 car. So our race leader, which is Colin Philpott, still leading the way. The lead advantage last time through was 3.5 seconds. And if you look at the relative lap time that he did relative to Jack Robinson, they lapped to within 14 one-thousandths of a second of each other, the leading pair of cars. So the gap didn't close up at all. Let's see on this lap as to whether Colin Philpott can still keep it at around 3.5 seconds. Through he comes now, number 1, completes lap number 8. Here comes Jack Robinson, and Jack Robinson that time through was 0.4 of a second quicker.
Yep, so the charge is on, isn't it, here? So on they go. Rodney Frost has got passed through on James Ram as well, so that's the change for 3rd position in this race. But the other battle we have towards the close of this lap is still with the car, as we mentioned, of Andrew Maynard, being chased as it stands by that 56 machine. So very much on the charge is Charles Jackson as they head their way down towards Paddock Hill Bend. This is all over at the minute. 11th and 12th places, gets very close between the two of them, and then right on the coattails, as we mentioned, is that number 18 machine of Damien Gray. So all these three cars very closely matched as they head their way towards Druids. Race leader though, Colin Philpott, towards the close of another lap, with the gap expected to come down once again between himself and Jack Robinson.
So let's have a quick look. It was 3.2 seconds just under last time through. Colin Philpott does a 54.9. Jack Robinson does a 54.4. It comes down by another half a second that time through. It's down to 2 3/4 seconds first to second. Rodney Frost is still there on his own in the black and the white and the red car in 3rd position. James Ram in 4th. Is he getting caught by Chris Boone behind? No, they lap to within 2 one-thousandths of a second of each other, those two cars.
Very evenly matched, which is nice. So yeah, both doing pretty much the same pace there, and of course James Ram and Chris Boone both in the same class. So Chris Boone looking to try and close the gap, but at the minute not currently happening. So James Ram would be on for another class victory here in race 2 as it stands. There goes our 2nd place car then up towards McLaren as Jack Robinson turns his way through. Half a second over the last couple of laps, he has been quicker. Traffic is about to evolve as well. We can see Colin Philpott on the lights. He's flashing them as much as he possibly can. He does not want to be held up by these two cars, which now turn the way in towards Paddock Hill Bend, and the gap has come down by another, not quite half a second, but 4/10 this time. So it's now just under 2.5 as Colin Philpott makes the move to the inside line. He gets past both of those cars, so that is good news. So he's cleared those without too much drama, it's now Jack Robinson who has to do the same, and those two cars are racing amongst themselves as well.
Yeah, and Jack Robinson was pretty decisive working his way through the traffic, so I think he will just wait until the exit of Graham Hill Bend and deals with Samantha Sheen's car. So the gap's come down by 9/10 of a second over the course of the last 2 laps. Jack Robinson dealing with the second little bit of traffic there, which didn't cost him too much time at all, which I think was Matthew Davies, was it, who moved out of harm's way. Yes, it was, the number 107 car. So the gap that was 2.3 seconds, has it diminished any further? It doesn't look as though it's gone down by a great deal this time, if at all. In fact, it might have extended. 2.3 seconds becomes, no, 2.1. It's come down a very small amount, but that's 1.1 seconds in the last 3 laps.
Certainly is, yep. So we're almost at 2 seconds, of course. The bigger the target gets for Jack Robinson in his front mirror or his front windscreen, it will then be kind of the inclination for him to continue to close that gap and go a little bit quicker. So we'll keep an eye on the leaders and what they're doing. This three-way fight continues as well for what's going to be 11th, 12th and 13th. Still being headed at the minute by that 163 machine. So Andrew Maynard just about hanging on with the Castrol liveried Jaguar. And is that number 56 machine starting to struggle now, because Charles Jackson, with a bit of black smoke coming out the rear, is also possibly going to lose a place now to Damien Gray, who goes through quite easily in towards the first corner. And Charles Jackson, yeah, just spitting a bit of black smoke out the back there.
Yeah, well, that's the XJ diesel, so it's so whether there's an injector starting to play up on it, you would expect it occasionally to puff out a little bit of black smoke, particulate smoke, but yeah, if it's got an injector issue, then you'd start to see maybe a little bit more black smoke coming out the back as the unburnt fuel disappears out the exhaust. Yeah, it doesn't look that healthy, does it? On acceleration, it looks as though that black smoke is getting worse.
Yeah, it's all the way along the back straight there, so that is not looking to be too healthy. He's still got some speed at the minute, so he's keeping with the rear of Damien Gray, but yeah, a bit more black smoke starting to evolve from the back. For the lead of the race, is this going to be, or is this going to be further back? Yeah, it's going to be further back. It's Chris Boone, actually, we're looking at there, who's working his way downhill through the traffic. So Chris Boone gets through. He has to be quite particular of where he places that car, because all of a sudden we've got the James Wall machine in there as well. So these two fighting at the minute for 5th and 6th place, and also vying for 2nd and 3rd within Class A. So all of a sudden this slightly more modern Jaguar, the S-Type, works its way around the top of the circuit now, slightly wide for one of the back markers, which is the Samantha Sheen machine, which heads its way towards the start-finish stripe. Yeah, Chris Boone, I think this is now going to be a bit of pressure coming from behind as they head towards Paddock Hill Bend.
Yeah, let's just have a quick look. Chris Boone still hanging on to it. James Wall at the wheel of the supercharged car is not too far away and is looking to try and edge ever closer to him. New fastest lap of the race last time through for the car in 2nd position, Tom Robinson. He was only a 1/10 of a second quicker than Colin Philpott, who also set his best lap of the race, but a 54.142 from the 2nd place car is the new fastest lap of the race, and the lead advantage is now down to 1.9 seconds with 6 minutes to go. Rate of close at the moment for Jack Robinson is not sufficient to catch and then have an opportunity to get past, is it, as they go over the start-finish line and head on to lap number 15.
Yeah, and the reason for that as well, Colin Philpott previously did his best lap of the race as well. This time through, there are 7/1000ths of a second between them in terms of their lap time. So again, it stays just under 1.9 seconds between the top two, as Colin Philpott turns his way now down the hill once more. He's got 3 more cars up the road from him, and this is this great battle we've been watching for what has been 10th, 11th and 12th places. So again, they are kind of worried about what they're doing, but also need to be looking in the mirror to see what's happening with the chasing race leader Colin Philpott. And of course, if he doesn't get through these fairly quickly, that means the gap between him and Jack Robinson will come down, and it's going to make it fairly close in the final 5 minutes.
Yep, so over the start-finish line comes that squabble that you were talking about. Andrew Maynard, followed by then the car thereafter, which is the number 18 car of Damien Gray. And then Damien Gray has got the number 56 car just behind him, which is at the 3rd of those cars in that line. And then the race leaders bearing down. The first of which they'll catch, of course, will be Charles Jackson, who's at the tail end of that little trio. I'm not sure Colin Philpott's going to catch them even on this lap. I think it might be the next lap when he'll start to catch them, but we've still got 5 minutes to go, which means he's still going to have to deal with the traffic.
Certainly is, yep, and already on this lap, it looks like Jack Robinson has closed down towards Graham Hill Bend, so he's now starting to fling that car around, getting a bit more confident towards the closing stages. The gap did open up last time round though to over 1.9 seconds, and yeah, you're right, Colin Philpott will not quite get there at the end of this lap, but as he heads through Paddock Hill Bend on lap number 17. He'll pretty much be looking to make a move. So let's see if this hampers him at all as the leaders turn their way on towards the start-finish line once again. And for another time, Colin Philpott very much flashing those lights. So he's eager to make sure that those slower cars are aware. And as they head across the line, the gap does come down by almost half a second again. So 1.5 seconds now is the gap between the top two. Nicely down the inside goes Colin Philpott on that of the number 56 machine. So that's one ticked off. So Charles Jackson has been passed. On the exit of the corner, he'll then try and do something about Damien Gray, but that is still a few car lengths up the road. And for the man who is chasing, for Jack Robinson, he tried to go to the inside, but then had to dart to the outside. So might have just had to back off the throttle slightly, but still, I don't think it had lost him too much time.
Yeah, he just wasn't sure quite which way to go, was he? So a brief period of consideration whilst he was not quite sure where Charles Jackson was going to head, and he's back on the throttle again. You can see the tail end of that XK8 is really wiggling around. We've got one off and into the gravel trap, Paddock Hill Bend. I think that might be Samantha Sheen.
Yep, so that means there'll be no overtaking, which could just hamper Jack Robinson, because Colin Philpott has got through. He's got to wait for a green flag, which he now sees. So Damien Gray is then passed on the exit of the corner. We've got 3.5 minutes left in this race. So what are we going to do? I think the checker flag is being prepared early, so we'll see if that comes out anytime soon as they wait for the word from race control, because if we do get a safety car or a code 60, that will then pretty much take us to the end of the race. So I think that what might be happening, unless we run the race until the close with just a yellow flag at Paddock Hill Bend.
Yeah, checker flag has been put back down again by the official on the start gantry. So for the moment, just localised yellows that are being dealt with there. And over the start-finish line very shortly will come our race leader, Colin Philpott, who is really going to start to feel the pinch now. And as he goes through, let's just check checker flag doesn't come out early. No, it doesn't. The gap that was 1.3 seconds is now down to just 0.5 of a second. So Jack Robinson is there. Has he got any opportunity to try and get past, though?
The saving grace, of course, now for Colin Philpott is that there are yellow flags at Paddock Hill Bend. So if Jack Robinson wants to go for a move at the first corner, he won't be able to. So that's kind of going to help him as he comes through the final corner. But, of course, he's still got another 5 or so turns around the circuit where he needs to defend. And Jack Robinson now pulls himself straight onto the rear of our race leader. It's now going to be about the acceleration. I don't think Colin Philpott is going to be able to hang on here. They're going to have a drag race down towards the left-hander of Surtees. He squeezes him to the edge of the circuit. There's probably just about a car's width there for Jack Robinson to get through. But Colin Philpott, again, with 2 minutes just under to go, is going to have to defend like crazy now, because Jack Robinson wants a second victory of the day as they head towards that yellow flag zone as well. So Colin Philpott might just be a little bit canny here, just back off the pace and make sure that Jack Robinson doesn't go for a move. But again, as they go through that double wave yellows, you have to really reduce your speed, especially now with Marshall's and the telehandler in the gravel trap to try and recover that car. So yeah, we're not too far away from a checker flag, but the top two are tied together. Last time through it was a 56-0 for Colin Philpott, and it was a 56-1 for the man in second place, Jack Robinson. So down towards Graham Hill Bend they turn once again. We've got plenty more battles to focus on as well down the field, which we'll get to as this race draws to a close, but it is for the race lead where we are focusing our attention for the time being. Again, Jack Robinson all over the tail. Rodney Frost will have to go defensive. Sorry, Colin Philpott will have to go defensive in towards McLaren. He needs to be careful he doesn't drift out too wide. He needs to then hold the corner, and of course by the time they get to the line there will then be the yellow flags in effect once again, so there'll be no way through for Jack Robinson. We are now going to be on to the last lap of the race as well. 45 seconds to go. We've got 2 more back markers which the leaders might also get to before the conclusion. I think one of those is going to be Mark Bennett and the other one to be the number 45 machine of David Ringham. So both of those will be looking and aware of the blue flags. But Colin Philpott across the line did have an advantage of 0.4 of a second. So he's got the buffer, but is it going to be enough of a buffer as we head our way towards the checker flag this time round? They accelerate down along the Cooper Straight for the final time. They work their way towards the traffic in towards Surtees, and we've seen this previously this weekend where one goes one way, one goes the other. But I think Colin Philpott should be okay because both of those ahead have got some good speed. They're not sufficiently slow enough to hold the leaders up. The checker flag now is going to be at the ready, and for the Alpha Lexus law firm Jaguar Championship, it's going to be won for the first time here at Brands Hatch today by Colin Philpott, who takes the victory by very, very slender margin over that of Jack Robinson. Third place will go the way very shortly of the number 6 machine, which will be Rodney Frost, but Rodney has dropped quite a way back towards the closing stages of this race and only now heads towards the line. So Rodney Frost comes through. James Ram will be on then for 4th place and victory within Class A. Then we'll see Chris Boone come to the line with a very close James Wall behind him. So that's the fight for 5th and for 6th place as they go through. And then behind that we should have the number 58 machine through in 7th position, which will be Michael Atkinson, and then the last few cars on the lead lap as well, which will be that of number 54. So that's going to be the car of Rick Walker, and the final one on the lead lap is going to be the Mark Bennett Jaguar X-Type Estate, which will head towards the line now. So what a tantalising battle out front. Colin Philpott had a margin which was up somewhere towards 4 seconds. Then all of a sudden, Jack Robinson closed and closed and closed, and right towards the end, brought it down towards half a second. And it'll be interesting to find out, actually, if there wasn't that yellow flag at Paddock Hill Bend, whether Jack Robinson may have thought the move might have come at turn number 1, but we'll find out the story of that very shortly. Unfortunately for the number 76 machine, that ended up in the gravel. Confirmation, though, of the result. Colin Philpott, your winner, ahead of Jack Robinson, who picked up the fastest lap of the race. Rodney Frost, class winner, and James Ram next up in 4th, both class winners. Chris Boone and James Wall next up, with Michael Atkinson, Rick Walker, Mark Bennett and David Ringham to round out the top 10. Damien Gray and Andrew Maynard were next up in 11th and 12th. Charles Jackson and Matthew Davis next through, with Matthew picking up victory in his class, and Colin Porter was the final finisher down there in 15th position. So I'm sure some happy Jaguar drivers this weekend. Colin Philpott couldn't quite keep with the pace of Jack Robinson first time round, but he very much put that right this time round by taking the victory by a very small margin indeed. We'll have more, of course, from the Jaguars later on in the season, but that is them done here at Brands Hatch for today. Mark has made his way down to those 3 drivers who find themselves at the top end of the pit lane, and I'm sure there's going to be a happy driver and some celebratory drivers down there with Mark very shortly.
Thanks a lot, Mark. Yeah, so Colin Philpott already out of the car. Colin, congratulations, first win of the year.
I know, it's been a long time coming, hasn't it? He's been a hard lad to beat, Jack. He's been, really on form this year. Fair play to Swallows, really got that car going well. But I still keep pushing my old Power Bell car. 50 years old, these XJSs now.
So somebody told me last night, I didn't realise, 1975 they were first released.
Yeah, just started my apprenticeship then, along, funny enough, with Chris Palmer back in the day. So, yeah, it's still going strong, aren't they? Competitive motor.
Very competitive motor. In your hands, you had to fight for that one, though.
Yeah, I could see him there. He wasn't going to let me go, I know. The yellows, I think, sort of played a little bit in our hand, in his hand, I think. I don't know. It was a bit tight at the end, but yeah, it was good.
You also managed to wake up and correct those mistakes when we went from code 60 back to green compared to race 1.
Yeah, I was looking at trying to keep my eye on the speedo, trying to keep it down, kept looking at the signs. Yeah, called it right that time when it went green. That was it, I was away. So,
done and dusted here at Brands Hatch. You heading to Thruxton for the final 2 races of the year?
I'm not too sure yet. A friend of mine's up there in the World Championship and a sidecar cross. So I might be going there to watch him.
But well done on the win, mate.
Thank you. It's really long time coming. Appreciate it. Really good.
Well done. Let's grab a quick word with Tom if we can. Tom's just chatting away to Rodney Frost at the moment. Come on over, Tom. So we need to grab a quick word with you. Wow, that was close.
Yeah, no, I couldn't quite get there in the end, unfortunately, but I think with all the yellow flag in that first sector, it was just, like I said, there was back markers and stuff like that, so it was everything happening.
Do you think that yellow flag hadn't have been there, you'd have had the chance and an opportunity?
I don't know, probably not. It was so close, like I say, it's hard to get past here, so, but yeah, he fought a really good race, didn't put foot wrong, so yeah, well done, yeah.
We had a code 60, and as soon as we went green, through Graham Hill Bend, you had a bit of a code brown.
Yeah, a little bit of a wobbly there, yeah. I think I was a bit excited to get going.
I thought you were going to lose it, did you?
Yeah, it came very close, to be fair. It sort of went either way, but yeah, managed to grab it, yeah, and sort of go around.
Good championship points, 2 more races to come up at Thruxton down in Hampshire. Surely this car is really going to like that circuit.
Hopefully, yeah. Well, unfortunately we had some bad luck there last year with brake failure, so yeah, fingers crossed we can get through that and yeah, do well, really.
Well done. And the final word with Rodney Frost, made 2 more Power Bell cars onto the podium. Rodney, lessons learnt from you also from race number 1. Once the code 60 disappeared, you were on it straight away.
I learned from that mistake, and clearly we were. But the first race was a lot more fun than this one. They obviously got the distance on us, and we just couldn't come back at them. It was too hard.
You had to fight your way through, though. You know, James Ram was not making things easy for a period of time.
You're 100% right, but he's got a lot of power. He's an experienced racer. So I think once we got going there, and then we were okay. But the yellow flags affected us. We had to slow down. We had to back off. He was catching me. You know, it was difficult. It was a fine line. When I could I saw the green flag and I went again. You know what I mean?
Seems strange, though. We're still in August, but there's only 2 more races to come. 1 more race weekend this year.
I know. I'm not going to be there, unfortunately. What's your name?
Mark.
Mark. Nice to meet you, Mark.
Nice to meet you. You're not going to be at Thruxton. You're busy elsewhere?
No. We're probably going to the Burkett, maybe. But no, I think this is enough for me. Thank you very much.
Done for the moment. Good to see you, Rodney. There we go. There's Rodney Frost. We've got our next race coming up for you very shortly. We'll go back upstairs to Matt Suckling because we're back with the Adams and Page Swinging 60s. Group 2 will be on circuit shortly.
They will indeed. Yeah, thanks very much, Mark. So nice to hear from our Jaguar drivers as always. And as Mark said, very shortly, the Adams and Page Swinging 60s will be swinging their way onto the circuit for that race today. We've had, of course, Group 1 earlier in the day, but it's now time for Group 2 as we welcome them to the circuit. A variety of classes to look forward to this time round. We've got classes A, B and C, along with V, Z as well. So we've got a couple of classes to look forward to here. You've got the Class A, which is for those cars up to 1.4 litres. Class B will be represented as well for the up to 1.4 litre minis and the same derivatives there as well. Class C, just a couple of entrants this weekend. That's for the 1.4 to 1.6 litre machinery, and just one car, unfortunately, in Class G, but that's for those over the likes of 3 litres. And we have the magnificent Class V, which is for those original V8 engine machines as well. And finally, Class Z, which is for any car which wishes to enter a second Swinging 60s race over the course of the weekend. So some of those we saw in Group number 1 are out here in Group number 2 as well. So let's talk you through the grid then as they work their way onto the circuit, ready for that formation lap. It's going to be that of Chris Watkinson, who finds himself on pole position in the number 36 machine. Alongside him, the 333 car of Ben Snee. So it's Mini and Lotus on the front row. The second row then sees the number 26 machine, which is the paired Campbell and Ferguson, alongside number 97, which is Ray Barrow in his Chevy Corvette, always one to watch out for. Chevy Camaro in the outside of row 2. Row 3 then has number 123, which is Sean Hadrell, joined by number 91, which is the TVR Griffith of Jeff Taylor. The 4th row, number 16, is Ian Staines, with alongside number 240, Dean Halsey. The 5th row then lines up with number 132, which is Lewis Salmon. Here we're joined by number 18, which is James Hughes. Then we see on the 6th row the number 515 machine of Jason Andrews, joined by the Pratts William and Martin in the 521 Morgan. The 7th row, number 99, is Simon Benoit, with 63, Mark Neese alongside. The 8th row, number 68, is Tim Cairns, alongside supporter and runner within the Classic Sports Car Club. Alongside him, number 282, which is Joshua Smith. Then on to the 9th row, you're going to find the Wits there in car number 87, and now be joined by the 144 machine of the Rude Houses. The 10th row, number 28, is going to be the Thomas and Burley shed car. They had issues in the first of our Swinging 60s encounters. Hopefully their problems are sorted.
That car was on the trailer heading to the outer paddock, Matt.
So that's the answer to my question. Thanks, Mark. Alongside them is going to be on their own now, number 20, Mark Cloutman. He was off yesterday in qualifying, but will be on the grid 20th this time round. The 21st position on the grid, number 57, which is the Walker and the Buy machine, with number 2, Tony Hunton alongside. 46 then sees Andrew Hall, joined by the 11 machine of Foe and Bergin. The 13th row, number 92, is the Turnards, with what's going to be 888 Wayne Twiddle. And then back from them, we're going to see David Eales in the number 10 machine. 93 is the Dominic McBride shared car. The 15th row, number 337, Simon Hadrinham, and 27, Glenn Canning. And the final place on the grid should be taken by the number 991 machine of Ernst Luthi. So that gives you a wonderful grid for the Swinging 60s here at Brands Hatch for the second time today. But this is the first time that some of the groups would have been out there. 40 minutes of racing to look forward to. And the cars now head off down towards Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. And it will be that Chris Watkinson in the Mini that leads the way. Ray Barrow's going to be right there with them. Of course, he might struggle through corners, but in a straight line, that Chevy will be very, very quick indeed. And already, Dean Halsey making up some places as well in the Datsun 240Z. He was out earlier on, so he's had some practice in his machine. And I think the TVR Griffith, also making good progress of Jeff Taylor. So that's now up into 4th place, which means I think the one that's dropped down from the second row of the grid is that number 26 machine. So let's have a look and see who was starting that car this time time round. It's Mark Campbell behind the wheel for this first stint.
That was a change of starting driver. Mark Campbell just told me, so it's Ben that's behind the wheel.
Well, that's good to know. At least someone's in the car. So, yeah, Mark Campbell is not, but Ben is now aboard that one. So, thanks, Mark, for that update as well as they head their way through. So, on to the completion of the first lap. And it's going to be Ben Ferguson then, who's dropped down into 5th position. But it will be the Mini that leads then. Chris Watkinson down towards the first corner. Ben Sneed there right with him in the 333 machine. Ray Barrow up into 3rd place, as we said. 4th place now for the TVR Griffith, which is just going to slide slightly wide there. So, that might see Ben through as they head up towards Druids Corner. Not quite on this occasion. And Dean Halsey also in that light blue-white machine, also trying to get the job down the inside line. One that he's just started to lose out now is the Morgan, which is the Pratt. So not too sure if we had a starting driver for this one, Will and Martin. So let's have a look and see if we got that through. No, we didn't, did we? The 521 was sure was unsure. It might be, again, is it Martin? Yeah, it's a Martin. So Will do the second stint in that car. So it will be slightly probably quicker than what we have at the minute, but we'll see how that one works its way through the field. But it's Mini in charge that works its way through. Ben Snee right up behind in 2nd place.
Yeah, Chris Watkinson pushing hard. Ben Smee, though, closing up in a straight line. The slippery shape of the Lotus, getting the toe off the Mini. Ray Barrow still not that far away in the Chevy Camaro as he sits there in 3rd position. Then everybody wants to be 4th still at the moment. It is just about Jeff Taylor from then Ben Ferguson, followed by Dean Halsey. Then we get the Morgan, which is going to be Martin Pratt. Martin Pratt has got, by the look of things, Sean Hadrell right behind him. And then just behind that is going to be one of the little Sprites, isn't it? Which is the Lenham Sprite that sits behind. So that will be Jason Andrews. So you can tell the shape of the Lenham Sprite. It's sort of the fastback, isn't it, almost? And he's under pressure from Ian Staines, who draws himself through and ahead. So shuffling inside the top 10, but for the lead of the race, is Ben Smee going to have a nibble? He looks at the inside of Chris Watkinson, but he can't quite get the job done.
No, so has to wait in tow for the time being. Our timing screen just had a bit of a blip there, but it's back on now, so we can see that we've got 37 minutes of this race to go. And here comes Ben Snee then round the outside. Ray Barrow's going to try and get to the mix as well as they turn in towards Paddock Hill. Ben, can the Lotus Elan go round the outside? No, the Mini is a great car here at Brands Hatch. We had a Mini Festival back at the beginning of the month where we had plenty of those working their way through in some close quarters with other Minis, but yeah, good car around this tight, twisty circuit of Brands Hatch, so it does well. But as we said, it's going to be up against some of those V8 powered cars as well, and there's one of those lurking in 3rd place of Ray Barrow, who is a little bit sketchy through the corners, but in acceleration, Ray Barrow is definitely going to be on the tail.
Yeah, he's a rocket ship in a straight line, isn't he, Ray Barrow? We'd usually see Simon Lane's Chevrolet Camaro out at this meeting, but Simon not on the entry list for this weekend, so that's another V8 engine car that usually goes well in the swinging 60s. But it's Chris Watkinson's little 1380cc A-Series engine Mini that leads the way. The twin cam Lotus there in 2nd place. The big block V8 sitting there in 3rd place as they head up towards the braking area for Paddock Hill Bend. The order still remains the same. Still got Jeff Taylor there in 4th place at the wheel of the TVR Griffith. And then 5th is going to be Ben Ferguson, who will be driving the car in the first part of the race. Mark Campbell in the pit lane, he nudged me to say that it was a change of starting drivers. He was well aware of what we've been notified, so he purposely made sure that I was aware that it was Ben that was starting in this one. And Mark, the car's owner, takes over for part 2.
Yeah, so Ben having a good run at the minute, just sticking with that TVR ahead of it as it gets a good run through Graham Hill Bend. Behind Dean Halsey now under pressure from what's going to be Martin Pratt, so the Morgan starting to come into its own as it works its way down towards Surtees. And is that then going to be, yeah, Sean Hadrell behind in the 1-2-3 machine, so that's going to be the Turner, isn't it, that pushes on behind. Yeah, the Turner Mark 1, which is almost up the inside there of the Morgan, but can't quite get the acceleration. And again, you'd expect the Morgan to be a little bit quicker in a straight line as they head the way towards the completion of lap number 5. Quickest lap of the race has just gone to the man in 2nd place, so Ben Snee, a 56.160, now climbing all over the back of the Mini as they turn the way in towards Druids Corner. He'll look for the inside line, but that is very much shut off from the Mini. And again, they're going to have to be just kind of wary of what's happening behind, because if they do start to squabble, Ray Barrow is going to bring himself very much into the mix, along with possibly the TVR and also the car that sits behind Ben Ferguson.
Yeah, so that's 5 cars almost for the lead of the race. We've got 2 cars having a great battle for last position as well. Have you spotted that one? Ernst Luthi at the wheel of the Plymouth Barracuda has got the Ford Mustang of Simon Hardingham right with him, and Simon Hardingham, I think this time through has just gone ahead of the Plymouth. So yeah, they might be fighting for 27th and 28th positions, but they are having a good little squabble, and they're about to be gobbled up by the race-leading trio as Ray Barrow gets himself alongside Ben Snee on the run in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Ben Snee breaks as late as he can to try and sneak up the inside of Chris Watkinson, but the top three still remain as they are, albeit they really concertinaed up at the braking now, didn't they?
They did indeed, yeah, and they're about to come up onto that battle for last place, as you said. So down the hill, those two cars will run. Ernst Luthi is the car we spoke about actually yesterday that we hadn't really seen before, is it? So it's the Plymouth Barracuda, which is a wonderful looking car, but one that hasn't really featured in this CSCC race before. In the pit lane, unfortunately, the 87 machine, so Abby Witt it is who started that car with a few issues on that MG Midget, but it has been sent back on its way, albeit now it will be a couple of laps down if it does in fact head back onto the circuit. It might actually be heading for the anti-paddock, but can't quite see where that car has disappeared to for the time being. As the leaders come through, about to put a lap now on the Mustang as well. So the 337 machine of Simon Hardingham is going to go a lap down as the Mini and the Lotus Elan goes through, and then Ray Barrow just bulked slightly through Paddock Hill Bend, but finally gets the jump on it as it heads up towards Druids, and then the TVR Griffiths should also be through before too much longer, and also the Triumph behind as well. So even in these early stages, with 7 minutes completed, there are some traffic complications to try and work their way through, and of course with this being a 40-minute race, we have also got the pit stop window, which is not too far away from opening in about 2.5 minutes time.
Yeah, we don't have any cars that have got additional pit stops either, so for everybody it's as quick as they can do their pit stop, albeit I think 2 cars have opted to go for the option of just from pit in to pit out, 1 minute and 30 seconds, and those 2 cars were the 2 very back cars on the grid, 7100 Titmarsh and 991, the Plymouth Barracuda of Ernst Luthi that we were talking about. Ben Snee looking to try and grab the lead of the race again as they came over the start-finish line. The Lotus almost got himself fully alongside the Mini, but it was always going to be on the outside line heading up towards Paddock Hill Bend, so there's no shuffle in the order there, and we might have a change further down through the order as diving through goes the Morgan of Martin Pratt up the inside of Dean Halsey, and that will be a change for 6th position.
Yep, it's a good move then further back down the field. Ben Snee still trying to work his way on the back of Chris Watkinson as he powers his way now down along the Coopers straight, but however much he's trying, Ben Snee can just not find his way through. This is a great defensive drive in the early stages here from Chris Watkinson. And again, I'm quite surprised that Ray Barrow hasn't had a bit of a nibble at the back of these two, but again, strengths and weaknesses around this circuit, not really allowing Ray Barrow to do that as it stands. And there's going to be another influx of traffic before too much longer. Next one of those is going to be Glenn Canning in the NSU TTS, so that's going to be another unique car which we see in the swinging 60s.
Sean Handrell at the wheel of the Turner trying to draw himself alongside James Hughes as they come over the start-finish line in the Lenham Sprite. It looks as though Sean Handrell is just going to have his nose ahead in towards the braking area. The Lenham Sprite breaks as late as he can. Just ahead of them is the dark blue MG Midget in the hands of Ian Staines. So that's another good little fight, and they're only just behind the Morgan, aren't they, in the hands of Martin Pratt, who has been passed back again by Dean Halsey on the same lap. So the Morgan was up to 6th, it's back down to 7th again already. So brilliant little squabble of cars all turning their way in towards Graham Hill Bend. The Datsun, the Morgan, the Midget, the Lenham Sprite and then the Turner. 5 cars all fighting away for what is 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th positions.
Yeah, and this is a bit similar to the earlier swinging 60s race as well, because Sean Handrell did start to drop down the order late on in the race. He's doing it the opposite way around this time. He's dropping down in the early stages, so Sean is just trying to stop himself from doing that. He had a little bit of a look to the inside line there of the number 16 machine, so the MG Midget might be under attack here in the background as they come up across the line. Ian Staines under pressure as they draw themselves together down towards Paddock Hill Bend. It's Hadrell on the outside in the blue machine, it's then Ian Staines on the inside and holding the place through Paddock Hill Bend in the white machine, and those 3 cars up ahead still fighting as well, with Martin Pratt, with what's going to be Dean Halsey, and also the one in the middle there, which is in fact, no, Ian Staines, isn't it? It is the one in the middle, I think.
Yeah, Ian Staines is the dark blue MG, whereas the Lenham Sprite is James Hughes. That's the order. Oh, the Morgan's back ahead of the Datsun, I notice. So that's another shuffle in the order. So back to 5th goes Martin Pratt. Back to 6th goes Dean back up to 6th goes the car of Martin Pratt. Back down to 7th goes Dean Halsey. Then you've got Ian Staines, followed by Jason Hughes. Then the car of Sean Hadrell, the Turner. thereafter. So some good little fights still going on. They've got the Glen Canning's NSU TT to deal with. The pit window is open, and we've got our first pit stoppers coming in. Ben Ferguson at the wheel of the immaculately prepared Triumph TR4 is in, and he's going to hand it over to the car's owner, Mark Campbell, for part 2 of the race. And another car that I thought was diving into the pit lane opted not to, so it did stay out, but I think that was a last-minute decision.
Yep, so we can see then the 26 driver change, so 1 out, 1 in, and the driver that gets out also helps the driver that's getting in to strap themselves aboard and make sure it's as easy as it possibly can be. So the belts go on, driver gets himself comfortable, door shuts on the passenger side, and then before too much longer, the driver's side door will be shut, and that number 26 machine, with Mark Campbell now behind the wheel, will be trying to do as good a lap time as it possibly can and still find itself somewhere inside the top 6 once it heads back onto the circuit. So the door has now been shut, and that will be vacating the pit lane before too much longer. Martin Pratt still with the battling going on. We've got a huge amount of cars coming across the start-finish line. Dean Housley tries to squeeze his way through, which he does. Of course, all this now amongst traffic. So Dean Housley goes back up into 5th place again ahead of the Morgan, who squeezes down the inside line of those 2 back markers. And then behind that, still there or thereabouts, but not making up any places as it stands, is the MG Midget of Ian Staines.
Yeah, and I think the big loser through all of that was James Hughes at the wheel of the Midget and Sprite, who just sort of got hung out to dry a little bit, and that has cost him time relative to the cars that he was doing battle with. It's also dropped him into the clutches of the little Mini that sits behind and is looking to try and make some progress through the order. I think that's Lewis Salmon, isn't it, the wheel of the grey Mini. So we've got more cars in the pit lane. David Eales brings the MGA in towards the pit lane this time through. So he is the only second car to have come in for what is the mandatory pit stop so far. As the leaders go over the start-finish line, is Ben Snee going to grab the lead of the race this time at Paddock Hill Bend? He's up the inside. He's just got his nose ahead, and he does take up the lead of the race from Chris Watkinson, who drops down into 2nd, and Chris might now drop down into 3rd as Ray Barrow chucks one up the inside. But of course the Mini can break so much later for Druids that it is still, by the look of things, Ray Barrow in 3rd. It's just the 1 place lost, but more importantly, the lead.
Yeah, hardly has to brake, does it? The Mini can just kind of fleet into the corner with a little bit of tap into the brakes. But yeah, Ray Barrow was optimistic in going through there, but in the end doesn't quite come off. But Ben Snee is not escaping up the road from the Mini, so we'll see if that does come back down, as David Eales now is back on his way in that MGA from the pit lane. So here's the second of our pit stop entrance to the pit lane. We've got another driver change happening down in the pit lane. Driver jumping out, almost fell on the floor there as it jumped out the top of the car. But we've also got this battle as well for the Morgan racer of Martin Pratt. He's now finding himself in a new tussle because he's lost Dean Housley up the road, and it's now going to be the number 16 machine of Ian Staines who tries to get to the inside, and the Morgan was trying to get to the pit lane at the same time there, so not probably the best time to choose to head to the pit lane, but that probably was the board that was held out a lap ago.
Yeah, Ian Staines to the right-hand side of the car that was trying to pit. So, yeah, thankfully they all avoided clobbering into each other. Mark Neese back out of the pit lane at the wheel of the black and the orange Mini. We've also got Mark Cloutman at the wheel of the Austin A40 about to head out of the pit lane. Into the pit lane we have got, is that the Fairthorpe Electron that has come into the pit lane, or is that Tim Cairns in the Turner that's into the pit lane? It's Tim Cairns in the Turner that's into the pit lane, car number 68. And then we've also got another Mini coming into the pit lane, and that'll be Tony Hunting at the wheel of the blue car with the Union Jack on the roof.
Yeah, certainly is. So we can see those cars now in the pit lane, serving their pit stops as it stands. So that's the 888 machine of Wayne Twiddle, who sits there in the Austin Healey Sprite. And again, that needs a bit of a push to get a bit of momentum to get it back into the race, and doesn't want to play ball, does it, at the minute? So I think Wayne was with some problems in the earlier race, wasn't he, for the swinging 60s? So he had some problems as Ray Barrow now goes down the inside of the Mini of Chris Watkinson. So all of a sudden, this race just started to come undone for the Mini. Was leading, Ben Snee then went through. Ray Barrow now gets himself to the inside, and of course will have the power to accelerate and extend that gap as they head their way down towards 30s. But can Ray Barrow do anything about Ben Snee before either of these start to come into the pit lane? We'll have to wait and see. And I think just lurking in the background now is going to be that TVR Griffith of Jeff Taylor, because he turned his way through out of Clearways and Clark Curve, and yeah, that TVR has come into the mix.
The Morgan, I noticed, was having to be push-started, so it wouldn't start in the pit lane. The other car that you were talking about, Wayne Twiddle's car, still stationed in the pit lane, and by the look of things, it won't start. And it looks so that car, number 888, is heading in towards retirement with the driver now hopping out. I hear the pit lane buzzer go off, which suggests that someone else is destined for the pit lane. It is going to be Sean Hadrell at the wheel of the Turner that comes into the pit lane. He's not the only one that dives to the pit lane this time through. Lewis Salmon is in, and also number 18, the Austin Healey Lenham Sprite of James Hughes is into the pit lane. So that sort of evaporates slightly for the moment, some of that little squabble that we're having. But unbelievably, James Hughes, last time through, set the fastest lap of the race that we've had at the wheel of that car. That, however, has only just been bettered by Ray Barrow. In fact, yeah, that must have been an erroneous time, because it was there. It's now disappeared entirely that time.
Yeah, certainly has. That car is in the pit lane. We can see Sean Hadrell down there as well. So he is going for a quick pit stop, and as soon as they're happy, yeah, they wave him back on his way. So good stop there for Sean as it heads back into the fast lane once again. And we now have a new race leader, because Ray Barrow has gone through on Ben Snee. So he got past the Mini, he's now got past the Lotus Elan, and Ray Barrow getting all this done before he heads in for his pit stop. So you can just see the variety of the swinging 60s. Again, a very small lowered car compared to the mighty Chevrolet Camaro of Ray Barrow, as back into the race now also goes the number 92 machine. So that's going to be the Fairthorpe Electron Minor.
So if I was one of the cars at the sharp end, I think I'd rather jump in, out of and back into a Chevrolet Camaro a lot quicker than you can ever do it in a Lotus Elan. But that's the task that both Ray Barrow and Ben Snee have got ahead of them in the next, 8 or so minutes of this pit window that remains open. So Ray Barrow stays out. Chris Watkinson dives to the pit lane this time through, though. So the car that was in third position is a pit lane visitor. So the orange Mini in towards the pit lane. So Ray Barrow carries on in his merry way. New fastest lap of the race for the race leader, 55.604. He enjoys nearly a 2-second lead now between himself and Ben Snee at the wheel of the light blue Lotus Elan that sits there in second.
Yeah, but he doesn't need this traffic, does he, which is now getting embroiled in. So they're going to try and stay out of the way as best as they possibly can. Ray Barrow's going to be on the outside run down towards Graham Hill Bend, but he's cleared one of them, which is good. And again, with his big acceleration, he should be able to find his way past the next two as well. So it's the MGC who they've got past, as Dean Howsey now finds himself in the pit lane. So another man who's run strongly so far today in the previous swinging 60s race. And looks like he might be on for a good solid result in this race as well, in the Datsun 240Z, which finds itself in the pit lane. Ben Snee, what does he do on this occasion? He does head for the pit lane as well. So the man who was the race leader, just dropped down to second place, is now into the pit lane. So it leaves Ray Barrow out there, and it'll be interesting to see where Ben Snee rejoins up against where Chris Watkinson finds himself at the minute, down in 6th place.
It can have such an influence on where you end up in the race, the pit stops in the swinging 60s, because I say it's not a minute and a half pit in to pit out like most of the other series in the CSCC. It's as quick as you can do it. And casing point of that, Mark Neese in the Mini, into the pits, out of the car, back into the car, and down the pit lane in 50 seconds. Whereas the Morgan, when Martin Pratt gave way to William Pratt, they were 30 seconds longer. They were 1 minute and 20 seconds from pit in to pit out.
And look at Chris Watkinson, 45 seconds just under was his pit stop.
Wow.
That's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah.
So light and nimble Mini, in, out, shut the door, on you go. So yeah, that is a really good time. So Chris Watkinson should fare fairly well. Ben Snee, I think, has done it fairly quickly as well. He's about to turn his way onto the racetrack again, but where is Chris Watkinson? Well, he's already up towards Druids Corner, so he is absolutely head and shoulders above everybody else. There's only now Ben Snee heads down towards Paddock Hill Bend.
Yeah, he was 20 seconds quicker than Ben Snee. Ben Snee was 1 minute and 5 seconds, but it was 44 seconds from Chris Watkinson, so that was a really well-drilled pit stop from the Mini, and that should, hopefully, whilst he was leading and then ultimately lost the lead of the race, once we've cycled through the pit stops, that should get him back to where he needs to be. We've got one off, and I'm afraid that's Lewis Salmon that has gone off into the gravel trap at Clearways Corner there, the Mini having slid sideways into the gravel. Lewis is out of the car's undamaged, but that's not in a safe place, is it?
Just shows how deep that gravel trap is as well, doesn't it? Because the Mini has been, very much dug into that. So that is not good news for Lewis Salmon, unfortunately. What it does mean, we might have a flurry of pit stops before too much longer, because those that haven't been in will now see what has happened over there at Clearways, and will be very much diving for the pit lane to get all this out of the way and not lose too much time. We've got no call for the safety car yet, so we're still green around the circuit apart from that yellow flag zone at Clearways. Ray Barrow, the race leader now, is in. Jeff Taylor in the TVR Griffiths is also into the pit lane as well, and then it will leave us, I think, with just 2 cars with inside the top 10 who have yet to serve that pit stop.
Yeah, one of which is Ian Staines, who at the wheel of his car just goes over the start-finish line as the safety car is now about to be deployed. So safety car boards come out around the circuit. The safety car will shortly make its way out onto track. The other car that hasn't pitted as yet is going to be car number 282, which is Josh Smith, or Joshua Smith at the wheel of the light blue Ford Mustang with the white stripes down it. So only himself, in fact, he comes into the pit lane now. So it's just Ian Staines that hasn't pitted, and Ian Staines, number 16, the midget, should be into the pits at the end of this lap, otherwise he's going to lose a raft of time. But anybody that's pitted under green is going to lose out. These cars that now are pitting under full course yellow, or safety car, could work their way back into contention.
Certainly could, yeah. I think Code 60 is out for now, so it's going to be a bit like we saw in that previous race. It will just be get the car out in the gravel trap and go back to green as soon as we can. So Ray Barrow has benefited massively from that because he came out ahead of the Mini. Also, Jeff Taylor in the TVR benefited from that. I think Chris Watkinson will be somewhere around 3rd place by the time we go back to green. Still waiting for the 16 machine of Ian Staines to come into the pits as well. And if things go right for him, he could be one of the others that benefits from this Code 60. And he needs to do it really now, because if he goes back to green, he will start to lose out.
He's just coming into the pit lane now. So Ian Staines does dive for the pit lane. So this is the last of the pit stoppers that we're expecting to come in, and he gets it done under Code 60. The Triumph TR4, I'm afraid to say, of Mark Campbell is back into the pit lane. That has already served a pit stop, so this is now clearly some sort of mechanical issue with the car.
Yeah, certainly is. And that race-leading car that was out there on circuit pulls in just behind it. So the 16 machine will go and serve its stop. You can see the driver clamber out the car. He'll have to get his 2 feet onto the ground, shut the door, open the door, back in over the top. And to be fair, he is quite a tall figure, isn't he? So he has to kind of squeeze his way back through the roll cage. The car is actually rolling there, so they might want to stop that rolling away from him. And of course, they have to then get the seatbelts back onto the driver. And all of this is happening whilst we still run under Code 60. The strap's almost back on, but he's losing time. Ray Barrow's gone through. Jeff Taylor has gone across the line. I think Chris Watkinson will go through, and then Ian Staines should just about squeeze back in round about 4th. He might actually be 3rd, because the Mini's only now coming across the line at 60 kilometres an hour, whereas down the pit lane he's a little bit quicker and will rejoin in 3rd position.
Yeah, so that's not bad at all. So good call from the team to bring Ian Staines in. I think, as I said yesterday, if you've got a 15-minute pit window, for me, don't pit at the front end of it, pit at the back end, because you've got more chance of a safety car coming out during that window if you stay out as long as you possibly can. And then if there is no safety car, you're pitting under green, which is what you would have done anyway. So I think that's a really good call. As for the Triumph TR4, Mark Campbell is out of the car. We can see the bonnet is off the Triumph TR4 down there in the pit lane. So himself and Ben Ferguson, I'm afraid, are not going to be able to see the checkered flag on this occasion. 16.5 minutes of the race still to go. The Lewis Salmon car, now fully extracted out of the gravel trap, is about to head behind the barriers, and as soon as that is out of harm's way, we'll go from Code 60 back to green, and that is going to be any second now. The purple flags will be brought back in, they'll be replaced by a green, and as soon as those flags are waved, we'll be away and back racing once more, and I can't imagine that's much more than about 10 seconds away from potentially happening. So we'll get the race back underway with Ray Barrow at the wheel of the Chevrolet Camaro leading the way, and there we go. The flags are replaced and green flags are out. We're away and back racing straight away. You can immediately overtake as soon as the green flags come out. So Ray Barrow leads the way.
He does, but Jeff Taylor is glued to the back of him at the minute. So Chevy Camaro and TVR together, as the Plymouth Barracuda is a little bit slow across the line there of Ernest Luthi. But yeah, top 2 now are the top 2 in the race, heading down towards Paddock Hill Bend. So a good pit stop from Jeff Taylor has closed the gap on Ray Barrow. It also got Jeff ahead of, as we said, Chris Watkinson. And in turn, we also mentioned that Ian Staines was up there in 3rd place as well. So those 4, as it stands, covered by just under 10 seconds. We know Chris Watkinson is rapid in the Mini. We know Ian Staines has been good as well. So I reckon we could have a really good fight on our hands in the closing 15 minutes.
Yeah, let's wait and see. So the leading pair just heading along the Cooper Straight. They'll have Jason Hughes' Lennon Sprite to deal with before too much longer, and then Mark Neese at the wheel of the Mini. So Ray Barrow leading the way. He is on lap number 24 at the moment, and just needs to be gentle with the throttle again application as you head round through Clark Curve. Bit of traffic that he ideally want to try and get past down the Brabham Straight if he can. So he nips up the inside of the car of James Hughes, but of course that Lenham Sprite is so light it can just break that a little bit later. So he's again going to have to try and re-attack that back marker on the run up towards Druids, which he will have a go at. But again, the big heavy Camaro has to get on the brakes that little bit earlier. So again, James Hughes sweeps his way around the outside and can't quite hang on to it this time through. Ray Barrow finally gets the job done.
He does indeed, yeah. So he gave it a good go there to try and keep himself ahead of the race leader. Mark Neese now will be the next man to go a lap down. So the Mini will step to one side and Ray Barrow gets himself now through upper position as they turn their way through Surtees and McLaren. Got a couple of Minis running together there as well. That's going to be the Roodhouses in the number 144 machine. That's currently sitting itself in 17th position as it heads its way now up towards the line. And then here comes the mighty Chevy Camaro in the hands of Ray Barrow. I think this is going to be a margin now extended over Jeff Taylor. No, in fact, it comes down 1.2 seconds. So amongst the traffic, as we have a spin down towards Paddock Hill Bend, another one into the gravel trap, unfortunately. This time it's the Mini of Tony Hunting. So all on his own. We caught that just on the camera there as they turned in towards Paddock for the race leader. But Tony Hunting is another one that's now buried, Mark.
He is, yeah. So that's the blue car with the Union flag on the roof, so that's being covered by localised yellow flags up there at Paddock Hill Bend at the moment. The race leader for the 26th time just sprinting his way along the Cooper Straight. Jeff Taylor's TVR in second place. Chris Watkinson in the blue and orange Mini, the orange-blue Mini sitting there in third. The safety car, I think, is potentially going to be on standby. And yes, the safety car boards are out around the circuit, so we are going safety car this time through. So Chris Watkinson's Mini in third place. Fourth place is Ian Staines, who's just dropped from third to fourth and was overtaken before the safety car boards came out. 333, which is Ben Snee, is there in fifth place. The Datsun of Dean Halsey, number 240, is there in sixth place. Seventh place is car number 282, which is going to be Joshua Smith. In eighth place is number 123, that's the Turner of Sean Hadrell. Ninth place is going to be Mark Neese. And completing the top 10 now is James Hughes at the wheel of the Lenham Sprite. So that gives you the order of the top 10 with just under 12.5 minutes to go, and the safety car now making its way out onto circuit.
Yeah, and this is going to add another dimension to the race, isn't it? Because this is not a Code 60, this is a safety car, so effectively it bunches the field together, which means Ray Barrow and Jeff Taylor are nose to tail on the circuit. There are a few back markers between the second and third place car, which is now Chris Watkinson. So we managed to get through ahead of Ian Staines just before that safety car was called. So into third place has gone Chris. He will have about 4 cars ahead of him, which are back markers. So that might actually delay him slightly, but he's going to be surely a lot closer than he once was to Ray Barrow. So there might still be a chance here for Chris Watkinson to steal the victory. He might feel he's a little bit hard done by under that Code 60 when Ray Barrow and Ian Staines came in, and also Jeff Taylor. But now is Chris Watkinson's chance to have another stab at this one and see what he can do in the closing stages once Tony Hunting's Mini has been extracted from the gravel trap.
Yeah, just having a look at the pit stop time again for that number 36 Mini that qualified on pole position, say from entering the pit lane to the car coming to a halt, the driver undoing the seatbelts, getting out, closing the door, opening the door, getting back in, seatbelts on, firing it up and exiting the pit lane. 44 seconds, which is absolutely astonishing. And that means that that pit stop was 6 seconds quicker than anybody else managed in the pit window. There is one car that's got a bit of a question mark over its pit stop, and I'm afraid to say that is car number 991. Ernst Luthi is showing as being in red. Now, I said it's as quick as you can do these pit stops. That's unless you declare that you want to choose the other option, which is not to get out the car, to remain in it with the engine running. But then if you stay in that car, it's a minute and a half from pit entry to pit exit. Ernst Luthi in the Plymouth Barracuda opted for that option of a minute and a half pit stop, but did it in a minute and 26. So he's going to have a 34-second penalty coming in his general direction.
Yeah, so that's a bit of a shame for that, as we say, really unusual car, but lovely one to see on the grid this weekend. The Plymouth Barracuda runs there in Class SV, and it has been gradually working its way up the order, mainly due to a few that have retired and a couple that have found themselves in the gravel trap. But yeah, Ernst Luthi now up into 23rd, which will eventually become 22nd. Now we've lost Tony Hunting into the gravel trap at Paddock Hill Bend. Ray Barrow, though, for the time being, finds himself now behind the safety car. 10 minutes exactly to go within this race. Jeff Taylor still there in second. There through the picture goes Chris Watkinson in the Mini. There's the Morgan as well to watch out for, although that Morgan has fallen a lap down now, so the 12th place car it is going to be of Will Pratt, and that was one that just needed a little bit of a shove from the pit lane once we got that car out of it. So yeah, not too sure what there might be an issue there with that car. The other one to watch out for, I said this in the earlier swinging 60s race, but definitely watch out now for Dean Halsey, because he's been quick all weekend long. He's in 6th place. He's now got the chance, of course, to try and get himself ahead of Ben Snee, because he's only about 3 seconds adrift as they head their way down towards Paddock Hill Bend, with yet to go back to green flag racing. Tony Hunting's car only now has been hooked up to the telehandler, and that'll take a couple more laps before we are clear.
I finally worked out what the back end of the Plymouth Barracuda reminds me of, Ernst Luthie's car. And it is. I think it's got a little bit of Sunbeam Rapier about it. So just going to see whether the camera can pan around and have a look at the back of this car for those of you who are looking on the stream. The red Plymouth Barracuda just going through Druids now. Yeah, there's something, just the angles of the back of the car and the way that the lights come up and then go over the angle just looks a little bit like a Sunbeam Rapier to me.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Yes, a very...
Or the Rapier Fastback, to be absolutely correct.
Let's have a look then. We're going to get a shot of it hopefully as soon as it works its way out towards Clearways and Clark Curves shortly. Where is it? There it is.
Yeah, wait until it comes over the start-finish line and then compare it to that photograph map there. So, yeah, I knew it reminded me of something. I've been scratching my head even since the car qualified yesterday. But yeah, there's something. There we go, look, it's on the live stream now. The way those rear lights come over the top.
It is, yeah.
And the way that the rear windscreen is shaped.
It is the windscreen, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's very similar.
Yeah, Sunbeam Rapier Fastback. I knew. Sorry, I digress.
It's been bugging him all night.
It has.
He hasn't been able to sleep.
It's been bugging me since yesterday. It finally clicked. It's, yeah.
So yeah, Ernst Luthie bringing this out this weekend. So you do admire that car. It's a wonderful bit of kit, which, as I said, you rarely see, especially in the UK. But here, racing in the Classic Sports Car Club is good.
Yeah, we have Matt Snowball races a later style Barracuda, don't we? In Bernie's V8s and things like that. But yeah, you don't see many Barracudas racing in the UK.
No, the few unusual things. I think the Ford Plymouth is the other one we see, don't we, now and again out there racing. So yeah, there's a few different things that we do see, and that's the great thing about the swinging 60s. It was the first Classic Sports Car Club that the series they raced back in 2003. So well over 20 years old now is this series, and ever since again its inception, it has been very, very popular with near enough 30 cars on the grid for this group. We've got, of course, the other group as well, which we had earlier on, which had over 30 cars. So it's still very popular amongst the enthusiasts that have these cars. For Tony Hunting, he is now finally clear of the gravel trap. So he has been pulled out. He's back into the pit lane, and the safety car will do, I think, one further lap before we get the green flag. So it'll be around about 5 minutes, I think, we'll have left in this race. But it's now going to be up to Ray Barrow to try and defend from those behind who want to try and get themselves up to the head of the order.
Yep, so the first two cars behind the safety car are first and second in this race. So it's the Chevrolet Camaro from the TVR. The car that's third in the race is, what, about 6th in the queue. It's the orange Mini of Chris Watkinson. And then right behind him is the number 16 MG, which is 4th in the race, which is Ian Staines. So first and second can continue their squabble. Third and fourth can continue their squabble. Ben Snee at the wheel of the 333 Lotus Elan is 5th in the race. And 6th in the race is Dean Halsey. And they have one car between those two. That is the NSU TT, which has been raced for a very, very good number of years. Indeed, by its owner, which is Glenn Canning. So he's been racing this car for, oh, crumbs, the best part of 20 years, if not more, I would have thought. So safety car should be in at the end of this lap. The lights are out. The safety car is accelerating its way away from Ray Barrow. So, as you say, Matt, with about, what, 5.5 minutes to go, we're about to get the race back underway.
Yep, here we go then. Ray Barrow is the man who now takes charge of the safety car period, and he'll be the man to decide when he wants to accelerate on towards the start-finish line. He hasn't gone yet, and I think now he's unleashed the power. So Ray Barrow gets the green flag and off he heads once again. So he left it fairly late there, so it's going to be everyone still bunched together as they head on towards Paddock Hill Bend. Chris Watkinson only now can overtake that Ford Mustang, which he does straight away. So there's 1 place gain before they even hit the apex of Paddock Hill Bend. He'll peak past Mark Neese by the looks of it on the run through Halewoods Hill. So that's going to be the Mini, which then goes a lap down to the 3rd place car. And he won't be too far away from getting past the final car, which will then see him onto the tail of both Ray Barrow and Jeff Taylor. And of course they'll be battling, which will hold them up. So Chris Watkinson can almost see this thing unfolding in front of him to potentially getting the victory back in this one. We've got a car off, I think, just briefly down on the inside of Paddock Hill Bend.
Yeah, that was the NSU TT. So I've only just mentioned it, put the commentator's curse on poor old Glenn Canning already. So for the lead of the race, we are together. It looks as though Chris Watkinson can't wiggle his way through past the Austin Healey Lennon Sprite of James Hughes, who didn't make it easier for the front runners to get past last time. He's got the pace. It's not up to him to slow down. It's up for the quicker cars to get through. So top 3 are all now together. The 4th place car is number 16, which is Ian Staines. He's still trying to deal with a little bit of traffic, which is the black and orange Mini of Mark Neese on the run in towards Paddock Hill Bend. He'll sneak up the inside of that one, but he's still also got that Lenham Sprite to deal with before we then get the top 4 together. And the car that is in 5th place, Ben Snee, is still trying to work his way through the order. Such a shame that the Morgan lost all of that time in the pit stop, didn't it? With a really slow pit stop, 30 seconds slower than everybody else. That car is now off the lead lap, running down in 11th place.
Yeah, outside the top 10, unfortunately, and 4th within the SV class as well. So that's not good news for the Morgan to end their weekend, unfortunately. But yeah, this is great, isn't it? Chris Watkinson on that first lap with the green flag. He was only 0.2 of a second quicker per lap than the 2 ahead of him. And bear in mind, he had all that traffic to work his way through as well. So Chris Watkinson keeps his foot to the floor, trying to close the gap now on Jeff Taylor, which was 1.6 seconds. This time through it's 1.3. So he's taking chunks out of the car ahead, although Ray Barrow now is starting to extend his margin over the TVR Griffiths out to near enough 1.5 seconds. And in fact, Ray Barrow has just gone through and done the quickest lap of the race so far. So 55.487 had just been recorded. We've got 3 minutes left in this race. Ian Staines, you can see there working his way through, still in 4th position. And what's happening between Ben Snee and Dean Halsey, well, those 2 cars in 5th and 6th place, still find themselves 2 seconds adrift of each other at the minute.
Yeah, so Dean Halsey, I don't think he's going to be able to catch up those 2 seconds with Ben Snee with the remaining 2 3/4 minutes that we have left on the clock now. So this is lap number 434 that's about to be completed by our race leader. Over the start-finish line comes Ray Barrow. Jeff Taylor was 1.4 seconds adrift of him, but was 1.4 seconds up the road from Chris Watkinson. Now the gap first to second is 1.8, but the gap second to third is down to 0.9. So Chris Watkinson in the Mini, 0.4 of a second quicker than the second place TVR.
Yeah, so he's eating into that gap, isn't he? And he's got probably this lap and 2 more to complete this job. So we'll see if the light and nimble Mini can get the job done. He's got a very nice line there through Druids Corner, and he almost gets alongside and through, but can't quite carry the momentum down the hill. He'll have the run through at Graham Hill Bend, but then of course the acceleration and the straight line speed will be back with the TVR Griffiths. So it's a very frustrating situation where you think you got the job done, all of a sudden the car you're battling with then has the power to go past you. So again, Chris Watkinson tries, Jeff Taylor leaves the door open, and this time the Mini does go through. So now up into 2nd position. But again, can the TVR fight back in a straight line? I'd probably say yes, it can. So Chris Watkinson is not quite there, done and dusted just yet. And frustratingly, is now down to 3rd again.
That's the great thing about this multi-class racing. And as we said earlier on, 2 cars which deliver the same lap time, but the way they deliver them is so different. Chris Watkinson back up the inside of the TVR on the exit of Paddock Hill Bend, falls behind it on the run of Halewood Hill, but then of course goes later on the brakes in towards Druids and retakes the place back once more. Now that they're squabbling, of course, it's just letting off the lead, letting Ray Barrow disappear up the road a little bit, so he will continue to still lead this race. 2.6 seconds is the lead advantage between himself and this squabble for 2nd and 3rd place, and it's Jeff Taylor that's back into 2nd once more on the run through Surtees, but back round the outside of him at McLaren and on towards Clearways goes Chris Watkinson, who retakes 2nd place back. So they've swapped and swapped back, all in the same lap, and I think they're going to swap back again as they come over the start-finish line this time through. With 30 seconds remaining on the clock, it's Jeff Taylor again that goes back through into 2nd position. You look at the timing screen, suggests that they started the lap in that order, they finished the lap in that order, but that doesn't tell the story, because again, Chris Watkinson looks to try and get the undercut going up in towards Druids. Jeff Taylor is just about going to hang on to it, but again, Chris Watkinson is so late on the brakes that the Mini goes back through into second place again, so already they've swapped and have swapped back again on this lap. Down towards Graham Hill Bend, this is where Jeff Taylor is likely to have the upper hand at the wheel of the TVR Griffith. Chris Watkinson tries to squeeze him to the grass, but is fair, just leaves the door open enough for him. The TVR goes back through, and I guarantee you Chris Watkinson is going to try and go, is he up the inside or the outside? No, he's going for the inside this time. There's almost a touch between the pair of them, and Chris Watkinson is through, but on the run to the flag, the TVR is going to have the upper hand once more. Ray Barrow is going to win the Adams and Page Swinging 60s. Who's going to finish in second place? It's Chris Watkinson, but closing on him is going to be Jeff Taylor, and it's just Jeff Taylor that nicks it in the end on the way to the start-finish line, who finishes in second place. Chris Watkinson, despite everything, threw pretty much everything at it, including a really quick pit stop, finishes in third place. Ian Staines comes home in fourth place. Ben Snee is there in fifth place, and Dean Halsey will complete the top six. Sean Hadrell in the Turner should be next through in seventh position, and then we should see in eighth place the last of the cars that will be on the lead lap, which will be the Ford Mustang just going through now, which is going to be the car of Joshua Smith. In fact, Joshua Smith finishes in seventh place. Where is Sean Hadrell? Did he not come through on that, the final lap of the race, or did the transponder fail on his car? But no, he's retired right the way below our commentary box, so he is not going to see the checkered flag, but should still be classified in eighth place with a little bit of luck. So the final couple of cars coming through, one of which is going to be Mike McBride at the wheel of the MGC GT that he shares with Matt Domin. They'll be classified in 17th position. So I think that's pretty much all of the cars through, because we say car number 1, 2, 3 did not take the checkered flag, so Sean Hadrell, I'm afraid, a retiree at the very last lap of that race. Matt Suckling is going to make his way down to chat to the drivers, and hopefully we can just confirm some results for you following the Adams and Page Swinging 60s Group 2 race here at Brands Hatch. Two brilliant races from them, and yes, we had a code 60 during the middle of it, and it certainly tightened things up, but for Ray Barrow, he will be as pleased as punch with the victory in that one. So just to confirm some results then for you, Ray Barrow claims the win in the Adams and Page Swinging 60s. In second place is Jeff Taylor, and in third place it's Chris Watkinson. Fourth went to Ian Staines, with Ben Snee in fifth place, and Dean Halsey was there in sixth position. Joshua Smith was seventh, ahead of James Hughes in eighth place, and then it was the Martin and William Pratt Morgan that was there in ninth position. Lost a lot of time in the pit stops though. Mark Neese was there in 10th place. John Foe and Ian Bergin were in 11th, and Mark Cloutman finished in 12th position. As we said, outside of the top 12, Simon Benoy in the Imp was 13th, ahead of Tim Cairns in 14th. Rob and Francesca Roodhouse were there in 15th. Matt Domin and Mike McBride were 16th, ahead of the Tunnards that finished in 17th. That's Simon and Thomas Tunnard. David Eales, Simon Hardringham, Ernst Luthi were the final finishers. We lost Tony Hunting, Sean Hadrell, Glenn Canning, and of course Ben Ferguson and Mark Campbell along the way, as well as Lewis Salmon and others as well. So that's it for the Adams and Page Swinging 60s. Let's go down to the pit lane, get some reaction from the drivers, and they're there with Matt Suckling.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mark. Ray Barrow comes in. A nice smile on your face there, Ray. Looks like you've had a lot of fun. Always nice to drive, I'm sure, the Chevy Camaro, but what a great race you had out there.
What a fantastic race between 3, 4 very different cars. It's a very pleasing result. I thought I could stay with the Elan and the Mini at the beginning of the race. They definitely had the pace on me a bit. But fortunately, they were, for me, having their own dice for first. And once I managed to get past both of them, I was able to work to the strengths of the car and pull out a bit of a lead.
Definitely, you had, as you said, your work cut out in the early stages because they were up ahead of you. You got the job done before the pit window opened. You came in, and then we had a code 60, which means that those kind of benefited around you, but you still had the pace to keep out there and do what you needed to do.
Yeah, the code 60, and then later in the race, the safety car, but fortunately managed to keep onto my spot, so well pleased with that. And if it wasn't for my team, Dave Lister and Julia Baxter, it wouldn't be possible.
Now, you've done this for many years, haven't you? We've seen you out year on year in this Chevy Camaro. You must still enjoy it very much.
Yeah, the Camaro's very much my passion. Before I had this, I had another car, Mark I Escort, but it was a faster car. But this car actually is my passion, really. So I stick with it, and fortunately, in this series, it's still a front-running car.
Good stuff. Well done, Raymond, and congratulations on the victory today. Well deserved there. We'll have a quick chat with Jeff Taylor, who finished in second place. Jeff, if you can come and join us over here quickly, if you wouldn't mind, just so we can get the radio mic in range of where it needs to be. Jeff, you've had a busy weekend, and you bring home the TVR in second place after a great fight.
Yeah, it was interesting. Yeah, slidey. But, yeah, I think I drove a bit better in this one than I did in the last one. So, yeah, still not a lot of grip out there, but...
You had fun with Ray, though, didn't you? You're kind of keeping it honest as much as you possibly could.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a lot of horsepower, so it's like, oh, we're not particularly good in the corners, and then he's even better on the straight. So it's a bit cat and mouse, and yeah, it was good fun. And I know Ray quite well, so I know, if I did get alongside him, I can trust him,
And then talk us through the battle with the Mini, because that was ebb and flow all the way to the end.
Yeah, that was intense. I knew, basically, as long as I was somewhere near him on the start-finish straight, I could go past him because of the horsepower. But, that's what it is, and then it's just, they keep on coming. So, yeah, you've got to defend a little bit, but, yeah, it was good fun.
Good stuff. Well done, Jeff, on the second place.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
There we go. We'll have a quick chat as well with Chris Watkinson, who's over there. We'll try and grab Chris. Come over and join us, Chris, if you wouldn't mind. It gets a bit blustery down here in the pit lane. Chris, what a fantastic race that was for you. You were leading in the early stages. Then, of course, the pit stop came about, which we have to say, incredible. 45 seconds from pit in to pit out. That was great.
Happy with that. I think I called it a bit too early. I should have waited. Well, if I'd known, I would have benefited from the Code 60 and the safety car, but that's racing, isn't it? Otherwise, really good race, very close.
And we love the Mini because it's brilliant around Brands Hatch. It does the job it needs to do, but you just lack the power. That's the problem, isn't it?
Yeah, just need another 5 miles an hour on the straight. That might give me enough to hold them off, but it's really good fun.
And it must be great racing stuff like the V8, the Chevy Camaro. You had a great fight towards the end there with Jeff, but again, it's that straight line which didn't quite have you ahead at the line.
Yeah, over a single lap, I can just about stick with them. But in racing, yeah, obviously that straight line speed is really hard to beat.
And what were you thinking when the Code 60 came out? Because that kind of hampered you a little bit, didn't it?
Yeah, I was cursing, if I'm honest.
But enjoyed the weekend?
Yeah, really good fun, and lots of friends and family here. And big shout out, thanks to my dad who prepares the car and does, as you can see, amazing job.
It's a lovely, lovely car. Well done on your third place.
Thank you.
There we go, Chris Watkinson, who finishes in third place in that wonderful Mini. Second place going the way of Jeff, and of course Ray picks up the victory in the Chevrolet Camaro. So that's it now for the swinging 60s. We've got the engines being fired up in the background, which means very shortly it's our second race of the day for the Special Saloons and Modsports. And of course it's the 50th anniversary of Baby Bertha, which went very well in race number 1. So let's see what happens in race 2 as we hand you back upstairs to Mark Werrell.
Thank you, Matt. Yep, so the JMC Special Saloons and Modsports with Baby Bertha's 50th anniversary just making their way out onto the circuit now. The car's owner, Joe Ward, I bumped into down in the pit lane earlier on today, asked him how his shoulder was because he's recovering from a shoulder injury, and he said he has had literally everybody wander up to him this weekend and ask him how his shoulder is. So he's on the mend, but he's just not quite able to drive the car, but he was really pleased with the way that Chris Connolly drove it earlier on. Let's guide you through the grid then. It's based on the finishing positions from earlier on, albeit the race winner gets a 10-place grid drop, so drops from the first down into 11th position. That's the way that it works for the JMC Special Saloons and Modsports. So the grid lines up with Danny Morris on pole position and the Aston Martin of Samuel Wilson alongside. It's Chris Connolly in Baby Bertha and Paul Sibley in the Midget on row number 2, and it's Martin Reynolds and Martin Ellis that will start behind the wheel of the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus in this race. John Gill and Ross Irvine are on row number 4 with Rod Burley and Paul Dolan on row number 5, and it's Hugh Pelling and Tom Carey that are next up. Melvin Hooker has got Steve Wells for company, then it's Donald Dwyer and David Enderby. Steve Mole has got Darren Clayton's Porsche for company. Michael Chalk and Paul Turner are on row number 10 with Mark Burley and Jeremy Burgoyne. On row number 11 it's Paul Brooks and Steve Frey that are there on row number 12. Robert Frost is hopefully going to be out. He should line up alongside Liam Pugsley on that row of the grid, but of course the Dax Dejero is in the gravel trap earlier on. And then it's Mike Scott and Carl Mansilla that are next up. And just having a quick look, I can see Liam Pugsley's car out on circuit, but the next car I can see after that is Mike Scott, so I don't think the Dax Dejero, which went off into the gravel trap at Paddock Hill Bend and made contact with the barriers and rector cell, is able to join in the second of our JMC Racing Special Saloons and Modsports races here, celebrating baby Bertha's 50th birthday. It is going to be a second formation lap, so because the cars all run on slick tyres, and it's only a very short 1.2 mile lap here at Brands Hatch, 1.2079 to be absolutely precise. So a second formation lap is given to these cars to build a bit more tyre temperature into it. What can the number 31 car of Tom Carey do at the wheel of the Honda CRX clone? He was very quick in the first race and was able to pick his way past Danny Morris and Sam Wilson, but of course he's now going to have to do it from 11th position on the grid this time through, and that is not going to be easy for the number 31 car. But Tom, local man, who lives just slightly north of Brands Hatch, and he'll be hoping that he can have another good run here and work his way through the order. Lots of sights and sounds and colours and shapes of the special Saloons and Modsports, which also feature the opportunity for ex-Thunder Saloon cars to come in. The likes of the car that sits on pole position, Danny Morris, was a car that raced in Thunder Saloons back in the day. Donington GT cars are also eligible for this one. So we see a range of different cars. It's such a shame that we don't have some of the other cars that we see now. It'd be good to see Pete Stevens, the ex-Pete Stevens Vauxhall back out as well, wouldn't it? Vauxhall Senator or Vauxhall Carlton back out at some stage. I think that car's up for sale at the moment, so it'd be really good to see that car back out here. But we're about to get the race underway. The Peugeot and the Aston Martin sit there on the front row of the grid. The safety car peels its way into the pit lane. We've got 15 minutes on the clock. Still 3 more races to come up after this one, but it is Danny Morris that starts on pole position. They had fueling issues in part 1, and they're not sure how much fuel they've got in the car for part 2. He was telling me earlier on. Good start from Martin Ellis at the wheel of the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus. He's potentially already up into 3rd place. He's got Baby Bertha to his inside, but no, he's up into 3rd position. It's Danny Morris that leads from Sam Wilson in 2nd place. Then it is going to be Matt Ellis who's there in 3rd place, with Chris Connolly and Baby Bertha sitting there in 4th place, Martin Reynolds in 5th, and John Gill and Paul Dolan fighting it out for what will be the final place inside the top 6, with Tom Carey right behind them now as well. So the leading 3 have slightly broken away this time through. Tom Carey picks off John Gill, he also picks off Paul Dolan, so that is now up into 6th position for the car that won the race earlier on today, and the next target for Tom Carey will be the Ford Escort Mark II in the hands of Martin Reynolds that just lies ahead, and he's going to pick off Martin Reynolds just on the run in towards Clark Curve. So that's now up into 5th place from 11th on the grid after just the first lap of racing. And one car that has not made the start, because it's going to the outer paddock, I'm afraid, is the Volkswagen Golf Mark 1 in the hands of Ross Irvine, which I hadn't noticed was missing from the grid, but I could see his car already going to the outer paddock. Tom Carey might have been a good charge through the order, Matt, but I'm afraid he's slowing on the run up towards Druids.
Oh, what a shame. He had a great fight, didn't he, earlier on with Danny Morris and Sam Wilson, and this time, yeah, as you said, the car just now slows down the hill from Druids, parks up on the inside of the circuit, and Tom Carey is not going to be able to carve his way through the field. That is him into retirement, as along the back straight goes the likes of Baby Bertha, the Vauxhall Forenza there. You've got Jonathan Gill also to watch out for in that number 32 machine. He's another busy man this weekend with plenty of races to get involved in, and there you can see as well local man Rod Burley just turning his way on towards the start finish line for the 2nd time of asking. But out front, Danny Morris is your race leader, just shy of a 2nd clear of Sam Wilson.
Yeah, just have a quick look at Rod Burley and see he is leading his class at the moment. The light green MGB GT that sits behind her, MGB Roadster V8, will be Hugh Pelling. That will be the car that's 2nd in Rod Burley's class, so he leads the class at the moment. Danny Morris leading the way by nearly a 2nd from Sam Wilson. Did Sam not say earlier on that his tyres were sort of going off and then they came back again later on in the race? So tyre management might be a key in this one for the likes of Sam Wilson again.
Yeah, definitely, because he's now using those tyres, isn't he, to catch up with Danny Morris. So all of a sudden, the gap is coming down, but whether he's just kind of nurtured them through the first couple of laps and now can start to use it a little bit more. But as we spoke to him, he said it is kind of a busy lap for that Aston Martin, but a joy to drive as ever is Sam Wilson's Aston Martin, of course, which he normally shares with Ricky Cadd in some of the longer races. But for this weekend, it's just Sam on his own as Danny goes very defensive there. I don't know why in towards Druids corner. May just be the line
he is taking. But of course they go through that yellow flag zone due to Tom Carey's car being parked on the inside of the circuit. But the top two have very much pulled away from the rest of the field. As further back, a great little battle now which involves Rod Burley in the BMW. You've got Jonathan Gill in the Peugeot 205, and then just ahead of that you've got the number 29 machine, which is the Lotus Land Modsport, in the hands of Paul Dolan.
Yeah, and then just behind Rod Burley you've got Paul Sibley, who's fighting away with the Steve Wells MGB GTV8 as well, so that's a good little squabble. Over the start-finish line goes the Spirit of RPM Peugeot in the hands of Danny Morris. Is just set the fastest lap of the race, a 50.490. Of course, Danny always used to share this car with his brother, the late Ricky Parker Morris, who very sadly died due to COVID. He was one of those that was instrumental in helping set up the hospitals down in London at the time of COVID. And how bizarre was it that with all of the voluntary help that he gave, it was actually COVID that sadly made Ricky Parker Morris pass away, who's still dearly missed.
Certainly is, yeah, and it was a great race, wasn't he? Very quick as well, was Danny's brother. So Danny will continue his legacy, and he is the man who leads this race as it currently stands. Just looking, because I think the Triumph has more issues, doesn't it? Because I think Sam said to us after that first race there was some coolant that was dropped onto the circuit. Looks like that Triumph has got exactly the same issue, with some smoke coming from the rear of the car. So he's trying to stay offline as best as he possibly can, and he will be heading now for the pit lane to retire this race once again. So that's an unfortunate misdemeanor for the number 19 machine of Carl Manchella, which now pulls himself into the pit lane. Paul Sibley is going to be another man to watch out for, because he is trying to carve his way through the order. Currently sits ahead of the number 96 machine of Hugh Pellin. Those two cars work their way now in towards Paddock Hill Bend, and that is that 6-car train which heads up towards Druids for the 6th time.
What a brilliant run from Matt Ellis in the number 4 car in 3rd position, the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus. This car is running on a treaded tyre. Everybody else is out there on slicks. Matt Ellis, who we've seen racing here at Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit in things like Euro NASCAR this year. He was here, if you were here as part of the American Speedfest weekend, he was out racing in that. Matt is not racing out in Most, which is where Euro NASCAR is this weekend. He wants to focus on racing with his father here this weekend, and then we hopefully might see him for a full season of Euro NASCAR next year. But for the lead of the race, traffic to deal with, which is Stephen Frey's Ford Mondeo moving out of harm's way. Danny Morris under big pressure from Sam Wilson. They've got another car to deal with as well, which is going to be Paul Brooks at the wheel of his Hillman Im. And this is an opportunity here for Sam Wilson to try and see if he can get the Aston Martin through and into the lead of the race. But the turbo kicks in on the Peugeot. Danny Morris hangs on.
Certainly does, yep. So good fight between the top two at the minute. Good to see the Aston Martin running well, because in recent years it has had issues now and again at some of these race meetings, but they've got this one down to a T now, and Sam Wilson very much challenging for the race lead on Danny Morris. In a straight line though, it does seem the Peugeot does have a bit more power, so the 309 GTI just kind of edges the gap to near enough a second as they complete the 7th lap of the race. Last time through they were pretty much identical in terms of lap times. I think Sam Wilson was 0.08 of a second quicker as they headed their way in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Still got this fight going on as well between what's going to be Paul Sibley. He is now with Hugh Pellin by the looks of it, and also in there is still the number 29 machine, isn't it? Because that car of Paul Dolan is just going to lose 2 places on that lap. I think Rod Burley in the BMW has also gone through at the same time as well. So Rod's up the order. Also the number 88 machine tried to squeeze its way through, which it completed. So that means that Steve Wells in the MGB GT has gone through. And in fact, it's Hugh Pellin who remains behind these two. It's the green liveried MGB you can see in the background.
Yeah, so Paul Dolan just manages to fend off Paul Sibley, who for a moment looked as though he'd got the MG Midget up the inside of him going in towards Druids. In a straight line, it's still the Lotus from the Midget, from the V8 Roadster of Hugh Pelling. So that's a good little fight, as you say. Those 3 cars, they'll be squabbling away for what will be 9th, 10th and 11th places at the moment. But Paul Sibley has unlocked the door. He's gone through up into 9th ahead of Paul Dolan at the wheel of the Lotus. So that is a shuffle for the order, albeit Paul is trying to fight back in a straight line. And in a straight line, the Lotus has more grunt. Is he going to go back through? Can Paul Sibley nip his way back up the inside going in towards Paddock Hill Bend? Yes, he can. He just about hangs on to the place.
He does indeed, yeah, and Hugh Pellin just has a little bit of a sniff around the back of these two as well, so he's now in contention to try and get himself inside the top 10. He might actually get the job done now, yeah, because down the inside he goes of Paul Dolan. So the Saloons Modsport has now dropped back a place, and that sees Hugh Pellin now try to do something about the next car in line, which will be that of Paul Sibley. So on their merry way they go down the Cooper Straight for the 10th time. All the drivers just being currently warned about track limits, which they of course need to respect, seeing what is a fairly short 15-minute race. We've got just under 7 minutes of that now to go. Danny Morris still your race leader with an extended margin over Sam Wilson to 1.2 seconds. Still that of Matthew Ellis in 3rd place, and good to see that Baby Bertha is going well in 4th position, that of Chris Connolly. But unfortunately we have one in the gravel trap at Druids, and I think that might be David Enderby.
It is, yeah, it's David Enderby's Volkswagen Carmen Gear that looks as though it's gone straight on and has made contact with the barriers up there at Druids. So he is just, I think, into the barriers, and therefore the red flags have come out with that car having skittered off, sort of nosed its way in towards the barriers. Marshall's just helping with him, and David Enderby hopefully will be out of the car and absolutely fine. So red flags come out though straight away, as that car has sort of gone straight on, hasn't it, into the barriers there, and it's not been a big impact with the barriers. It just sort of nosed its way in, the gravel trap stopping it for a reasonable degree, but just couldn't take all of the speed off the car before it clonked its way in towards the rector cell.
Yeah, looks like it's just bumped there, isn't it? So yeah, no heavy impact by the looks of what we can see from the cameras. So David Enderby and the VW Carmen Gear will be pulled out of the gravel trap. Whether we get a restart, I'm not too sure, because the earlier Special Saloons and Modsport race had a red flag, and then the race was classified. So it might be the same situation this time round as well. We only had about 6 minutes left on the clock, and we'll wait and see on confirmation of that. But for now, the cars are just being held on the start-finish line. We've still got what's going to be 3 more races to go, and as we know, we are very much up against curfew today, although we are slightly ahead of schedule here on the second day of action. But we'll see what the officials choose to do. But at the time, Danny Morris was the race leader, and he had that margin over Sam Wilson, about 1.3 seconds. I think Sam would love to get it back underway to try and give Danny Morris another run, but we'll see what happens from the team down below.
Yeah, if you're here at the circuit or maybe watching on the live stream and you want to come to Brands Hatch later on in the year, there's still plenty of opportunity for you to do so. The next large meeting we've got here is going to be Ford Power Live, which is on Sunday the 14th of September. Road-going cars and racing cars from one of the world's foremost car brands, all here representing Ford history. On track, we've got 2 thrilling grids from the modified Ford Saloon Series. We'll star on the Indy circuit with a huge range of race-tuned cars, while single-seaters will also be battling out courtesy of the United Formula Ford Series. Thousands of Fords will be proudly on display as well all around the venue, and new for 2025 is a live action arena which is hosted by Motor Addicts, which makes its exciting debut too. We've also got special demos which will include Ford GT40 continuations, as well as track parades and a free grid walk. The Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship finale is here as well. They're up at Donington Park, aren't they, this weekend?
Yeah.
You'll be here for the BTCC finale, won't you?
I will indeed, yes.
I thought you were on commentary for that one. That is on the 4th and the 5th of October. So door-to-door action, likes of Tom Ingram, Ash Sutton, Jake Hill, all squabbling it out for the wins and to see who might be able to claim the title. Full supporting package as well, brandshatch.co.uk. You can buy your tickets in advance. And something new as well, Winter Lights Spectacular. So a stunning illuminated display during the festive period. This runs from the 21st of November to New Year's Eve. Debuts at Brands Hatch. It's the perfect day out for youngsters and adults alike. The circuit will become a sparkling winter wonderland. There's a trail through the woodlands, major light installation. We've got food and drink stalls, fairground attractions, and plenty for you to enjoy as well. The whole month of that taking place, Winter Lights, a brand new event here at Brands Hatch. Details on that and all future events, including trucks and fireworks and the final rounds of the Bennett's British Superbike Championship, are all available on the circuit website, brandshatch.co.uk. So for David Enderby, he, as I say, is now out of the car, I believe, and is we're just waiting for the recovery crews to, when the time is right, to move in and extract his Volkswagen Carmen Gear out of harm's way. When the red flags came out, Danny Morris was leading from Sam Wilson, with Matt Ellis in 2nd place. Baby Bertha and Chris Connolly were there in 4th position. Then it was Martin Reynolds and John Gill that were in 5th and 6th places respectively. Rob Burley was 7th, 8th was Steve Wells at the wheel of his MG. Paul Sibley was 9th, and Hugh Pelling completed the top 10. As for the class leaders, well, I think all the class leaders are inside the top 10. Yeah, Class HC was the overall race leader, Danny Morris. Class C was Matthew Ellis. He was 3rd. Class A was the car in 4th place, which was Chris Connolly in Baby Bertha. The leader of Class D, Jonathan Gill. John Gill was in 6th place. Rob Burley, the Class B leader, was in 7th, and the Class E leader, Paul Sibley, was there in 9th place. So, yeah, you've got all of the class leaders inside the top 9. So this is just taking a short while to sort out, Matt, whilst the car is up there in the gravel trap at Druids, and then hopefully they can sort of drag that car back from where it came to rest, and we'll wait and see as to whether we get some sort of restart underway, because as you say, we are tight to the curfew, and even after this race we've still got the Midland Classic Restorations Classic K, which features the Mike Hawthorn Jaguar Trophy to get in. We've got our second race from the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens, and of course we've got our final race, which will be their very last race of the season, the Lackford Engineering Midget and Sprite Challenge, which is going to conclude its season here with our very last race of the day.
Is indeed, yeah. So, as you said, recovery still to be done for David Enderby's car, which has ended up in the gravel trap at Druids, quite low to the ground, so it's not the easiest thing to kind of drag through without doing too much damage to it. So, you want to be a little bit careful on how they recover that, but when the trackside recovery team get into action, it won't take them long at all to pull that clear and get it back to where it needs to be in the paddock. But of course, everyone's still waiting patiently down on the grid to see if this one does resume. We're going to need the telehandler by the looks of it as well, so it's got to make the long climb up through Halewood Hill and get to Druids to try and help out with the recovery of that one. We've also got the final Punch and Judy show of the day very shortly to begin. That's 4 o'clock, so if any kids haven't seen that, you want to have another go at having a look at Punch and Judy, we can see that over there on Colin Chapman Way, and that will be your final chance to see the Punch and Judy show for today. It's been quite loud actually, because when I went out onto the balcony with those Jaguars, the demonstrations, I could hear it all the way across the track. So yeah, you'll hear that start up when it finally does. And yeah, we've still got a few car club displays as well. We've got a raft of British contingents today, so if you want to get a final look at some of them, you can do. And of course they will have a track parade toward the end of the day here at Brands Hatch as well. Looks like we're going to have a regrid mark as well for the special Saloons and Modsports. We've got some new grid sheets which have been handed to the marshals, and we are going to have the grid to be lined up once again. So that's good that we are going to get, by the looks of it, a resumption of the special Saloons and Modsports, which will be lining up in the order we had before that red flag. So Danny Morris and Sam Wilson can resume that battle. Matthew Ellis is going to be right there in the hunt as well. So this is going to be a nice short race to end the special Saloons and Modsports for that second action of the day. And they haven't had too many races this year, just ventures to Donington Park, Silverstone back in June, and they were lucky enough to be at the Alton Park Gold Cup back at the end of July. So they've got that all to look forward to, and a few final rounds to end their season as well.
I'm busy at the moment, looking through the programme, the official programme. I don't want to put my pen on it, but I'm trying to do the spot the difference that's on page number 35 of the programme. And you know what? I've just realised I am rubbish at spot the difference. I've been looking at it for 5 minutes.
I can see one from here.
I've only got 3 so far. I've only got 3. I am not very good at spot the difference. I think I'm going to... Oh, no, I've just spotted another one. Which one did you spot?
I've got the headlight on the Jaguar on the right.
I've got the headlight on the Jaguar on the right.
The numbers missing on the front.
On the bonnet. I've only just spotted that one.
Yep. What else can I see from here?
I got the yellow little stripe there that's missing up on the roofline of that Jaguar, and also there's a tow hook missing off that one there. So we're up to 4, Matt.
How many are there?
There's 8.
Oh, okay.
We're 50% through. Right, okay. Talk amongst yourselves. Let me see if we can spot any more. No, I'm rubbish. I can't spot any more. No matter how hard I look, I can't see any more.
It's meant to be a fun game for the kids, but
yes.
Mark's having a go.
Yes, yes. I'm struggling, yes. My intellect. There we go. I'm going to put that down, otherwise I'll embarrass myself even further. So David Enderby's car just been dragged back through the gravel trap. The flatbed recovery unit is ready to load it up. Looks as though there might just be a little bit of rector-cell barrier that just needs putting back into position. And you can see there's a bit of damage to the front end of that car from where it sort of nosed its way into the barriers. It probably went in a little bit harder than we originally thought, Matt, because I thought it only just sort of trickled its way towards the barriers, but that's a chunk of damage towards the front of that. Main thing is David's okay, he's out of the car. He'll have to go for what is a standard check to the medical centre, as any driver has to do when there's an impact accident. But the Carman gear looks sort of slightly second-hand, doesn't it?
Yeah, it looks like the rake cell barrier stood up better than the car, doesn't it? So, yeah, a little bit of a crumpled front end there on David Enderby's car. So that will be just dragged towards the tarmac. And as I said, it's a hard task when these cars are so low to the ground. They, of course, find themselves in a very deep gravel trap, and that gravel then comes with the car as well. So that's going to have to be swept back in, but they're taking it very gingerly on these very highly modified cars, and fairly expensive as well at times. So, yeah, just want to be careful with the recovery of that. But as ever, the marshals and recovery team doing a good job. The last bit of gravel will be emptied out before it goes onto the flatbed, and then the marshals will have some work to do just to clear that. We'll have the telehandler back down to its position at Paddock Hill Bend. And, of course, whilst all this is going on, we are still getting the grid formed below us. So, yeah, Danny Morris and Sam Wilson have found themselves on that front row. We've got Martin Reynolds being put into place. We're trying to get some of those a little bit further back who had probably found themselves in some lap traffic just into position. And then we shouldn't be too far away from a restart. Not too sure how long it will be over, probably around about 5 minutes. Just flashed up as 15, but whether we get the full 15 minutes again, we'll have to wait and see. I think it will be a reduced race distance for the Special Saloons and Mod Sports. It was only meant to begin now at 4:05, so we have got the time in hand, which the officials have allowed them to have a restart. And of course, they didn't quite get to the end of their previous race either, so they haven't had too much track time so far today, unfortunately. But as we said, Marshall's doing that thing now to make sure all that gravel is dumped from the exit of Druids back into the gravel trap. And then the final bit of formation for the race will be done, and we'll hopefully be back underway before too much longer.
Yep, let's hope so. So fantastic work by our marshals. If you want to become a marshal here at Brands Hatch, why not log on to marshals.co.uk. It doesn't need to be at Brands Hatch, whatever circuit's local to you. So marshals.co.uk is the official website for the British Motorsport Marshals Club, and you can sign up to a taste today. So pick a circuit, pick a venue that's convenient for you. Submit your details via the website. You won't be the only person on a taster day on that particular day. There'll be several of you, usually is around about half a dozen to a dozen on any one day. And you will get through the post an electronic ticket with all of the details that you need as to when to arrive at the track. In the morning, you'll be met by one of your mentors for the day, an experienced marshal, who in the morning, your group will be guided through all of the different areas where you can work. So whether that be the individual roles available out on the marshals post, the incident marshals, the flag marshals, the more experienced marshals, which are the post chiefs out there, what you can do if you want to work in the pit lane or the assembly area where the cars go before they head out onto the circuit. Even Parc Fermé, which is where they go after they have finished racing. What happens on the start line, you also get to understand how things work in race control and the roles that are available there. What scrutineering is, so that's the technical process and the safety checks that are done on all of the cars before they head out onto circuit. Rescue units, what the roles are on the rescue units, which are thankfully very seldom needed, but they do carry all of the cutting and extraction equipment that's needed in the event of a more serious incident. And then sometimes you see them in timekeepers and even come and see us in the commentary box. So you do all of that in the morning, then in the afternoon you go out there onto a marshal's post with an experienced team around you. You're never asked to go out onto the live circuit, only once the race is neutralised in the case of a red flag or something like that, or at the end of the event, end of each race, then you go out and just clear your area, make sure that the sweeping up is done and any bits of debris are picked up. And you help with the recovery of the cars. You do all of that in the afternoon, and it gives you an idea of all the different areas where you can become involved. The great thing about marshalling, you can do as much or as little as you want, but it is all voluntary. You know, you might get a prize in the raffle, you might get a breakfast voucher, but they do it all for the love of the motorsport, and we could not go racing without them. So we do thank all of the marshals for their hard work. Looks as though, Matt, the grid is fully formed up, so we've got some sort of restart underway for our second and final JMC Racing Special Saloons and Mod Sports. Hopefully, when we see the cars back out, because I think these cars are at Thruxton. We might have a few other cars that haven't joined us for this weekend. And when I say I'm going to pick out a couple of my favourites that we haven't got out this weekend. I love the car of Martin Willis. His Austin A30 is always a pleasure to see. And also Craig Percy at the wheel of his Morris Minor. It's always good to see him as well.
Certainly is, yeah. There's quite a few missing this weekend. We've still got a healthy grid, but yeah, the likes of the Southcots who we've seen in previous years are not out this weekend. One of the Morris Minors we normally see out there, the modified one, is also one that we look forward to seeing. But yeah, quite a few missing, which is a shame, but still, as I said, a very good entry for this weekend's entry of the Special Saloons and Mod Sports. The race distance now is going to be over 6 minutes, so we're going to have a 6-minute restart for this. We're all clear over at Druids Corner. The course car has just done its final check lap, and it's now back into the pit lane, so that's all happy with everything out there on circuit. And before too much longer, we'll head off onto a formation lap, which is about to begin now. So Danny Morris and Sam Wilson head them away from the front of the grid once again.
So, yeah, we'll wait for those cars to head off onto the grid. Another car I'm really looking forward to seeing come out, Pete Thilston, who is in the process of building what for me is just the perfect Special Saloon and Mod Sport. It's going to be a 2C V8. So it is a Citroen a 2CV body that's been bolted onto a different chassis and a V8 engine dropped in it. I love that. That is, for me, is just a bonkers Special Saloons and Mod Sport. Rob Burley cannot get going by the look of things, so a bump start is needed for his car. And I also gather Martin Reynolds, the Ford Escort Mark II, Matt, has a large question mark over it at the moment. The alternator has packed up on the car. It is showing 10.4 volts at the moment. And as I look to see where his car is around the circuit, doesn't look as though he is there, so he is not there. Phil Dunlop, clerk of the course, sprinting, look at that.
Doing well, isn't he? Well, it's quite surprising. There's one marshal that's trying to push, and there's quite a few down in the pit lane, but none of them seem to want to give Rod Burley a hand. So finally we get a few more on the scene. That's all while the safety car is just working its way through the final corner, and Rod Burley finally gets, I think, the BMW fired up. Oh, it was almost there, and he's just lost it again by the looks of it. So back on the task will come the marshals. Give it a push, bit of manpower, might do the world of good, but I think Rod has finally realised he's going to have to tuck this car into the little gap we have at the end of the pit lane. So he will not be starting. Been a bit of a torrid day for Rod, hasn't it, with this and also the Ford?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the Ford Capri earlier on. Right, it's finally fired up now, Rod Burley, so he's going to have to start off the back of the grid, and the safety car is going to go really slowly. Rod will drive the wheels off this thing to catch the pack, but he won't be able to take up his original grid position. So maybe he will be able to start this one, but yeah, otherwise, as you said, it would have been a torrid race for him because the Ford Capri retired earlier on in his hands.
Certainly did, yeah, but it means now that Rod will probably have a little bit of fun trying to work his way through some of those cars which he'll be now behind on the grid as they work their way slowly down towards Paddock Hill Bend, so it'll need to be probably a little bit more of a pacier lap now, because of course the reason for the two formation laps is to try and get some warmth into these tyres, which of course all of them run on slicks. So Danny Morris and Sam Wilson will want, as I said, a little bit more of a pacier lap. You've got also up there as well Matthew Ellis, as we said, in the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus. Chris Connolly in the Vauxhall Forenza is up there with them. We've got Jonathan Gill in the Peugeot 205. I think Hugh Pellin's going to be there or thereabouts in his MGB. So that's the first few rows. They don't want to go too much slower up the hill because that could enable a few more cars to unfortunately come to a halt and may have some problems. But Rod Burley is pushing on. He's going to be with the back of the pack now, so we can get the safety car up to a bit more of a speedier run. And then, of course, it will be Danny Morris to lead them to the race to start with 6 minutes on the clock. So it's going to be probably 6 or possibly 7 laps we're going to get out of this second and final race of the weekend for the JMC Racing Special Saloons and Mod Sports.
So here we go then, rolling lap underway, 6 minutes on the clock. Danny Morris and Sam Wilson lining up on the front row of the grid. Matt Ellis and Chris Connolly there at the wheel of Baby Bertha on row number 2. So red lights are on the gantry, and we'll get this 6 minute restart underway. So it looks as though already the safety car has pulled in, and already it looks as though they are not going for a 2x2 start. It's almost single file, isn't it, as they come over the start finish line. Good start from Chris Connolly. He was edging up towards Matt Ellis, but Matt will still hang on to third place as they head up towards Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. It's Danny Morris from Sam Wilson, from Matt Ellis, from Chris Connolly, from John Gill, and then it will be the car of Steve Wells that completes the top 6.
Yeah, Danny Morris didn't want to hang about there, did he? He wanted to get on with that race as soon as possible, so he was gone as they went all the way down. Rod Burley has now finally come to a stop, so the issue that he had on the start line has found itself again, and if he can roll back, that might be the wisest thing to do, but whether he's got any power to do that, we'll have to wait and see. So we've got yellow flags across the line. They will be. Danny Morris will see those. Sam Wilson means he cannot attack, but he's not quite close enough to do so. as they come round to complete the first of our laps. We've got the 2 MGBs having a good fight as well. That's going to be for 6th position as they head their way towards the line, and we are going to have the safety car at the end of this first lap. So not what we wanted. It was a short enough race anyway, but that's now meant we're probably not going to get too much running towards the end of this.
No, it should be a really short safety car period because it's the team from the rescue crew that are working their way up towards Rod Burley's car, and thankfully it's downhill, so give it a shove, a bit of right-hand lock on Rod, and it should just trickle its way, not towards pit lane exits, they'll trickle it into the little bit of tarmac where the recovery crews park. So now at least he's had a bit of a shove, then he will. I think what Rod was trying to do was get to the top of Paddock Hill Bend so he could roll the car down it, but when he got to where the car stopped, he was sort of almost on the flat bit. It wasn't going to go forwards, and he couldn't roll backwards either. A little bit of a shove, and under its own sort of free wheel, it goes backwards. So safety car should be in, I'd have thought, at the end of this lap.
Yeah, they're only just going to catch it now, aren't they, onto McLaren. So will they have to have another lap
I think
behind
they will.
it?
Yeah, I think they might have to have one lap behind it, but it should be a quick safety car lap.
Yeah, let's hope so. We'd love to see some more special saloons and mod sports. That thing I said about Rod Burley Torrid Day, I'll reinstate that now because
yes.
it has turned into that, hasn't it? So safety car picks up the pace, so Danny Morris again will want to get this one back underway. He won't hang about when the safety car does come in. So yeah, the safety car is told to get a bit of a hustle on. It's going to be 3.5 minutes across the line this time. So by the time they get back round, it's only going to be about 3 laps for them all to get through. And Matthew Ellis will try his best to get past Sam Wilson. But we know that Aston Martin is pretty rapid, so he might have his work cut out, and considering the 2 out front are in the HC class, which is the one where you'd find probably the highest capacity of the cars, they are the ones that everyone is trying to beat. But we'll see what Matthew Ellis can do. Chris Connolly still runs fairly strongly there in 4th place, and Jonathan Gill leads his class, which is Class D, in 5th place overall.
Yep, and remember, Matt Ellis is on treaded tyres, everybody else is on slicks as well, so he is driving the wheels off the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus to stay in the kind of position that he is in. But it's a well-developed car. Matt knows it well. He's very experienced, as is his father Martin, who raced it in the first of our JMC Special Saloons and Mod Sport races. So the Hyundai safety car peels its way into the pit lane. Danny Morris is going to decide as to when he wants to get things underway. He's backing everybody up for the moment. Remember, it's a turbocharged car, so he needs to make sure he doesn't suffer from turbo lag when he gets his foot down. And he is only now starting to accelerate as he comes over the start-finish line. So we get the race back underway. Danny Morris leads from Sam Wilson, from Matt Ellis, and it looks as though Steve Wells is trying to pull a move on the Peugeot 205 of John Gill, but can't quite manage to move his way up inside the top 5, so he remains in 6th place.
And you did say, Mark, you weren't too sure if that car or the team didn't know if they had enough fuel for this race. So this is still going to be in the balance, isn't it? Because they've still got a few more laps to go here. They probably would have had enough for the 15 minutes, but they've been waiting around. They've had a couple of safety car periods as well. So Sam Wilson might still have the chance to get through here. Matthew Ellis is staying with the top 2. And then Chris Connolly is just now dropping back as they turn their way in towards the left-hander of Surtees and McLaren. Paul Dolan was, I think, under pressure, from what seems to be Hugh Pellin in that number 96 machine. So he is now through. I think Paul Sibley might be about to get his way through as well, inside the top 10 a little bit further. And as Baby Bertha works his way across the line in the hands of Chris Connolly, that is on for a good result in the overall order and also within Class A. So great run that has had. We've got 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock. So this might be the penultimate lap of the race for Danny Morris. Paul Sibley trying to make a move now on Paul Dolan in towards Druids Corner. So that's going to be down the inside line nicely for the MG Midget. So the Lotus Land Mod Sport just starting to lose a few more places now as the Porsche in the hands of what's going to be Darren Claydon runs slightly wide at Druids Corner. And whilst he does that, the leaders already turned their way towards the completion of another lap. Danny Morris, very, very significantly, has gone quicker than everybody else on that previous lap, 51.312. So he holds the quickest lap of the race. He goes through and betters that by another half a second to do a 50.571, and now finds himself 1.3 seconds clear of Sam Wilson as they dip through Paddock Hill Bend once again. He's got his indicator on, has Danny Morris for good measure, not to say anything to anyone else, just maybe flick that on by mistake. There's Jonathan Gill just coming into our shot as well. That's the Peugeot 205, which stays in 5th position for the time being. And here's this good battle between the MGBs and also the MG Midget. So it's an MG battle that we have there, 3 places all being fought over. That's going to be Hugh Pellin, who's just ahead of Paul Sibley. and both of those at the minute behind the number 88 machine, which sits in the hands of Steve Wells. Up towards the line comes Danny Morris. We've got the checker flag that's not going to be waved this time. We've got 5 seconds left on the clock, so it's going to be Danny Morris through for one last lap, and again he's gone ever quicker than he had previously done, a 50.280 now, which extends the gap over Sam Wilson to pretty much 2 seconds. The MGs are still having that good fight up across the line, so it's going to be Steve Wells, Hugh Pellin and Paul Sibley, and Paul Dolan might want to get involved as well in the Lotus Saloons Modsport, the orange machine there that sits just behind in 9th position. Can he find a place away before the end of this one? Paul Sibley has a little bit of a look towards the inside up towards Druid's Corner. He then goes to the outside round Hugh Pellin. He's going to try and get Steve Wells in the space of the same corner, and Paul Sibley, 2 for the price of 1. I think it might be on the run down towards Graham Hill Bend. He's not quite got it yet, but he might have the job done in a straight line as they head their way down towards Surtees. But for Danny Morris, it's going to be a victory here at Brands Hatch. It was earlier on Tom Carey. He was a retiree in the early stages of this race, but it's Danny Morris who takes the victory in this one, and that'll be a 3rd victory of the season after wins at Donington Park and Silverstone earlier in the year. Sam Wilson comes through in the Aston Martin to go 1 better than he did earlier on today, and it's going to be Matthew Ellis for a well-deserved 3rd place in his Talbot Sunbeam Lotus. 4th place has gone the way of Chris Connolly in the Vauxhall Forenza, and then Jonathan Gill, Steve Wells, Paul Sibley, Hugh Pellin, Paul Dolan, and then up into 10th place on that final lap was Donald DeWar in the VW Golf GTI Mark 1. So a great way to end for the Special Saloons and Mod Sports. Thankfully, we did get an end to that race, albeit with a red flag and then a safety car, but we got there in the end, and Danny Morris picked up the victory by 2.3 seconds. He also recorded the quickest lap on a 50.280, and for Danny Morris, as I said, a 3rd victory of the season. He wins in HC, wins in the other classes go the way of Matthew Ellis in Class C, Chris Connolly in Class A. It was a win for Jonathan Gill in Class D, a win for Paul Sibley in Class E, and a win for Hugh Pellin in Class B. But in terms of the full classification, Danny Morris is your victor ahead of Sam Wilson. It is Matthew Ellis who finishes in 3rd place. Chris Connolly in the Vauxhall Forenza, Baby Bertha, has a good result for 4th place after driving that car for Joe Ward this weekend. Jonathan Gill comes home in 5th ahead of Steve Wells, Paul Sibley and Hugh Pellin. Paul Dolan and Donald DeVore round out the top 10 with Darren Claydon and Melvin Hooker next up. Steve Mole was classified in 13th in his BMW ahead of Mark Burley and Paul Brooks in 15th place in the Maguire Imp. Jeremy Burgoyne and Paul Turner next up with Steve Frey and Liam Pugsley in the MGB GT-V8, which classified our finishers in 19th position. So well done to all of them. Hopefully you've enjoyed the Special Saloons and Mod Sports here this weekend at Brands Hatch. We'll hear from the top 3 very shortly, and then we'll look forward to our final 40-minute race of the day, which is going to be for the Midland Classic, Restorations Classic K and Hawthorn Jaguar Challenge. We'll have that in terms of the grid for you very shortly. But Mark has made his way down to the pit lane. He's got 3 drivers which are standing by, and this time hopefully we'll be able to hear from Danny Morris.
Yep, definitely, because I'm sort of right alongside Danny now, who's just taking the crash helmet off and chatting to the team. There's a bottle of water waiting for him should he wish. I think he's going to wander. Oh, I thought you were going to wander over and chat to Sam, but we'll chat to you. Let's get you alongside the car, Danny, because we want to see this Holmes Racing Peugeot in the background of the shots. And well done, congratulations, a win at your local track. You must be chuffed.
Very chuffed, and thanks to everyone who's come to support us this weekend, particularly Holmes Racing, our sponsor, and of course Mama Bank means I can carry on racing, and my wife Nikki, although she doesn't really know how much to spend. Everything's £150.
That's the best way to keep it.
And apologies to all the obviously Brands Britania, and obviously I know I had two British cars behind me, and I've run in a Peugeot, so apologies for that. But it has got a British engine, an English engine, Cosworth YB.
Ricky will be looking down and smiling. Win at your local track.
Definitely. Obviously, we always race in memory of my brother. It's the spirit of RPM on the front of the car, and so obviously dedicate every win we have to him. So
it's a car that's been in the family for a good period of years as well.
Yeah, we built it in 1992 for Thunder Saloons. Had a bit of a break, but then came back out in 2013. So yeah, so it's been in the family, a bit of a family heirloom now.
Interrupted race with red flags, but Sam was never that far away.
No, particularly around going round into clearways. So I had to make sure I had a tight line round there. Yeah, very good driver. So yeah, I had to make sure. And obviously at the first, thought Tom Carey was going to catch us up, so I had to make a bit of a run for it at the start. But Sam was right behind me. So
well done on the win, Danny.
Thank you very much. Cheers, Mark.
There we go. Let's grab a quick word with Sam Wilson, who's higher this time through. Sam, congratulations. You were there or thereabouts all the time?
Thereabouts, yeah, it's just not quite quick enough. That thing is rapid. Really well driven as well.
Yours is fairly well driven as well.
Thank you. Yeah, I've been here before.
You've been here before, and of course, Ricky knows how to prepare a car as well.
Ricky, yeah, the guys do a really good job. I mean, they spend all year, all winter looking after it, trying to figure out how they can improve it, keep it as original as possible, but make it quick with what we've got.
You were talking to Matt after the race earlier on, saying, it's a bit quicker through the corners than you were expect. But I was looking in a straight line, the Peugeot's got you. But through the twiddly parts, the Aston Martin's there.
Yeah, well tweaked. Like I say, the guys do a really, really good job. It's set up really, really well. But yeah, that's a rocket ship. It's been a while since I've just been driven away from in a straight line, so a bit humbling. But yeah, really well driven. You've got to play to your strengths.
You're still smiling. Well done indeed. We're still smiling. And let's grab a quick word with Matt Ellis, the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus here that finished in third position. So we'll just bring Jeremy, our cameraman, this way so we can stand alongside the car. Matt, third place, considering that you're running on treaded tyres, that's impressive.
I've got to be honest, I said to everyone, if we finish fifth, we've done really well here, because I think, well, it shouldn't be there, I think in all truth, but we knew we'd switch them on earlier than everyone else, so I said if I can get ahead and just run for the hills, by the time they get up to pace, I might be all right. But then obviously safety car happened, had to do it all again. But no, it was amazing, the car as always. Don't want to say really, I was a bit surprised myself to be there, but very happy, so yeah.
What are the plans for the rest of 2025? You back out in this car later on this year?
Yeah, we've got a couple of outings. We're doing Snetterton with Bernie's V8s at the sort of a US show there, and we're going to do a couple of sprints. We're going to do Goodwood, but I mean, if there's any races we can get into, we will. We've got to get the most of our Scare Electric sponsorship for this year to keep them involved. And yeah, fingers crossed we can get out more, because we've not had the best of years so far, so we're trying to make up for it now.
Well done on third. All the best for the rest of the year, and hopefully we'll see you out in Euro NASCAR in 2026. We'll go back upstairs to Matt Suckling now, because we've got Classic K and the Mike Hawthorn Trophy heading out onto circuit.
Yes, thanks very much, Mark. The car's just about to start the first of their formation laps. I think they'll only get one, actually, for this, because they are the Classic Ks. And the grid lines up as follows after their qualifying yesterday afternoon. It's going to see number 18, Will Lindley, on pole position. Alongside him, 333, Ben Sneeze. Had plenty of racing so far today, but another one just for good measure. The second row then sees number 66, which is Peter Chambers. He'll be joined by number 49, which is Malcolm Johnson. The third row of the grid is going to be number 56, which is Adam Cunnington, for company the shared Webb and Young car, number 124. The fourth row then has number 71, which is Alan Ross Jones, for company who have the 101 machine of Toby Smith. The fifth row headed by number 153, which is Steve Spink. Alongside him, the Brown and Cranstone shared number 281 machine. The sixth row then has number 120, which is Daniel Godin, with number 20, Tom Smith, on the outside. The seventh row is going to be 261, Graham Brown, joined by 216, Richard Lambert. The eighth row headed by number 31, which is the Sutton and Singer shared machine, and number 91, which is Patrick Doyle, on the outside. Further back, we then see row number 9, that of number 147, which is Andrew Tate. For company, he'll have number 23 is Tina Cooper. The 10th row of the grid is headed by number 44, which is Chris Blewett. He'll have the shared Holmes and Shepherd car, that's number 962. The 11th row, number 9, is the McWithers, with number 7, Graham Petit, on the outside. The 12th row headed by number 511, which is the Tibet and Hicks shared car, and the 154 machine of Pete Shepherd. The 13th row lines up with 330, which is Nick Crewston, and 991, Ernst Luthi, is back out there in the Plymouth Barracuda. And then the final row of the grid will see 65, Jeff Otley, and 555, Oliver Partridge, to round out the 28 starters for this Classic K race and the Hawthorn Jaguar Challenge, which joins us for this weekend as well. So 40 minutes of racing to look forward to. Pit stop window opens after the first 10 minutes, closes into the 25th minute of the race. And we've got some solo drivers and also some two driver pairings out there as well. Too low to land on the front row of the grid, and it's going to be Will Lindley who takes us to the start in towards Paddock Hill Bend in the lead of the race. Ben Snee already under pressure there from Peter Chambers on the inside, but can't quite take that tighter line through the corner to take advantage of Ben Snee. And already Ben Snee might be challenging for the lead of the race here. He gets very wiggly, he gets on the inside, he gets on the grass. he makes a bit of contact with Will Lindley at the same time. And I think to be courteous, he might then hand that place back because he was on the grass and made the move not really inside track limits. So Ben Smee's got plenty of time to try and undo that of Will Lindley. Nice move being made there as well by Peter Chambers. He's trying to get through on what looks to be Malcolm Johnson in the number 49 machine. So Malcolm is one of those drivers who is in the Lotus Elan as well, but of locking up through the right-hander of McLaren. I think that's the Ford Lotus Cortina, which would have a little bit of a lock-up through there. So is that going to be Peter Chambers? No, it's going to be the other one, just slightly further back at the minute, in 5th position, as they come up to the completion of the first lap. It was Adam Cunnington who was trying to get down the inside of Peter Chambers, but Peter's lost a place from where he started, now down to 4th place. 5th place there still for Adam Cunnington, and then to complete the top 6 is going to be the number 71 machine of Alan Ross-Jones, who takes this race solo for the full 40 minutes. Got the Jaguar in there as well. Great to see one of the Jaguars up towards the head of the order. The second one of those you can see there just heading through picture now is the 124 machine, so that's going to be the one that started a little bit lower down the order and will be trying to make its way through as best as possible. That's the Webb and Young shared car. And again, we'll give you the starting drivers as we head through this race, but that's going to be Nigel Webb, who takes over a little bit later on in this race. So, still out front, Will Lindley heads the pack. He comes through now with what was an 0.8 of a second margin over Ben Snee. This time, looks like Ben Snee is pretty much keeping with him, so I don't think there'll be too much change amongst the gap out front, although it does come down, and with that, Ben Snee takes over with the quickest lap of the race on a 57.756. There's our leading Jaguar through. That's Toby Smith, so he's moved up from 8th place on the grid, now finds himself in 7th, but he is going to be the lead-in of our Jaguars by the looks of it. Yeah, because the Webb and Young one is down there in 9th position. Oh, we've got a wheel off as well through Paddock Hill Bend. So that's one of the Jaguars which has lost its wheel. Hopefully it comes under control as it bounces across the track, and hopefully that will come to a place of safety, but never good to see a wheel off a car, but that was controlled, I think, by the fences up there towards Druids Corner. And was that the Webb and Young Jaguar? Couldn't quite see with the number, didn't quite give it to us as it came to a stop on the run up towards Druids Corner, but not good to see. So I think that could be the arrival of the safety car with a wheel across the track, and also that car parked up to the side of the circuit as well.
Yeah, so never good to see a wheel coming off a car, and then as it did, bouncing around. Fully inflated drivers out of the car, but not unsurprising, as you suggested yet, Matt. Yeah, the safety car being deployed so that we can get that Jaguar out of harm's way and get it reunited with its wheel, which hopefully, as we say, was contained within the circuit furniture and the catch fencing up there as well, because it was sort of bouncing around, wasn't it? It came off at quite a high speed, and a fully inflated tyre bouncing around carries a lot of kinetic energy, doesn't it, which needs to dissipate.
Certainly does, yeah, but the fences seem to have done that job. It's quite a narrow wheel anyway, isn't it? But yeah, the weight of that would have been quite dramatic, and the driver's out, which is good. Of course, that wouldn't have been the problem. It was more the wheel that was the problem, as we said. The driver, unfortunate not to get any further than probably 3 minutes into this race, so not good news there for the pristine Jaguar, which is now parked up. Doesn't look like anything wrong with it, does it? Just a little bit low on the left rear, but yeah. Unfortunate.
Yeah, Nigel Webb, that was, that started behind the wheel of that car. Have you been through all the starting drivers?
I haven't, no, yet.
Right,
no.
OK, so the number 124 car will be Nigel Webb. This is in grid order where they started. So 124 will be Nigel Webb. Car number 281 is now Jake Cranstone. They did originally think it was going to be Dave Brown, but that was an amendment that came towards as Jake starts. Car number 31 will be Joe Singer that will start that car. Car number 962 will be Joshua Holmes. Number 9 will be Darren McWhirter, and 511 will be James Hicks. Those are the starting drivers in the shared cars for this one.
Yeah, so there is the wheel. We found it, which is good. So it has just found itself lying on the inside of Druids by the looks of it. So thankfully not too many spectators on the inside there, so it's come to lay just where the end of the Armco barrier and also the catch fencing is. So yeah, it's done its job there by the looks of it. So no harm, no foul for that one. But now we need to get the recovery of the Jaguar underway. And a bit like a few of the 40-minute races we've seen this weekend, we have had safety cars in the early period of the race, which has almost led to the safety car period being inside the pit window opening as well. So that might be the same case this time round. And we'll see if anyone is going to be brave enough to jump early, get that pit stop out of the way, because we did say you normally want to leave it as late as possible, just in case a safety car does appear. Well, if there's a safety car out there, might be a good chance to jump in and get it done.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So if you get a safety car during the pit window, always utilise that to serve your pit stop, because you're going to spend far less time. Well, you spend the same amount of time, but you're not going to lose as much time on track, because the cars are circulating at reduced speed rather than racing speed. You're always going to be at the good end. If you pit under green and there is no safety car, then you're going to be a lot further down through the order than otherwise you would be. I do notice that, yes, it might have a bit of gaffer tape on it, but the MG that was pointing in the wrong direction on the start-finish line earlier on today is back out there, so it has been repaired. So that is good to see that that car has returned to the track, which is in the hands of James Hicks. In the pit lane, Ernst Luthi at the wheel of the Plymouth Barracuda. So that's the car, like I said, the tail end of that car very much reminds me of a Sunbeam Rapier fastback. So just the way it looks, the angle of those lights really does look, yeah, Sunbeam Rapier-esque, doesn't it? Fantastic livery on that car as well.
Well turned out, isn't it?
McConnell, Alabama. Yeah, just looks super, doesn't it?
Certainly does, yeah. So very well turned out there from Ernst Luthi and the team, but for some reason it is in the pit lane, which is a real shame. It's been kind of getting to grips with the Brands Hatch circuit this weekend, and Ernst Luthi finds himself down there. One of the retirees so far. The other one, of course, is now going to be that of Nigel Webb in the Jaguar. The only car within this race that has to serve an extra 20 seconds in the pit stop is going to be Ben Snee. He's already been a winner so far this year, so Ben Snee has got work to do to try and build 20 seconds and try and eradicate that at some point.
Yeah, the way it works in the Midlands Classic Restorations Classic K is that if you win a race, you pick up an extra 20 seconds in the pit lane for the next race that you enter. Should you win that, you'd pick up another 20, but as soon as you don't win, you lose 20 seconds. So in other words, if you win one race and then you don't win the next, it all gets wiped. Now, Ben Snee picked up his penalty on the 8th of March at Silverstone on the international circuit. He's not been back out in Classic K since, so it still is a valid penalty for him, albeit from months ago.
Been trying to avoid it as much as possible, hasn't he?
Well done to our marshal, who is just pushing the wheel back towards the Jaguar. So once the marshalling season is done for him, I'm guessing he'll dress up in red and white and entertain the children just on the run into Christmas.
Yeah, summer job Marshall, winter job Father Christmas. Bless him. Hard working Marshall out there, making sure he gets his... that might be a Christmas present for someone. He might be saving that for his Santa sack.
Wrap it up, yeah. No, Nigel Webb will want that back, that's absolutely for sure. And such a shame that, you know, that was the car that qualified as the fastest of the Mike Hawthorn Jaguars, which is for pre-61 Jaguars, largely saloons, but that doesn't mean that we don't get some of the roadsters in there. For instance, we do have Jeff Otley, don't we, in the XK120, who I noticed yesterday qualified with the roof up. Today, roof's folded back and is wrapped around the roll cage on that car.
Good decision, I think.
Yeah.
The wetter day was yesterday.
Sunnier day today. Get the top down.
That's it. Get a bit of a suntan inside that car. So still the recovery of that Nigel Webb Jaguar. We are a minute and 15 seconds away from the pit window opening. So some of them might be lucky if the safety car comes and stays out, and they might be then diving in to get these pit stops done. Ben Snee will be relishing the opportunity to keep this safety car out, get in, do his pit stop, serve the 20 seconds, get back out there and have the best part of 30 minutes to try and catch up and not lose too many positions to what he might have done if it was under green flag.
So the recovery truck is now on the way. So the Jaguar is on the back of it. It's been reunited with its wheel. That will be brought back round into the pit lane area. The scrutineers will also want to just have a quick look to understand as to how that wheel came loose. But of course, it is one of the ones where you sort of knock the wheel on in reality, don't you? It's not as though it's studs that you do it with an air gun. It's proper mallet, a leather mallet, isn't it, and a hammer, and knock the wheels on to the Jaguar, I would have thought. So that's just about to thread its way back into the scrutineering bay. The trackside recovery unit will get to the end of the Cooper Straight and will then hang a right, which means that in theory, once we've got any residual sweeping up done, which there was a tiny bit of mud that was just on the side of the track, that should be done already by our fantastic marshals. They're back behind their posts now. Should be seeing the safety car in, I would have thought, at the end of this lap.
Yeah, I would think so, which means no one's really going to benefit, are they, with the pit stops under safety car. So there goes Nigel Webb's car into the pit lane. Safety car working its way now down through Graham Hill Bend. Lights still on for the time being. We should get the message on the screen to say the safety car should be in at the end of this lap, and then we'll have those lights turned off on top of the Hyundai safety car, which they now are. So it speeds away, and it's going to leave now our man out front to try and do what he can to pull away. Will Lindley is going to be the man to try and eke out the gap over Ben Snee, and the pit window is now open as we are into the first 30 seconds of that.
Yep, so pit lane is open and available, but of course we go back to green flag racing, so you wouldn't expect to pit now, but Ben Snee does. He opts to pit now because he knows he's got to spend an extra 20 seconds in the pit lane, and I think Pete Chambers dives for the pit lane as well. And his Lotus Cortina, which is being run by Jordan Racing Team, heads in towards the pit lane. I did notice Andrew Jordan, former British touring car champion, is here this weekend, and he even wandered up into timekeepers earlier on. You know, this is club racing, but just to show how professional they are, JRT wandered into timekeepers and asked for the amount of time it takes to drive down the pit lane at pit lane speed, just to make sure they could get their pit stop as close as possible to minimum time.
Exactly. You want to know how long you have to be stationary, then of course the other bits will fall into place if you know how long it takes from transition from in to out. So yeah, good work as ever from that team, as they make sure they get everything as right as possible. There's Ben Snee then in the pit lane, so the time will elapse, just sitting there waiting patiently. Nothing else that the team members can do. Just have a quick chat to Ben, find out how things are going, how was his lunch, and what else he needs to look forward to for the rest of the weekend. But yeah, Ben Snee just has to wait there agonisingly while everyone on track goes past him at full race speed, and of course then he's got to do that extra 20 seconds as well, whilst Will Lindley continues to lead this race now by 2.7 seconds. And the new second place car is still in the LAN. This time though it's Malcolm Johnson.
So yeah, Ben Snee about to be waved out at the wheel of his Lotus, which looks as though it's got an old Essex registration on it. HJ was Southend-on-Sea, wasn't it, back in the old days?
Was it?
I think now, yeah. Well, you're from that area, you might know.
I wasn't born though, so I don't know what that would have mean.
Yeah, I think that's an old Essex reg plate on that one. God, I need to change my anorak, don't I? I really do.
No, it's good information. It's nice to know all these sorts of things from back in 1950. So Ben Snee turns his way back onto the circuit, and of course with all of his pit stop now done, he can just focus forward. He can get his foot down. He can hope that maybe things stay green, because if he gets a safety car now, that might spoil things for him, because if anyone comes in under safety car, they of course will lose less time. So Will Lindley presses on. Malcolm Johnson goes through there in second place. Third place is a good battle actually starting to emerge now, because the 56 machine, which is the Ford Lotus Cortina of Adam Cunnington, is just about hanging on at the minute ahead of the Triumph TR4, which is Alan Ross Jones. So a good fight for third place, and also we've got this rest of the order inside the top 10 about to emerge through in towards Paddock Hill Bend as well.
The leading Jaguar we've got in the field is now going to be car number 101, which is the white Mark 1. Sorry, is the white Mark 1. 101 is the green Mark 1 of Toby Smith. Here's the leading Jaguar that we've got in the order, and he's just turning his way now down in towards Graham Hill Bend with a big old queue of cars behind him actually. So wrestling the Jag round through the left-hander, but it is Will Lindley that leads the way by 3.5 seconds from the car that's there in second position. And that is the number 49 car of Malcolm Johnson, who was there in second, but it does look as though he has been passed on this lap, has he not, by Adam Cunnington, who has gone through. And Adam Cunnington, is he there still? Let's have a quick look. No, he's not. He is not through, I don't think, in second place. It is still the car of Johnson that's there.
Yep, certainly is. So they head their way down towards Paddock Hill Bend once again. Just had the change though for 9th place, because that was the Lotus Elan of Graham Brown, which has now made its way through. So a similar livery car to Ben Snee, but this one of Graham Brown just making its way through then on the Brown and Cranstone machine. So that's the 281 machine, which has just been passed and drops down to 10th place. It's Jake Cranstone who's behind the wheel of that one at the minute, and it's going to be Dave Brown who takes over in that MGB Roadster a little bit later on. So So those two cars you can see on picture, heading now along the Cooper Straight, nose to tail.
We have had a change for third and fourth place. Adam Cunnington had been passed by Alan Ross-Jones, and it looks so the Triumph TR4 is now just edging ahead. Into the pit lane, we've got the Ginetta G12 of Chris Blewett to serve its mandatory pit stop, so he is just about to finish his pit stop and head back out onto circuit. The first of the cars at pit stops, Ben Snee, he had 1 minute and 30 seconds in the pits, but remember, he also had to have an extra 20 seconds on top of that. Pit in to pit out, he did it in 1 minute and 27.727. So he's short on pit stop, but even more short because he got a 20-second penalty.
Yeah, did he realise he had the 20 seconds to serve?
Begs the question, doesn't it? It was March, he might have forgotten.
Yeah, well, it's been a long time, hasn't it? Now, does he have to serve that at the pit stall, or is it at the penalty box?
He can serve that at the pit stall.
Yeah, so the team should have known whether they did or not, not too sure. But yeah, Ben Snee has been another man in the wars, hasn't he? Because we had the confusion about the green flag after a safety car, and he's now had the confusion about the extra 20 seconds as well. So he might be in at the bad books of the officials, but by the time we get to the end of today, but Ben Snee definitely shorter than what he should have been in that pit lane. So that's not going to be good news for him on his charge to try and take the challenge to Will Lindley in his Lotus Elan. So we'll see how that all plays out a little bit later on. Here's this other battle that we've been talking about that continues just inside the top 10, and then we've got one of our Jaguars into the pit lane as well. That's going to be the Darren McWhirther started car, so that's going to be now handed over to the second driver for the final 23 minutes or so.
Yeah, that'll be Bruce McWhirther that will take over the Mark 1 saloon. So that will be a change of driver that's taking place there. We've still got best part of 8.5 minutes before the pit window closes, and the vast majority of the field are still as yet to pit. Our race leader Will Lindley is now safely onto lap number 14 of this race and is about to work his way past the XK120, which is destined for the pit lane anyway in the hands of Jeff Otley. So here over the start finish line has gone Will Lindley. There goes our car now in second place, which is going to be the car of Malcolm Johnson, long-time Lotus racer in the Classic Sports Car Club, not always in an Elan. In things other than that, it's the Triumph TR4 of Alan Ross-Jones that sits there in third place, and Adam Cunnington from fourth dives to the pit lane at the wheel of the second of the two Lotus Cortinas.
Yep, so trundles his way down very slowly to his place within the pit lane. The team will go to work and make sure they serve that 90 seconds from, as we said, pit in to pit out. That's what they need to do within this race of the Classic K, and of course the Hawthorn Jaguar Challenge, which we have joined together for this weekend. There he is, sitting waiting patiently once again, and that Ford Lotus Cortina, which finds itself in Class CF. The only other car in that for this weekend is the other Ford Lotus Cortina of Peter Chambers. So again, there'll be a good battle between those two once they rejoin the circuit. Of course, Peter Chambers has already served his pit stop, so has fallen down into 20th position, but will be on his way back through the order before too much longer. But yeah, that car still waits on circuit as the top two have gone through in this race. Still the two Lotus Elans out front, 7.7 seconds now the gap between the two of them, as into the pit lane has come now our third place car, the Triumph TR4 of Alan Ross-Jones.
Yep, so Alan Ross-Jones comes to a halt just as about to trigger his way out of the pit lane. I thought was going to be Adam Cunnington, but he's got about another 15 seconds before he can vacate the pit lane. We've got another one that's short on pit stop, I'm afraid, and that is Jeff Otley at the wheel of the Jaguar XK120. He is about 5.5 seconds quicker than he ought to have been. Adam Cunnington fires it out the pit lane. Wow, 1.3 seconds the right side of the line. So he was only in the pits for 1.3 seconds longer than the bare minimum. That was a good pit stop.
Yeah, perfect there, pretty much, isn't it? So to only lose 1.3 seconds is good. You're the right side rather than the wrong side, which is always the best place to be. 71 Machine sits there as well, waiting to go back out. As we said, Alan Ross-Jones in from what was third position, and we're just going to try and get all the cars through, trickling up the order. The first of those then that has stopped is going to be surely the Ben Snee machine, which is the 333 car, currently in 17th position. That will be coming through the final corner now. So as we have some of those cars which it was battling with still in the pit lane, Ben Snee heads towards the line to go through. So he's effectively the lead-in cars of those that have made their pit stop, but there could still be some confusion.
There could still be some confusion, yeah, because he is 2.3 seconds short on the minimum pit stop time. He is 23.3 3 seconds short on what should have been his pit stop time because of the penalty. So if he does get a time penalty for that, it's going to be 53 seconds, isn't it? There or thereabouts would be the penalty that would be applied to number 333 Ben Snee, if the information I've got in front of me is correct.
Yeah, it seems to be correct, doesn't it? Because they are very much, as they head out the pit lane, the time does come to a stop. So everyone hitting the mark at the minute by the looks of it. The next one to head back out into the circuit is going to be the number 20 machine by the looks of it. That's already 10, 12 seconds over where it needs to be. So losing quite a lot of time as it sits there in the pit lane. I've got one of the minis by the looks of it now into the pits as well. So that's going to be a change there for those cars. We've got the number 31 machine also into the pit box as well. So we'll see how quick that can do its change and head back out within the space of the 90 seconds. So all of these working through nicely. And as Mark said, only the 2 cars at the minute that have popped up red on our screen. Everyone else seems to be very much clear of the barrier they need.
31 is in. Joe Singer giving way to Alistair Singer at the wheel of their little MGB Roadster. That's the blue and the white machine that is in the pit lane. Will Lindley still continues in the lead of the race at this stage, and he leads by a comfortable margin, but he is not going to pit this time through. However, the car in second place does. So Malcolm Johnson dives for the pit lane at the wheel of the number 49 Lotus. So he vacates second place and heads into the pit lane, and also 147 was in on that lap, which is going to be Andrew Tate at the wheel of his MGB Roadster. He was running just inside of the top 10, but of course will now drop out of it whilst he serves his pit stop.
Yeah, still waiting for the leader though. Will Lindley has not come in as of yet. He's leaving it till the last possible minute at the minute. We've got 3 minutes and 50 seconds left of the pit window, which is open. But yeah, the second place car is just serving his now. So Malcolm Johnson with the member of the team standing by. He's got his own counter actually in the middle of the steering wheel, so that's quite ideal. Probably one of the better ways to do it, to make sure you're absolutely certain of 1 minute and 30 seconds. You can't be wrong, surely, from hitting that as you come into the pit lane to when you hit it on the way out.
The thing is, you need to remember to hit it on the way in. And I know of several drivers that forget to do that.
I missed it by 2 seconds. We'll go with that.
How long have I been stationary now? Oh, we just make it up as we go along. It does happen. It generally does happen. And there are a couple of drivers that will have 2 clocks in the steering wheel. One will be their countdown timer for their pit stop, and the other one will be counting the other way so that they know how long there is to go in the race, and they press that as the lights go out.
If they remember.
If they remember, yes, yes.
Race leader is now in, so finally Will Lindley has jumped from the track to the pit lane.
Just having a look at the squabble that's going on round through Surtees and McLaren. That is Adam Cunnington fighting away with the second of the Lotus Cortinas, which is Pete Chambers, and Alan Ross Jones is right behind them. That will all be for position. They have all conducted their pit stops, and that at the moment is going to be for 11th, 12th and 13th positions, which will probably end up being inside the top 6 by the time we've cycled through our pit stops. Ben Snee, last time through, car number 333, fastest lap of the race.
Certainly was, yep, and it looks like Peter Chambers is going to try for a move in towards Paddock Hill Bend, but the red Ford Lotus Cortina cannot get its way through. They get very sideways, don't they? A wonderful car to watch, and possibly the number 71 machine now of Alan Ross Jones might have a little bit of smoke coming from the right-hand side of his car. I think he had his hand out the window, didn't he, as well there, whether it's for the traffic or an issue, not too sure, but seems to be still having some pace in that car as it turns its way onto the Cooper Straight. But yeah, fantastic battle between these 3 cars as they accelerate the way down towards Surtees. Again, just having a little bit of a brief look to the inside there was Peter Chambers, but can't squeeze his way through. But great to see the roll of the cars through the left and the right flick, and as they accelerate through Clearways and Clark Curve, dropping downhill once again up on towards the start-finish line. They're about to come, and they're going to put a lap by the looks of it on the Ginetta G12 of Chris Blewett, who finds himself at the minute down there in 21st place. And again, Peter Chambers to the inside line. Will it be this occasion that he gets through? Let's wait and see. He's on the inside line, but it might be the outside where the speed is carried. No, Peter Chambers just ekes that car out to the edge of the circuit, and the job is now done. Yeah, Adam Cunnington, who's been a regular racer in MGs for a good number of years, has just lost out, and now he's got Alan Ross Jones at the wheel of the Triumph TR4 trying to work his way through and past, but that is not quite going to work for Alan Ross Jones, so he'll remain behind the Lotus Cortina as they head through Graham Hill Bend. You know, we're talking about being the right side of the line and the wrong side of the line when it comes to pit stops, that minimum pit stop time of 1 minute and 30 seconds. How about 1 minute and 29.389? It's still short. It might be only short by 0.6 of a second, but that's going to be a 30.6 second penalty going the way of car number 962.
which is going to be the car that's now in the hands of Dominic Shepherd.
And that's the thing, isn't it? You'd rather be 2 seconds over just to be a little bit more certain rather than that half a second under, which then will give you a bigger penalty later on in the race, which is a real shame for that car. The one that exited just behind it, which was the 261 machine, that got it pretty right, didn't it? Because it was about a second and a half over what it should have been there. So Graham Brown doing a good job in the Lotus Elan as the battle continues here between what's going to be now the other Lotus Elan, number 56 of Adam Cunnington, and the 71 Triumph is right there as well, which is Alan Ross Jones. He can't squeeze his way through just yet, and the Ford Lotus Cortina almost runs into the back there of the 330 machine as they exited Graham Hill Bend, which was Nick Crudeston.
The pit window has now closed. However, the race leader has not pitted because car number 216 leads the race at this stage, which is Richard Lambert at the wheel of the green and black MGB. I'm trying to work out exactly where he is on track at the moment. He's just going through Surtees and McLaren, I think. It's the dark green car but with the black roof. If he heads into the pit lane this time through, he's too late. But you know what? He's enjoying himself so much, he's going to stick it out. So I'm sure this is him about to head over the start-finish line. Car number 216, and yes, it is. He's not pitted as yet. Pit window is closed.
And he's now got a penalty for that. So, yeah, straight away that appears on our screen. Penalty is
30 seconds.
30 seconds. So that's not a bad penalty, actually, is it? Because he's about 26 seconds up the road, so he might still win this race if he's got the speed. And Ben Snee has now just been given his penalty for what was a short pit stop.
50, I think it'd be 53 seconds, something like that. It's showing as 32.2, but I don't think they've added the extra 20 seconds that he needs adding from the Silverstone International race win, because he was shown on our penalty list, was he, as being a driver that got a 20-second penalty?
Certainly was, yeah. Classic K, Ben Snee is one of those.
Yeah,
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so it should be, yeah, a 30-second penalty plus the time you're short, plus the 20 seconds that you were carrying as a race winner.
Yeah, so effectively he does lead the race on those who have made a pit stop, but of course the one that does lead overall is the 216 machine, but we know that Richard Lambert has got a penalty, we know that Ben Snee has got a penalty, so the effective race leader is the man who was leading before the pit stops, which was Will Lindley. So he now has a 2.3 second buffer over the number 49 machine of Malcolm Johnson. Last time through, Malcolm was a couple of tenths of a second quicker, so the gap is coming down, but of course whether that's traffic or not, I'm not too sure, but they are your top two. And all of a sudden now, Richard Lambert has decided to pit, but unfortunately he's received his 30-second penalty. He's too late.
He is. He's 2 minutes too late coming into the pit lane. The pit window closed, I'm afraid. So Ben Snee leads brackets on the road. I said this to him earlier on, didn't I, when I interviewed him? You've got to go and chat to him this time, Matt. But Will Lindley is only 0.8 of a second adrift of him. So the two Lotus Elans, through all of this, have got themselves back together once more. The light blue car leading the way down towards Graham Hill Bend. The dark green car of Will Lindley there in second place. And it is going to be the car of car number 49, which is Malcolm Johnson in his Lotus, that completes the top three at the moment. But of course that is with a time penalty hanging over Ben Snee, I should say, which is showing as a 32.2 second penalty, but I think it should be a 52.2 second penalty.
Yeah, still with that applied, I think he'll drop down to 6th place, won't he? He'll drop behind the Cunnington machine, which is the Ford Lotus Cortina. So yeah, the minute as it stands, he would drop himself off the podium, and of course that's quite effective for the class as well, because he finds himself first place, but the next two cars behind him are also in Class A as well, so he'd be losing a few places within the CA class as it stands, but he turns his way now up towards Druids Corner. The gap nonetheless is coming down between him and Will Lindley, because on that last lap Ben Snee was quicker, but significantly Will Lindley had been taking time out prior to that, so the gap now is 0.999 between the two of them. It might be an emergency for Ben Snee this weekend, because he hasn't really had anything go his way, has he? So he continues to lead, gap coming down, gap between second and third has opened up, now to the extent of just over 4 seconds between Will Lindley and the car of Malcolm Johnson. And then we have the first of those Ford Lotus Cortinas, which is still in the hands of Pete Chambers, and he finds himself just a second up the road from that Triumph TR4, which is still Alan Ross Jones. So that's going to be another battle which we need to keep an eye on.
The Mike Hawthorn Trophy for the Jaguars, which we've had a bit of a rate of attrition in the Jags, I'm afraid to say. It's still in 10th place, car number 101, the green Jaguar of Toby Smith is still the leader of the Mike Hawthorn Trophy. He qualified second quickest of the Jags at the wheel of his Mark 1. and he leads that at the moment. Second of the Jags is car number 7, which is going to be Graham Pettit. And third of the Jaguars that we've got out there is car number 144, and that will be the car that's in the hands of Guy Connew.
Certainly is. Gap continues to come down then. Ben Snee and Will Linley, half a second just under now as they negotiate a bit more traffic through the left and right flick of Surtees and McLaren. Lights very much ablaze for Will Linley as well, so he's eager to get through. Just wonder if there's any communication to Will on the pit board to say that don't really fight too hard, Ben, because he has got this penalty. But again, racers being racers will go all out to take the victory on the road. As he comes across the line, he's going to go for the inside line in towards Paddock Hill Bend. So Will Linley for on the road race lead does go through. So a nice job done there for Will. He gets himself back to where he was pretty much before the pit window opened, as we've got this great battle going on now before one of the Jaguars around the final corner.
It is, yeah. So that is the Jaguar leader, which is Toby Smith, fighting away with the number 31 car, which is in the hands now of Alistair Sutton. They might be fighting away on track for 10th and 11th position, but the MGB, I'm afraid, behind has got a 60-second penalty, and I think that can only be because it's sped in the pit lane. No confirmation of that because it says it's an unidentified penalty. It cropped up on our live stream, but I think that is all to do with possibly pit lane speeding.
Yeah, and the car behind, of course, Richard Lambert has got that penalty for missing the pit window. There's a couple further drivers which have penalties as well, so it's been a penalty-strewn race, hasn't it?
I ever try and look for positives out of negatives, and the only positive I can come up with for poor old Mr. Lambert, who pitted 2 minutes after the pit window had closed, and that is at least the pit stop was long enough that he didn't get a penalty for being too short.
Exactly, yeah. He nailed that one, just missed the pit window, unfortunately, so yeah, not good news for him. So he finds himself down in a 12th position as it stands. Will Linley, as we said, confirmed now as the race leader as he goes across the line. 0.3 of a second ahead of Ben Snee that time through, as we've got a good battle going on here actually. This is the 28 and 56 machine, not actually for position on track. That is actually the Adam Cunnington car, just putting a lap now on the car it's just passed, and in the background you can see one of the Jaguars working its way through as well quite nicely. That's going to be the 144 machine which heads in towards Paddock Hill Bend. That's Guy Connew, who's been a long time runner of Jaguars, not just this older style Jaguar but also some of the kind of 80s Jaguars as well. So Guy Connew leads the F class of the Hawthorn Challenge, finds himself currently there in 15th position, and in fact he's just caught up to the back there of the number 7 machine. So that's going to be another of the Jaguars which he's battling for in terms of an overall position, which is Graham Pettit. So that's a good little fight we've got going on between the black Jaguar, number 7, which is Graham, and the 144 white Jaguar in the hands of Guy. Those two turn away now through Surtees and on towards McLaren. They're coming up onto the back of the other Jaguar by the looks of it, which will just hopefully step to one side, eventually sees those quicker cars come in. So Jeff Otley in the Jaguar XK120 does see them and stays out of harm's way as he turns his way now on towards the start-finish line. We've got 7.5 minutes to go. These two cars are almost going to be side by side on the run down towards Paddock Hill Bend. Guy Connew, will he flick back to the inside? I think he's just going to stay in the wheel tracks at the minute of that number 7 machine, which has got a little bit of smoke emulating from the back of it now, so hopefully that's not too much of a problem for Graham Pettit. Got his indicator on at the same time. That might just be flicked on by mistake, but Guy Connew trying to get all the way around the outside. Yeah, Guy, who's been a regular racer in the Alpha Lexus law firm Jaguar Championships and its predecessors over the years. Graham Pettit is still just about managing to keep him ahead, and this is fighting for what will be, in the Jaguars at least, 2nd and 3rd overall, but Graham Pettit's car is a Class E car. Guy Connew's car is one of those cars that runs in Class F of the Mike Hawthorn Jaguar Trophy. But it's great to see, you know, the way that the Jaguars bounce, the way that they slide and move around. They look a real handful. Certainly do. Might not be the comfortablest car to ride in, will it, being so old, but definitely, yeah, great to see how it all works and how they have to lumber these big machines around. But yeah, great to see the Jaguars out there in the Hawthorn Challenge for this weekend. Chris Blewett about to be lapped by the race leader. Finds his way through very nicely there as Will Linley. Ben Snee is only half a second back actually, so he's now getting embroiled in all of this battling, and of course he's trying to make sure at the same time he's 30 seconds up the road from as many cars as possible. That might have to be 50 seconds, we're still not quite sure on that, but he's just getting a little bit bulked now as they turn their way in towards Drury's corner. So Ben Snee being hampered by those two cars. It's the 281 machine he's trying to work his way through, which is now Dave Brown behind the wheel of that MGB Roadster. And finally, Ben does find his way through on both of them as they tip the way now on towards the left-hander of Graham Hill Bend and accelerate down towards 30s.
It was fantastic to see there, as you said, Dave Brown cocking the inside wheel at his MGB as he worked his way through Graham Hill Bend. So the inside front wheel was a good couple of inches up in the air, and then he clattered the curb on the inside, and then the car sort of bounced around and cocked the front wheel even more. So really good to see these cars, which are all Appendix K specifications, so it's very much as they were raced in period, so no real modifications to them to modernise the car. They all have to run a historic tyre as well, which is the cross-ply tyre, so it does mean that there's not huge amounts of grip, and therefore the cars do move around. We've got just under 5 minutes of the race about to click through. It is still Will Lindley that leads the way. He's on lap number 32 at the moment. Ben Snee is in second place. The leading two cars on the road still together as they come down towards this battle amongst the Jaguars. Guy Connew still bottled up behind the car of Graham Pettit, and they'll be watching their mirrors because they'll see the two Lotus Elans squabbling for the lead on track, absolutely with them as they head up towards the end of the Cooper Straight.
Yeah, just about squeeze their way through on Guy Connew, although one of them does, Will Lindley, and then finally gets past Graham Pettit as well as they head through clearways. All very wide there for Guy Connew, almost, he does just about grab the gravel there. Again, just great to see how the control was in the hands of Guy, who, as we said, knows how to race Jaguars very well indeed, but that would have been a bit of a scary moment for him as the left rear tyre just touched the gravel trap as he tried to stay out of the way of those leading cars coming through. So in the process, he has lost a little bit of time to Graham Pettit, but still remains within a second as they fight for second place within the Hawthorn Challenge at the minute. Time starting to tick away, 4 minutes left within this race. Will Lindley has now completed 32 laps.
He has, yep, so 32 laps chalked into the book. 4 minutes of the race still to go. The car behind Ben Snee is pushing him hard. He's only a second adrift, but Ben may be blissfully unaware that his pit stop was short, and therefore it might have been short by the bare minimum of time, which was 2.2 seconds. So you pick up a 32-second penalty. It's 30 seconds plus the time that you're short, but we, up in the commentary box, still have that question mark as to whether that doesn't account still for the extra 20 seconds he should have spent in the pit lane in addition to that, because he was the winner at Silverstone on the international circuit, albeit a long time ago on the 8th of March earlier on this year. So the pair of them over the start finish line within half a second of each other. The third place car is Malcolm Johnson, only just working his way through now over the start finish line. Fourth place is Pete Chambers, who is just about to turn his way through towards, I think, the conclusion of the lap. Is this him here? Sun glinting off the car? No, that's an MG. Pete Chambers just going in towards Surtees and McLaren now, and Alan Ross Jones is the car that completes the top five, the dark blue Triumph TR4.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a lonely race for Pete Chambers in the second half. Had some good fights with the other Ford Lotus Cortina before they made that pit stop, but this is going to be a leisurely run to the flag by the looks of it for Pete. The question is, will he be on the overall podium? Because he comes through now, and how far back is he? 44.9 seconds. So effectively, Ben Snee will only lose the one position if it's 30 seconds. If it's 50, it's going to be very close by the end of this race. So we'll wait and see, but 2.5 minutes to go as Ben heads across the line once again. He's now 0.8 of a second adrift of Will Lindley. The pace has just dropped off slightly, not too bad actually, considering they're working their way through traffic. They're into the mid-57s, and the quickest lap of the race has been set by Ben Snee a little bit earlier on, 56.701. So he's still trying his best at the minute. The main, of course, equation for him now is to try and make sure he's enough up the road to hold on to third place. And of course, depending on how much we have to add to his time, that should be achievable, I think.
Yeah, they'll be on to their penultimate lap of the race next time through. Still traffic to deal with as they nip up the inside of the leading Jaguar we've got in the Hawthorn Trophy, which is the green number 101 Mark 1 of Toby Smith. So for Will Lindley, he is about to head onto his penultimate lap of the race. They're lapping about 57 seconds. When they come over the start-finish line, there'll be about 1.5 minutes still to go in this race. So through he comes over the start-finish line. Yeah, bang on, 1.5 minutes to go as he comes through and completes lap number 35. So should squeeze 37 laps out into the 40-minute race that's been allocated. After this, we still have 2 further races to come up, both of which are 20-minute races. We've got the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens coming up, then we've got the Lackford Engineering Midget and Sprite Challenge, and even after that, of course, once we finish our racing activity, we've then got the track parades and the car parades for those of you that are involved in that. But for Will Lindley, he is on course to make it a win in the Midland Classic Restorations Classic K race, partnered up with the Mike Hawthorn Jaguar Trophy. He is shortly about to lap the car that's there in 6th position, which is Adam Cunnington. So the Ford Lotus Cortina of Adam Cunnington, running 6th overall, about to be gobbled up by our race leaders before too much longer. Ben Snee still pushing hard in 2nd place. They may be blissfully unaware that he's picked up a time penalty for being too short on the pit stop. So through and over the start-finish line with 30 seconds to go goes Will Lindley. And the gap between himself and Ben Snee is still just 0.7 of a second as they head on to the final lap of the race. Now, Will Lindley's pit stop, let's just have a quick look. How long was he in the pits? He was in the pit lane for 5 seconds longer than the bare minimum. And as we say, it was about 3 seconds short than the bare minimum for the car behind. So you could argue that, yeah, absolutely, these two cars should be there or thereabouts with each other. But for Will Lindley, he's still having to fight. If he wants to claim the win on the road, then he's going to have to stick his elbows out, because Ben Snee is still poised and ready to pounce should there be any slip-ups. On corrected times, he is going to lose out anyway, Ben Snee. That's already been confirmed by the penalty that's been applied mid-race to him. As they head out of the final corner, it's going to be a Lotus Elan 1, 2, 3, by the look of things on the road at least. Will Lindley about to charge his way towards a checkered flag, which is being readied for him. Lights are on. Number 18, Will Lindley, claims the win in the Midland Classic Restorations Classic K with Mike Hawthorn Jaguar Trophy. Ben Snee finishes in 2nd on the road, but of course that time penalty is being applied to him, so on corrected times it will be the number 49 car of Malcolm Johnson that will finish in 2nd position. And then in 3rd place, let's just wait and see. I think Pete Chambers is too far away from Ben Snee if it's a 30-second penalty, but if that gets changed to a 50-second penalty, that will certainly affect it. And then we also need to wait for the first Jaguar to come home as well, just to pick out that one, which has already come through. So car number 101, Toby Smith in his Mark 1 Jaguar, is likely to be confirmed as the first of the cars home in the Mike Hawthorn Jaguar Trophy. Where is Pete Chambers? Here comes the Ford Lotus Cortina over the start-finish line now. He's certainly more than 30 seconds adrift of Ben Snee. As I say, if the penalty does get converted to 52 seconds, would he be within it? Oh, he'd be 52.3 seconds behind. Yes, I think he would still just about make it, actually. Yeah, he's 19.873 seconds adrift of Ben Snee, which if it is an extra 20 seconds that's get added, he would nick the spot. But we won't worry about that. We'll let race control and the timekeepers work out whether 32.2 second penalty is correct or whether it should be 52.2 seconds. We'll just guide you through the results very shortly as they are shown on screen, which is based on what we see on our timing screens currently. So Midland Classic K Restorations Classic K done. Matt Suckling is going to go down to chat to our drivers, and then we will have our penultimate race coming up for you shortly. But let's confirm the results. Will Lindley claims the win from Malcolm Johnson in 2nd place, and Ben Snee with the penalty will drop to 3rd on corrected times. Pete Chambers wins his class, finishing in 4th place, as does Alan Ross Jones in the Triumph, who finishes in 5th. It was Adam Cunnington in 6th, then Graham Brown, Steve Spink, Tina Cooper and Toby Smith, who was the first of the Jaguars home, completing the top 10. Andrew Tate was in 11th place and Graham Pettit was 12th. Chris Blewett was there in 13th, ahead of Guy Connew and Patrick Doyle. Nick Crewdson came home to finish in 16th place, ahead of Richard Lambert. It was the Tebbert and Hicks pairing that were next up in 18th, with Holmes and Shepherd in 19th and Pete Shepherd in 20th. Sutton and Singer finished in 21st position, with Brown and Cranstone in 22nd. Jeff Otley was next up in 23rd, and Oliver Partridge was in 24th, and anybody else thereafter was all a non-finisher. Let's go down to the pit lane, where Matt Suckling is chatting to some of the drivers.
Thanks very much, Mark. Yep, so we're going to grab Will Lindley, who jumps out of his car. We'll get him over to this part of the pit lane. He's having a great conversation with Ben Snee, talking about how the race went, and we'll grab William over here to have a chat with him. Congratulations, Will. That was a great race. A nice fight you had in the end there with Ben Snee, but he had that penalty to serve, so you came out a victor by a bigger margin than expected.
Right, okay. I didn't know about the penalty. I did see that I was P1 when he was still in front of me, so I guess something had gone on, but he was always going to be my arch enemy in this race, so yeah, I'm really chuffed with the outcome. It was nip and tuck all the way there, so yeah, brilliant.
Seems to be that the Lotus Elans do well in these races, because there's 3 of them inside the top 3 places.
Yeah, certainly in the Classic K they're a leading force, and particularly this circuit. I mean, they're a nimble little car, and yeah, they're fabulous. For my first proper season with this car, so I'm really enjoying it.
It went well by the looks of it. The pit stop time well as well. I think you were just 5 seconds over, so it's better to be safe than sorry.
Yeah, good. No, that's fine. It worked well. no penalties for me.
Looking forward to the next one now?
Definitely, yes. Yeah, we're heading to Spa in 3 weeks, 4 weeks' time. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Not a bad trip at all. Well done, Will. Congratulations to you. We'll grab Ben as well over here. If you can come and join us, Ben, for a quick chat, if you wouldn't mind, having a quick chat to the team as well there, and we'll find out Ben's thoughts within this one. Ben, come and join us if you wouldn't mind. Second place in that race. Third place it turned into because of the penalty.
Yeah, what a bummer. Apparently 2.5 seconds too long in the pit stop, which I don't understand because we were stationary for a minute and I didn't speed in the pit lane, so that's a bit of a mystery. But 2.5 seconds put me back a place, which is a bummer because I fought quite hard for that.
Been a bit of a day for you, isn't it?
Oh, bloody hell, I'm tired after 3 races. Maybe it's one too many. I don't know. It was good fun. We had a great battle, the two of us, for first and second. That was really good fun. With him, yeah, it was brilliant. Yeah, you know, I was in the lead for quite a long time, and then he got me. I was a bit aggressive in the first one because I was on the Dunlop tyres, having been on the Avons, and the braking point first lap is completely different, you know. So I nearly took him out, but he avoided me, so good for him.
Yeah, we saw you up the inside there, but did you kind of back out and let him go back through just out of courtesy?
Yeah, I sort of let it off a bit because I thought that would be only fair. But then we had a good battle, and I think I overtook him in the pits, and then he got me, and then we were battling at the end. So it's great. Yeah, it's good fun.
The other question we had, you were short in the pit stop, but we also think you had a 20-second penalty to serve from the earlier win in the year.
I think I served that on the second race of the swinging 60s.
But isn't another one for the Classic K you won earlier in the year?
Oh God, I don't know.
We had it on our sheet, that's all we're saying. So we had it as a 20-second penalty, but we'll let the officials sort that one out.
Okay, bloody hell, all right. I'm not very good at the rules.
Ben, have a lovely evening. Sorry about the bad news there. And we'll get a quick chat as well with our man in third place, which then became second, which was Malcolm Johnson. So if Malcolm can come over and quickly, there you go, Malcolm, come and join us over here. What a great race that was for you. A little bit lonely, but still on the podium.
Yeah, I'll take a podium any day of the week. Yes, I tried my best to catch the two in front, but yeah, I wasn't quite on it today.
Busy track out there as well, so you kind of had to judge all that traffic at the same time.
Indeed, yeah, you've got to thread your way through past the Jags and all the others, so yeah, you've got to be careful doing that. And it's luck of the draw really there.
But must be great fun. Lotus Land around Brands Hatch, not a bad Sunday.
They are fantastic cars. You know, how they were designed this way in 1962 is just amazing. And they're still great fun to drive now.
And that's a great thing about Classic K, isn't it? Because they do run in original specification.
Absolutely, they're also FIA Appendix K, so yeah, everyone needs to period specification.
Good stuff. Well done, Malcolm. Congratulations on your result in that Classic K race. Few spots of rain just starting to fall here at Brands Hatch. We've had a few of this across the course of the weekend, but hopefully that won't deter the next cars, which, if I remember rightly, this morning they went out and it just started to rain. So it must be something about our next category, which are now firing up in the assembly area. It's going to be the second race of the day for the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens, and back upstairs to Mark Werrell.
Thank you, Matt. So yeah, just as the weather starts to begin to close in a little bit, all of a sudden we see the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens back out there. Let me guide you through the grid as they head out onto their race. It is based on the finishing positions from earlier on, albeit the race winner gets a 10-place grid drop once more. So it is Tim Davis that starts on pole position with Richard Carter for company alongside, and row 2 of the grid is going to be William Redman, who celebrates his 70th birthday today, and sitting alongside him is going to be the car of Bell, which was Leo Bell in the first race, so it must be Nathan Bell in this one. Then it is Jeremy Adams and Martin Ledbetter ahead of Lee Powell and Abigail Witt. Colin Watson and Andy Yeomans line up on the next row of the grid with Tom Cantillon and Chris Orcock. Then it's Kenneth Baird that will have what will be, let's have a look, Kenneth Baird, Alexandra Dobrin in alongside, Nigel Liddell, and the number 75 car next up, which will be James Randall. Then it will be the Donovan and Jones car, which I don't think will be out because of its problems earlier on, James Melody. And then Will Arif has been put to the back of the grid because he was black flagged earlier on, ignored the black and orange flag or didn't see it. Will is hugely experienced, and he's been put to the back of the grid. The number 9 Caterham is back out by the look of things, so that is good news. Robert Jones is there, so they have put a new front right-hand corner suspension on that car, so the number 9 car is out there. and does go from its position towards the tail end of the order. So what can Colin Watson do to try and work his way through the order? And just like the race earlier on today, remember we got some cars on slicks, some cars on treaded tyres. The rain is starting to absolutely pour down again, so this is going to make things very, very interesting again. It came in and right at the start of the first race, and if you're on slick tyres, watch out, this might be a little bit slippery for the first few laps. It is Tim Davis who gets the throttle down. Richard Carter, remember, is on the treaded tyre, and as they head up towards Paddock Hill Bend, the rain is only just blowing in at Paddock Hill Bend, so it's slightly drier up at that part of the circuit. But they are all, I think, safely through Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. And as they head up towards the braking area for Druids, it is Tim Davis that leads from Richard Carter, and backwards and into the gravel trap, I'm afraid, we have lost Will Redman. So on his 70th birthday, he's had a spin and has plopped the car into the gravel trap down there. So for the lead of the race, it is Tim Davis, but he hits the curbs, which are wet down there at Graham Hill Bend, spins the wheels up, and Richard Carter goes through to pick up the lead of the race. There's a fantastic rainbow that I can see, which I think the crock of gold is on the inside of Graham Hill Bend at the moment, because that's from my commentary position where the end of the rainbow looks to be. But the weather has closed in. If you're on slick tyres, you are in real trouble in this one. But the safety car, or code 60, is being called because of Will Redman's car, so that at least means that the cars can slow up a little bit and ease their way back into the race. There's one car that sits in the pit lane, which I think might be Jeremy Adams, possibly. Can't quite see from here, but I think it's the car of Jeremy Adams that resides in the pit lane. So with the car of William Redman in the gravel having been pushed out, this should be a fairly short code 60. So as soon as the marshals are back behind the barriers, we'll go from code 60 back to green flag racing. And as we say, that can happen at any point in reality. The marshals will get a countdown on their post, so they will know exactly when they need to replace the code 60 flags with the green flags, and everybody in theory should be travelling at exactly the same speed until we go back green flag racing, and then it's as quick as you can react. So as soon as the green flags come out, we're back to racing once more, albeit, as we say, with the cars on slick tyres now probably having very little temperature in those slicks. So out of Druids come the race leaders. It is Tim Davis and Richard Carter that are first and second, and the green flags come out, so we are now back racing in reality. And of course Tim Davis now needs to work out again exactly where the grip is. The tail end of his car wiggles around and he just can't get the throttle down and is almost going to lose the lead of the race. Richard Carter can't quite prise the door open as they head up towards Surtees and then up towards McLaren and Clearways, where it is still raining up at that side of the circuit at the moment, albeit the sunshine is starting to peek through. But the man from Orpington leads the way, has to be so careful with the application of the throttle as they come over the start-finish line. The race one winner, Colin Watson, is there in third place, but it's Richard Carter on his treaded tyres that picks up the lead of the race heading up towards Paddock Hill Bend. Tim Davis down into second, and Colin Watson doing a grand old job in third place, still managing to wrestle the car around the circuit on slick tyres. Where are the slick tyres cars? They are second, third. Martin Ledbetter is on slicks at the wheel of the number 16 car, and then you look further down through the order to the number 9 car, which is in the hands of, who will it be for this race? Robert Jones, won't it? That is another car that is on slick tyres, as is William Redman, who went into the gravel trap and brought about that brief code 60, Matt.
Certainly did, yeah. So it's going to be another treacherous race, isn't it, for some of these drivers, especially Tim Davis and Colin Watson. But Richard Carter just needs to get his head down, get away on these treaded tyres, and if things do start to change and dry up a little bit later on, then they might start to come back towards him. So it's going to be a race of effectively two halves with 16.5 minutes left on the clock, and already Richard Carter into the traffic now, so makes his way nicely through on the number 8 machine. So that's a lap down already for Tom Cantillon, and then Tim Davis and Colin Watson having a good fight for second and third place. So they tip the way in towards Paddock Hill Bend whilst being careful, whilst getting past the traffic. Here comes Colin Watson for the move to the inside line of Tim Davis. He's leaving, braking as late as possible in towards Druids, and Colin Watson just slides the car down the inside line. And Tim Davis hasn't kept his promise, has he? Because he said to me obviously, after that first race, he's going to keep everybody behind.
Yeah, but he's not got his usual engine. He was getting the racing driver excuses in nice and early, but he is quicker coming out of Graham Hill Bend, and he might just edge his way back ahead of Colin Watson as they head along the Cooper Straight. Yes, indeed he does. So he has managed to keep him behind. However, they cannot keep behind the car with its treaded tyres, which is Richard Carter. But it looks as though the rain is starting to abate a little bit now, which now means that not just as yet, but with the sun out, the track's going to dry. It's still quite breezy, which is going to aid the drying of the track. At some point, we know in the next 15 minutes, the slick tyre is going to be quicker than the treaded tyre. And Colin Watson has just set the fastest lap of the race, hasn't he? 56.438 in the third place machine.
Certainly has, yeah. It's about a tenth of a second quicker than what Richard Carter had done as well on that previous lap, which was his best lap of the race. So his pace is always getting a little bit slightly quicker at the same time as well. Richard Carter just made kind of that one mistake in the first race, didn't he? Kind of went the wrong side of a back marker. Tim Davis got his way through. On pace, Colin Watson was quicker and did get the job done, but then in frustration, Richard Carter just ran slightly wide through Graham Hill Bend. So here it comes, the challenge from Tim Davis for the race lead. He looks down the inside of Richard Carter over there towards McLaren Corner, going to try and complete the move through Clearways and on towards Clark Curve. And now, with those slicks up to temperature, Tim Davis and Colin Watson both at the same time will go through. Can Colin Watson take two places in the space of one straight? Yes, he can. He's got the job done down the inside line in towards Paddock Hill Bend, and Colin Watson is your race leader once more.
Yep, so Colin Watson picking up the lead of the race, Tim Davis in second place, and Richard Carter, who was leading, all the way down now into third place. But that's not surprising, because we say with the sunshine out and the wind today, the track was always going to dry quite quickly. So all of a sudden the treaded tyre is not the tyre to be on. It is the slick tyre that's going to give you the advantage. A bit of a back marker just to deal with, which is going to be the car of Andy Yeomans, who was met slap bang in the middle of Graham Hill Bend. Andy tried to stay out of the way, but unfortunately at some point he's got to turn into the corner, so that delayed Colin Watson, and now means that he has got shadowing him still for the lead of the race his Boss Racing teammate, which is Tim Davis, as they start to work their way back over the start-finish line. There'll be more traffic to deal with as well on the run in towards Paddock Hill Bend. They sneak their way through and past James Randall's car. Then there's another car just up the road again that they'll have to deal with, and that will be the number 93 car, another Boss Racing car in the hands of Will Arif.
Certainly will, yep. So Andy Yeomans is now that lap down, unfortunately for him, as Richard Carter gets his way past the traffic as well. But unfortunately, in doing so, he has now found himself a few car lengths back from those top two, which start to pull the gap now because the rain has abated. The track continues to get dry because the sun is beating down on it once again. So better times are on the way. Colin Watson has just gone and done the quickest lap of the race on a 51.234. Not too sure if he's going to better it this time round as he works his way through more traffic on the approach to the right-hander of Clearways. As he accelerates onto the start-finish line, the gap between him and Tim Davis might be edging now a little bit further towards 2 seconds, because Colin Watson goes through and it's going to be another quickest lap of the race. A second taken out there for Colin Watson, 50.124. It was 1.5 seconds exactly quicker than Tim Davis, which means the gap is pretty much 2 seconds now.
Yeah, he did a 50.107 in the race earlier on today, so very much matching the fastest lap that he did earlier on today. Not quite as quick, but a whisker within it. So and I'm sure that Colin Watson will still keep pushing here as well. So he's on lap number 8 at the moment. There's still 12 and a quarter minutes of this race still to go. Further down through the order, there's some good fights going on. 14th and 15th have got themselves together. James Randall at the wheel of the polished aluminium car with the orange wheel spats to it. He's fighting away with Nigel Liddell, and Nigel runs a little bit wide coming out of Graham Hill Bend. That allows Andy Yeomans to go through. So that's 14th, 15th and 16th fighting together at the end of the Cooper Straight, as over the start-finish line go the leading three.
Yeah, they do indeed, and now starting to spread themselves out. 2.6 seconds back from Colin Watson to Tim Davis, 3.2 seconds back to Richard Carter in third place. We've just had the change for 10th position though, because up now into that position has gone William Redmond. So a nice move there to see himself past the 66 machine. So Alexandra Dobrinen has dropped down to 11th position, and then, as we said, this good battle going on for 14th, 15th and 16th place as it currently stands. So some little battles to focus on, as there goes Andy Yeomans in towards the right-hander of Druid, slightly wide there as the 79 machine tries to tuck its way through on the inside. That's going to put Andy Yeomans a lap down to the 5th place car, which for this race is Nathan Bell. So the green and black cater him through and accelerates now down the Cooper Straight.
Yeah, nice and easy one to spot, isn't it? That Dayglow green with the black livery to it. Dayglow green rollover hoop as well, so nice and easy to spot. More places also being gained by one car that didn't take the start, and that is Jeremy Adams. His car was in the pit lane for the first couple of laps, so he is showing us 3 laps off the lead and still in last place, the number 3 machine, 19th position overall, but he is not that far off the kind of pace of the front runners. He's just on a 51.8, and that is quicker than Richard Carter can manage on his treaded tyres. But of course, for Jeremy Adams, he is on a slick tyre, so he's third quickest car out there, but last in terms of the running order.
Yeah, he's about 20 seconds quicker than the car ahead, so he might get that place. He's then 10 seconds quicker than the next one up the road, so there's potential. We're still half the race to go for Jeremy Adams to make some progress in his Caterham CSR. Meantime, Colin Watson is going quicker and quicker, now better than he did in race number 1. 49.684 has just been recorded for Colin Watson. Second place, Tim Davis has just gone and done his best lap of the race, which is a 50.165, and Richard Carter in turn has also done his best lap in third position on a 52.250. So all of them now have the pace and feeling a little bit more confident within this race as it unwinds. We can now see the fight going on for what's going to be 15th and 16th place. So they've lost one of the cars because up the road has gone Andy Yeomans, but still we have this fight now between what's going to be Randall and also the Liddell car there, which is pushing on behind.
Yeah, they're the 2 cars just heading up towards Paddock Hill Bend now. The polished aluminium and orange car of what will be James Randall, and not that far behind him, Nigel Liddell. Another car that we haven't really mentioned a great deal about is the sole non-Caterham we've got in the field, which is car number 685, the GBS 0 of Abigail Witt. She's going well, isn't she? 6th place in this one. Abby earlier on today was going well in that car, which she's less familiar with. She finished 8th earlier on, so has found good pace in this race.
Certainly has, yeah, and had some good fights in that first race as well, so was very much in the battle. She's 5.5 seconds back from the bells in that number 79 machine at the minute, so Nathan Bell not massively under pressure from Abigail Witt, but we'll see if that can be a gap that closes down in the latter stages of the race. And she also sits within class second in TD, so good run for her as it currently stands. Tim Davis about to turn his way through, so the man who sits in second place crosses the line once again. He was near enough a second quicker than Colin Watson that time through, and the reason being Colin might have had a little bit of traffic to deal with because they've both gone through past those 3 cars now that sit behind them on the track. And again, Colin Watson through the traffic at Druids, I think that's Andy Yeomans now, he's just found his way through, so it didn't take too long. But of course, every time you encounter traffic, it's all about how you cope with that, how you get through, and how much time is lost in the process.
Yeah, we've got the top 6 cars on the lead lap at the moment, but Abigail Witt is likely to get lapped maybe on the lap that Colin Watson is about to start this next time through. So through goes the Dayglow green car, which is going to be Nathan Bell for this race. There goes Abigail Witt, and she is now off the lead lap of the race. So the GBS 0 with that 2.5 litre engine is lapped by the 2.5 litre Caterham C400 in the hands of Colin Watson, the race 1 winner, who, remember, has come from 11th on the grid to get there and had to cope with the wet weather and slick tyres in the early stages of this race.
Yeah, not hanging about, is he, Colin Watson? Looking for the double here at Brands Hatch for this Gold Arts Magnificent 7 race with 7.5 minutes left in this second encounter as it stands. Along the back straight then goes that Nathan Bell machine. He's trying to chase down the Ledbetter car, the number 16 machine of Martin Ledbetter in his Caterham 7, but he's 8.7 seconds adrift and still a couple of seconds off the pace as it currently stands, as he works his way now on towards the Brabham Straight for the 13th time of Asking, and our race leader Colin Watson is going to be coming through this time as well onto his next lap, and lap time's just dropping away slightly, but again, this is all down to the traffic. Half a second off his personal best it has been that time for Colin Watson, as Tim Davis goes through now, 3.5 seconds adrift.
The car that started from the pit lane and was making progress, I'm afraid, is back in the pit lane. Jeremy Adams, whatever the problem was that delayed him getting involved in the race, I think it must be the same problem because the mechanics are working in the car in a similar area so they were doing it earlier on. So number 3 car back in the pit lane, and he is looking like potentially being a retiree this time through. Had good pace when the car was running, but yeah, it's just whatever the gremlins are, they've not been able to sort it. For Colin Watson though, he's about to complete lap number 15 this time through. Still some traffic that he will need to deal with towards the end of the lap. He works his way past one of the slower cars and then is going to dive past the next of them, which is going to be the number 4 car in the hands of Chris Alcock. So that is now Chris lapped for what will be the 2nd time in this race. Onto lap number 16 goes Colin Watson. Watson. He's dealt with the traffic. Now he's got a reasonably clear lap coming up. I think it will be James Melody, probably, will it? His Boss Racing teammate, which will be the next of the cars he'll catch on the run down in towards Graham Hill Bend.
Yeah, very similarly liveried, those two cars. So straight away, Colin Watson doesn't hang about. Down the inside, he now goes. As we watch the battle just behind the leader, actually, the 1-2-1 machine of what's going to be 11th place at the minute for Kenneth Baird. And he is not under pressure, I don't think, from anyone. I think he's just actually made the move, hasn't he, on that number 4 machine. So Chris Alcock, who is being lapped, I think he's made the move on that car, who now loses a place not to the 79 machine, but gets lapped by that car of Nathan Bell, which finds itself in 5th position. So it's quite consistent, isn't it, with the amount of lappery that has to be done. Different class cars, some on slicks, some on treaded, some not with the abilities of others. So it becomes a very frantic circuit out there. But yeah, confirmation that Kenneth Baird has gone through that time and now finds himself in 10th place.
Back down the pit lane comes Jeremy Adams. So is this to re-enter the race, or is this head to the outer paddock at the wheel of the troubled number 3 car? No, he's back in the race, so whatever the problem was that brought him in, fingers crossed they've sorted it this time. So he works his way back out onto the circuit, but he is now 6 laps adrift of the race leader. So he was already 2 laps down before he even got into this race, but is now, yeah, 6 laps adrift. And a few cars just being forewarned with regards to track limits now, one of which is number 4, Chris Alcock. The other car is going to be the number 80 car, Tim Davis, in 2nd place. So needs to stay within the confines of the circuit. If he runs wide again, Matt, he'd pick up a 5-second penalty.
He certainly would, yep. So needs to be careful, does that of Tim Davis. But there goes the number 42 machine of Richard Carter. Bit of a lonely 3rd place today, isn't it? After that great first race, he had the battle with Colin Watson, had the battle with Tim Davis, but this time round, both of them have shot away up the road. So Richard Carter's got no real retaliation this time round, and in fact finds himself now 15.5 seconds back from that car in 2nd place. So Richard Carter still on for the win within TD, looking for a 3rd place overall, and he's got 4 minutes until he sees the checker flag.
Yeah, he is at the moment lapping about a second slower than the car behind him, which is Martin Ledbetter. Martin Ledbetter is another car that runs in Class S, which is SC for him. So he is a slick shod car. He is 25 seconds behind, so with only 3.5 minutes to go, it does look as though Richard Carter is safe for 3rd place, and either way he's going to be the first of the treaded cars home. And it actually looks as though the top 3 from race number 1 are going to be the top 3 from race number 2.
Certainly are, yep. Looks like it's going to be a bit of a deja vu moment there for those 3 cars. Down towards Graham Hill Bend, in towards the left-hander goes the battle. A little bit further back in the order now, as Colin Watson very shortly looks to put a bit more lappery onto those cars, just heading down towards Surtees, and it's now the full length of the Cooper Straight by the looks of it between the top 2. So Colin Watson very much stretching his legs then in the final stages of this race. 50.2 last time round, so again just about half a second off what he had previously done, and he's about to put a lap now on the next of the cars which comes through, which is number 16. So Martin Ledbetter, the man in 4th place, is now a lap down, so he's lapped everyone up to and including 4th place as it stands.
Yeah, impressive stuff, isn't it, from Colin Watson. Still traffic to deal with. That's William Redman, who, as we say, is celebrating his 70th birthday today. He has just managed to place him a further lap down. James Melody trying to stay out of the way, so we're at that stage again where we've got lapped cars lapping cars, and those lapped cars being lapped at the same time. So 9 seconds is the advantage between Colin Watson and Tim Davis. So Tim Davis might have said earlier on that he wanted to keep everybody behind him. He's come up a little bit short here by the best part of what's going to be, I would imagine, something like 10 seconds, but our race leader should be heading on to what I think will be the penultimate lap of the race this next time through. He's lapping in about 50 seconds. No, he's going to squeeze another couple in, so next time through will be the penultimate lap of the race.
It will indeed, yep. So on to lap number 21, Colin Watson now goes. Tim Davis is across the line any second, and with that the gap has actually come down there, 8.7 seconds. So yeah, a little bit quicker for Tim Davis that time through, but of course it's all the effect of the traffic which they're having to deal with, as Andy Yeomans loses another lap to that of the number 16 machine of Martin Ledbetter. And Martin's out there pretty much fighting for his own battle at the minute, looking to pick up honours within SC as it stands, and a fair chunk up the road as well from Nathan Bell in that number 79 machine. So Martin hasn't really had anyone to play with in this race, but again, plenty of cars to work his way through, which is always a challenge in these races. 20 minutes, of course, in length, and of course on the very short Brands Hatch Indy circuit, all these drivers have had to deal with. So 60 seconds left on the clock. Colin Watson goes through now onto his penultimate lap of the race, and that time through he was again about a second shy of what he had previously done, but it's still going to be a commanding win for Colin Watson. Richard Carter now works his way through some more traffic. This time the 75 machine is going to put a further lap down, so James Randall this time loses the place to Richard Carter, but still on for his victory within Class TD as he heads on to his penultimate lap of the race as well. 28.5 seconds now drift of Colin Watson in the lead of the race. Been a bit of a moment there for the 66 machines. Alexander Dobrinin has had a bit of a rotation at Druids, but again finds the gear he needs, finds the bit of track he wants, and then heads back into the race. But Dobrinin has dropped down into 14th position by the looks of it. Don't think he'll quite lose the place to James Randall, who sits a further 20 seconds adrift at the end of that previous lap. But for Colin Watson, he will now be on to the final tour of the Brands Hatch Indy circuit for him this weekend. Turns his way in the sunshine up towards Druids. It's a race of two halves, really, isn't it, in terms of the weather as well, because we've had the rain to start us off, and we've got beautiful blue skies and bright sunshine now as we come to the conclusion of this second Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens race. He's probably going to have 2 more cars to lap before the end. He should be able to use his acceleration and pure pace to get that job done as he heads towards the checkered flag. The clock has now ticked to 0, and Colin Watson is for the victory once again. Those 2 cars will go a lap down, yep, and Colin Watson from 11th on the grid will take victory for the second time today. So a lovely run there for Colin Watson. He'll win by a substantial margin over Tim Davis, who in a second car this weekend, not quite up to the standard he's used to, but still 8 seconds is the gap between the top 2 at the checkered flag. Third place Richard Carter is going to be the final car on the lead lap as he works his way through the final couple of corners. Just clearways and Clark Curve for him to go now, and then Richard Carter on for another third place today here at Brands Hatch. So well done to him. Martin Ledbetter has already gone through to take the checkered flag, and then a couple more cars who find themselves a couple of laps down, including Nathan Bell will come through in the 79 machine. A good top 5 finish for him, and then the last couple of cars inside the top 10 about to take the checkered flag as well. So there goes the number 9 machine of what for this race has been Robert Jones, and then behind them the Redmonds, the car of what will be number 19, that is going to be Lee Powell, and then the rest of the top 10 rounded out by Will Arif there in 10th position in that number 93 machine. So a few different class winners, and the checker flag now out for everybody as through there finally goes the other Boss Racing car of number 95, which is James Malady. He works his way in towards Paddock Hill Bend. So a classification of that second Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens race, a win for Colin Watson by just under 8 seconds from Tim Davis, and Richard Carter gets himself on the podium for the second time today as well. Martin Ledbetter wins his class and finishes 4th place, with Nathan Bell coming home in 5th and also taking class victory. Then we had in 6th place the Donovan and Jones machine ahead of the Redmonds in 7th. Lee Powell came through in 8th ahead of Kenneth Baird and Will Arif. Chris Orcock and Andy Yeomans in 11th and 12th positions. In the end, they finished 3 laps adrift of the very rapid Colin Watson. Then we saw Alexander Dobrinin in 13th place, with James Randall in 14th, Nigel Liddell next up, with Tom Cantillon, Abigail Witt and James Malady there in 18th position, with Jeremy Adams unfortunately once again retiring from that race into the pit lane for the 3rd time. So not what he would have wanted, unfortunately, but for Colin Watson, he gets the accolade for a 2nd time today, gets congratulations from his team members, and Mark Worrell is standing by with our race winner.
Thanks a lot, Matt. Yeah, so Colin Watson alongside me. Colin, it was a bit of deja vu, really, you claiming the win in that one, but also the rain starting to fall as we get the race underway.
Definitely deja vu. I thought Richard's clapping his hands again because he's got treaded tyres on, but luckily it wasn't as bad and it didn't last as long. So as soon as it dried out a bit, we got some grip, we were gone.
You had a bit of work to do, though, from 11th on the grid.
Yeah, I did. It makes it more interesting. And they were very good, bet markers, I've got to say, very good. So, yeah, all in all, a good day.
Were there any tweaks to the car between race 1 and race 2? Because you were half a second quicker on fastest lap time from race 1 to race 2.
I think I had my brain in gear a bit more. But, I mean, Boss do set up a good car, so it makes it easy for me.
And it's another Boss 1, 2, 3 as well.
It is. Yeah, it's good, isn't it? And home track, can't be bad, can it?
What's next up for you?
We got Thruxton coming up. I think there's a few MSV tracks here on the Indy circuit in September, and I think Hawthorn Park end of the year. So
perfect day today, though, Brands Britannia.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I mean, I love this place. It's just brilliant, isn't it? All the people and that. It's just great.
Well done on the double win.
Thanks a lot.
There we go. Good to catch up with Colin. Let's see if we can catch up with Tim Davis, who said to Matt Suckling earlier on today you were going to keep everybody behind, but Colin had other ideas.
Yeah, he did. I mean, that rain didn't help me again, did it? It's a nightmare. So, yeah, I mean, I've done my best, but I'm lacking horsepower today, and I've put on a good show. It's been great fun. I mean, that thing was sideways everywhere. I was driving the socks off it, so.
The idea is when it's raining, you're supposed to stay off the curbs. I saw you a couple of times at Graham Hill Bend and on them, flat out on the power and the wheels spinning up.
Yeah, but the curbs weren't that wet, and always the track is you might as well get on with it. The curb, especially through Surtees, holds you in, so I always do the curb through Surtees, flat to the floor through there. It's lovely. But no, I mean, it's all I could do with the car today. I'll be back with a lot more power, then we'll have a go.
Then have a proper go. Let's grab a quick word with Richard Carter before we head towards the Midgets and Sprites. Just a quick word, Richard, before the cars head out there. You've been doing the rain dance again and it almost worked.
Almost. Unfortunately, the rain showers are too short round here. Need a bit more.
You need to have a word with him upstairs.
Absolutely, yeah. But yeah, it was a good race.
Well done indeed, well done. We better leave it there though, because we've got our final race here at Brands Britannia heading out onto the circuit. It's the Lackford Engineering Midget and Sprite Challenge, so let's go back upstairs to Matt Suckling.
Thanks very much, Mark. Yeah, so we have the cars now heading out onto the circuit for our final race here at Brands Britannia today, and it will be once again Paul Sibley to find himself from pole position for this 20-minute encounter. He'll be joined by number 2, James Hughes, on that front row of the grid. Second row is going to be 173 Connor Kay, who had a fantastic battle with number 7 Pippa Cow in that first encounter, so much the more of the same for this one, hopefully. And then row 3, number 66 Richard Perry, joined by number 14, which is Hugh Simpson. Fourth row, number 40 will see Mike Henney, and 36 Dean Stanton. The fifth row, number 601 is going to be Barney Collinson, and 130 Archie Potter. Onto row 6, where you'll find number 45, which is Justin Potter, alongside number 1, which will be for this race, John Foe. The 7th row, number 3 is then going to line up with Mark Witherspoon, and number 70 for this race, it will be Ian Bryant. So they are going to be the 7th row. The 8th row, number 108 is Mark Turner, joined by number 99, Jamie Turner. The 9th row, number 34, John Hughes, and 47, Bruce Burrows. The 10th row, headed by number 21, Nick Rose, and 53 joins in William Humphreys. The 11th row, number 888, Wayne Twiddle, and 23, Jason Meredith. On to row 12, you'll see number 27, Andrew Caldwell, and 54, Pete Shepherd. The 13th row, number 76, is James Keir, and 150, Mark McDonald. Onto the penultimate row of the grid is going to be 90, Patrick Harris, and 57, Nigel Lackford. And towards the back, we should hopefully be seeing number 9, Michael Chalk, who I think is there in that black machine. So the MG Midget towards the rear of the field is there and ready to go. Made significant progress in the first race. We'll see if Michael Chalk can do much of the same this time round as we bring Brands Britannia to a close for 2025. Beautiful conditions, the track pretty much dry, sunshine is out, and we are approaching 5:45 on a Sunday afternoon. So it's going to be the race between Paul Sibley and James Hughes down towards the first corner, and then we wait for the battle between Connor Kay and hopefully Pippa Cow once again on row 2. The lights go out, 20 minutes of racing gets underway, and off they head towards Paddock Hill Bend, with Paul Sibley taking the early charge, and with him actually he's going to go Connor Kay on the inside from row 2, but he's not quite going to squeeze down the inside of James Hughes by the looks of it. So straight away Connor Kay falls into the clutches of Pippa Cow, who sends her car to the inside line. It's going to be third place on the run in towards Druids, but does she brake a little bit too late? Yes, she does. So she runs wide on the exit of the corner, and Connor Kay says, thank you very much, I'll have that place back, and for now I'll find myself on the final step of the podium. But Pippa again down the inside of Graham Hill Bend. So a lovely move there for this fight for third place, already starting as it means to go on. You can also see there the number 1 machine of what's going to be for this race, as we said, John Foe working his way through from a little bit lower down on the grid, but hopefully that number 1 machine will have some good progress to be made over the course of the next 19 minutes. As the leader, Paul Sibley, turned his way to the completion of the first lap, and already you can see the gap between him and James Hughes is going to be well over a second. It's actually 1.5 seconds as they complete that first lap. Here comes the fight then for third place, outside line again for what's going to be Pippa Cow. Doesn't quite work on this occasion, but as we saw in that first race, she was
was a master of getting that run through paddock and down towards the inside, which she's done now for the second occasion in this race. Can she get her braking point nailed this time? Yes, she can. So she holds the line very nicely, gets the car taken out to the exit curb, and now finds herself again up the road ahead of Connor Kay. So this is going to be, as I said, the race where we see these two battle, hopefully for the entirety of 20 minutes, because Connor enjoyed it in race number 1. Pippa very much enjoyed it when she spoke to Mark after that first race, and she had a big smile on her face at the same time as well. So for now, Pippa does have the advantage in this battle as they turn their way through Clearways and Clark Curve. Pippa finds herself for this week in weekend in Class E, whereas that of Connor Kay in the number 173 machine finds himself there in Class C. They're in different classes, but still vying for the same bit of tarmac as they head their way now in towards paddock for the third time of asking. A little bit further back there is the 130 machine, so that is going to be the car of Archie Potter, the Austin Healey Sprite, the 1.3 litre engine, and of course you've got a real mix of MG Midgets, Austin Healeys, you've got the Frog Eye Sprites out there as well, which is always a unique car to have a look at, and also we've got a few of the Sebring Sprites out there in the historic class as well, so keep an eye on all of them, all vying, as we said, for different class positions, but it's the one of Archie Potter that we're focusing on at the minute, all over the back of the 601 machine, which is Barney Collinson. So they turn their way through the left and right flick now. They've got the Frog Eye Sprite ahead of them by the looks of it, which is the number 40 machine of Mike Henney. So that's for 8th, 9th and 10th position as they accelerate the way on towards the start-finish line. With 17 minutes to go, it's the Frog Eye Sprite which has the slight advantage over those two cars at the minute.
Yeah, so that squabble continues. Paul Sibley just setting fastest lap after fastest lap and looking to do what he can do. So the championship is already sorted in favour of number 14, Hugh Simpson, who we spoke to earlier on, so he can just sort of settle back if he wishes to. But at the moment, his main attention is going to be, trying to keep Dean Stanton behind him as those two cars continue to squabble. Great fight still for second and third place, just working its way onto the, for third and fourth place, working its way onto the Cooper Straight. Pippa Cow trying to keep at bay Connor Kay. They have resumed their battle where they left off in race 1 earlier on today, and then we get that fight of Richard Perry followed by the car of Hugh Simpson, and then Dean Stanton all still squabbling away. Pippa Cow here is going to get the undercut, is she not, on Connor Kay as they come over the start-finish line. They're absolutely side by side. Connor Kay was slightly quicker in a straight line in the race earlier on today. Pippa Cow has the inside line and takes the place away. Yeah, she was ahead, then she was behind, and then she was ahead at the start of this lap. So she's kind of gone up and down 3 times across the course of the Indy circuit here at Brands Hatch. Connor Kay has another brief look to the inside in towards Druid. Pippa tends to go a little bit wider now, but seems to be working for her at the minute. But again, as I said, these are going to be tied together by a very small piece of string over the next 15.5 minutes. Still there at the minute in 5th place. Red seems to be the colour, doesn't it, for these cars, because we've got red cars in what's going to be 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th position at the minute. But it's this fight now we have of Richard Perry, which heads its way through. That's going to be one of the other Frog Eye Sprites out there as well, with on the tail the number 14 machine and also the 36th machine in tow, which is Dean Stanton, and almost to the inside line there with a good run through the corner was Hugh Simpson. But in terms of acceleration, it still will be Richard Perry who for now holds on, but the tow will be given away, and let's see now if that 14 machine of Hugh Simpson can make a move. He goes for the outside line in towards the approach towards Paddock Hill Bend, and can he do a Pippa Cow, and can he get it to the inside? No, he can't. Not quite the momentum through there. No, not for want of trying though, was it? It's getting as close as he can, but of course he is in a Class D car and he's trying to work his way through and past a Class C car. So not easy for him to do. There was one car that started from the pit lane. I don't know whether you'd spotted, but Chris Pidcock started from the pit lane. So that's why the 131 car is further down through the order. Didn't quite either make it to the assembly area in time, or there was an issue with the car in the assembly. So that was why he worked his way further down through the order. So for the lead of the race, Paul Sibley now leading by nearly 7 seconds, and on course for yet another victory in the Lackford Engineering Midget and Sprite Challenge, which very sadly this is the last race for them. Not just today, it's the last race for the 2025 season for everybody. Certainly is, yeah, end of August, and our championship is done and dusted. So a final fling out there on circuit, might be out for a few other races, but for this championship, yeah, this is them done for the 2025 season. Just keeping an eye on Michael Chalk at the minute, the
number 9 machine, which again has come from the back of the grid, already up into what will be 12th place this time round. So through he goes for another lap, and that's going to see him up into, well, still second in Class A, because Paul Sibley, of course, is leading that one. But yeah, Michael Chalk on the charge here, and he has just done a 56.710, which is pretty much quicker than the majority of the cars ahead of him, apart from the top 4. So Michael Chalk, how high can he get within this race? Still plenty of time to unfold now. He's got 2.5 seconds before he gets to the back of the 57 machine, and that's going to be the car of Nigel Lackford, so he won't be there before too much longer, and we'll see him gradually work his way inside the top 10.
So, yeah, let's see whether he can get there. Nigel Lackford is another one of those that has had to come off the back of the grid as well, hasn't he? Because this grid is not based on finishing positions from earlier on, it's based on second fastest times, and Nigel Lackford didn't set any times in qualifying, so he's come off the back of the grid in both of the races and has made pretty good progress, to say the least, as he goes over the start-finish line now, looks in his mirrors, who's right behind him? The car that you're talking about, which is Michael Chalk. So Paul Sibley leading, 6 seconds is the advantage. The lead advantage did come down by 6/10 last time through, but that's largely to do with Paul Sibley meeting a raft of traffic. James Hughes still in second place, Pippa Cow and Connor Kay still at the moment trying to work out who might finish in third and who might finish in fourth position. And they are still locked together, aren't they? They're just about to come past the MSV building and over the start-finish line. And by the look of things, Pippa Cow just has her nose ahead. Connor Kay picking up the toe as they come over the start-finish line. And Jinx to the inside line for Paddock Hill Bend. Is he going to be braver on the brakes? Yes, he is. He's going to go through, but is Pippa Cow going to get the undercut on the way back out, as she's done before? She tries to. She's almost there. She's alongside. Yeah, she's going to return the favour as they head up towards Druids.
Yeah, she's got lights ablaze as well, hasn't she? So she's got that on ready for the traffic to try and deal with as we get into the midway stage of this race. We've got one off in the gravel as well. That is the 131 machine, which finds itself a little bit lower down the order. That's Chris Pidcock, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the pit lane starter.
Yeah. And will he be able to dig himself out? That is the question. I don't think he will, because he's fully buried, isn't he?
Yeah, so that car at Druids might possibly be covered by localised yellow flags. There's a big slide, isn't there, from Connor Kay as he came in towards Surtees that time through. I thought he was about to spin car number 173. Connor Kay was dancing around on the very edge of adhesion, but just about managed to gather it up. And of course, in these cars, if you do start to get a little bit sideways, you do scrub off a little bit of speed. It just takes a while to build that momentum back again.
Certainly does. So brief yellow flags at the minute at Druids Corner. There is another yellow flag being prepared on the gantry below us, but as of yet no safety car has been called, so see what the team decide to do. Maybe waiting to see if that car can dig itself out, but I fear it's not going to be able to in the hands of Chris Pidcock, unfortunately. So he tumbles down the order, and yeah, that is very much buried for him, unfortunately. Michael Chalk has now found his way past Nigel Lackford, so he is not quite inside the top 10, but up into 11th place he has now gone, so he's on his way closer to the next of our cars, which will be Archie Potter, who is 1.3 seconds up the road. And of course, this safety car might be a little bit of a help for Michael Chalk, because it'll bring the field back together and it'll give him a chance to try and claw his way a little bit higher up the order.
Yep, so at the moment there's no suggestion that the safety car is going to head out there at all, so it's just localised yellow flags that are covering that incident of Chris Pidcock. And we've got, what, 10.5 minutes of the race still to go. So, yeah, code 60. We go code 60 now. So it is going to be a full course yellow, so everybody has to slow down to 60 kilometres per hour. It gives the marshals a chance and the opportunity to go out and try and shove Chris Pidcock's car from where it's come to rest in the gravel trap. 1, 2, 3, 4 marshal power aren't shifting it at the moment. I can see the trackside recovery 4x4 unit is there. And also, I'm afraid to say, we have lost Robin Lackford down at the end of the Cooper Straight. The car that had been going so well working, sorry, Nigel Lackford, the car that had been going so well working its way up through the order has expired at the end of the Cooper Straight, the number 57 car.
Yeah, so one will be recovered, the other one will need to be recovered because Chris Pidcock's car is now out of the gravel, so well done to the marshals. Good manpower and maybe lady power over there, which clears that car. But as we said, code 60 was brought out for one car and another one is needed to be towed away as well there. It's not too far from the back entrance to the pit lane, so again, with a bit of power, might just be able to be moved by the marshals. So we'll see what happens with the number 57 machine. And I think these cars might be fairly light by the looks of them. I might say that might be quite heavy, but yeah, they look quite light to push, don't they?
Yeah, cast iron block, isn't it? It's A-series engine in them all, but a quick shove by our fantastic Brands Hatch marshals, so they're pushing the car on the grass with the help of Nigel Lackford as well, who is just pushing and steering the car as well. As long as they can get that car a bit further onto the grass and tucked up against the barriers, then might just be another lap possibly behind code 60, but I think the safety car is now on standby. Looking down below our commentary position, I can see the lights are on the safety car, albeit it's not edged its way out onto the circuit just as yet. So if it does venture out, it should pick up what will be the race leader, Paul Sibley, and it is edging its way forward. And once the next car has gone through, yep, safety car is heading out there. So from code 60, we do go safety car.
Yep, so the speed can increase now, so the watch of the speed limiter can go, and all the cars now can catch up with everybody else to give us this safety car period. So Paul Sibley is your leader. I think there's probably about 3 cars between himself and James Hughes, but the gap had grown quite considerably over the first half of that race, so that means that James Hughes might not have a chance here, but definitely it's going to give us still the tremendous fight, I'm sure, between Pippa Cow and that of Connor Kay. And then of course the 66 machine will be back into the equation as well. Richard Perry, who's been having a good fight with those 2 cars behind him. And then of course we still look for the progress of Michael Chalk, who'll be right up against all those cars ahead of him to try and see if he can make a little bit more progress. But of course time continues to tick away. The car of Nigel Lackford has now been removed from that part down towards 30. So I think 1 further lap after this one, and we then should be back to racing with what will be less than 7 minutes to go.
Yeah, less than 7 minutes to go in our final race of the day, but if you're here at the circuit, you'll still be able to enjoy the car parades that will be going on. And so if you are involved in that car parade and you're watching this race here at the track, you'll need to wander back to your vehicles now, listen to the instructions of the marshals and the officials, and work your way along Colin Chapman Way to get involved in the parade, which will wrap up Brands Britannia for another year. So the car of Nigel Lackford is now fully out of harm's way, so the safety car, which is just turning its way round through Druids, should extinguish its lights along the Cooper Straight, and then the likes of Pippa Cow and Connor Kay in particular for 3rd and 4th place, number 7 and number 173, can continue what has been a titanic battling day for them, because they had a great squabble in the race earlier on today. They have resumed that battle. The lights do get extinguished on the safety car, so for Paul Sibley, he is going to have about 6.5 minutes of work to do to try and wrap up another win in the Lackford Engineering Midget and Sprite Challenge for 2025 and try and win what is the final championship round for this year. So safety car peels its way into the pit lane. Paul Sibley gets the race back underway. In 2nd place, the number 2 car of James Hughes can't accelerate and overtake any cars until he gets to the control line, so he's just got to be patient and hold station, which is exactly what he's doing. Comes over the start-finish line, and now will try and pick off some of the slower cars on the run in towards Paddock Hill Bend, which he has immediately done. And as for Pippa Cow and Connor Kay, they are now tasked with also working their way through the traffic whilst trying to continue their squabble.
Certainly are yet, so they've got to be cautious of that traffic and make sure they don't let the fellow competitor through at the same time. So Pip has taken it a little bit gingerly through there. Connor Kay might be the one who is a bit more optimistic on the outside line, but they feed their way just about through the traffic there as they accelerate now on towards the Cooper Straight. I think Pip has just been delayed slightly, but again, if Connor gets held up by the traffic, then he might be one that loses out. We've got another spinner down at Paddock Hill Bend, which is James Keir. He's found the right direction and heads back on his way. So brief yellow flag down there. We had a bit of contact as well. A mirror possibly has gone awry. Was that off Pippa Cow's car, I think, there?
I think it was a rear light off one of the back markers that they were in the process of trying to work their way through and past. So it came off the number 70 car, which is the Brian's car, isn't it?
Yeah, and Pippa Cow just lost the place there to Connor Kay, but I think it was her that actually was the one that made the contact, and she is now slowing, isn't she, up the hill? So yeah, Pippa Cow with that contact possibly has a problem. Connor Kay has gone through, yep, and Pippa Cow is in strife here, so not good news for her. She feels something is wrong with the car, so her hand comes out of the cockpit just to warn other drivers she is going slow. But what a shame for Pippa after a great battle all race long and also in race 1 with Connor Kay.
Yeah, so such a shame for Pippa. Not a regular car, and you can see there's some damage to that front left-hand corner of the car, whether it's caused a puncture or whether there's just something that's not quite right. It was the lightest of touches, wasn't it? Because it's only just sort of put a very small dint in the rear quarter panel of the Brian number 70 car, but has also removed the rear lens cover from it. So Paul Sibley is 4 minutes away from a victory. Safety car restart will be investigated after the race, is the news we're hearing from race control. He leads by 1.7 seconds from James Hughes in second place, and now very much on his own in third place is going to be Connor Kay. It now means that moving up to fourth place becomes Richard Perry. Hugh Simpson comes up into fifth place, and sixth is now going to be Barney Collinson, isn't it? Car number 601.
Yep, so they all gain some positions, and then just behind that seventh position at the minute is Michael Chalk. So again, from the back of the grid, making really good progress. He's got 1.1 seconds up the road before he does find that 601 machine. So we'll see if he's going to find his way through on Barney Collinson before the end of this race. That is the car you can see in picture now as he accelerates his way along the Cooper Straight. I think he's trying to put a lap on the 27 machine as well of Andrew Caldwell. He finds himself down the order in what's going to be, where is that number 27 machine? 19th place, yeah. So Andrew Caldwell should stay out of the way, and we're going to see, oh, there's been some more drama as well. The 99 and the 36 machines both involved in that one, so that's going to be hopefully them to be recovered. So James Turner and that of Dean Stanton. It's Jamie Turner, who's broadside across the circuit, rolls back to try and get out of harm's way, which is probably a good move actually, but then it's going to be right on the apex of the right flick towards McLaren.
Yeah, and if you can't get that car fired up, that is absolutely in the firing line. So we've got waved yellow flags down there at Surtees. He's got the car fired up. He does manage to get it rolling under its own steam again, just as Paul Sibley works his way through and past. And Paul Sibley will be coming over the start-finish line any second to complete lap number 17. Head on to lap number 18 with about 2.5 minutes to go. So through comes the number 77 car of Paul Sibley. James Hughes was within 1.8 seconds of him last time through. This time through, it's down to 1.3 seconds, and that's largely because, as Paul got in towards Surtees, that was the point at which the car was recovering following its spin of Jamie Turner. So understandably, backed off the throttle did Paul Sibley, because he wasn't quite sure where the recovering car was going to go. Connor Kay is 7 seconds adrift in third place now, so it looks as though the top three are fairly settled after Connor Kay's busy battle earlier on to try and hang on to a podium spot with that titanic fight that he was having with Pippa Cow. But Pippa did limp the car back round into the pit lane and was a retirement. As for class leaders, Paul Sibley leads Class A. In second place, James Hughes leads Class E. In third place, Connor Kay leads Class C. In fifth place, Hugh Simpson leads Class D. Class H for the historic cars is being led by car number 108, which is Mark Turner. Those are your class leaders at this stage of the race. But for Paul Sibley, he is now onto his penultimate lap of the race and sets the fastest lap of the race that time through. 54.121 from Paul Sibley. So that is a good lap time from him. Qualifying yesterday was slightly damp, so it's not surprising that the race pace is quicker than the qualifying pace. But for Paul Sibley, that now means that he extends the lead advantage between himself and James Hughes in second position up to 2.6 seconds as he heads out of Graham Hill Bend and along the Cooper Straight for what will be the penultimate time of the race this time through. So through the left-hander at Surtees, up towards McLaren, on towards where the Indy Circuit joins the Cornbury Circuit, which is Clearways Corner, and then starting to head towards Clark Curve. Paul Sibley only has a further one tour of the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. That is 1.2079 miles to be precise, as he goes through, and with 45 seconds on the clock, yes, he is now onto his last lap of the race and hasn't really got a great deal of traffic to deal with on this lap, and neither has Jason Hughes, who's there in second position. So we'll wait and see as to whether they still manage to hang on to that. One thing we ought to say as well is it's great that we got Dean Stanton's backup car out and circulating. Was he not the one that had the off earlier on? I was trying to think as to whether he had the off earlier on. But for Paul Sibley, just turning his way out of Graham Hill Bend along the Cooper Straight for the final time. He's not had any traffic to deal with on this last lap of the race. So he flicks his way through the left-hander at Surtees, then turns right at McLaren, and then up towards Clearways, and all he needs to do now is plant his foot on the throttle, shift up through the gears and head towards the checkered flag. It's going to be another win for Paul Sibley in what's been a dominant season for overall wins in the Lackford Engineering Midget and Sprite Challenge, but he is going to come up short in terms of his championship aspirations, because that was stitched up earlier on today courtesy of Hugh Simpson, who's the 2025 champion. Paul Sibley claims the win. James Hughes is in second place as they complete 20 laps in the allocated time. Third place goes the way of car number 173, Connor Kay. So those will be the three drivers that we'll be chatting to. Matt Suckling, who's made his way down in towards the pit lane. And we wait the arrival of Michael Chalk, who finishes in 4th position off the very, very back of the grid. Richard Perry comes through to finish in 5th place, with Hugh Simpson, new champion, finishing in 6th place. He won his class again, and I think he set the fastest lap in Class D, so if it was ever in doubt, that sorted it out. Barney Collinson finishes in 7th. 8th place will go the way of car number 40 as it comes over the start-finish line, which will be Mike Henney. And then 9th place will be car number 130, Archie Potter, with Hugh Stanton completing the top 10 cars. A few more cars just to trickle their way through to take the checkered flag, the last of those being the number 45 car of Justin Potter, and that is all of the cars through now to take the checkered flag, which brings to a close our racing action here from Brands Britania and the Classic Sports Car Club at Brands Hatch. If you're here at the circuit, we've still got the car parades coming up for you. We've still got driver interviews coming up for you from Matt Suckling, but we can also then just confirm our final batch of results for the day. It is Paul Sibley that claims the win from James Hughes in 2nd place and Connor Kay in 3rd. All of those top 3 were class winners. Michael Chalk was 4th, ahead of Richard Perry in 5th, and Hugh Simpson wins his class in 6th place. Barney Collinson, Mike Henney, Archie Potter and Dean Stanton complete the top 10, ahead of John Foe, who was 11th, and William Humphreys completes the top 12. Then as we head to 13th position, it was Justin Potter in 13th place. It was the Bryans Midget that finished in 14th place, with Mark Turner winning the historic class in 15th. Bruce Burrows, Andrew Caldwell, Jason Meredith, Nick Rose and John Hughes wrapped up the top 20, with Pete Shepherd, Jamie Turner, Mark MacDonald and James Keir completing the top 24. And those were the last of the finishers, because Pippa Cow, Nigel Lackford, Chris Pidcock and Mark Witherspoon all had problems along the way. So I'm going to say goodbye from Brands Hatch and hand you downstairs for our final interviews and the sign-off from the live stream. Down there with the drivers is Matt Suckling as we bring Brands Britania to a close.
Thanks very much, Mark. Yep, so our final batch of interviews for the day, and we're going to start with Paul Sibley. Paul, another dominant win, really.
Yeah, it was a little bit, wasn't it? But at the end of the day, you've got to finish the races. So, and to be honest, we've been very good at that this year because we finished all 12. So, fair and a fair game. And we've done 4 races today, so fair game. But the car, it's done really well.
Yeah, good pace from you all round. You've had some fun this weekend with a couple of classes, so not a bad weekend in all, is it?
No, very weekend, and probably suffer for it tomorrow with the aches and pains, but it's all worth it in the end.
But of course, in terms of the Sprite and Midget, that's now the championship done, so you can relax in terms of that one. But you've given it a good go this year.
Yep, got to give it a good go. Could do with a few more competitors, but back to the garage for Christmas, for the winter.
Yes, when the tinkering starts, doesn't it? Well done, Paul. Many congratulations to you. We'll grab a quick chat with the other 2 drivers as well. We'll start with James Hughes, who finished there in 2nd position. James, nice to get a finish there in 2nd place. How was the race for you?
Yeah, well, nice to get a finish. We broke the half shaft in the first race, so yeah, just pleased to bring it home and finish off the season. So yeah.
We know Paul's in a different class, so you're not really going to be able to keep with him, but you managed to keep ahead of all the rest of them behind you.
Yeah, Paul, I think was easing off at the end to give us a little bit of hope, but no, cleared the others, and just it was a relatively smooth race. So yeah.
And lots of traffic to deal with as always, so you have to be careful around those.
Yeah, around here there's always traffic because it's such a short circuit, but I mean the standard of the driving's pretty good, so they all follow the blue flags and things. So yeah, no, it's very, very enjoyable.
Good stuff. Well done on your 2nd place. Well done to James. We'll have a final word with Connor Kay as well. Connor, come and join us in the 3rd position in that race. We talked about the battle you had with Pippa in race number 1. It was there again in race number 2, but then we lost her, didn't we, unfortunately?
Yeah, I just saw her. I think she tagged someone at Clearways, and then, yeah, saw her put her hand up, which is a bit of a shame. But I'm not sure we'd have got her in this one. She seemed a little bit quicker.
But it was a great battle all weekend long for you 2 there, but a cracking race in terms of on 3rd place. How did you find the weekend went?
Honestly, I can't fault it. Yeah, it's really good to have a battle. I think we've been a little bit lonely at times this season. So, yeah, it was really good to have someone to play with out there.
And in terms of this championship, it's now done, but of course, have you got a few more Classic Sports Car Club events to look forward to this year?
Yeah, I think I'll have this car out and some of the swinging 60s ones later in the year, so that's the plan.
Good stuff. Well done, Connor. Congratulations on third place there to end the weekend in the Midget and Sprite Challenge here at Brands Hatch. As Mark said, that is now us done here at Brands Britania for 2025. It's been a thoroughly enjoyable weekend. It's had its triumphs along the way with some rain in the air for good measure, but all in all, some really good action organised by the Classic Sports Car Club. Thanks for everyone who's been here either at the circuit or watching on the live stream across the course of the 2 days. Thanks very much to all the marshals for their hard work, as ever, for making sure we get through the racing without too many delays. And of course, thanks very much to Digitex for bringing us all the action here this weekend for Brands Britania. We look forward to doing it all again in 2026, and whether you're back here at Brands Hatch in the future or another Classic Sports Car Club event, we very much look forward to your company. But for now, from Mark Werrell and myself, Matt Sucklin, have a lovely rest of the weekend, and we'll catch you back here very soon indeed. Bye-bye.